24 Driving Business.
Amanya nze Kasibante Henry okuva mu Kasibante Garments and Fashions esangibwa e Wakiso Kasengejje Road. Olwaleero tugenda kuyiga oba kusoma engeri gye tuyisaamu wuzi mu kyalaani. Kati ekisookera ddala wuzi eno ogikwata n'ogituuza no ku thread stand. Nga bwe mulaba ngituuzizza n'engisikako akawuzi kano ke mulaba kubako kaba kasigadde kalengejja n'enkasika n'enkaleeta mu step ey'okubiri wano. Nga bwe mulaba bwenjireese bwe nvaawo n'enjireeta n'engiyisa mu nsaniya zino ze mulaba ze nabagambako ku luutu eri nga tusoma mu nsaniya zino n'engiyisa omwo bwentyo. Nga bwe mulaba ezze n'ejja n'engisikeera n'ejja eyita mu katayimba kano ke mulaba akakoze la akakoze ennyukuta eya ero. Kati bwe nkayisa omwo n'enzija nsobola okugiyisa mu kaleega lulike nabagamba akaleege wuzi kano era n'engiyisaamu nga bwe mulaba bwejja n'engisika bwenti bwe mmala n'engissa wansi n'engiyisa ku kabaati kano. Kati bwe mmala ogiyisa mu kaleega kano n'engireeta n'eyita mu kakongolijjo kano ke mulaba ngisonsekamu. Akakongolijjo kano keekutte ku face cover eno ku kabaati kano akabikka wano. Bwe mmala ogiyisa mu kakongolijjo ako n'enzija ate era n'engiyisa mu kuuma kano akeekutte ku mutayimba guno ogutulamu empiso. Era erina okuyita mu kuuma ako. Awo bonna bugigayidinga ewuzi okusigala ng'etambula bulungi nga teregeya. Bw'eva mu kuuma ako n'engisongola bulungi. Kati bwe mmaliriza ng'eyise mu butundu bino byonna byenzize embalaga okuva waggulu n'engiyisa mu katuli k'empiso kano ke mulaba nsindikamu bwenti. Bwe mmala ogiyisaamu n'engisika nga bwe mulaba bwengisise nebanga kati erindiridde okusikayo ewuzi eya wansi. Kati wuzi eno ezze bweti ng'eva wano n'ejja n'edda wano n'ejja n'ekka n'eyita mu nsaniya zino n'evaayo n'eyambuka n'ejja n'eyita mu kaleega kano n'eva mu kaleega n'ejja n'eyita mu kakongolijjo kano n'eva mu kakongolijjo ako n'edda mu kakongolijjo akali ku mpiso n'evaawo n'egenda eyita mu katuli k'empiso. Kati ewuzi eno nga bw'etambudde yonna emitendera mweyise naye erina ginne waayo bwe bakola omukago nga batunga eva wansi mu bobini. Naye nga ey'omu bobini bwe mba njijjayo nkwata olugalo lwange mu katuli kano akakabaati kano ke nabalaga ku luli ka side plate n'enseetula nga nkazze eno ku left n'ensobola okugjayo bobini munda eri mugirengera n'engisikayo n'engijjayo nayo ne mmala okugikebera nti wuzi kweri. Kati bobini eno erimu ebitundu bibiri. Erimu munda muyo gye bayita bobini ring eno gye mulaba kati n'eno nesigala nga ye bobini case. Byonna byonna bwe tubigatta awamu bwe tuti gye tuyita bobini. Kati eno bobini ring gye mulaba njawudde eno bobini case. Bobini ring gye tuzingako wuzi nga bwe mulaba ngenda gizingako wano n'engalo gye tuzingako wuzi bwe tuti bwe tumala ogizingako kati n'enkutula. Kati bwe mmaze okuzingako wuzi kati yiino mugiraba ngireeta ngiteeka mu bobini case mugiraba bweti egenda mu bweti nkakwata n'enkasimba busimbalaala bwenti n'enkasonsekamu ne kakka bwe kati bwe mmala okukasonsekamu n'ensika oluwuzi luno lwasigadde ebweru nga ndukute n'olugalo n'enduleeta n'enduyisa mu mpataanye eno gye mulaba n'eyita mu kano kagundi ka tension spring kana akabaati mu luzungu bakayita tension spring. Akabaati kano n'enkwata wano lwingi eno nga mulaba ngikutte n'endikwata n'olugalo olwo n'ensobola okusika wuzi enekke bulungi muno era mugiwulidde kontode n'eyingira mu tension spring. Awo n'ensikamuko ka distance kano ke mulaba kensise kenaasobozesa empisa eno waggulu okujja esisinkana eno egisike waggulu. Kati bwe mmala ngenda kuzzaayo bobini eno wansi naye kati bwe mba njizaayo wansi gula ebbaati lino li side plate wasobole okulabika gye ngenda ogissa. Kati nkwate bobini eno n'ensika taabu eno kataabu kano oba akakongolijjo nkasika bwenti n'entekayo olugalo lwange luno oluwanvu n'enkakwata bwenti kasobole okugaziya omuwaatwa guli waliwo akantu wansi ke tuyita sato huku akasumaali kalimu kagenda okuyingira akawanirira bobini eno wansi gy'ebeera. Kati nina okugisikanga bwe mulaba bwe nkasise kano bwe nti nkasise nensindikayo olugalo lwange nendeeta ekigalo ekisajja ne bikikwata bwewe. Kati nendeeta bobini eno seno wansi mu magulu gange nenjireeta nga bwe mulaba. Kati wano bobini ino njiteekayo nga nkyakutte eddobo lyange lino lye nabagambye lyenkozesa ekigalo ekisajja ne luli olugalo oluwanvu. Maze okugireeta eno ngenda gisindikayo nga nkyakutte kali akalobo. Kati yino njiteekayo ngisindise era nkyakutte eddobo liri muliraba. Kati ngenda lita bwe ndita kitegeeza bobini yenyweddeyo, nditadde era mugiraba yenyweddeyo tesobola kuvaayo. Kati olwo ngenda kuteekateeka nzigalawo, nzigaddewo nkwata eno motion wheel oba enziga eno eya waggulu ku kyalaani nginyoole nga njizza eno ewange gyendi mu maaso gange. Bwe mala oginyoola bwe nti empisa ekke wansi esobole okunonayo ewuzi eya wansi. Kati wano mukuka wansi waliwo eddobo eriri wansi nabagambye lishato hook ligenda kusisinkana empisa eno ligiyiteko lirobe ewuzi eno eva waggulu ligitwalire ewuzi eri wansi mu bobini basisinkane bagisikeyo era mugiraba kati bagisiseeyo evuddeyo wansi. Bwe limala ogisikayo ewuzi ne mugiraba nga bwezze nedda waggulu. Kati olwo evuddeyo ngenda kuteekateeka okutunga. Wuzi zino ngenda kusitula akagere kano ke nabalaga luli kayimirire then nziyiseemu nzisindike mu maaso zibe nga zo zirinze olugoye ezirulindidde eri mu maaso. Kati ndeeta olugoye lwaffe nduyingizeeyo era nkomyewo nzise akagere. Awo ntandika okutunga nga bwe mulaba ngenda kutandika okutunga. Kati ntunga era mugiraba wuzi eri kuluka ntunga ng'ekyalaani kisindika olugoye mu maaso nga ne wuzi eri kweruka. Nkakasa muyize engeri gye bayisaamu wuzi ku kyalaani kino ekitali kyamasannyalaze ekyokusamba.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Over 200 associations here in Uganda is subscribing to what we call the Private Sector Foundation. Njagala okubaaniza abassebo ne bannyabo abakatwegattako. This time round, of course, tugenda kuba tukuba torch mu olugendo lwa Private Sector Foundation mu Uganda. Of course, tukyali mu kirwadde ekya COVID-19 situation. Batambudde batya ebizibu abasuubuzi bye bayitamu. Of course, the associations zetwogerako zitandikibwako nga aba Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, aba Uganda Manufacturers Association, of course, ne other different bodies that nga ne Uganda National Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Abo bonna, of course, begatira wamu mukago guno ogwa the Private Sector Foundation. Tugenda kuba tukuba torch era negatiddwako the Executive Director of Private Sector Foundation, Omwami Francis Kisirinya. Idi nsanyusa okulaba. Buuza kuba tulaba tuyokotandike.
Abatulaba eyo yonna gye muli mbalamusiza nnyo, mwebale nnyo gye mutuusaako engalo.
Njagala tutandike, tumanyi nti olugendo lw'okulaakulanya eggwanga si lwa muntu omu wabula mubeeramu abantu bangi. Njagala okumanya Private Sector Foundation tutambudde tutya mu myaka gino eno gye tubadde mu nsiika y'okulaakulanya eggwanga.
Private Sector Foundation yagunjibwawo mu 1995 nga yagunjibwawo bannamakolero, bannaffe abatambuzanga banka ebiseera ebyo, abalimi, abainshuwa n'ebyo bitongole byali bingiko, byali biweranga 11 mu 1995. Era ng'ekyatugunjisaawo kyali nti eggwanga lyaffe lyali lisazeewo okugenda mu nkola eyitibwa liberalization, enkola eyajja gavumenti mu kukola business. Emirimu gyonna egikolebwa business ne giba nga gikolebwa private sector. N'olwekyo waliwo obwetaavu okulaba nti wabeerawo ekitongole ekisobola okukumaakuma abakola business aba private sector okulaba nti baweereza bulungi eggwanga era ne balikulembera bulungi mu byenfuna okulaba nti likulaakulana okutuuka nga we liri. Kyensuubira nti eyo yonna nina gy'oli oteeka okuba nga oli musanyufu era oli mukakafu nti omulimu ogwo bannaffe abakola business bagukoze bulungi. Mukimanyi bulungi nti ebiseera ebyemabegako ebintu ebimu tebyabangawo. Sukaali abanga wakusimba layini, amafuta oluusi ga layini, bw'onooba oyagala essimu myaka na myaka ng'otaddeyo application toyina, n'ebintu ebirala bingi. Naye kibaddewo okuva lwe twagunjibwawo oba okuva gavumenti lwe yatandika enkola ya liberalization, ebintu ebyo bigenze bivvuunukibwa. Kaakati omulimu ogwatuteekesaawo ogusinga obunene kwe kukumaakuma ba business, kubanga nga bakola emirimu gyabwe basanga okusoomoozebwa kungi. Katugambe nga ku by'omusolo, katugambe nga mu by'enteekateeka y'amateeka, katugambe nga mu nkola eza buli ngeri. N'olwekyo omulimu gwaffe kukuŋŋaanya na kumanya biki ebinyigiriza mu abakola business, ne tubifuna, ne tubyekenneenya, ne tubikolako okunoonyereza, ate bwe tumaliriza okubikolako okunoonyereza ne tukolamu bye tuyita position paper oba bye tusuubira ebiteeso bye tuyinza okuteesa ne gavumenti. Era ebiteeso ebyo tubitwala mu gavumenti ne twogera nayo. Era kya mukisa mulungi nnyo nti ffe Private Sector Foundation tuyina record nti ebiteeso bye tuwa gavumenti katugambe mu kola budget omwaka gavumenti etwala kumpi ebitundu 80 ku buli 100. N'olwekyo tubadde bankizo nnyo mu kulaba nti enkulaakulana y'eggwanga mu Uganda ng'ekulemberwa Private Sector Foundation ennyikizibwa okutuuka wano we tuli.
Tumanyi nti ebyafaayo bitulaze nti over 2,000 associations zeziri under private sector. Omulabi waffe yandiyagadde okumanya zeziriwo ezo ezimu ku zo eziri under your umbrella as Private Sector Foundation.
Ekisookerako ddala ekyawamu kwe kugamba nti bw'obanga okola business obanga olina kyo ng'ofuna ssente naye nga tosasula cheeke ya gavumenti, tolina musala gwa gavumenti, obeera wa private sector era oli member waffe.
Otegeeza ki bw'obanga tosasula cheeke ya gavumenti?
Bw'oba toli mukozi wa gavumenti kitegeeza nti oteeka okuba nga olina omulimu gw'okola ogugwo ogwa bwannannyini, oba oteeka okuba nga olina gy'okola kampuni ey'obwannannyini. Kakati ffenna tetusobola kubeera bammemba ba PSFU kinoomu nedda. So kye tukola twagunjaawo enkola ey'okubanga bammemba ba Private Sector Foundation babeera associations ezo. Era we twogerera tuli mu bikumi na bikumi ebya associations ba member baffe katugambe nga Uganda Manufacturers Association member, National Farmers Association member, Uganda Bankers Association member, Uganda Women Entrepreneurs Association member, Uganda Insurance Association member, n'abalala bangi nnyo nenge ekikulu gwali yatulaba kimanye nti private sector foundation kitongole kyo bw'obeera ng'olina ekitongole muweegattira katugambe Kampala State Traders Association manya nti ng'oyitira mu Kampala State Traders Association oli member wa private sector. Bw'obeera member wa Uganda Farmers Association oli member wa private sector. N'olwekyo kino kitongole kyammwe.
So oli bw'aba yandyagadde okubeera member atandika atya okulaba nga joininga private sector foundation?
Ekisooka olina okubeera nga mulina ekitongole ekyammwe association kati ne mutuula mu lukiiko lwa boodi yammwe oba olukiiko olufuzi lwonna lwe mulina ne muyisa ekiteeso nti mwagala kuyingira private sector foundation. Tulina ebibinja bisatu by'oyinza okubeera member. Ekisooka oyinza okujja nga member owa association naye nga association ezikuzeemu ezimazeewo ebbanga. So waliwo ekibinja ekyo kimu. Waliwo association ezikyali ento osobola nazo okujja nga member wa association ezikyali ento. Ate bw'obeera nga oli company naggwadda company nene osuubulira oba otunda emirimu gyo giri mu mawanga agasukka mulimu naawe osobola okujja wano. Bw'obanga tosuubulira mu mawanga agasukka mulimu oyagala kubeera member wa PSFU then olina okubanga emisolo gyo gy'osasula mu gavumenti gisukka mu biliyoni 2 omwaka. Kati awo n'olyoka obeera member. So bwe muyisa ekiteeso ekyo mukitwala mu kuwandiisizo by'amakampuni mu Uganda Registration Services Bureau ne bakikubako stamp. Bakikubako stamp n'olyoka okireeta wano. Kati bw'okireeta wano ne tukuwa empapula z'ojjuzaamu nnyangu nnyo tezikaluubiriza. Mwe baani kiki musuubira mu PSFU, ba board member mwe be baani, mwe ba member mwe bali bameka. Kakati n'otuwa okusabako okwo ne tukuyitamu era ne tukuwa okuddibwamu. Kati bwe tukuwa okuddibwamu wabeerawo ebisale ebisasulwa bitonotono kubanga bw'omanyi era association zino okubeera member obeerako akantu k'oteekayo. So bwe tukuyisa ne tukusaba n'osasula akasente ako n'olyoka otandika okubeera member n'ofuna emiganyulo gyonna egy'okubeera member wa private sector foundation.
Katune ensonga enkulu ezimu ku president bwe yali aggulawo lockdown yatuwa weeks ndoza zaalinganga 2 okulaba nga twetereza mu weeks ezo 2 yali atusuubira nti abasuubuzi bajja kuba bagguddewo ate bateekebwe mu nkola ebyo byasaba. Tujjukira ndowooza a week after wali wamu n'abakulu abawangalira mu kibiina ekya Kampala City Traders Association nga mulambula ekibuga Kampala. Ripooti ki gye wafuna mu basuubuzi nti n'abalabi bandyagadde okugimanya?
Ekisookera ddala njagala okwebaza nnyo bammemba baffe abakasiita okubanga mwakola omulimu munene nnyo era mukoze omulimu munene nnyo okukunga bannakampala naddala abasuubuzi bammemba bammwe ab'amaduuka okulaba nti bafaayo okukwata amateeka g'ebyobusawo ku COVID. Bw'oyita mu kibuga olunaku lwe nayitayo nasanga nga abantu abali mu maduuka masks muzambadde, mwina we munaabira engalo, mwina akagwa ku maduuka gammwe, mu maduuka gammwe tegali mu mujjuzo, era n'ebintu ebirala ebyetaagisa nga mubiina era nga bisobola okulabibwa. Bannaffe abali mu arcade nammwe kumpi mwali muli kyekimu. Ekyo kintu kyatusanyusa nnyo nga ffe ba private sector foundation okulaba nti ffe obweyamo bwe twawa president nti bannange tuggule tujja kwefuga tujja kukubiriza bannaffe mwasobola okubukwata obulungi. Twakisanyukira nnyo era mbakakasa nti mwongere okukola ekyo kitwetaaga kuba twetaaga obulamu. Tojja kusuubula ng'ofudde. Ekyokubiri ne bw'oba tofudde n'omala olwala obulwadde gye buggwera nga ne bizinesi kumpi bugisaanyizzaawo. So tewali kyogenda kufuna na kimu mu kugezaako butakwata amateeka ga COVID. Tobuzaabuzibwa oba akakookolo owulira nti kakkaluubiriza kateekeko funa aweekuusivu kale okaddirizeemuko katono sse kumpe okazzeeko ng'oli mu bantu togezaako kukola kintu kyonna kigenda kuteeka bulamu bwomatigga kubanga bwe nkugambye bw'olwala obujjanjabi bwa nsente empitirivu buyinza okukuleka nga oli mu mbeera nzibu n'olwekyo mwebale nnyo naye okusomooza kwe twasanga okw'amaanyi mu kutalaga Kampala kweko okw'abannaffe nabo abakola emirimu naye nga tebali mu bitongole ebiri organized nga Kasiita benjogerako be bannaffe abatundira ku nguudo era oluguudo
tubayite ba vendors
oluguudo olwo lwa non-motorized NMT twalutambula naye munnange oluguudo lwonna kumpi katale buli woyita mulimu ebintu ebiri mu luguudo n'olwekyo ne kiba nga kireetawo omujjuzo amaduuka gali bulungi n'omujjuzo muyitirivu muki mu makubo omujjuzo ogwo tegwatusanyusa era tegulaga kituufu ku bantu abafaayo okwetangira covid ono n'olwekyo ensonga eyo twajogerako n'abakulembera ekibuga netubategeeza okulaba engeri gye bakisaliramu amagezi kansuubire nti ekiragiro kya pulezidenti kyeyateekawo nga aggulawo yagamba nti ebitundu ebyo ebirimu abantu omugotteko omungi katugambe nga mu nguudo babe nga bafunirwa awantu awalala webakolera kuba nabo balina okukola babeerewo naye olw'okwetaasa olw'embeera eriwo kano mu kaseera kano akazibu bagira bakolera awalala tusobole okusooka okutaasa obulamu bw'abantu so abakola bizinesi nabasanyukira nnyo olw'ensonga eyo era singa tweyongera bwe tutyo nkakasa bulungi nti tetujja kwongera kufiirwa abantu tetujja kwongera kufiirwa bizinesi zaffe ku kizibu tetwongerako kizibu kirala oba oli awo n'okutuggalawo bayinza obutatuggalawo naye tuyina okulaba nti ebintu byetubikola tulinamu era byetwasanga kaŋŋambe nga mu akedi ezimu gavumenti yali ezirambudde ngaezimu ezikkiriza okukola endala tezikkiriza kukola ekintu ekyo nakyo kyatwenyamiza nnyo olw'ensonga nti kati ng'abantu abajja okusuubula agenda n'asanga edduuka n'aga nti lyerino lwandi onamugamba nti mpa ssente bwe ziti tandika okukolera awo n'atandika emirimu aba layisinsi okuva mu state council naye bajja nebakwata ki ssente za layisinsi naye kati bw'otuuka n'ogalawo n'ogamba nti ekizimbe tekituuka bisaanyizo byakuggulawo ng'ebintu ebyo olumu si buvunaanyizibwa bwa mupangisa kitwenyamiza nnyo nti bannaffe abamu bagenda kukosebwa olwobutasobola kukola n'olwekyo nsaba awo bonna bekikwatako bannaffe bannannyini bizimbe nammwe muli bammemba baffe tubakubira omulanga tubasaba mutuukirize amateeka ebiragiro gavumenti byesabye mubituukirize abasuubuzi basobole okuddamu batandike okukola nammwe kijja kubakaluubiriza nnyo okugamba nti babawe essente ez'obupangisa nga babadde tebakola n'olwekyo tukikoleko mangu tuleme kwefiiriza ffenna.
Misaidi bw'okona ku nsonga ez'abapangisa okonera ddala ku nsonga eziri ku mitima gy'Abannayuganda ezimu ku nsonga ezigenda ddala maaso mu kibuga Kampala kati z'ensonga ez'abapangisa n'abalandiroodi abasinga bagamba nti osanga senga etteeka lya Landlord and Tenants Bill President yali ayitaddeko omukono yandiyambye okugonjoola ensonga ezifaananako bwe ziti n'okuba nti abantu bavudde mu covid situation tebakola but of course bannannyini bizimbe beetaaga ssente zaabwe ensonga eno olowooza in your opinion tuyinza kugigonjoola tutya kulaba nti sayidi zonna zifuna obwenkanya?
Ebizibu ebikaluubiriza enkola y'emirimu mu Uganda bwe butabeerawo nkola nnungamu eyeesigamiddwa ku mateeka. So etteeka eryo erya Tenants ne Landlords Bill eryateesebwako balandiroodi neriteesebwako batenanti neriteesebwako bammemba ba paliamenti neriyisibwa ffe twali tusuubira nti oba oli awo kwe kwali okukkaanya kw'abatenanti ne balandiroodi engeri gye bayinza okukolagana namu okugenda mu maaso naye kyamukisa mu bintu n'okutuusa kati terinaaba kuyisibwa. Etteeka eryo tusuubira nti lyali badde liyisibwa era tusaba His Excellency bwabeerawo nga mulimu ensonga zeweetaaga okuddamu okwetegereza kyalibadde kirungi bannayuganda bekikwatako ne bongera okuzekkeneenya etteeka ne liyisibwa ne wabeerawo enteekateeka ennuŋŋamu egobererwa abannannyini bizimbe n'abapangisa kijja kuyamba nnyo mu nkola y'emirimu mu kibuga kyensuubira nti singa ekyo kyaliwo etteeka eryo nga lyali lizze oba oliawo ebyetulabye mu kiseera kino ekya covid byali badde bigonjoolwa etteeka eri.
Oyogeddeko ku nsonga ey'okuba nti ebimu ku bintu era pulezidenti byakoonako mu speech ye ndowooza nga aggulawo eggwanga mu lockdown eno ze ssente ezayisibwa mu banka emu za miliyoni ezikunukkiriza mu 2 ekikumi zijja kuva Ministry of Finance n'endala zive mu financial institutions zino. Abantu bo abamu bagamba ssente zino tebannazifuna oba n'obukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente zino okuzifuna bungi. Simanyi woyinza kutuyamba kulambula ku nsonga eno?
Kituufu ssente zino tezinnaba kutandika kugabibwa era ne Minister wa Finance kyensuubira akikonyeeko olwaleero nyina wempulidde enteekateeka yo tennaba kuggwa. Ani anaafuna ssente zino bw'onooba ozifunye kiki onoozikozesa banaazikuwa ku miwendo gyenkana ki weetaaga omusingo oba teweetaaga onoogenda mu banka ki onoogenda mu banka ki byonna tebinnaba kuggwa bulungi. Naye nga kyempuliddeko minisita kyayogeddeko ku makya ategeezezza nti ensimbi zino zijja kuweebwa mmwe aba bizinensi ezikozesa abakozi wakati wa 5 n'50. Bwe mpulidde ayogera newandibadde tekinnaggwa oba oli awakyaliyo okuteesa okugenda mu maaso kyensuubira nti bwekunaba kuwedde tujja kuba tufunye okwanjulirwa tujja kwanjulirwa ffenna engeri gye tunaafunamu ssente ezo naye tezinaba kuggwa. Mbadde mbasaba mugumiikirize bannaffe aba private sector abasobola okufuna ssente zino naye ate era nsabe gavumenti nti munnange bw'olwennya ate oluusi tekirabika bulungi mbasaba mwanguyeeko tumanye enteekateeka zeetaagamu ebintu bingi ne tusambisambyeko kuba pulezidenti yali awadde wiiki 2 kyensuubira kati tuyingiddeyo 3 n'olwekyo tusambisambyeko tulabe nti tumaliriza bannaffe abagoyeddwa nnyo covid bafune okuyambibwa amangu. Tetwali agadde nnyo ssente we zaali jjidde ng'eyali badde ku kitanda ate kati bagamba nti saawa yakuze.
Ne strings obukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente zino maybe gwe ziyinza okufevaringa as ED naye memba wo wauzi yona atandikibwako n'abalala bonna obuzibu buyinza okuba ne ku strings attached obukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente zino.
Ekikulu tetunnaba kumanya bukwakkulizo obuli ku ssente ezo obukkiriziganyiddwako tetunnaba kubumanya n'olwekyo tunaba nga tutegedde tujja kuba nga tufuna omukisa okuboogerako naye era tuweereddwa omukisa nga Private Sector Foundation okwetaba mu nkiiko ezigenda mu maaso naye ebintu ebimu tubyogeddeko tubikkaanyizaako. Kyensuubira nti ensawo eno ejja kufevalinga omuntu akola bizinesi eya bulijjo kyetugezaako okulwana nti kibaawo naye era batutegeezezza nti tulina okwegendereza ne tulaba nti bwe tuba nga enkola ezo zitegekebwa ssente ezo eziba zikuweereddwa zirina omukisa okukomawo kuba waliwo munno azirinze muliraano awo gwe bakuwa kozesa omyawo ziyambe muliraano awo we tujja okusobola okuyambagana. N'olwekyo bannaffe aba business community mwenna bammemba baffe mbasaba n'obuwombeevu nti ssente ezo bwe muzifuna muzikozese bulungi bannaffe muzikozese bulungi zikomewo ate twongere okufuna ssente twongere okugaziya ensawo ani tomanya tuyinza okutandikira mu mbeera eno netufuna banka yaba bizinesi tetulina banka yaba bizinesi eno eyinza okubeera nga chance naye chance eyo okubeera chance ejja kuva mu ngeri gye tunaakozesa zino ezisoose okutuweebwa. N'olwekyo mbasaba mufeeyo muzikozese bulungi. Waliwo kye tuwulira ennaku zino oba nti aba bizinesi abamu abakola bizinesi bagamba nti ate bannange mulimu ebintu ffe bye tutamanyidde katugambe ng'okukuuma ebitabo okuwandiika kino n'ekiri si kyangu nnyo era abamu temukikola naye abakikola mbeebaza naye abatakikola mbasaba mufune mutandike okukola ekintu ekyo kuba munnange bizinesi bw'obanga onoogikola nga ojja kukolagana n'abantu abalala balina bintu byebeetaaga okulaba mu biwandiiko.
Mr. Idi Katuumulemu katono Katuumulemu basabani banyabo bwe tukomawo of course tukyakubaganya birowoozo ku nsonga as a business of course with the executive director of the Private Sector Foundation Mr. Francis Kisirinya nga tukomyewo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Kale njagala okwebaza basabani banyabo kuba nti mutwegaseeko of course tukyakuba torch mu nsi ey'ebyobusuubuzi tulina executive director of the Private Sector Foundation omwami Francis Kisirinya gwe tulina okutunuulira ensonga enkulu. Mr. Idi njagala tutanye ensonga zino of course abantu bangi bafiiriddwa emirimu bammemba bo simanyi teekateeka as private sector ze tulina ku nsonga ez'abaganda baffe abafiiriddwa emirimu as a result of ekirwadde kino ekya COVID-19.
Tusaaliddwa nnyo bannaffe bangi nnyo bizinesi zammwe nga ziregeye abamu bakozi bammwe mikwano gyammwe bafiiriddwa emirimu gyabwe kibi nnyo era tusuubira nti kiina kye kiyigiriza eggwanga lyattu lino naddala gavumenti era naffe abakola emirimu naye nga ffe Private Sector Foundation ebimu ku bintu bye tubadde tugezaako okwogera ne gavumenti n'okwogera nammwe kwe kulaba nti tugunjaawo enkola eziyambayambako lwaki tufunye ebizibu kampuni zaffe. Ekisooka COVID yajja tetumuyitanga naye ne gavumenti teyitanga COVID. COVID yava gye yava akubye ensi yonna n'olwekyo waliwo ebize ekisooka okumwetangira okozesa ssente masiki sanitizer social distance n'ebigenderako. Ekyokubiri gye tusuubula gye tujje raw materials gye tukola kino na kiri nabo balina ekizibu kyekimu emiwendo gikoze eki giri gyekanami emiwendo egitambuza ebintu nakyo gyekanami katugambe tukimanyi bulungi nnyo nti kati okuva e Mombasa okujja e Kampala ebbange mabega lyabanga twaleeteranga konteyina yatuukiranga wano mu nnaku 4 naye kati emala wiiki 2 olw'okubeera nti olwa road block ono akebera kino test here testinga kino testinga kiri ezo buli ebbanga lyo lyeyongera ssente nyingi n'olwekyo ssente zemukozesa mu kukola emirimu gyammwe zeeyongedde si kirungi. Ekyokubiri abantu bakasitoma bammwe bemuguza nabo bakendedde olw'ensonga nti nabo badde tebakola gino miggalo kampuni tekyakola nga bwe yakolanga. Abadde atunda ebintu nga 10 buli lunaku kati atunda piisi 3 naye ku ezo zaafunye kwajja okusasula abakozi kwasasula amasanyalaze kwasasula amazzi kwagula sitooko buli kimu kitambula kasente katono nnyo kaabasigazizza. N'olwekyo ogenda okulaba nti kikaluubiriza nnyo era kireese obuzibu bungi nnyo mu makampuni agasinga obungi. Ffe kye tulowooza nti ebintu ebimu ebyalikoleddwa nga gavumenti ekimu ku byo kwe kulaba nti yateekawo enkola ey'okulaba nti ssente zetusasula katugambe nga mu banka loans ezo zibeera restructured kirungi nnyo naye loan ezo zigenda kutuuka programu eyo egenda kuggwako mu September w'omwaka guno naye ate programu eyo yateekebwa mu restructuring eyasooka kati yakubiri. Kitegeeza nti twali badde twongezaayo kiyambe aba bizinesi bano akasente akatono kano ke bafuna kabenga tekaliiko misoso mingi. Omusoso ogw'okusasula looni gubenga gukola ki nga guteekeddwa ebbali basigaze akasente akatono kabenga katambuza ebintu ebirala. Ekirala kye tusuubira kyali badde nti n'ebintu ebirala nga emisolo egirina okusasulwa nagyo gyongezebwayo ku bintu ebimu si ku buli musolo ku bintu ebimu gibenga bane gavumenti
oyogera ku misolo gino 15 egyatandika mu mbaliriro eno.
Kaakati emisolo egyo obuzibu bwe gyaleeta nti bwe tumala okufuna ebizibu bya covid emiwendo ne girinnya ate ne gavumenti nayo neeyongeza emiwendo mu kuyita mu kwongeza emisolo kuba kiraba kati bw'oteeka amafuta siringi 10 ku buli liita amafuta ge tukozesa okola bizinensi ekitegeeza byokozesa mu bizinensi birinnya kati n'ofuna problemu eyo. Ekyokubiri gavumenti neekwata neeyongeza emisolo ku bintu bye twalikozesezza mu kiseera kino okulaba nti tusobola okutambuza bizinensi yaffe wadde ndi ku muggalo wadde sikyasobola genda China wadde sikyasobola kukola kino n'ekiri naye nsobola okukozesa intaneti nsobola okutimba ebintu byange ku intaneti nsobola okukola order mu intaneti nsobola okukola kino nakiri ku intaneti naye ate kati noyongezaako omusolo gwe bayisa ogw exercise ebitundu 12 kuli 100 kitegeeza nti bando zaafuuka za ssente nyingi. Kati bando bwe zaafuuka eza ssente nyingi kitegeeza nakyo kyongeza ku bungi bwa ssente z'okozesa mu bizinensi olaba nti akasente kosigazawo okukola ebirala kagenda kakendeera. Kati ebyo byonna tebiyambi. Mu kiseera kino ffe twali tulowooza nti gavumenti yalyongeza misolo si byo byokka tutunulira bannaffe abali mu plastic baleeta omusolo ku raw material avaamu plastic. Kyatwenyamiza nnyo kubanga tukimanyi bulungi nnyo nti ebimu ku bintu byetu promotinga nga Uganda kwe kulaba nti tukendeeza ebintu byetu importinga.
Oli mu Buy Uganda Build Uganda policy.
Kakati bw'okwata ate n'oteeka omusolo ku raw material ekolebwamu ebyo kitegeeza nti ebigenda okukolebwa wano mu Uganda bigenda kulinnya ssente. Kati bwe birinnya ssente ate ebivu ebyo bisobola okubeera kugira ku ssente entono. Kati kitegeeza nti gana amakolero n'obutale obutono obubadde buliwo bujja kunafuwa.
Waliwo n'omusolo ogwa 5% kilogram oguli ku bano baganda baffe aba textiles.
Yes. Kakati ebyo byonna tebiyamba era nga omusolo omulala oguliwo era ogutayamba era oguli mu kiti ekyo gwe musolo ogwa textiles. Era mu nkola y'emu waliwo enteekateeka okulaba nti bwe twongeza omusolo ku ngoye eziva ebweru kitegeeza nti zisobola okukendeerako okujja kati kagaapo ako akaba kazzeewo mu market ate bannaffe nze naawe alina ekyalaani nsobola okutunga engoye zino nemba nga nkola ki nga ntunza bannayuganda kigunjawo emirimu era kitambuza ssente ne zisaasaana. Naye ekizibu ekyajjawo kyali kimu nti ekyakkirizibwa nti omusolo ogwo gwongerweko ebitundu 10 byokka okuva ku bitundu 25 ku buli 100 okutuuka ku bitundu 35 ku buli 100 kyekyo ekyakkirizibwa. Naye ate omusolo gwagenda okuvaayo nga bateeseeko nti kakati ku ngoye eziva ebweru ojja tuwa ebitundu 35 ku 100 oba $3.5 ku buli kiro. Naye nga ku byombi ekisinga obunene gwe guba omusolo.
Kituufu.
Singa bakalikuletinga nga 10% ekuwa $2,000,000 naye ate nga $3.5 per kilo ekuwa $1,100,000 omusolo guba gwa $1,100,000. Kakati ekireese obuzibu nti n'ekyali kigendererwa kyonna kivulugiddwa. Kati okukola emirimu mu kusuubula engoye kiringa kibonerezo ekitagendererwa. N'olwekyo ffe tuwadde gavumenti amagezi nti emisolo ekisooka omusolo ogwa internet ebitundu 12 ku buli 100 gutunulwemu bwe kiba kisoboka gukendeere oba guveewo. Omusolo gwa plastica ebitundu biringa 2 n'ekitundu ku buli 100 nabwo guveewo. Omusolo ogwa textile zino $3 n'ekitundu guveewo tusigaze 3.5. Kakati ekyo kijja kubanga kiwootwawo
waliwo n'ogwabapangisa
ogwerero ne tubanga byetubadde tukola tebikola ki
waliwo ne rento
eya 30%. Kwegamba byonna bw'obizingazinga awamu kitegeeza nti tekyali wadde kirungi nga tunyigiriziddwa okulinnya kw'emiwendo okuva mu bintu ebirala ate ne gavumenti nayo neeyongezaako emisolo ebintu byonna ne birinnyira kumu. So omuntu wa bulijjo asigala nga anyigirizibwa kinene wadde tumanyi bulungi nnyo nti gavumenti yeetaaga ssente kubanga naye ate era tugyetaagamu ebintu. Twetaaga egula vaccine etugeme, twetaaga eteeka eddagala mu malwaliro, twetaaga ekole kino ekole kiri ebyo byonna tubimanyi bulungi. Naye kye tuteesa kiri nti wabeerewo okuyamba bizinensi obutagwa kuba bwe zinaafa ne zigwa okuzizza engulu si kyangu, ssente ziba nnyingi nnyo. N'olwekyo wadde byonna weebiri era twongedde ntusaba gavumenti nti ebyo byonna obikoze yes oba n'emisolo gino ojja kugitunulamu naye n'ekirala kyolina okutunulamu kwe kulaba nti oteekawo otaddewo ensawo eya small business fund ne $2 billion zinaatuuka kuba meka.
So twetaaga okutunamu
twetaaga okwongerayo.
Tumalize ne baganda ffe abakyali mu ggalo abantu abali mabaala abasinga kufe tuyinza okuba tetugendayo naye ekyo tekitugana kuboogerako because that's another source bwe bajja ssente. Abasinga twabalayo ku mawulire ag'enjawulo abamu badevelopinze endwadde bali mu looni tebakyakola of course n'amasomero. Abantu abo tuyinza bayamba tutya?
Bannaffe abakyali ku muggalo tubasaasira nnyo era muyita mu kusoomooza okusukkiridde. Weewuunye obeezaawo otya obulamu nga tokola. Tetugenda kumpi mu myaka 2 guno omwezi ogulawo mu March 12 oli mu Nakatemba oli muyimbi
olina bbaala
tokola bannange. Ekiseera ekyo ekintu ekyo n'amasomero nago kyakusoomooza nnyo ate nga abasinga naddala b'amasomero muteese ssente nnyingi nnyo mu byetaagisa amasomero okugenda mu maaso. Solooni ziri bwe ziti amabanka gongera buli lukya okubasaba okusasula ssente naddala interest ezo nga temukola. Bannaye ekintu ekyo si kirungi nnyo naye kyembadde nsaba bannaffe bonna abanyigiriziddwa ensonga eyo ffe kye tusabye gavumenti kiri kimu nti wabeerewo ensawo eyamba abantu bano bonna. Amasomero gabeereko we gagenda gayambibweko ku kasente kakola ki akagayamba obutasaanawo. Ab'amawoteeri kyekimu, aba bizinesi eza entertainment bizinesi zaabwe zibeere nga ziyambibwa okulaba nti teziggwawo. Ekintu ekyo kyetaagisa nnyo, naye nga tukyalinda ekyo okukolebwa gavumenti, tubadde tusaba bannaffe abali mu mirimu gino, bw'obanga osobodde okuyiiyaayo ekintu ekirala ky'oyinza okugira ng'okola, kyaliyambye nnyo 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 nnyo. Mpulira ennaku zino nti abamu musobola okukola entertainment nga mukozesa emitimbagano online. Bwe kiba nga musobola okukikola mukikole, kijja kutuyamba era kijja kubayamba. Naye ne gavumenti erina omulimu ogwayo. Katugambe ebintu ebitera nnyo okutambulira ku social media, omusolo tugogeddeko, naye ne Facebook teggulwangawo. Facebook eyali badde eggulwawo eyambeko abantu abanyigiriziddwa nnyo mu kiseera kino.
Toza tusibula abatula Mr. Idi ku lwakadde.
Webale nnyo bale ddala ssebo. Abatulaba mwenna gye muli, nsanyusa nnyo okubeera ku Smart TV. Bulijjo njagala nnyo okwogerako nammwe, naye webale nnyo ssebo okumpa omukisa olwaleero luno. Mbakubiriza yonna gye muli nti bannaye temuggwamu maanyi. Eno ensi gye mulaba Uganda nsi ya byewuunyo. Covid we yatukubira bwati, ate we twafunira abainvestinga sente z'amafuta bagenda kuteeka obuwumbi 22 obwa dola mu Uganda. N'obuwumbi 20 bwe oyagala okubutegeera, manya ebyobugagga bino byonna bya Uganda bwebiteeka awamu oba byonna byonna bye tukola omwaka bye bayita GDP bibalirirwamu obuwumbi 37. Sente ezigenda okujja olw'amafuta ziri obuwumbi 22. Kitegeeza nti kumpi bitundu 60 ku bugagga bwe tubadde tulina ku bintu bye tukola omwaka. So business emikisa egigenda okubeera awo miyitirivu. Mbadde mbasaba mutunulire emikisa.
Twetegeke tutya olwo?
Twetegeke bazze batuyigiriza amateeka gakoleddwa, bakoze batubuulidde bwe bakuyita genda wewandiise osobole okusupplyinga, genda omanye ebyetaagisa bwewandiise. Bajja kubayita bababuulire engeri y'okufunamu sente ezo, okufunamu bizinensi ezo. Ekyokubiri, obulimi. Abantu bajja kulya oba tuli baladde oba nedda. Bw'oba oyina bw'osobola okulima, lima. Ab'emmwanyi ate mmwe mulina bulungi nnyo kuba akatale keeyongera bweyongezi ne ssente eza buli kiro emmwanyi nazo zeeyongera olw'okubeera nti bannaffe ba Brazil bafunyemu ekizibu. N'olwekyo okumala emyaka ng'ebiri okuva kati emmwanyi zijja kuba nga ziri mu bbeeyi ya waggulu. N'olwekyo tukozese emikisa egyo tulabe nti tuva mu Covid atulesa atuyujiza nnyo ne tusobola okudda engulu ate ne twongera okukulaakulana nga tugenda mu maaso. Naye teweerabira, olina okunaaba mu ngalo, olina okwambala akakookolo, olina okwewa tonsemberera social distancing, olina okukola buli kyonna ekyetaagisa okulaba nti okwatibwa Covid. Kiri mu mikono gyo munnange. Onookola ekyo, naawe n'okola ekyo, n'oli n'akola ekyo, buli omu n'akola ekyo, ffenna tujja kwesanga nga tufunye kye tuyita hard immunity. Ekyo ekirala bwe babayita okujja okugemebwa, bannange bino ebyokugamba abazungu bano batukola bati batukola bati tebatwagaliza, towuliriza ebyo byonna genda bakugeme. Singa twali bakufa kugema twali badde tututuukankana wano, olwazaalibwa ne bakugema wafa
okyali mulamu. Kati
kiki ekigenda okutta olwaleero? Bino pokopoko temuwuliriza, mugende babageme.
Mr. Francis Kisirinya neyanza sebo neyanzege namwe abatula bwetyo butambudde, of course ne executive director wa Private Sector Foundation. Tumanyi nti yeno Apex body etwala bannamakolero abasinga mu ggwanga lya Uganda bwe ndyagadde okuba memba ensonga oziwulidde. Naye gambe ebisembyeyo n'aba mu ngalo, teekako mask, gondera ebiragiro bya Ministry of Health, tujja kusobola okulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya COVID-19. Ze Fred Makubuya ndi muzzukulu wa Lusembe.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
State round dress again olaba eno bagita round dress nga si ya mavunya ndi bwati nga olaba round naye ya plain tena mavunya naye waliwo endala ebeera n'amavunya naye eno terina mavunya. So tusala bwenti osooka kumeja kuva ku shoulder paka ku waist nafuna side gyoyagala nopima bust nopima ne waist naye measurement ya bust yekuwa size ya kuzinga ngoye ozinga engoye according to size ya bust opima bust to opima customer 38 oba 38 kata 38 ogenda kukomola kiteteyi divide by 4 gabana mirundi 4 38 kati osobola okufuna tape measure bwati olukoba 38 eri bwenti soko gabana emirundi 2 zinga tape measure oba olukoba ofune half ya 38 ye 19 omala kufuna 19 damu zinge tape measure oba olukoba oteke ku 19 ofune half ya 19 ojja kufuna 9 kitundu omala kufuna 9 kitundu yongera inch 2 allowance ya kutunga kati 2 ne 19 obera meka 11 kale 19 ogabana mirundi 2 obera 9 kitundu 9 kitundu plus 2 11 ne kitundu which is 11 and a half kati yeno kuva eno paka eno 11 and a half ye 11 ne kitundu kati nozinga ngoyi 11 ne kitundu mala kuzinga 11 ne kitundu ojja kupima obuwanvu ya bust length ya dress mu luzungu bagita bust length ye kuva eno shoulder paka waist kuva ku shoulder paka waist ye bust length nopima bust length katono bust length tuwapimye 16 n'ekitundu nga wano togibala eno bagita selvage togibala kubanga oba omaze kutunga kano kajja kulabuka wano munda kati 16 n'ekitundu ye bust length y'omuntu ayambala bust 38 medium size. Omuntu waba muwanvu nnyo oteka 17 maximum 17 and a half 17 kitundu tesuka 17 kitundu eyo kiteteeyi nga terina kisipi musipi banga ya mavunya abeera ne musipi naye kiteteeyi waba erimu musipi bust length egendako waggulu nga 15 15 wanga kale musipi egenda kuyongera inchi nga 2 ate notene musipi. After that nopima armhole medium size 9 nopima neck width egenda kubeera round twatadde 3 n'ekitundu oteka 3 from 3 to 4 waba neck egenda kubeera wide nnyo bagita off shoulder oteka 4 and a half 4 n'ekitundu kitegeeza neck eyo ejja kubeera wano bweti eri off shoulder kisinzira ku customer kyayagala naye no neck si ya wide nnyo twatadde 3 kitundu neck length twatadde 6 kitundu si mpanvu nnyo. Omuntu waba ayagala mpanvu nnyo osobola okuteeka 8 waba ayagala neck ng'eri high oteeka 4 naye eno eri 3 and a half by 6 and a half. Wano ku bulago wanga omuntu tali situate bwati shoulder y'omuntu ekirira wansi kati wano tenkana wano tobolaba wano twagilowarinze ne a half inch wano gireka nga bweri wano ogilowaringa by half inch so that oba omaze kutonga ekirira bwenti nga bolaba ekirira bwenti tebeera bwenti olaba gabo ekirira bwenti ekirira bwati atogenda kukomola sobola okupininga nokubeera na pini bwati oba oli mutunzi noteekako pini tandika kukomola ngoyo ogiteekako mukono bwati eno bulago eno armhole eno shoulder eno waist ndi mukukomola round neck eno armhole nakabunga round bulungi round eno evaayo bulungi kate eri ye waist teyenkana bust sobola omuntu wano munene wano mutini figure ngejjayo bulungi eri twagikendeza ne inch emu ku waist kati kuva wano bust nokirira wansi malawo wano naye nogikomola ate eno part ya mu maaso nga wolaba this is front part katokozesa eno part ya mu maaso okukomola part ya mabega oba omaze kuzinga kitenge kyo bwati odamu noyongerako kubanga part ya mabega beera nene kusinga mu maaso part ya mabega erimu allowance ya zipa oba omaze kuyongerako jaya eno bwati noteeka waggulu weno ng'eri nene kusinga eno waba nene nnyo ogikendezako katono ogiyongerawo naye making sure wano eri 1.5 inch ya zip wano waggulu naye ogirekako nga 1/4 inch wanga behind oba mabega w'omuntu nga olaba omuntu wano esinga wano, so line eno nga olaba tena kuyenkana bwenti eyamabega eno okusingako mu maaso nga olaba eno saati kati ya mu maaso ekirirako wansi mabega esigala ng'eri wano si wano bwenti. Kati noteka wano 1/4 inch 1.5. Kati behind neck oba mabega kisinzira ku customer kyayagala. Waliwo omulala ayagala neck ng'eri back show, kati ng'eno eri wansi. Waliwo abalala bayagala neck eri waggulu, kati eno tegenda kubeera ng'eno, eno egenda kubeerako waggulu kubanga eno almost eyengana mu maaso just katono. So mabega nuli mu maaso tuwapimye 6.5 mukaga kitundu, kati mabega sobola okuteeka 4 inchi 4. Inchi 4. Kati eno 1.5 inch oba inch emu n'ekitundu osooka okujja wano straight notandikako kukavinga kuva wano, totandikira wano, tandikira wano kubanga neck egenda kutandikira eno bwati. Eno tobwala kubanga eno ya zip, leta wano bere straight, tandikira wano bwenti okole round yo ng'ogenda kusinkana eri waggulu 1/4 inch eri toweerabira erina kubeerayo eyo 1/4 inch. Wano kyekimu eri kyekimu, njawulo just wano zip ne neck ne shoulder. Kati osobola okujjayo pin eri nondamu n'opiningira ddala n'okwata ng'eri wamu wange nesobola okuseerera ate negweri. Kati tugenda kukomola, sobola okutandikira wano, jjukira nkugambye wano erina kubeera straight, notandikira ku carving awo nogenda paka waggulu. Bino tusobola okufuna walala okujjako ku Smart 24 byebabikola bino nepatunoonya paka wano paka ku kyalo Kasengeje Wakiso. This is eno ya 1/4 inch. Kati wano okirira nga wano esingako eri onokubeera perfect nnyo oba okomola. Wano ino kwenkana ne wano kyekimu. Kati eno paati y'amabega eno mu maaso. Woba omaze paati ya mu maaso n'okudabulinga eno n'okubeera bubiri n'eno bubiri. Kati tugenda kukomera endala ya mu maaso endala y'amabega. Eno piisi namba ya kitenge atogyayo just ya mu maaso n'okomola endala using the same measurement. Making sure toyonona material. Kateri tofaayo togijjaako oyinza okuteeka just eri kubanga eyinza okubeera munda. Eno osala kyekimu okozesa eri ate no interfacing or inner facing egenda kubeera munda ya ngoye so that waggulu wa ngoye ena kubeera double naye wansi osobola okuteekawo kale endala ng'eri plain ate eno ena kubeera bubiri ate eno gyayo eno naye eno komola endala. Okozesa eno oteeka wano. Kakati woba olaba material tekumala nnyo yange mala naye nkulagirira just oba olaba material ng'entono ng'eri ya munda tetuka eno tofaayo kubanga eri egenda kubeera munda nga olaba wano yadde tetuse wano gwekomola paati emu etuke wano eri endala kagenda kubeera munda. Sometime oyinza okukomola nga material temala nogamba ate nkole ntya so wano neck eno kwenkana oyinza okukoza speed naye omakinga sure oli perfect. Wano making sure yenkana bulungi. Kati eno ye original eno y'amabega. Kati wano tetuse bulungi naye egenda kubeera munda. Oba omaze komola mukono osobola okukozesa ya mukono. Kati mukono egendera ne armhole. Armhole ebadde 9 naye mu 9 oba ogaatako a half inch eri gyetwaleeka mu maaso on behind part kitegeeza armhole eno egenda kubeera 10. Kitegeeza mukono okomola 10. Mukono kisinzirako buwanvu eri 6 mukono oba egenda kubeera 6 yongera inch nga emu kitundu eyakuzinga wansi nekutunga waggulu. Kitegeeza ogenda kuteeka 7.5 piece of chalk 7.5 eri 1 anya kuchoka yange. Obuwanvu ya mukono egenda kubeera 6. Kati 6 yongera inch emu n'ekitundu yakuzinga eri wansi n'okutunga waggulu. Eno gireke kati oba ogizinga omakinga sure nti eno plain part eno kubeera munda 7 kitundu wano 10 omala kupima eno 10 7 kitundu. Kati wano pima inch 3 oba 2 kitundu kuva eno paka eno pima inch 3 wano sobola okumakinga inch emu. Lwaki twapime wano 3 wano emu? Wano tugenda kuloweringa bwati wano eno inch ya kutunga. Kati oba oloweringa okavinga paka wano si paka eri paka eno bwati osobola okukozesa dot nojja noteeka bwati paka wano osobola okumakingira ddala kati wano negenda eri eno ye inchi gyogenda okukozesa yakutunga togenda eri koma wano paka allowance wano wansi bagiyita sleeve width sinzira ku customer kyayagala katono ayagala 12 gabana mirundi 2 ebeera 6 yongera allowance endala nga inchi emu n'ekitundu oba inchi emu kati tugenda kuteeka 7 kitundu wano omala kutunga kagenda kubeera 6 eno yo size ya customer 12 kati eno allowance ya kutunga kyoba olaba twatadde 7 kitundu kati omala kutunga omakinga sure nti opima 6 kati eno 7 kitundu ena kukwatagana n'eri 10 waggulu kati eno mukono ejja wano bwenti nejja bwenti woto ogenda okukomola mukono bwati ngeri plain naye mukono waba yamavunya ebeerako yanjawulo wano egenda waggulu waba mukono yakuzingazinga nga ya gomasi nga wolaba eno wati wano tebeera wati eniya eri egenda waggulu naye eno plain naye okozesa eno yakukomola endala oteeka eno nokomola mukono endala wadde topimye okozesa eno otomala obudde nokozesa eno ate nomukono 2 naye mukono eno kubeera buna kubanga olina okudabulinga mukono si kutunga nogizinga nga saati ono kutunga kuteeka lining endala munda waba material temala osobola okuteeka plain ya black naye oba olina material mala komola buna odabulinge zona katugenda komola okekereza material making sure nti ozinga yenkana mukono toteeka bwati oteke mukono wakati ate okomole kubanga enagenda kubeera wasted so nogizinga ngeyenkana mukono twala time yo oba okomola topapa customer takuwa pressure wanga osobola kweyonona engoye oba opapye so nkozesa ziri mukono yakomola endala obusatu sigaza kamu omuntu ayinza kusanga nga okomoda emikono nyingi nga buli buna onokudabulinga mikono making sure nti eno lining eno kubeera munda okozesa zino ng'eriko ne selvage
Smart 24 Driving Business.
Ebera mukono kati eno kubeera buna omala kukomola kwata wano osala wano ka V kati ka V eno mu technical term yaffe ya tailoring ogiyita asset AUSSET asset kitegeeza a shaped section introduced into a garment to allow freedom of movement. Kati bwoba omaze kati ekiteeteeyi tomaze paati ewako ewedde tugenda kukomola paati ya wansi tugenda kukomola paati ya wansi bagiyita skirt section. Skirt section tandikira wano paka wansi sinzira ku size customer gyayagala wayagala etuka wansi wako vivi akati oba okomola skirt section tugenda kukola kye bayita subtraction full length oba buwanvu ya kiteeteeyi eri 38 38 kati 38 ogenda gigyako 16 ya bust length eno yawaggulu wanga full dress etandikira wano paka wansi kati eno twamaze kukomola 38 38 jako eno jako 16 kati okalculatinga nosanga answer gyoyagala osobola okukozesa tape measure oba simu no subtractinga nkoze bubi ebintu byange ntekunanya kale 38 asatu munana ye obwangu ya kitete asatu munana ojako esta yovera nazo ojako 16 kisigala 22 kitegeza wano skirt section agenda kubeera 22 kati west yono eri 32 divided by 2 eri 16 kati wano twagala 16 wano onokumakinga kiwa nti wano 16 baba eno 16 nokubako line oyinza okukomola nga eri dabo naye twagala kulaba nga eneyo method eri simple nnyo ne beginner isobola okukola ki okuyiga omala kupima wano 16 pima 16 kati ku 16 eyo jukira kuliko na allowance wano inchi ngemu kati wowe omaze kupima 16 gende wano 1 inch 1 inch 1 inch ozireta wano nerinya waggulu wano nayo gireta nerinya waggulu round oba kaavu kati west yo enakubeera bwati nogipima waba temala odamu nodipinga noyongerako wansi wa line bwati nokirira wansi oba omaze kati twagala 22 skirt section 22 kati 22 tekako allowance gyogenda kujoininga wano ne wansi tekako inch B 24 pima wano ne 24 wo maze kupima no 24 pima wakati naye 24 oba omaze genda ku side naye opime 24 kati kuva eno paka eno kuwenkana kuva eno paka eno si kuva eno tandikira wano ate si ku line wano wakati eno kuyenkana ne wano enkana ne wano kubanga egenda kubeera bwati round wano 24 wano 24 neri 24 ekitegeeza ogenda kuba line eno ekwatagana n'eno eno naye ekwatagana n'eri kati osobola okuleeta line waba tosobola twapimye wano 24 sembezako tape measure bwati omakinge ne wano osembeze tape measure omakinge side deri naye sembezako tape measure omakinge jukira enegenda kukwatagana neno ne wano sembeza tape measure omakinge oba omaze teka ka dot. After that kwata makansi gisale eno ye west yaffe wansi yako ng'ogoberera mark gy'otaddemu ebeera nene wansi oba olaba oyinza obutafuna meeza ng'emala n'okuteeka wansi kati eno ye skirt section oba omaze ddamu oteeke wansi gizinge bwati awo oleke allowance yakutunga kubanga wano ogenda kujoininga eno togenda gikwatamu omala kuteeka bwati kati eyo gigyemu kitegeeza ekuwadde direction nungi eno eri wasted ogigyamu making sure eyenkana kati oba ogizinze emirundi ebiri osobola n'okukomola ng'eri bwati naye eri method eri simple nnyo kati eno ye skirt section yaffe oba otadde wansi bwati ye round nga teri yamagunya jjukira ebeera eri waggulu bwati round yako nga eri bwati n'oteeka eri waggulu kati okukomola kiwe ebeera bwati jjukira eno genda kubeera bwati kiteeteeyi kyaffe kati ziri allowance yakutunga genda kubeera bwati kati kyosooka okutunga sooka kujoininga interface weno paati ewaggulu nojoininga zonna omala nogata wange awofuna full dress kata 8 nonya kata 8 ogitwininga bulungi eno yamunda enkane bulungi newabweru kata 8 nokuleta chok nomakinga 19 makinga 19 bweri kitegeza 19 mirundi ebiri ya 38 kati amuhoa makinga kiwangani eri 9 mudamu nogitwininga bulungi nwajjukira wagitunga eri waggulu eyinza okukenderako makinga kiwa eri 9 nogitwininga bulungi eno bagiyita twining nga tonaba kujoininga wano notekako mark ogula eyo wano naye nopima bulungi olina okubeera 9 jukira target yaffe amuholo badde twagala 9 wano naye noteka mark nogitwininga bulungi ogitwininga bulungi kati wano twagala 32 omakinga 32 wegenda okukoma notekako kamaaka maaka eyo osobola okuteeka nemakansi wuzi wegenda kuyita oba omaze ate n'emikono emikono zino kwata nojoininga bulungi oba otunga makinga sure nti omuselvage black obeere munda oleme kulabuka wabweru ozi kasitoma oba eyagala obeere nga design oza omukono gata lining nemikono eno naye oba otunga zino obeera munda mala kujoininga atubuze wedeyo munda enda kutetenda neyange yetaga nga omaze kulya mmere olina amaanyi mala kutunga kwata side emu okuba ewuzi eriyo munda okuba line waggulu ngeno eri bwente teka bwente ate eriyo emikono guno si mukono kira mukono kubeera bwente ate neyo munda ewabweru mukono ebeera bwenti nga teri line waggulu wange ngaya saati ngeno yange manyi byabakazi nekubeera simaati nyokusinga yafe abasajja eno wadde tetuke bulungi eyemunda yokuba wuzi eno yemukono enemunda kubalayi aliyo munda oba omaze jukira oba omaze kutunga bwa nokuba line eriya munda esika eriya wabweru kyoba olaba wano kavuddeyo kateeno ogijjeemu ogisala agisala kikwata oba osobola okuba line eyo ateno
Smart 24, driving business.
ozenkana bulungi. Oba omaze kati ogenda kuteeka mukono, ogenda kufikisinga mukono. Kati lwaki natadde eno maaka? Manyi buli omu alina method ye okufikisinga mukono. Kati yange ogiteeka bwenti in a simple way nga kyangu nnyo, nga waba nkuyigiriza otegera mangu. Kati wano kwata eno mukono gizinge bulungi, naye wano giteeke maaki kabaddeyo naye tebadde tebudeyo bulungi. Kwata mukono, kwata eno maaki naye eri maaki, giteeke wamu. Mukono wetandikira wano, si wano ku line. Kyoba olaba paasi yange eri wano, teri wano ku line. Kati nze ntandikira bwenti kutunga side emu. Laba ne mukono egenze bwenti, kati osobola okutya nga oli mu kuyiga nti eno mukono ngenda kutunga ntya. Mukono gagenze bwenti, armhole eri bwenti, naye bagenda kutambulira wamu. Kati oba otunga ogisika bwenti, tokola bwenti wama, ogisika mpola mpola. Olinga okute steering ya motoka, ogiraba ogireeta wano mpola mpola paka eno paati ejja kusinkana neeno. Totunga bwenti, demoyo okutunga, demoyo stitch, ogireeta mpola mpola, ogiraba kati ziri wamu. Kati obadde otidde buwereyo, oba omaze tuusa, tandikira awo. Kati jjukira mukono eri bwenti. Kati oba otunga ogireeta mpola mpola. Laba kati mukono guno eri wano, eno ekute eno kubanga njagala nga ndaba eri. Ogireeta mpola mpola. Ogireeta mpola mpola paka ng'otuusa awo. Oba omaze gitwininge bulungi. Nga buli kimu kiri ku line eri smart and neat. Awo bakuwadde kola bibuuzo practicals. Omusomesa ng'ali mu kumakinga asobola n'okumakinga wano. Oba omaze mikono eri bweti. Kati otandise kulaba ekifaananyi kya engoye etandise kuvaayo. Oba omaze teeka eno wansi, jjukira eri maaki naye weeri. Kati neeri mukono waba teriiko ogiteeka naye eno weeri. Ogiteeka eno omanya eri maaki noteeka eno. N'okutandika eri osobola olaba kukola bw'otyo, naye ko omuntu atandika kuyiga atandikira eno. Kati nze oba njagala kutandikira eri, nkwata bwenti negitambuza mukono, negitambuza netandikira eno kutunga. Naye ekyo kijja kutawa bwetandika wano. Tandika kutunga mukono eri bwenti. Kati neeno emikono watandikire wano wakati, eno eri bwati. Kati eno neeno alina kubeera wano, naye mukono tunula eri naye amawole tunula eri. Oba otunga ogisika mpola mpola, ogireeta mpola mpola bwatyo. Ogireeta mpola mpola, tokola force, mpola mpola. Olaba kati ziri wamu. oba omaze obwati nodamu notandika awo wakati eno ye mukono okwata eno bwati nga mukono eno ogireta mpola mpola oba otunga ogireta mpola 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 tokozesa force kubanga oba okozesa force kajja kuzingazinga eri etekako mavunya ogireta mpola 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 olaba kati ziri wamu oba omaze kati olaba engoye etandise kuvaayo mpola oba omaze ogenda kujoiniza kati wano twagambe nti sleeve width eri 12 kati 12 ogenda kugina 12 tutegeeza ina kubeera 6 kati okumukaaga yoteeka line ye jakoja tojabu tomaobe uzo gisiba bulungi making sure nti zino line eri wamu kwata otunga nokirira paka wansi kata wagitwininga bulungi twininga bulungi kati side eno left hand side wano kagenda kubeera zipu ejja kubeera mabega ne wano beere zipu oba oyagadde oba toyagala oteeka just mabega wokka kati oba otadde wano zipu ekitegeeza zipu yamabega genda kukoma eno ku line kati ogenda kuteeka zipu endala side zeno tupeeko blind zipu awo wano ya black kati wano naye opima 6 mukaaga kubanga sleeve width eri 12 pima 6 ni 6 kutunga paka wanga zipu egenda kutandika paka esale line paka wansi katono katukozesa blind mubayita blind zip yenungi nnyo ku kiteeteeyi kubanga egenda kutandikira eno esale line egenda paka wansi kati blind eno munda yako obwero yewano katoteka wano bwenti nogisumulula noteka ku line enyini eri toteka wano oba toteka wano teka wano otunge kati eno blind okwata wano bwendi okwata bwendi kubanga ye ezinze bwendi kati onako ogikwata notunga kumpi nezipi yenyini nga etunula eri totunga wano wabweru tunga wano kumpi ate totunga ku zipi kubanga waba otunze ku zipi tegenda kutambula tunga ku mabbali lekako inch katono wogenda kukozesa yakujoininga wansi oba omaze gisibe paka wakati awo totwala eri waggulu oba omaze tunga side eri olekako ka inch katono wansi yakujoininga wansi oba otusawo bwate tokosoko gisumulula omalawo waggulu omalawo paka ku layini enyini oba omaze ogizipinga ogitaninga oba nogikyusa kati blind zip bwotewebeera buuza ogisala oba omaze kati ogenda kujoininga paati ya wansi ne paati ya waggulu kati onoonya paati ya wansi getugenda kujoininga sawa paati ya wansi eyo ino paati ya wansi egenda kubeera wano bwati kati eno gipima bulungi ena kubeera 32 Sharon Moyo making a sure it's 32 Ramon no jikendeza kwa katono
Rayo kumasikiwa.
Waliwo zine nene zile zile.
Omaze.
Waliwo ziliwana zile.
Zilane zeshite.
Zili za mmeka.
Zone beire muloko.
Lwaki muzikuzawo? Jakunsuubuuzaako. Eza.
Omaze. Katenozi. Omala kugolola olaba ngoye ezo ng'oddeyo bulungi. Wange eno pasi egigyako.
Smart 24, driving business. 24 Driving Business.
Hello viewers, I am Nakati Amina. Welcome. It's time to learn. I'm a professional cook. I trained from Hurika Home of Economics and I was assessed by the Director of Industrial Training. Per now, I also work with the Directorate of Industrial Training Restaurant. So today, as you see here, my colleagues, we are going to prepare a very delicious beef stew. This one is extraordinary. So, as you see here, my colleagues are trying to cut they're chopping the beef into, this one we call it prenez shape. It is a French word. So, we are going to start by tenderizing our beef, because it needs some time, like 5 minutes. So, Mr. Hood, please help me. So as he's doing this, I'm going to take you through the ingredients that we are going to require. First of all, we need onions, we need carrots, we need green pepper, we need ginger, we need tomatoes, we need spring onions, we need fresh coriander, we have beef masala, we have curry powder simba, mixed spices, black pepper. We have soy sauce. We have light and dark. For the dark one, it will help us darkening our sauce. Then the light will give more salt in it. It has some tasting. We've got Reiko. Then we've got a grater. We need some teaspoons for measuring the ingredients. And cooking oil. Cooking oil. So now we are going to start with preparing our beef stew. We put some oil, that is enough. Please don't put much, because much of the oil is not good. Some people have health issues. It's a clove, but we are going to use half of it. We can even crush. So we are going to crush it because this is. So this is our beef. We have tenderized it with pineapple juice to make it more soft. Even it will get ready quickly. So we are putting our beef. Then you stir. But please, if you're cooking this beef, most of the time some people cook and when the oil gets too ready, you just pour. No, if the oil is too ready, what you do, you first put it aside, then you start the what? The frying. So as our beef is boiling there, we are going to put our garlic. So I'm grating some ginger. It gives some good flavor. More ginger. So the ginger, don't put much. Then too, it requires the ginger to boil in the beef so that you can smell the flavor. Even when you're eating, you taste the flavor. Where's the garlic? We are putting the garlic. So we cover as we chop more of our ingredients. As they are chopping, I'm going to season our beef. Seasoning means giving food taste. So that's what I'm trying to do. I think you can see properly our beef. It shows that it's really soft. The pineapple juice really helped. So they are chopping these spring onions. They are called spring onions.
Smart 24, driving business.
Most of the time, if you have these onions, avoid putting them there like we put the garlic and the ginger. Spring onions, most of the times, they are good to put on the top of the sauce after putting stock. Stock, what I'm trying to mean is water. In cook, we don't call it water. We call it stock. Let's put our onions. These onions were chopped in julienne shape. Most of us, we know it's called onions for pilau. Most people call them onions for pilau. Please, someone can say, salina ka obutungulu bwa pilau. But in cook, we call them, it's a julienne shape. Please help me put the carrots. We cover. We add more onions. Hey guys, me I can smell the aroma. I don't know if you're for sure. I think it's going to be tasty. Wow. And just see the meat, it's very soft. Please always fry pineapple juice. It's the best for red meat. It tenderizes, it makes the meat soft. We've added our carrots. And always cover your food. Coriander. So we are going to put our tomatoes. You know, we want our stew to be like it's boiled, it's fried. It will be different actually, because you see most of the two people boil, they shallow fry the meat until it's golden brown. But for this case, we are not going to do that. It's going to be like it's boiled. So now we are going to put our spices as the tomatoes get ready. For the spices, we shall start with black pepper. Black pepper is very important in meat dishes, but for poultry dishes like chicken, it's better use white pepper. But for this case of meat dishes, we shall use more of black pepper. We shall put 1 teaspoon leveled. Then mixed spices. We shall also do the same. Then we shall put 2 for beef masala, because it's basically beef, so you have to put more of this. After that, coriander. Coriander, I'm going to put 1, because I have fresh. I think you can see. When you come and you taste my beef, you say, Amina, this is boiled. But in others, I put some little cooking oil. But you can cook it like that at home. It will be tasty for sure. So curry powder, we are going to put 1 teaspoon leveled. You don't want much of it, because some people don't like it actually. But it is good. It gives the sauce a good taste. Then you mix well. Make sure that all the ingredients can penetrate properly in the meat, in that even if someone tastes can say, for sure, black pepper is there. Then after that, we are going to put green pepper, please. So my dear learners, green pepper, avoid putting it with tomatoes. Always make sure that the tomatoes are soft, because green pepper gets ready quickly. But since our meat we tenderized it with pineapple juice, it's already soft. So we are going to put our green pepper and they will just boil for like 5 minutes and we shall be good to go and we taste. I need stock, please. So as my colleague brings stock, I told you stock from the start. It's water. In cooking, we don't have water. We've got stock. So, when I got a chance, I learned all this because of the director of industrial training. I was given a chance to go and learn cooking. So now I'm a professional cook. Actually, now my husband at home, he never eats food that is not delicious. It is always delicious. So we've got the stock. We are going to put little. That is enough. I think you can see our soup is thick and our meat is soft. It is very soft. That's what they call cooking. You don't need simanyate. Soko tokoseka, no. There is no parboiling here. You just tenderize. We also have many tenderizers. We have lemon. Lemon is also a tenderizer. It is actually good. I'm adding some more seasoning because the one I put in the first place, it wasn't enough. So I'm going to test my seasoning. Oh my God. Cameraman, you should test this kubanga. It is really sweet. So now I'm going to put my spring onions on our what? In our sauce. Because spring onions are very good. They give a good aroma, flavor to the what? To the sauce. And please don't avoid them. They are there. Nakasero, go to Nakawa. Don't avoid things like spring onions. Even if you're not cooking beef, you can still use spring onions. We've also got coriander. This is the fresh one. Some of us know it at court meal. So you sprinkle a bit so that your sauce can have a good flavoring. So that is it. Stir a bit. Oh wow, I can smell the coriander, guys. Oh, my dear colleagues back home, back then I was once a vakist, but me I used to cook at home. Please try this. It is very nice and it will really taste good. So let's give it some time to simmer. Simmering means boiling on low heat. So let it simmer. Then after that we shall be ready to serve. Then my dear learners, we have Reiko. Reiko is very good for thickening soup, but for some reasons at times you can avoid. Because now, as you can see my soup, I had it as an ingredient, but I'm not going to put it for one reason. My soup is thick. I don't need Reiko. But if you see your soup is not thick, you can try, but you put little, don't put much. We have also got other thickening agents like cornstarch. If you have it, it's in supermarkets. ShopRite, Capital Shoppers, you can get it. Wow. My dear chef, I think we can you test that one? Please, test the seasoning. And tell my learners.
It's really yummy.
Hey, yummy.
I'm happy for her too. Thank you.
Thank you to Chef.
Great thanks to the Directorate of Industrial Training. We are grateful for the opportunity given to us.
Actually, all of us here, we are cooks.
So,
and he's our teacher. So we have Kawesa Hood, we have Nyakojo Delpo, we have Mutiava, and we also have Brian. I work with all these people in the kitchen and we are the best. My dear learners, as our stew gets ready, I want to give you some small tips. So when we are cooking red meats, as I told you, please don't avoid pineapple and lemon for tenderizing. Then for these other spices, we have spices that don't apply everywhere. Like for black pepper. Black pepper is always good for red meat, specifically red meat. Then we have white meat, that is where we have chicken, we have fish, we also have pork, because you need to know this even if I'm a Muslim, but we have pork. And for pork and all the white meats, we need to use white pepper. They're there in the supermarkets, you have to get that white pepper. Then mixed spices is good. It goes everywhere. You can use it. It's multi-purpose. You can use it everywhere. Then if you're also preparing pilau, because I'm a pilau seeker, very good actually. You can use, actually for pilau, you use all of this, except white pepper. I'm a pilau seeker. You use all of this. Don't avoid tomatoes. Put spring onions, green pepper, everything. Then we come to our reiko. By the way, there is a secret about reiko when we are making pilau. My dear learners, if you're making pilau at the process of when you've put tomatoes and you've mixed everything and every spice, please put some reiko. You will feel the taste. It will be very good. Then these two, they are good. Soy sauce dark, soy sauce light. Soy sauce dark is very good for pilau. You know, we have some people who don't have time of smanya, cut onions, put what? You just boil your water and put this. You season it, you eat pilau. But when it is only soy sauce which has done it. Then you have this light soy sauce. It is good for all sauces. But for example, if you're making chicken stew, you can put, because it is light, it's not like this one. You can put to make your soup a bit dark. And it also has salt in it. It gives a different taste to the sauce, whatever you're cooking. So that is, then we have Simba curry powder. It's the best of all curries. I don't know. On my side, it's the best. It has that chili bit of it. When you taste it, it has some chili in it. So it's actually very good. I like it. That's why I always use it. So that is all for today. Let's check on our beef. Our beef is ready. Oh my God. It smells wow. Actually, I'm going to serve one of my colleagues here. They taste, they tell us how it is. This sauce has taken me 50 minutes to prepare it. Why? At times some people take hours, but this one has taken us 50 minutes because I tenderized it with lemon, with pineapple juice. And pineapple juice is a very good tenderizer on red meat. So now, our stew is ready. So I would like to take you to the next step. We serve it and taste. Thank you very much for being good learners, being good listeners, and watching us. Here we are. As I told you, I'll take you to the next step. So our beef was ready. We put it in an inserter because that's where we serve it from. So this is how it looks. I hope you can see. Its look only can tell you that it's really nice. So it will be accompanied with, let's cover it a bit. I show you my accompaniments. We have sweet potato. We have rice. This is vegetable and pilau. We shall also accompany it with matoke. So, as you know, I already have a guest to serve. So I think I'm ready to serve. Welcome, sir. As you can see, all of this is done by DIT Restaurant. We promote employable skills.
The aroma alone is appetizing before I even taste the food. Thank you.
You can see local food. Sweet potato, it's energetic. It gives energy.
Thank you.
So, this is our beef stew. So different. So please, you can try this at home.
Thank you so much.
I'll serve it.
I'm already enjoying the food even before I eat.
Can I add some meat?
Yeah, it's okay. I would have taken all, but
My dear learners, the flavoring only, it is killing me.
Smart 24, driving business.
This is painting and decoration.
Yes.
It's a department.
mandate from Business, Technical, Vocational Education and Training. BTVET Act 2008, Section 13 up to 21. In particular, Section 14, which stipulates the functions of Directorate of Industrial Training. One of the functions is to identify the needs of the labor market for occupational competences that fall under Uganda Vocational Qualifications Framework. Another one is to regulate apprenticeship schemes. Here mainly in apprenticeship schemes we conduct the assessment and certification, while signing contracts is handled by Ministry of Gender. Promote entrepreneurship values and skills as an integral part of UV12. This one we do it in every assessment and training packages or our curriculum. We put in entrepreneurship values for self-employment. We accredit training institutions or companies. DIT can accredit companies or institutions as assessment center. We assess and award Uganda vocational qualifications. We promote the on-job training and further skills upgrading. And other trainings, in-plant training, they are also emphasized. But we also develop and apply and expand the application of UV12. Honorable Minister, DIT and NDP3. Is DIT relevant? The vision of DIT is to produce a globally competitive and adequate workforce for industrial development in Uganda, and this is in line with NDP3, which emphasizes the need to produce appropriate, knowledgeable, skilled, and ESCO workforce. Minister, the NDP3 envisages the implementation of Uganda Youth Employment and Productivity Project as a core human resource capital with a strong emphasis on TVET. DIT is the center of this agenda through the assessment of industrial training curriculum, harmonizing curriculum and certificate of competence, assessing and certifying of competences, developing occupational standards and trainers, developing industrial curricula, harmonizing curricula and certificate of competence, assessing and certifying of apprentices, developing occupational standards and assessment and training packages for trade testing for the industry and the world of work. You know, restructuring is going on and so many reforms. So the ministry say DIT is very unique. It is the honor of its kind. It is the one which can make you a carpenter. Even if you have, it is the one which can make you a cook. It is comparable the way how you see LDC. Even if you have a PhD in law, you cannot become an advocate. You have to go through LDC. So that is the major difference. That is the unique of DIT. As aligned, DIT's new mandate as to promote the highest standard in the quality and efficiency of industrial training in Uganda. Before you join the industry, you have to go through DIT. Then to ensure adequate supply of properly trained manpower at all levels in industry and world of work. The new mandate comes with elastic schedule functions as already outlined above. The proposed structure is anticipated to effectively and efficiently address the requirements of the new mandate of DIT and its elastic functions. Honorable Minister, this implies that there is ever increasing demand of occupational-based assessment. The assessment which DIT is occupational or trade test. So the demand is overwhelming. And this one needs manpower, especially the verifiers. In the current structure, there is lack of upward progression From principal level, you cannot progress in DIT. You either have to leave the directorate or another person has to come from nowhere. So there is a structural breakdown. Inadequate numbers of specialized staff, especially for special needs, the deaf, the blind, and the dumb, etc. Because on the normal structure, there is only a provision of 43 positions. Now, Honorable Minister, there is also a limited number of implementation of assessment, trade testing, apprenticeship program, and industrial training. There is also, we don't have a planning unit. Honorable Minister, what is the recommendations? Our recommendation is that to mitigate the challenges affecting service delivery, as I said, when you entered here, you thought, are these ones students? No. These ones are already graduates. All of them are already what? Graduates. They are engineers, they are scientists.
Before. But that was on a different business. I'm here as a political leader and as a minister to share the challenges you are facing, especially of human resource nature during this trying time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Impressed with the level of compliance you've demonstrated when we entered Lugogo Vocational Training Institute. The sanitizing is good, and of course we know what we have, especially in the structure. We don't have safety officers, but I was happy with the level of preparedness, given that in our structure as public service, we don't have safety officers at the workplace. So we would really give yourselves a hand clap for that. We still need to do more. We need to do more in terms of having, even if you don't have a safety officer, having someone to be responsible in every room, in every workshop, in every office, to make sure that we work safe. When we are traveling, we come, some of us use public transport. We don't want one individual to be infected and they infect the whole institute. So kindly, let's put in more measures of making sure that indeed we test the temperature, we sanitize everyone, we make sure that we have face masks on permanently. When I look at some of the members here, some don't have face masks. So I'd like to applaud the management of the Directorate of Industrial Training for the good work you are doing towards training our youth and the young people in vocational skills. And this one is directly aimed at impacting on the high level of unemployment we have in the country. Our economy requires hands-on skills as opposed to accumulation of qualifications, that's degrees, diplomas, and the two complement each other in order to easily access employment. This institute, I'm particularly happy that you go further to certify the students. During our days, we used to call it trade test certificates. The director told me you call it occupational based certificates. I think they are the same. When you have it, that means you can ably fit to do what the industries require. It's not like someone who has just been in school and they have half-baked skills and they go and they say, we are able to do this. I've heard from the principal, no, from the director, that even Kira Motors engineers had to come here. That is very good. If the young people take part in job creation, that is being job makers other than being job seekers. And I believe it's one of the objectives of this institution. What you do here and the service you render to the population is therefore very important, and as government we don't take services for granted. As you are aware, our government through the National Development Plan has a vision. It had a vision of reaching middle income status by 2021 financial year. But this has been overtaken by events, and despite that, it calls on all of us to exert more efforts to have that goal achieved as soon as possible. And in order to reach that goal, His Excellency the President issued strategic guidelines and directives for the medium-term implementation of programs for our country. And there is also the manifesto of our ruling party, NRM. Those guidelines His Excellency put are supposed to be addressed by all sectors of government, including local governments, when setting priorities and when implementing the government programs. Of course, examples of those areas which need to be addressed include protection of the environment, service delivery, poor work, supervision, diversion of funds, which is the gentle way, but it is theft, and many others. So in order to achieve those 23 strategic objectives, we're expected to enhance service delivery at our workplace. And of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic, it calls for innovation, where your output is supposed to be high, but you're not supposed to be many in numbers. So it calls for innovation, and I'm glad to hear that you bought computers for some of the staff to work remotely. So that is good innovation on part of management. Inspections, as our ministry has that mandate of inspections, we found some issues of concern, and which issues have caused major hindrances to service delivery in MDAs and local governments and other government institutions. We realize that many institutions are not fully implementing and enforcing client charter commitments to citizens. Client charters are commitments we have with citizens that we will do this in this time. For example, if you are the principal, a tutor, and you say, I'm supposed to give this number of course units in these hours, Rather, I'm supposed, in this course unit, I'm supposed to take this number of hours. If you go beyond those, you have broken the commitment. So that means you have broken the commitment you have in the Gland Charter. The customization and implementation of new structures is not being implemented. And Director, you just told me that you presented your structure. We will follow up this, because what we know is that all votes which requested for some adjustment in the structure, the minister has been there to support them. I'll find out whether it is our ministry or finance, because we've had this with the Minister of Health, we've had this with the police, and with other government ministries. So this one, I'm going to take it up to make sure that we give you the structure that delivers as per your mandate. And despite the presence of COVID, work must continue, and those who are given tasks to do remotely must accomplish them at all levels of the performance management cycle, which include performance planning, performance monitoring, and performance evaluation or appraisal, and last, performance improvement. And this should be at institutional, team, or individual level. The rewards and sanctions framework should also be implemented, and many organizations only look at the sanctions. Kindly take it upon yourselves to reward outstanding performance from staff, and this one may not be financial. Just a certificate alone is very good if you reward someone. The skills you may not be having is tailored skills for specific cadres, and for example, managerial skills, which may not be offering, for example, the secretarial cadre, and many other cadres. So in case you have training needs, kindly, Director, plan with our Civil Service College, we offer the training. Representative will be chairman. I think there what I will do, I will write to my colleagues in the midst of education to tell them, and this is not only here, I've seen it at Kyambogo University, we used to call it Kyambogo Polytechnic. So that one, I'm going to write to my colleague, and I'll even request them to come and visit you and make sure you get modern machines. I want to thank you.
Smart 24, driving business. During Museveni's 3-day stay in Karamoja, he is informed that Achuchu, who is currently roaming the Jai and Turkana of Kenya, was not helped by police and the local leaders to recover his animals after return from prisons.
Now, the security issue doesn't sound too big to me. I think it is easy to solve. I will meet the commanders.
He consequently mobilized criminal gangs and attacked and raided cattle from the Dodorth, resulting in counter raids by the Dodorth that has left over 400 people dead in 2 years.
Raiding cattle. And you are saying the Topotha, the Dodorth, they want to raid. Well, they shouldn't, because they will be destroyed. Especially when they try to raid on a big scale. That one is is easy to deal with. I don't know why it should be such a big problem. So the one problem is raiding. Anybody who raids cows, because cows are not gold, which you can put in your pocket. Cows are seen. How can they be a problem? That somebody raids cows and drive to walk behind the cows. Those UAVs you are talking about, what you call drones, we have got UAVs which can be in the air for 36 hours. All these are easy to solve.
The raids have left a number of people and others injured, whereas a number of cattle heads have also been stolen in the area that has enjoyed peace in the last years since the disarmament exercise by the government. Speaking to commanders of top security organs including the UPDF, SFC, police, ISO and the anti-stock theft unit of the police in a meeting at Morulinga State Lodge in Napak district, Museveni said that the revenge attacks have led to the birth of other criminals who have taken advantage of the situation to form gangs using mobile phones across clans to raid and steal animals. President Museveni cited cattle as a major point of conflict and called for cattle management, including using chips inserted in the animals to trace movement and registration, cautioned security agencies to be firm with fairness and use intelligence to expose the bankruptcy. The president said justice in the traditional societies in Karamoja is very sensitive and if not meticulously followed, clans will come for you. Political unfairness, committing wrongs and vendetta are some of the wrongs. The meeting discussed various strategies that will be tabled at the high command of the UPDF before implementation. Following the onset of the raids, the government started both voluntary and forced disarmament exercises in the Karamoja region that have gone on for over 3 months.
Uganda Agriculture State Minister Bright Rwamirama said the country has large tracts of land and farm produce, noting that investors only need to set up industries to produce and do value addition on the farm produce. Rwamirama said Uganda requires 20 tea processing plants to cover the surplus tea and packaging it for international market. He reckons that the business climate is good from production to post-harvesting and value addition. Rwamirama said that the country also needs modern storage warehouse to address post-harvest wastage. He said that when Uganda calls on investors to come and invest, we will also help you find a new market. We provide cheap credit to farmers, and Kenyans who invest in Uganda will get credit at the same rate as Ugandans. Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya Chief Executive Officer Hussein Machuki said Kenya is the lead exporter of avocado and is willing to share market information with Uganda to fill the deficit on the global market and match Mexico. He also said Kenya is also struggling to meet the export demand for sweet potatoes. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
The 3-day visit organized by the Danish Trade Council will see the delegation explore development cooperation in the agricultural sector, as well as understanding the dynamics of agriculture as a business in Uganda. The 5 companies visiting include SCOV, a world leader in climate and farm management for animal production found in more than 50 countries, with specialty in ventilation and farm management for animal production. Force Analytics AD, a leading global provider of analytics for the food and agricultural industries whose analytics help optimize the use of food and agricultural resources. Robco, that manufactures equipment and accessories for production. Horse Agronomy, which provides advisory in agriculture and farm management. And Excoc, the manufacturers of high-quality milestones and tailor-made mailing systems equipment spanning decades of experience with grain handling and flour milling. The Danish ambassador Nicolaj A. Hajbak Peterson say they organize these visits regularly for Ugandans in the agriculture and food sector to get to know some of the leading companies in the world that are based in Denmark that add value to the food chain. The delegation also plans to visit Uganda's head of state to further discuss agriculture and food technologies and further add value addition for economic growth of the country. A similar event was hosted in Uganda in October 2019. Joran Paul Sanko, Smart 24. Smart 24 Driving Business. Smart 24, Driving Business. The company commissioned the services of 4 private debt collectors in the second half of the last financial year. The remaining 4 will be on board as soon as tendering is concluded. The monopoly added that the debt ranges from 6 months to 2 years, highlighting tough times for families struggling to pay power bills amid the ravages of the economic fallout of the coronavirus pandemic. Domestic consumers are the biggest defaulters of Kenya power bills, holding over 60% of the dues owed to the utility. The huge chunk of debt amongst households comes at a time power bills have been on the rise due to the increasing petroleum costs in the global market. This is the second time in as many years that Kenya Power is seeking debt collectors to recover dues that were estimated at 5 billion shillings as at August last year. The debt collectors will help recover dues from households and businesses in 4 regions including Nairobi and the coast. As Kenya Power chairperson Vivienne Yeda during the utilities annual general meeting this year said that the sealing loopholes that facilitate financial amorphate and improving revenue collection is top on the company's list. Kenya Power's total debts as at end of last June stood at 118.73 billion shillings and made up of 65.96 billion commercial debt and 53.26 billion on lend debt. Tanzania will host the first East African Regional Tourism Expo 2021 in October. Tourism Expo will be held in the Northern Tourist Circuit of Arusha from October 9th to October 16th, according to the statement from the East African Community Headquarters. The East African Community Regional Tourism Expo 2021, which is the first of its kind to be held in the region, is aimed at promoting tourism attractions available in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi and South Sudan. Tanzania becomes the first country to host the East African Community Regional Tourism Expo, with the first 3 days devoted to exhibition and 4 days to conduct familiarization trips and tours to major attraction sites in mainland and Zanzibar. The expo will be held on a rotational basis among the East African Community member states, with this year's theme titled Promoting Resilient Tourism for Inclusive Socio-Economic Development. In July, East African Community Ministers for Wildlife and Tourism approved the East African Community Tourism Marketing Strategy for the 2021 to 2025 period. The strategy focuses on the establishment of the tourism exposition as a forum bringing state and non-state tourism actors to showcase the rich and diverse tourism attractions and investment opportunities in the region. Moreover, the event is also a platform for business-to-business (B2B) engagements and dialogue aimed at the recovery of the tourism and wildlife sectors, taking them to the next level for sustainable development. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development report published on June 30th, the crash in international tourism due to the coronavirus pandemic could cause a loss of more than $4 trillion to the global GDP for the years 2020 and 2021. Tourism sector is one of the most important areas of cooperation for East African Community owing to its contribution to the economies of partner states in terms of GDP, which is about 10%, with export earnings 17% and jobs about 7%. The travel and tourism sector globally was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic more than any other economic sector. Tanzania offered to hold the Tourism Expo in Arusha after Burundi stated that it was not ready to host the Regional Tourism Expo for 2021. Mr. Chapto Chiprono, who heads FDP operations in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea and Seychelles, said this was part of a wider support to the region. He said during his visit to the East African Business Council headquarters that some $50 million have been earmarked to support women in business. The apex body of private sector associations based here as a full desk coordinating women in business programs within the region. Mr. Chiprono added that the Continental Bank had also granted $900,000 to the East African Community Secretariats for the fight against COVID-19 epidemic. The Abidjan-based FDB is the main financer of a host of infrastructure development projects in the East African Community bloc within Tanzania. These include the 110-kilometer Arusha-Namanga Road, which extends to Athi River in Kenya, the 41-kilometer Arusha bypass, and the 14-kilometer Arusha-Tengeru road. Plans are afoot for the proposed 110-kilometer Arusha-Holili highway, which would be widened to a 4-lane road to serve the increasing traffic. Mr. Chiprono commended Tanzania for ratifying the African Continent Free Trade Area Agreement and the East African Community Protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary measures. On his part, EABC Executive Director John Bosco said upgraded roads and other transport structures in the region have lowered the cost of doing business. Infrastructure development also has a spillover effects on trade and investments by facilitating the movement of people and goods. He pointed out that the infrastructure supports job creation and creates new business opportunities such as cross-border markets. During the meeting, AFDB and EABC agreed to amplify the socio-economic role of the private sector under the East African Community Regional Integration Strategy Program. These are said to be undertaken under the African Investment Forum, elimination of non-tariff barriers, financial integration, AFCFTA, climate change, 50 Million Women Speak project, and trade finance. Smart 24, driving business.
Economic growth means an increase in real output. Therefore, with increased output and consumption, we are likely to see costs imposed on the environment. In the same way, the growth of businesses in Uganda has imposed a great threat on wetlands, whereby most of the private factories and marketplaces are constructed in wetlands. Economic growth means industrialization growth too, but most of them are constructed in wetlands in Uganda. Doesn't this pose a threat on the environmental conservation? And in any way, who gives out these wetlands? Tony Achidria, the Senior Public Relations Officer at National Environment Authority, told Smart 24 that they don't have the powers to issue out land.
Nowhere in NEMA's functions, in NEMA carrying out its duties, there is no level, there is no step at which we issue land and say, your land is here. No.
But can you demolish?
I am coming. There is nowhere where NEMA issues land titles to say that this is your land. That land is done, that issuance is done by the Ministry of Lands in conjunction with the local governments. Okay? This land, if you want to have a title or to own it, maybe, I don't know, lease or whatever, at no point does NEMA get involved. NEMA gets involved when it comes to the use. The use, yes. Because, one, when we are saying, when you come to us and say, I have such a project, I want an environment impact assessment to be done, there are certain generic check marks which we have to follow. How did you acquire the land? Is the land, did you have it rightfully? Rightfully meaning, has it either been sold to you? Do you have a leasehold? Do you have whatever it is that shows you have been permitted to use the land? And that documentation is at the local governments and the Ministry of Lands. Once they have agreed that yes, person X has been permitted to use this part of the land, now we come and say, how can we use it? Sustain.
The Executive Director of Uganda Investment Authority, Dr. Robert Mukiza, however, says it's National Environment Authority that issues out clearance.
The new law now allows us as NEMA to, one, do the work of that local government, but in due course, cause the local government to pay us for the expenses incurred for doing their work. Previously, before the National Environment Act of 2019, there was no framework to address these issues, because local governments would say they are powerless. We cannot control we cannot control people encroaching on wetlands and the likes, and then it would end there. So now, as part of the things we have been reviewing, is that how do we address these issues? And there is that clause in the National Environment Act where NEMA can cause a lead agency to do their work. Okay? Now, to tie that to bring that to wetlands, if you are a local government, you have a wetland within your area, someone has built a house there without permission. Yes, without permission. How do you allow that? Because the law is clear, you are in charge of this.
Wetlands provide vital ecosystem services such as water purification, flood control, and climate moderation, among others, which enhance environmental quality, promote public health, and contribute to risk reduction. Therefore, if they are encroached on, there might be a damage on human life. The question of the day is, what has NEMA done to deter environmental crimes?
We are a semi-autonomous authority. We can sue and be sued, and we can also cause the arrest. Right? Yes, we can cause arrest. However, there are different levels of environment crime that are handled differently. For instance, if someone in your neighborhood where you live opens is discharging their wastewater in front of your house, really NEMA should not come and handle that situation. That one should be handled at what? At the local government level, at LC level. But that is an environment crime as well. You have to appreciate that.
The environmental impact of economic growth includes the increased consumption of non-renewable resources, high levels of pollution, global warming, and the potential loss of environmental habitats. However, not all forms of economic growth cause damage to the environment. The relationship between human business and the environment is a delicate balance. Since the Industrial Revolution, the world's population has increased, and with population growth, the environment has been profoundly affected. Deforestation, pollution, and global climate changes are amongst the diverse effects the population and the technological expansion has introduced. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business.
Students will access their examinations and upload their work to the same platform upon completion. Ever since the University Council approved the online assessment scheduled to start and run to September 30th, 2021, students have been expressing concern about the poor connectivity on Makerere University e-learning environment based on their previous experiences during tests. Makerere University Vice Chancellor Professor Barnabas Nawangwe has assured students of a stable network throughout the online examination period via the e-learning platform. The students complained that each time they were required to do tests and quizzes on the site, messages would pop up, something that reduced their trust in using it for examinations. When the University Council made the decision for online examinations last month, it promised to upgrade the system. Now, Professor Nawangwe has allayed the fears of the student about the issues of the network, says that they have installed new servers to support wider coverage. With this, he notes that the Directorate of ICT Support Team anticipates network stability for students. Nawangwe further notes that students have no cause to panic as all issues are being worked upon since colleges have been granted permission to commence with examinations even after Monday as long as it's within the assessment period.
The stock of public debt has increased to 70.3 trillion, indicating a growth of 22.5% as of June 2021. In details contained in the monetary policy report for the period ended August, Bank of Uganda said the stock of public debt had grown from 65.83 trillion as of June 2020 to 70.3 trillion, which represents an increase of 4.47 trillion in just 1 year. Christine Berinjero, the program's manager at Uganda Debt Network, says borrowing for a common good is prudent. She, however, expressed concern over the poor management of the borrowed funds.
While the debt, as indicated by now Bank of Uganda, has grown to 70.3 trillion, which indicates a 22% increase, of course, from 66 trillion, we are concerned as UDN, as civil society, and there are basically reasons. It has not just happened, we believe this has been a long way coming. For example, you'll know that as a country, we have moved more towards non-concessional borrowing as opposed to concessional borrowing. Concessional from the multilateral institutions, the World Banks, the IMFs, under the International Development Association window. And so for example, between 2016-17 and 2019-20, we see that concessional borrowing has moved from 74% to 60%. And these are loans which are at least a bit cheaper. They have a grant element of about 35% onwards. The payback time is over a long period of time. But we also know that they usually target social sectors, health, education. And so because government needs to finance its investment, especially in infrastructure, we are looking, government needed, huge sums of money to address this. And so that's why we had to go for non-concessional borrowing, non-concessional and commercial borrowing from the Chinas, the Exim banks, And so this has increased over the same period, 2016 to 20, in just 4 years, from 11% to 19%, 19.9% actually. So the problem with these commercial loans or non-concessional borrowing is that one, it is usually more expensive because they will give you all the money, huge sums that you need to finance your investments. And two, the payback time is usually within a short period of time. Grant element is almost not there.
Public debt has been growing against a weak position of the revenue performance, which during the financial year 2021-2022 is expected to underperform by 1.836 trillion due to resurgence in COVID-19 cases and related disruptions, such as locking down of the economy.
What should we do? Interestingly, government has come out, I remember during the budget speech, the minister clearly mentioned that, for example, that domestic borrowing will have to reduce. They pledged that they will do more of borrowing using treasury bills and not using treasury bonds, which are long term, and not treasury bills. which mature in such a short time. Even with that, which is welcome, of course, we applaud that, but our worry is that even if government wanted to borrow using the treasury bonds and not treasury bills or any other domestically, we don't see many other options available to government, domestically, for them to be able to do that. So ultimately, if they are faced with another hardship and they need finances urgently, there is a possibility that they'll still go for borrowing short term as well. So, but that is welcome, the pledge to borrow using long-term instruments. We also saw government.
The increase, Bank of Uganda said, had during the period pushed the normal debt ratio to gross domestic product to 46.3%, up from 41% by June 2008. Uganda's public debt has been growing from 35.3% by June 2019 to the current levels and is expected to grow further to 51.9% by the end of the financial year 2021-2022. Experts say that to curb this debt stress, government should implement proper utilization of the borrowed funds as well as implementing a comprehensive monitoring and reducing on its expenditures.
Follow the laws as they are, make sure that you do ample monitoring of some of these projects, we feel that, maybe we can get there, but mainly is managing these projects, the loan projects, if we were to manage them properly, and of course reduce the consumptive expenditures, and focus on productive. Because we see, for example, I'll always talk about parliament. The size of our parliament in this economy of ours is not sustainable really, because our debt has now grown to this. But we have given each MP 200 million to purchase a car. And remember, there are about 527 MPs that we have. It is good government is undertaking, or rather in the process of merging agencies and authorities, which is a welcome move to help us save some monies. But we also call upon government to remove these taxes, especially for the investors, because these ones who are exempted from paying tax and then they benefit in all ways, while the Ugandans, maybe the Ugandan traders, the other day Kasita were almost striking because they had slapped a tax on textiles. For each kilogram of textile, we feel some of these taxes are unfair.
According to data from the central bank, debt service to domestic revenue ratio has been steadily rising, growing to 24.6% by June, up from 22.4% and 21.7% in June 2019 and June 2020, respectively. Government recently required a $1 billion US loan from the International Monetary Fund that is expected to support post-COVID-19 recovery and lend support to implementation of the third National Development Plan. Benson Mumbere, Smart 24.
Smart 24, driving business.
Ennaku zongedde okunukkiriza nga ekitongole ekya Africell Uganda kigaddewo empereza zaayo. Kino nno kyongedde okwennyamiza abakulembeze mu ggwanga. Abaka ba Parliament ensonga eno nabo bagikubaganyizaako ebirowoozo.
Zimwe z'olaba ziddukanyizibwa wadde bananyiniza mu balaba nga bamawanga malala balangi ndalala naye abazirimu munda muno be bannaffe bemumanyi era be bazibeera emabega. Era bw'oba oyagala okunoonyereza okusinga ojja kubazuula. Bakozesa n'amannya gaabwe. Nzijukira MTN bwe yali egenda e Sudan, yali ekozesa na mirongooti gya wano naki naye nga bannayuganda bagitwala e Sudan. Mubijjukira bebo bemulaba abo. Kakati ekizibu kyabo basaba bano basajja esente nnyingi ze bayita kickbacks. Bo tebakola ogwabe gwa nteekayo linnya walinnya gwe n'okozesa kampani bagundi bakusemba naye lwakola nga akolerera amagoba n'alwawo ng'alaba tagalaba ate nga bamusika bamwagalako sente za kickbacks nabo beetamwa. Nene ekirala gavumenti ya Uganda egaba tax holidays nene. Kati abo abagundi bw'abanga alabanga nti mbadde mbeerawo nga guno omusolo ogumu ngukuba n'abantu nga ngenda kugusasula. Bw'alaba aweerezaako ebbanga lya myaka 10-15 nga nti bwe temumpa kino beyond kyalowooza ng'akaayana ate nga ne bali balowooza nti ebbanga lye mwamuwa yalibadde kati yeesustaininga ne yeebeezaawo.
I think actually AfriCell's closure is mainly because very few Ugandans, especially very few big companies, we have a mainly large poor country, and our people, very few of them can use internet and can accommodate or can be able to access the kind of internet that AfriCell was giving us. A few Ugandans could do that, if others, the largest majority, could not be able to do that. So I think AfriCell has not met its target audience and its target objectives. And I think in Uganda we have very few middle class people that can accommodate some of the services AfriCell was advancing to Ugandans. So I guess that was one of the closure. Of course, also the environment, the environment in which they operate is a bit difficult because of the high tariffs that are imposed on companies that we are aware of. And so I think for me there is a question of sitting with these big companies.
Naye owaayi okuggalawo kwa AfriCell kutegeeza ki eri ebyenfuna by'eggwanga?
Ekyo mukimanye abadde ali ekyemisana n'ekyeggulo lowooza ekimu ku kyonaakola ki kyonaabuukawo. Abamu baaga nti emisipi mugiwummula ebituli ebirala lwa nsonga abakozi abadde bafuna emisaala nga basobola okulabirira abaana baabwe okubaweerera okuliisa abantu okujjanjaba abantu ab'eŋŋanda zaabwe kigenda kuba kizibu kuba bagenda kufiirwa emirimu ffe tugenda kufiirwa emisolo ne investments enkulaakulana ebyo bibola company zitandiseewo biba bijja kulemererwa. Wano lyagamba nti bagenda omulala alijja naye Uganda Telecom bwe yanafuwa neyenjibuka hardware yonna gwe yali etaddewo tewali company ndala yakomawo neekola ki netandika mukozesa. So gavumenti esaanye yeekubemu abantu bano esobola okubayamba sikayo ku bwasiisa okubasika emikono bweba ekizudde nti oli akaayana sente zaafuna tezimumala bamusike ku mukono. Bweba ekizudde nga esente ze basikisa emikono waliwo akabula gavumenti eraajane waliwo multinational companies eziyamba okutumbula n'okusisimula ebyobusuubuzi kuba oli akaayana ku magoba ne bwaba takola magoba waakiri gavumenti egulemu emigabo kye baali badde ayita amagoba gavumenti ebenga ekimanyi nti ekifiirwa ekimiitinga ku lw'obwetaavu bw'abantu baffe.
Kino si kye kitongole ekisoose okuba nga kiggalawo empeereza zaayo naye ebitongole bingi ebyabamusiga nsimbi nabyo bizze nga biggalawo empeereza zaayo. Mu lukiiko olutudde ku Parliament nga lukubiriza awabula gavumenti Mathias Mpuuga alaze obwennyamivu nti tewaliwo mpuliziganya era nga ne ssente zino tezaayita mu Parliament.
Ganyiza ku nsonga ezibaddewo naddala okwewola okwakasembayo okwalimu akawumbi ka $1 ke bawula Uganda ke bagenda okuwa Uganda mu mitendera 3 era batutegeezezza nti obuwumbi obukadde 258 bamaze okubuwa Uganda naye nga mu nteekateeka zirina kuyita mu mbalira y'eggwanga. Naye tubalaze nti ffe kye tumanyi nga Parliament ensimbi ezo tezayisibwa mu mbalira y'eggwanga ate ne tubalaga nti waliwo okutabeerawo mpuliziganya era ne tubasaba babeeko bye batangaaza ku nsonga eyo. Ekyokubiri ne tubalaga obulemu bw'okwewola okw'olutentezi obuyinza okulemaza ebiseera by'eggwanga eby'omu maaso. Nabo ne batulaga nti bakimanyi bulungi ne balowooza nti ezimu ku nsimbi zino eziwolebwa eggwanga za kuyamba byanfuna bya Uganda kwetengerera sobola okuba nsobola okubiyimirizaawo nga tuwa omusolo.
Olukiiko luno luzze nga Jenny Nalunga akulira Siatin yakategeeza eggwanga ku buse obukunukkiriza mu bubiri n'akatundu kamu obwaweebwa gavumenti nga we twogerera kati buli mu banka enkulu eya Uganda.
Kaakati bw'otunuulira bw'olaba World Bank etugamba nti abantu baffe abaavu ddala bali 10 miliyoni 11 buba buwumbi miliyoni 11. Kaakati ye World Bank esinziira ku bantu nfuna nti
Mbuga yenyamidde ku muwendo gw'ebbanja lya Uganda ogweyongedde naye n'asaba gavumenti iteeke ssente zino mu kaweefube okulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya coronavirus.
Kuyamba eggwanga lino olina kutegeera enteekateeka engazi gye tuyita perspective plan y'eggwanga eri mu kiwandiiko ekimanyiddwa nga National Development Plan. National Development Plan ezeekula twalina NDP 1, NDP 2 katwogera ku y'omutendera ogwokusatu nga tuluubirira okugaziya obusobozi bw'amalwaliro okwaŋŋanga ekirwadde kya COVID ate n'okulaba nti tulina abasawo tulina eddagala erigema abantu okuziyiza COVID neefaanako bwe bityo. Ekyokubiri byanfuna okubbulula ebyenfuna by'eggwanga nga mwe mulina okugendera mwe mulina emirimu ebitongole bingi biri mu kuggalawo kampuni nyingi ziggalawo kitegeeza nti abatalina bino baginoonya naye n'abalina bagifiirwa. Ekyo kintu kinene nnyo. So enkola esobola okuyamba abantu abataddewo emirimu obutagwa basobole okusigala nga baba Uganda emirimu nga baba n'omusolo ensonga nkulu nnyo. Eyokusatu yandibadde ya byanjigiriza kubanga eggwanga lyonna erifunamu omwagaanya mu kuwa abantu balyo ebyenjigiriza ebibayamba okuwagira ebyenfuna liba ligenda kwolekera akaseera akakazigizigi. So kuna okugoba obwavu okulaba nti
okuteekawo emirimu twogera kati ebbanja lya Uganda likunukkiriza ku busensanvu n'obutundu busatu eky'obulabe ery'eggwanga.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Kale basebo ni banyabo mbaniriza nate enkya y'olunaku olwaleero musibye mutya njagala okwebaza naye te Katonda atukomezaawo twongere ddala maaso okutunuulira ensonga enkulu ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga. Nze Fred Makubu ya programu igi tukole ebeerawo ddala okuviira ddala Monday paka Friday era enkya y'olunaku olwaleero njagala tutandike bwe tuti. Kale katandike ne abakulu the delegation eyavudde of course mu mawanga ag'ebweru gye tuyise International Monetary Fund delegate onako olw'eggulo yasinkanye omukulu akulira olukiiko oluvuganya government oba oluwabula government oyo ne the right honorable Mathias Mpuuga. Olukiiko olwo lwabadde mu kafubo akatakkirizibwamu bannamawulire naye ebyavuddeyo bategeezezza nti of course ebbanga literya ennaku z'omwezi 23 ekitongole ekya IMF kyakwata trillion ezikunukkiriza ate zakwata sente eziwerako ddala ne baziwa abannayuganda zisobole okubayamba okujja mu bwavu engeri gye bali nti bakoseddwa ekirwadde ekya COVID-19. Sente zino we twogerera ziri mu banka enkulu ey'eggwanga erya Uganda. Mu kafuko babaddemu Mathias Mpuuga oyo no akulira olukiiko olwabula gavumenti yategeezezza delegation eno eyavudde mu mawanga ag'ebweru nti si kibi okutuwa sente naye kasita gavumenti eteeka sente zino mu makubo amatuufu nga bwalambulula.
Mu lukiiko olutudde ku Parliament nga lukubiriza awabula gavumenti, Mathias Mpuuga alaze obwennyamivu nti tewaliwo mpuliziganya era nga ne ssente zino tezaayita mu Parliament.
Ganyiza ku nsonga ezibaddewo naddala okwewola okwakasembayo okwalimu akawumbi ka dola ke bawula Uganda ke bagenda okuwa Uganda mu mitendera 3 era batutegeezezza nti obuwumbi obukadde 258 bamaze ddobuwa Uganda naye nga mu nteekateeka zirina kuyita mu mbalira y'eggwanga. Naye tubalaze nti ffe kyetumanyi nga Parliament ensimbi ezo tezayisibwa mu mbalira y'eggwanga ate ne tubalaga nti waliwo okutabeerawo mpuliziganya era ne tubasaba babeeko bye batangaaza ku nsonga eyo. Ekyokubiri ne tubalaga obulemu bw'okwewola okw'olutentezi obuyinza okulemaza ebiseera by'eggwanga eby'omu maaso. Nabo ne batulaga nti bakimanyi bulungi ne balowooza nti ezimu ku nsimbi zino eziwolebwa eggwanga za kuyamba byanfuna bya Uganda kwetengerera tusobole okuba nsobola okubiyimirizaawo nga tuwa omusolo.
Olukiiko luno luzze nga Jenny Nalunga akulira Siatin yakategeeza eggwanga ku buse obukunukkiriza mu 2.1 obwaweebwa gavumenti nga wetwogerera kati buli mu banka enkulu eya Uganda.
Kakati bw'otunuulira bw'olaba World Bank etugamba nti abantu baffe abaavu ddala bali 10 miliyoni 11 buba buwumbi miliyoni 11. Kakati ye World Bank esinziira ku bantu nfuna nti
Mpuuga yenyamidde ku muwendo gw'ebbanja lya Uganda ogweyongedde naye n'asaba gavumenti eteeke ssente zino mu kaweefube okulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya coronavirus.
Kuyamba eggwanga lino olina kutegeera enteekateeka engazi gye tuyita perspective plan y'eggwanga eri mu kiwandiiko ekimanyiddwa nga National Development Plan. National Development Plan ezeekula twalina NDP 1, NDP 2 katwogera ku y'omutendera ogwokusatu nga tuluubirira okugaziya obusobozi bw'amalwaliro okwaŋŋanga ekirwadde kya COVID ate n'okulaba nti tulina abasawo tulina eddagala erigema abantu okuziyiza COVID neefaanako bwe bityo. Ekyokubiri byanfuna okubbulula ebyenfuna by'eggwanga nga mwe mulina okugendera mwe mulina emirimu ebitongole bingi biri mu kuggalawo kampuni nyingi ziggalawo kitegeeza nti abatalina bino baginoonya naye n'abalina bagifiirwa. Ekyo kintu kinene nnyo. So enkola esobola okuyamba abantu abataddewo emirimu obutagwa basobole okusigala nga baba na Uganda emirimu nga bawa n'omusolo nsonga nkulu nnyo. Eyokusatu yandibadde ya byanjigiriza kubanga eggwanga lyonna erifunamu omwagaanya mu kuwa abantu baalyo ebyenjigiriza ebibayamba okuwagira ebyenfuna liba ligenda kwolekera akaseera kakazigizigi. So kuna okugoba obwavu okulaba nti
okuteekawo emirimu twogera kati ebbanja lya Uganda likunukkiriza ku buse 7.3 ekyobulabe ery'eggwanga.
Kale nange njagala okwongera okukkaatiriza nti mbutuufu ensonga ez'ebyenjigiriza ez'ebyobulamu n'okulaba nga tulwanyisa ekirwadde ekya coronavirus nga the right honorable of course leader of opposition bwayogedde ku nsonga ez'Wammanga. Kale basebo ne banyabo nga tuvudde ku nsonga eza IMF katwongere tubategeeze nti wetwogera kati okusinziira ku civil society bo batugamba nti eggwanga Uganda bwetwogera ku nsonga ez'amabanja tukunukkiriza mu trillions 7.3. Abakugu bongedde okulambulwa ne bagamba nti omwaka guno ogw'embalirira 2021-2022 nti niwe tubanga eggwanga Uganda tetulina kye tulidde, tetulina kye tunywedde, tetuzimbe buli luguudo nga tusasudde busasuzi bbanja era tumalako omwaka mulamba ogw'embalirira eno ng'ebbanja lya Uganda teriwedde. Ebbanja lya Uganda likunukkiriza mu 70.3 trillion zeno okusinziira ku civil society ekibiina ekya CRTN. Bwe twayogeddeko n'ababaka ba parliament abava mu bitundu ebyenjawulo batulaze nti eggwanga Uganda liri mu bulabe olw'okuba nti ebbanja lya Uganda lyongedde okuba nga lyeyongera. Omusasi waffe yabaddeyo era n'atukuŋŋaanyiriza ensonga zino nga TV y'omusuubuzi. Ebbanja lya Uganda bwe twogerera kati likunukkiriza mu buse 7.3 obwa Uganda era nga kino abakugu kye balowooza kyabulabe nnyo eri eggwanga. Bwe twogeddeko n'ababaka ba parliament ku bbanja lino eddene batugambye nti kino kyabulabe nnyo eri eggwanga lyattu erya Uganda.
Eri babbanja era ensi yonna webeekosebwa ebbanja eba mu buzibu. Bannansi kye basinza okulaba kwe kubongeza emisolo nawulidde nti baagala tandika kusolooza n'abagenda ebweru abalinnya ennyonyi ate jjukira basinga bagenda mu Arab countries bakadaama be basinga okufuluma eggwanga. Kati obongeddeko n'emisolo nga n'ekibaddusa wano tebalina ssente, tebalina mirimu gya kukola. Amakampuni ag'ensi yonna amanene gaggaddewo wano ne bannansi babutwogera kuba teboogerwako naye bangi baggaddewo amaduuka gaabwe balemereddwa rent bava mu lockdown ne babasaba rent ne baggalawo. So okubeera n'eggwanga nga bannansi be babonabona bwe liba n'okuzitowererwa naye ng'ate we lifunira abali mu buyinza bokka be bakola ki be bafuna kikimu ku ttabu ze tulina n'okuba nti bwe baba batematema resources tebatunuulira nnyo muntu wa buli jamawanga amalala. Ensi bwefuna n'abantu bafuna kubanga ensi erabirira abantu baayo. Ensi bweba efiiriddwa buli omu afiirwa naye wano ensi bweba enyigirizibwa abantu be banyigirizibwa abakulembeze tebanyigirizibwa.
Engeri Uganda gye yeewolamu era mirundi mingi Minisita waffe kati wa finance ali ku ludda luno lwabula gavumenti Mwanga Kivumbi adde nga avaayo ku nsonga ez'amabanja ng'okwewola kuyitiridde. Buli ssaawa kwewola naye ekizibu kya Uganda ndowooza ekisinga bukenuzi. Ssente bwe zeewolwa zikola ki? Kubanga mu kwewola mulimu omuwendo gwa ssente gwe mbeera mwewoze. Ssente ezo ziba zikoze kye zirina okukola. Buli corruption scandal ebeeramu ssente Uganda zeba yeewoze. N'olwekyo nze ndowooza ekyandisinzeeko kwe kulekeraawo okwewola kubanga okusinziira ku neewola waliwo ne twewola ssente nga zibadde tezeetaagisa just ne tuzeewola ne zibeeraawo kugamba oba gavumenti ebeeyagala kulaba bulabi nti tuyinayo omudidi awo oguli awo gutalina kye kugenda kukola. N'olwekyo tuli mu kaseera kazibu si ffeffekka eno generation naye ne generations ezinaddako kubanga amabanja ge twewola tetugenda gasasula ffekka. N'abagenda tuddako bagenda kusasula n'abaliddawo bajja kusasula. N'olwekyo kyabulabe eri ebiseera eby'omu maaso.
Bbanja lino lye tulina mu Uganda badde mbagamba nti bwe mba ntambula ku makubo awo ndaba bannayuganda nga basanyufu naye amazima bandibadde bakaaba bukaabi kubanga simanyi ngeri ki gye bagenda kusasula bbanja eryo. Ekyokubiri, ssente nnyingi ziri mu Bank of Uganda nga tuzisasulira interest ndowooza ge magoba mu Luganda naye nga tezikola mulimu gwazeewoza kyokka bababala essente ze twewola nezo bazikola ki bazibala. Kakati abantu baffe abatufuga kyova olaba ntera obbagamba nti baatuvaako oba tusasula kyenkanawa bo tebakola ki bo tebasasula babeerawo bubeezi balinga bakabaka. Kakati ekyo bo tekibaluma naye abawe b'omusolo basuubire omusolo gubongeza emirundi n'emirundi tusobole okusasula ebbanja.
Naye mu mbeera nga eggwanga lirina ebyetaago bingi ebyokutuukiriza kiki ekirina okukolebwa okukendeeza ebbanja lino wammanga.
Beze butamanya na butakola research ku kinyiga bantu ne batunuulira biwandiike bya bukulembeze. Twetaaga obukulembeze obuva ku musingi ogw'abantu n'omanya nti bwe mbanzize nga njaga kuyisa ebiragiro ne policies kantunuulire kiki ekibanyiga kye mba nsookerako then nzizeeko ebirala. Ekyokubiri, amawanga gaffe gakyakula gasobola okuba nga gafuna okusoomozebwa n'okulala, naye abantu balina okuba nga balimu batambula wamu n'eggwanga era nga n'abantu bafiiringa nti eggwanga likola ku lwabwe, si eggwanga okuba nti lyo likola ku lwalyo, nti bw'oba oyagala etaaga ssente ate lisolooza abantu ne baka tubongeddeko emisolo. Kati ogenda okwesanga nti abantu bazizza ddala mu bwavu ne babadde ekifo ky'okubayambako nabo bayambeko eggwanga ogenda waggulu. Bawa emisolo eggwanga lye lifunamu, naye abantu okulaba nti nabo emisolo bafunamu kikyali kizibu. Naye twakayingira Parliament twagala okuba nga tutunula bino ebintu mu bulambulukufu, okulaba nti for example twali mu COVID naluga State House yafunye trillion n'ebitongole mu ministries baminisita bangi, buli ministry ennene bw'otunula nti ababaka ba Parliament ffe wano mu Central Region tuli batini abasinga obungi bava mu region ki emu n'entema ya district.
Tulina okwewola nga waliwo ekyewolezi. Lwaki twewola? Bw'aba tewali nsonga lwaki twewola, there is no reason lwaki twewola. Eyo solution, kubanga abantu abasinga bamulowooza nti solution ziri mu tukole ki waliwo solution nga either okola ekintu oba obutakikola. Ssente bwe tuba tetuzeetaaga, bwe tuba tetulaba kye tugenda zikozesa, bwe ziba teziyise mu makubo matuufu nga approval ya Parliament, tetuzeewola. Kubanga ssente bwe tuba tuzeewola nazo zirina kuyita mu mateeka, ezitayise mu mateeka tetuzeewola, zitalina kye tugenda kukozesa tetuzeewola.
Singa nze mbadde pulezidenti wa Uganda nandibadde nsala amagezi ne tulekera awo ne tukendeeza ku kwewola. Saawa eno Ministry of Education yaleese mu komiti yaayo baagala kwewola obukadde bwa $9 nti bazimbe amasomero ga secondary eyo gye gatali. Naye jjukire n'ebbanja lituliko emigugu tuyina minene giri eno ku mugongo, kati n'ogwo mugugu gugenda kola ki kwongerwako. So twandibadde tulekeraawo, obanga tetulekeddaawo ne tukendeeza okwewola nga twewola lwa nsonga yokka enkulu, kubanga le toyinza kubeerawo nga teweewola, naye okukendeeza kya makulu, kikola ne economic sense. Naye bw'obeera odduka ne weewole wagundi ne weewole wagundi, mabanja gakuyitirirako ekivaamu kugwa weba business. Kakati n'ensi esobola okugwa ng'ekigisudde maki mabanja.
Obuvunaanyizibwa olunno bw'okulwanyisa ebbanja lya Uganda lisigadde eri Abannayuganda bonna. Kale ensonga z'ebbanja ezo nze ndoza buvunaanyizibwa bwaffe ffenna okulaba nga tukendeeza ebbanja ligenda ddala maaso okubanga lyeyongera mu ggwanga erya Uganda, of course erikunukkiriza ku 70.3 trillion. Kale katuve ku nsonga z'ebbanja ate tuyingire ezimu ku kampuni eziwa Abannayuganda emirimu. Bwe twogera ku kampuni ezo twogera ku zimu ku kampuni ezize nga ziggalawo. Abadde bagoberera ensonga ezigenda ddala maaso mu ggwanga yogera kampuni ngazi Zain, twazirina kampuni ngazi Celtel nesobola okubanga ate ziggalawo enkola n'enzirukanya y'emirimu gyabwe. Bwe twogera kati twogera ku mukutu ogwa Africell gwono enzirukanya y'emirimu zaago mu ggwanga erya Uganda n'ebitundu ebyenjawulo basobodde okubanga baggalawo. Kivudde ku ki? Twogeddeko era n'ababaka ba Parliament abava mu bitundu ebyenjawulo bo ne bawa endowooza zaabwe ze balowooza nti eziviirako kampuni nga zino okubanga zigwa. Omusasi waffe tuleetedde emboozi efaananako bw'eti ffe nga TV Omusuubuzi. Ennaku zongedde okunukkiriza nga ekitongole ekya Africell Uganda kigaddewo empeereza zaayo. Kino nno kyongedde okwennyamiza abakulembeze mu ggwanga. Ababaka ba Parliament ensonga eno nabo bagikubaganyizaako ebirowoozo.
Zimu ez'olaba ziddukanyizibwa wadde bananyiniza mu balaba nga bamawanga malala balangi ndalala, naye abazirimu munda muno be bannaffe bemumanyi era be bazibeera emabega. Era bw'oba oyagala okunoonyereza okusinga ojja kubazuula. Bakozesa n'amannya gaabwe. Nzijukira MTN bwe yali egenda e Sudan, yali ekozesa na mirongooti gya wano naki naye nga Bannayuganda bagitwala e Sudan. Mubijjukira beebo bemulaba abo. Kakati ekizibu kyabo basaba bano basajja sente nnyingi ze bayita kickbacks. Bo tebakola ogwabe gwa nteekayo linnya kuwa linnya gwe n'okozesa kampani bagundi bakusemba. Naye lwakola nga akolerera amagoba n'alwawo ng'alaba tagalaba ate nga bamusika bamwagalako sente za kickbacks nabo beetamwa. Nene ekirala gavumenti ya Uganda egaba tax holidays nene. Kati abo abagundi bw'abanga alaba nga nti mbadde mbeerawo nga guno omusolo ogumu ngukuba n'abantya nga ngenda kugusasula, bw'alaba aweerezaako ebbanga lya myaka 10-15 nga nti bwe temumpa kino beyond kyalowooza ng'akaayana ate nga ne bali balowooza ti ebbanga lye mwamuwa yalibadde kati yeesasiteininga ne yeebeezaawo.
I think actually AfriCell's closure is mainly because very few Ugandans, especially very few big companies, we have a mainly large poor country, and our people, very few of them can use internet and can accommodate or can be able to access the kind of internet that AfriCell was giving us. A few Ugandans could do that if others, the largest majority, could not be able to do that. So I think AfriCell has not met its target audience and its target objectives. And I think in Uganda we have very few middle class people that can accommodate some of the services AfriCell was advancing to Ugandans. So I guess that was one of the closure. Of course, also the environment, the environment in which they operate is a bit difficult because of the high tariffs that are imposed on companies that we are aware of. And so I think for me there is a question of sitting with these big companies.
Naye owaayi okuggalawo kwa AfriCell kutegeeza ki eri ebyenfuna by'eggwanga?
Ekyo mukimanye abadde ali ekyemisana n'ekyeggulo lowooza ekimu ku kyonaakola ki ku kyonaabuukawo abamu baaga nti emisipi mugiwummula ebituli ebirala lwa nsonga abakozi abadde bafuna emisaala nga basobola okulabirira abaana baabwe okubaweerera okuliisa abantu okujjanjaba abantu ab'eŋŋanda zaabwe kigenda kuba kizibu kuba bagenda kufiirwa emirimu ffe tugenda kufiirwa emisolo ne investments enkulaakulana ebyo bibola company zitandiseewo biba bijja kulemererwa wano lyagamba nti bagende omulala alijja naye Uganda Telecom bwe yanafuwa neyenjibuka hardware yonna gwe yali etaddewo tewali company ndala yakomawo nekola ki netandika mukozesa so government esaanye yeekubemu abantu bano esobola okubayamba neba sikayo ku bwasiisa okubasika emikono bweba ekizudde nti oli akaayana sente zaafuna tezimumala bamusike ku mukono bweba ekizudde nga esente ezo zebasikisa emikono waliwo akabula government erajane waliwo multinational companies eziyamba okutumbula n'okusisimula ebyobusuubuzi kuba oli akaayana ku magoba ne bwatakola magoba waakiri government egulemu emigabo kyebaali badde ayita amagoba government ebenga ekimanyi nti ekifiirwa ekimiitinga ku lw'obwetaavu bw'abantu baffe.
Kino si kyekitongole ekisoose okuba nga kiggalawo empeereza zaayo naye ebitongole bingi ebyabamusigansimbi nabyo bizze nga biggalawo empeereza zaayo.
Kale ate katuve ku nsonga ezifaanako bwe zityo tuyingire eggwanga ly'ettu Uganda lisazeewo okuwa bamusigansimbi abava mu bitundu eby'e Kenya okusobola okulaba nga baddukanya bizinesi zaabwe ez'ebyobulimi. Betwogereko nabo bategeezezza nti obulimi bugenda kubanga ate bwongera ddala okuva ku mutendera ogweguli ate busobola okuba nga bweyongera. Omusasi waffe emboozi nayo agitukuŋŋaanyiza era akagituwe nga bwefaanana.
Akulira ebyobulimi mu Uganda Bright Ramirama agambye nti eggwanga lirina ettaka ddene eritakozesebwa nti era nga bamusigansimbi beetaaga okuteekawo amakolero agasobola okwongera omutindo ku birime. Ono ayongedde n'ategeeza nti Uganda yeetaaga amakolero g'amajaani agawerera ddala 20 agasobola okukola amajaani agatuukagana n'omutindo gw'akatale k'ensi yonna. Ramirama agamba nti eggwanga lyetaaga ebifo awakumi lw'ebirime nga bituukaganye n'omutindo. Ono ayongeddeko n'agamba nti bwe baaniriza bamusigansimbi bajja kuba bayamba okuzuula akatale k'ebyo ebikoleddwa nga kwogase okutumbula embeera y'abalimi. Kyo ekibiina ekitwala abasuubuzi mu mawanga ag'ebweru ekya Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya omwami Hosea Machuki agamba nti eggwanga lya Kenya lye likyasukkulumye mu mawanga amalala gonna okusuubuza ekibala ekya ovacado era nga beetegefu okugabana ebifa mu katale kano n'eggwanga erya Uganda.
Kale ensonga bassebo ne banyabo ez'entobazi nazo zikyagendera ddala mu maaso mu ggwanga. Of course tumanyi nti ministry etwala ensonga z'ebyentobazi gye tuyise ministry eya environment bakyagenda ddala maaso okutuula bufofufu okulaba nga bateekawo embeera oba amateeka agagenda okubanga gatereeza enzirukanya n'enkola y'entobazi. Tumanyi nti abamu ku ffe tetuddukanya bizinesi ez'enjawulo mu ntobazi. Otwogera kati waliwo amafactory agaweeryako ddala agagenda okubanga gazimbibwa. Kino nno kituufu oba si kituufu? Omusasi waffe atukuŋŋaanyiriza ensonga ey'entobazi era kagituwe nga bwefaanana.
Economic growth means an increase in real output. Therefore, with increased output and consumption, we are likely to see costs imposed on the environment. In the same way, the growth of businesses in Uganda has imposed a great threat on wetlands, whereby most of the private factories and marketplaces are constructed in wetlands. Economic growth means industrialization growth too, but most of them are constructed in wetlands in Uganda. Doesn't this pose a threat on the environmental conservation? And in any way, who gives out these wetlands? Tony Achidria, the Senior Public Relations Officer at National Environment Authority, told Smart 24 that they don't have the powers to issue out land.
Nowhere in NEMA's functions, in NEMA carrying out its duties, there is no level, there is no step at which we issue land and say, your land is here. No.
But can you demolish?
I am coming. There is nowhere where NEMA issues land titles to say that this is your land. That land is done, that issuance is done by the Ministry of Lands in conjunction with the local governments. Okay? This land, if you want to have a title or to own it, maybe, I don't know, lease or whatever, at no point does NEMA get involved. NEMA gets involved when it comes to the use. The use, yes. Because one, when we are saying, when you come to us and say, I have such a project, I want an environment impact assessment to be done, there are certain generic check marks which we have to follow. How did you acquire the land? Is the land, did you have it rightfully? Rightfully meaning, has it either been sold to you? Do you have a leasehold? Do you have whatever it is that shows you have been permitted to use the land? And that documentation is at the local governments and the Ministry of Lands. Once they have agreed that yes, person X has been permitted to use this part of the land, now we come and say, how can we use it? Sustain.
The Executive Director of Uganda Investment Authority, Dr. Robert Mukiza, however, says it's National Environment Authority that issues out clearance.
The new law now allows us as NEMA to, one, do the work of that local government, but in due course, cause the local government to pay us for the expenses incurred for doing their work. Previously, before the National Environment Act of 2019, there was no framework to address these issues because local governments would say they are powerless. We cannot control we cannot control people encroaching on wetlands and the likes, and then it would end there. So now, as part of the things we have been reviewing is that how do we address these issues? And there is that clause in the National Environment Act where NEMA can cause a lead agency to do their work. Okay? Now, to tie that to bring that to wetlands, if you are a local government, you have a wetland within your area, someone has built a house there without permission. Yes, without permission. How do you allow that? Because the law is clear, you are in charge of this.
Wetlands provide vital ecosystem services such as water purification, flood control, and climate moderation, among others, which enhance environmental quality, promote public health, and contribute to risk reduction. Therefore, if they are encroached on, there might be a damage on human life. The question of the day is, what has NEMA done to deter environmental crimes?
We are a semi-autonomous authority. We can sue and be sued, and we can also cause the arrest. Right? Yes, we can cause arrest. However, There are different levels of environment crime that are handled differently. For instance, if someone in your neighborhood where you live opens is discharging their wastewater in front of your house, really NEMA should not come and handle that situation. That one should be handled at what? At the local government level, at LC level. But that is an environment crime as well. You have to appreciate that.
The environmental impact of economic growth includes the increased consumption of non-renewable resources, high levels of pollution, global warming, and the potential loss of environmental habitats. However, not all forms of economic growth cause damage to the environment. The relationship between human business and the environment is a delicate balance. Since the Industrial Revolution, the world's population has increased, and with population growth, the environment has been profoundly affected. Deforestation, pollution, and global climate changes are amongst the diverse effects the population and the technological expansion has introduced. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
Kale oluvannyuma lw'obubaka obwo bassebo ne bannyabo ate ngenda kubanga neetoolamu katono pulogulaamu iji tukole ekyagendera ddala maaso tovaawo.
Smart 24, driving business. 24, driving business.
Kale basebo ne banyabo nate njagala okubaaniza nkyana kolwale of course njagala bakulisaayo mu nsonga ezimu enkulu ezibadde zigendera ddala maaso mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Nze Fred Makubi osobola okutwegattako of course we are streaming live on our different social media platforms, Facebook and Twitter. That is Smart 24 Television, and of course ku YouTube tekamu UG tukole Smart 24 TV osobola okubanga ate tukubaganyiwamu obirowoozo kuzimu ku nsonga ezigendera ddala maaso mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Of course tutunulidde ensonga za IMF, of course abakulu abadde wano mu ggwanga eryeggulo nga babadde wamu mu lukiiko olwadde lukubizibwa the right honorable leader of opposition omwami Mathias Mpuga. Ate of course tutunulidde ensonga y'ebbanja lya Uganda okubanga lyeyongedde, of course rising up to 70.3 trillion. That is according to civil society. Baganda bafe abasiatin statistics ezo zibagendera ddala maaso okubanga watu of course n'abaganda bafe abagendera ddala maaso okubanga bakoze entobazi zezimu ku nsonga zetandise nazo enkyayira. Tusuubira maaso keeyo akakiiko akali ku national insurance akakolibwa omukyala Bakireke oyo honorable member of parliament atwala of course ebitundu eby'emikono bijja kubanga nabo bagendera ddala maaso era ensonga ezo tujja kuba tuzikunganya tusobole okubanga tuzibaweereza. Naye nate program iji tukole of course tutunulira ensonga endala ezigendera ddala maaso mu ggwanga erya Uganda, and of course tutunulira the forex rate of course ebibanda by'ensimbi. That is according to Bank of Uganda, Opportunity Bank, and of course the Midwest Forex Bureau. Of course tutunulira the price of commodities, embeera y'ebintu nga bitambula mu butale obw'enjawulo, and of course ne tutunulira ne flights. That is according to Entebbe International Airport. Kasooka tulabe ebibanda by'ensimbi we bitambudde olunaku olwaleero. Of course that is according to bank enkulu ey'eggwanga erya Uganda, Bank of Uganda, and of course Opportunity Bank and the Midwest Forex Bureau. Kale basebo ne banyabo ensonga z'ebibanda by'ensimbi bwezito bwezitambudde enkya y'olunaku olwaleero. Of course according to Bank of Uganda, the Forex Midwest Forex Bureau, and of course Opportunity Bank. Naye katusooke of course tutunulire of course ensonga entonotono nga bwe zitambudde. Of course kyetuyise just a few analysis ku kyetuyise Bank of Uganda and of course the Midwest Forex Bureau ne kyetuyise Opportunity Bank wanene mu kibuga ekikulu eky'e Kampala. But of course you can access some of these other banks ku branches zaabwe n'osobola okuba nga weekyusiza ku sente. Of course ebibanda by'ensimbi ate bwe tutyo bwe tubyaze enkya y'olunaku olwaleero. So don't get stranded. Kyoyinza okusobola okulaba nti go and access, genda oba oli wano mu State Square, of course genda oyingire State Square wali bank enkulu ya Uganda osobola okulaba nga weekyusiza ku sente. Of course zo bank nga opportunities ziri mu bitundu ebyenjawulo, and then of course fa abawangalira wansi eno ku plot 1 wansi n'okukirya Nabugabo n'ebitundu ebyenjawulo gy'osobola okubanga nate osanga ensonga za the Midwest Forex Bureau. Of course, Bank of Uganda boba kugamba dola eri ku 13,485 ate 13,585 pounds 14,705 and of course 14,993 zokka, and of course euro is 14,39 kuludda olwokugula, and of course 14,210 basebo ne banyabo. Kenyan shillings is at 30.75 and of course ate kuludda olwokutunda is 32.75, and then the Tanzanian shillings is 0.45 and then 0.65 zokka, and of course finally we talk about IRS language, it is 48.30. That is Bank of Uganda. Basaba ne banyabo okusinzira ku updates ezibaddewo mu budde obufaananako bwe buti. Katsoka tulabe kye tuyise Opportunity Bank fe abasinga abawangalya no masekati koso wali mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Katsoka tulabe ebintu bitambudde 13,510 kuludda olwokugula, and of course 13,506 kuludda olwokutunda selling, and of course obaina dollars 10,000 ntonotono of course ziri 13,300 and 13,506, and of course pounds ziri 10,400 of course mukumi, and of course 10,497 kuludda olwokutunda, and of course for euros finally ziri 10,110 ate ne 10,220 bono bagada bafe aba Opportunity Bank ensonga bwe zisobola okubanga ate zitambula. The Midwest Forex Bureau basebo ne banyabo bo batugamba batya nti kuludda olwa Australian dollars ziri 2,200 ate 2,905 zokka, and of course the Tanzanian shillings ladies and gentlemen ziri 1.5 and then 1.7 kuludda lwetuyise olwokutunda, and then the Kenyan shillings is 32.5 and then 35 oba nusu asatu mutano abono bebaganda baffe betuyise abana Kenya, and of course the euro ziri 10,113 and of course 10,113 zokka kuludda olwokutunda. Pounds last but not least ziri 10,803 and of course 15,115 zokka zosobola okubanga wefunira kuludda olwokutunda as long as you have access kye tuyise the Midwest Forex Bureau, and then of course finally ziri 13,535 kuludda olwokugula, and of course 13,507 basebo ne banyabo njogereki ndekeki nzo omugaso gwange kubawa bibanda bya nsimbi era sigenda kubanga nsukakao wabula bwe bitobwe bitambudde enkya yolunaku olwaleero. Of course according to Bank of Uganda, the Midwest Forex Bureau and Opportunity Bank nga tuvudde ku bibanda bya nsimbi manyi ndi fena twetaaga okubanga tulya katsoke tuyingire tulabe ebbeeyi ebintu bwetambudde enkya yolunaku olwaleero. Of course according to what we call akatale akokalerwe ate waliwo baganda bafa bawangalya mu nakawa east and west. Of course mwe muli kitintale ne mugundi katufe ababeera wanene wakati mu masekati ag'ekibuga ky'e Kampala abawangalya mu katale akenna kasero ebintu bwe bitibwe bigenda okubanga nate bitambula ku bbeeyi ebintu bwetambudde enkya y'olunaku olwaleero basebo ne banyabo. So don't get stranded gwefunde kasente osobola okubanga otambula kalerwe of course 10,000 so okubanga efuni enkota y'ettoka, of course 10,000 up to 20,000 Ugandan shillings. Omukyere is 2,200 paka 13,000 and then 2,000 paka ku nusu 13,000. Muwogo of course ziri nusu 10,000 paka 13,000 and of course nusu 10,000 still paka 13,000 katale ke kamu anena ke masekati ag'ekibuga ky'e Kampala, and then lumonde is 2,000 paka 1,400 ate 2,500 paka 1,500. Obumonde ziri 5,000 paka 2,000 and of course 3,000 paka 2,000 najo. Akawunga ziri 2,000 paka 3,000 ida still kuludda olwanakawa bali ku 2,300 kalero ne nakawa bo bwe batwadde updates. Of course like tubategeeza nti updates zino zibeerawo okuvira ddala ku macha, so of course tubawa reliable information kitintale, and of course nakawa bano bo basangibwa mu nakawa east and west bo enabo ebbeeyi yaabwe of course tewabaddewo nkyukakyuka enkya ey'olunaku luneno olwaleero era katsoke tulabe ebintu nga bwe bitambudde okwawukanako ne kalere bo batambudde batya. Muwogo ziri nusu 10,000 paka 2,000 and of course 3,000 kuludda n'okudda waggulu kuludda olwa Nakasero, and of course Lumonde ziri 12 paka 14 ate 13 n'okudda waggulu still osobola okwefunira ekyokulya ekifaananako Lumonde. Obumonde ziri 13 paka ku mitwalo 2 egye Uganda osobola okubanga otambula bw'oto mu bitundu eby'ekitintala, and of course 2000 paka mutwalo gumu n'ekitundu nabo osobola okubanga obesiga basobole okusupply nga okuwa ebyokulya ebifaananako bwe bityo. Katulabe akawunga ziri 12 paka 13,500 ku ludda olwa Kitintale ate 13 paka 10 zokka eza Uganda osobola okubanga weefunira ensonga ezifaananako bwe zityo. Omuceere ziri 2500 paka 13,000 and of course 2000 still paka 13,000 si mu katala akalala as long as oli mu bitundu eby'e Nakasero wano masekati ag'ekibuga ekikulu ekya Kampala, and of course amatooke omutwalo gumu n'ekitundu paka ku mutwalo gumu kanaana nabo tebaawukanyeko n'olunaku olw'eggulo, and final omutwalo gumu n'ekitundu paka ku mitwalo 3 osobola okubanga weefunira emmere efaananako bw'etyo. Katusooke ate tutambuleko tulabe of course envazo zitambule zitya mu bitundu ebyenjawulo. Abandiyagala okubanga nammwe mukyusa ku ddala. Of course ffe batusomesa netugamba ite balance diet, bategeeza kulya nnyama yokka, olya ku nnyama n'olya ku nkoko n'olya ku mitwe ebifaananako bwe bityo. Ekyennyanja kiri ku nusu kanaana paka ku mitwalo 3. Of course this update is as of now, of course paka nusu kanaana mu butale, that is Kitintale and Nakasero. Off-layer chickens nono ziba zibise ku magi nga basinga tugalidde mutwalo gumu kanaana paka ku mitwalo 2 osobola okubanga weefunira enkoko gye tuyise eya off-layer basebo ne bannyawe ku mitwalo 2 paka mitwalo 2 n'ekitundu kasoba nga wekakutanze kafyu n'akusanga mitundu ebye Nakasero kasoba ngwe n'emitwalo gye 2 n'ebiri kitundu osobola okubanga weefunira beef gye tuyise ennyama seyeegundi wabula ennyama ey'ente of course mutwalo gumu n'ekitundu paka ku mutwalo gumu mu 10 zokka osobola okubanga weefunira ebintu ebifaananako bito. Chicken loco of course abasinga naliko wajjajjange n'aŋŋamba nze okumpa zino at least ompa zino eno ompeemu n'otampa ziri endala emitwalo 2 n'ekitundu paka ku mitwalo 3 basebo ne bannyabo ate emitwalo 2 n'ekitundu paka ku mitwalo 3 basebo ne bannyabo as long as bw'obanga oli wano masekati ag'ekibuga eky'e Kampala ne mu bitundu eby'ekitintale osobola okubanga weefunira ku nva ezifaananako bwe zityo. And of course last but not least as long as oyagala okulya ku mbuzi guli omutwalo gumu kanaana paka ku mitwalo 2 bw'obanga oli Nakasero ne mu bitundu eby'ekitintale. Of course tomatoes zo as long as olina nusu sente zikwataganira ddala ku nusu 10 osobola okubanga weefunira ensonga ezigendera ddala bwe zityo. Kati basebo ne banyawo of course why we give you this update Monday to Friday. We know that buli muntu yenna osobola okubanga olya olina okubanga in fact one of the best needs sente ezisinga okutubezaawo basebo ne banya ebimu ku bintu ebisibye twetaaga on a daily basis whether oli mumpi oba oli muwanvu oba oli mugagga oba tolina oba otandika butandisi oba wakola dda nti weetaaga okusobola okubabanga ofuna akantu kewerira. So that's why we give you this update, but also secondly ogenda oyingira akatale you know ebimu ku bintu ebisinga okutwala sente zaffe abasajja abasomye personal financial management batugamba buli bwoyingira akatale ng'ekisooka tomanyi kyogenda gula ekyokubiri tomanyi muwendo gya bintu omaliza either spendiza sente nyingi oba omaliza nga omaliza oguze byoteetaaga. Kati okwewala this is a financial of course management tip nti genda mu katale ng'omanyi kyoweetaaga, genda mu katale omanyi nti ngenda kugula enkoko ya sente meka eri wakati wa mitwalo 2 paka ku mitwalo 3 njagala oyagala ofleya oba oyagala ya nnyama oyagala ya magi ki kyeweetaaga. So genda mu katale ng'omanyi kino kyenneetaaga, but also secondly genda ng'omanyi wogenda okugula. That saves you a lot of money. Bw'omanya nti ngenda kugula nnyama naye nze omusajja anguza bw'ati asangibwa wano kikuyamba kyongera okuyamba. N'ekisembero ddala genda mu katale ng'omanyi kiki kyeweetaaga oba kiki kyogenda okugula. Buli bw'oliyingira akatale konna basebo ne banyawo biite supermarket biite buno obutale obwafu obw'omubulo n'obulala ne buno obutambula president bwana bakugula. Buli bw'oliyingira nga tomanyi kyogenze kugula ojja mmaliriza nga oguze kyoteetaaga oba ojja mmaliriza ng'omaze gagula buli kintu. Yingira akatale ng'omanyi kyogenda okugula ng'olina ne ssente zaakyo ate ng'oplanize togula kintu kyotaatadde ku list yo. Have a shopping list. Genda omanyi nti neetaaga enkoko emu togula 2 because bw'ogula 2 ojjamaliza oyingire mu ssente ate z'obadde toyina kubanga oyigirawo. Yes, that is of course a financial tip gye tusobodde okubanga twogeramu ate ku nsonga ez'ebyobutale. Ensonga z'ennyonyi nazo nno tusongera okuziteekako amaaso kubanga tumanyi mwetaaga okumanya departures and arrivals zo eziyingira ziri mmeka era zigenda kubanga zifuluma zitya. Katuzirabe. kale basebo ne banyabo, of course that is the timetable fair abasomera eri eruwero wansi nti n'enguudo tebannazizimba tuziyita timetable mwabasoma olulimi lw'ennyonyi, of course you know see just timetable, but of course tumanyi nti basebo ne banyabo this update comes to us of course okuviira ddala obudde obw'okumakya Monday to Friday okusobola okulaba nga tutunuulira ebintu bwe bitambudde ku ludda olw'ekisaawe ekikulu eky'eggwanga erya Uganda ky'Entebbe, of course kyetera okukosanga Entebbe International Airport. Tebakulimba nti ate ono yabadde alina okutambula ng'ennyonyi ze tugenda okwogerako oba schedule gye tugenda okuba nga tukuwa nga bwe bateriiko oyo manya badde akulimba. So bw'abanga oyagala okumanya relevant information ebintu nga ebigenda okutambula olunaku olwaleero ku kisaawe ekikulu, zino si nkola ya taxi nti otuuka entinda n'omugambiiramu awo n'okwata endala. Kale kasooke tulabe of course update eva ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe nga bwe batugamba of course we are speaking twogera olulimi olwa departure ne arrivals of course ku ssaawa zigenda kuba 7 of course ennyonyi ejjubba tugenda kuba tugisuubira okuva mu bitundu eby'ejjubba egwe wano ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe, of course ng'ekozesa the Ugandan Airways, and of course ku ssaawa 7:2 zigenda kuba still the Kenyan Airways ejja kuba nga eva mu bitundu eby'e Nairobi, of course E90 ejja kuba nga nayo etambula. Of course ku ssaawa 7:4 tutunulira ennyonyi eya Ugandan Airways ejja kuba eva mu bitundu ebya Tanzania, of course we twogera Dar es Salaam twogera olulimi olwa Tanzania esobola okuggwa ku kisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. Of course ku ssaawa 7 tusuubira ennyonyi eziwerako okuviira ddala ku 7:15 waliwo abatera okumbuuza nti kano twagenda kubeerawo ovalo simanya no parking ezimu zirindireko ebweru. Of course those situations happen of course by the guidance of abakugu abeera ku nnyonyi. Of course twogera olulimi olwa Addis Ababa, this is Ethiopian Airways ejja kubanga ate basebo ne banya ku ssaawa 7:5 ale ku ssaawa 10 ndooza ennyonyi eya Dubai ku ssaawa yes this is ssaawa 11 ennyonyi eya Fly Dubai ejja kuba eva mu bitundu ebya Dubai ku ssaawa 11:45 abakulu aba Fly Dubai bajja kubanga ku ssaawa 11:45 bava mu bitundu ebya Dubai, and of course ku ssaawa 12:30 abasinga kufe tujja kuba tudduka kafyu aleme tukwata of course Qatar Airways nga bajja kuba bava mu bitundu ebya Lagos nabo boolekera ekisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe ku ssaawa 10 ku ssaawa emu eyakawungeezi of course baganda baffe ab'ejjubba bajja kuba bava mu Ugandan banga bakosa Ugandan Airlines bajja kuba bava n'ene Sudan basobole okwolekera ekisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. Of course Bangui zijja kuba zijja kuba essaawa ndooza 2 zijja kuba essaawa 3:10 ennyonyi of course eya Kenyan Airways zijja kuba eva mu bitundu ebya Bangui ate esobole nayo okubanga eyolekera ekisaawe ekikulu eky'eggwanga ery'Entebbe. And of course katulabe departures mwe abagenda okubanga mutambula enkya olunaku olwaleero tulabe ensonga ebitambula of course ku ssaawa zigenda kuba 6 gwenjogera ebula eddakiika ndooza nga 2 oba 3 bano abakulu aba Kigali yes of course wenjogera ebula eddakiika ntonotono okusobola okulaba nga abakulu bano aba Rwanda Airways of course bagenda kubanga ate basimbula boolekere ekisaawe ekya Kigali, and of course zino zigenda kuba ssaawa 6 ate ssaawa zigenda kuba 8 z'ennyonyi ya Zanzibar of course through the Ugandan Airways nabo bajja kubanga basimbula bave mu bitundu ebya Zanzibar boolekere ekisaawe ekikulu eky'Entebbe. And of course Addis Ababa of course at this time Ethiopian Airways nayo ejja kubanga etambula still at the same time of course Addis Ababa it has the same timetable Ethiopian Airlines bajja kuba nga batambula, and of course Nairobi Dubai and Nairobi Kigali nabo bajja kuba olunaku olwaleero bwe batyo batambula. Of course bano bajja kuba bakosa the Rwandan Airways bano bakosa Ugandan Airways and then the Fly Dubai at that particular time. Basebo ne banyabo ensonga ezo bwetyo tutunulide enkya olunaku olwaleero, but of course with daily omanyi waliwo abagamba nti ebintu bineno all the time tubibawa, but I can guarantee you information teggwawo senga HIV AIDS twakoma okumwogerako edda yandibadde akyali of course rate ya HIV egenze ekendera because we speak about it on a daily basis, business zandibadde zigwa senga tubadde tuzoogerako, so timetable eno tugibawa of course the schedule olulimi ndooza olw'abasajja abasoma ebintu ebyennyonyi. Of course we give you this schedule so that you keep yourself updated n'okusobola okumanya nti ebintu bigenda kuba bitambula butya, but I can frankly tell you if you need to travel out of any country make your documents ready. Beera n'ebiwandiiko byo okakase nti ddala mu bituufu weebiri osobola okubanga otambula gwe kennyini bikakase oleme kutuuka ku airport ate getting stranded. Bw'otuuka ku airport get there of course abakuga bawabula just 3 hours to the departure time kino kijja okusobola okulaba ng'ate otambulira ddala bulungi. Basebo ne banyabo of course ate bw'otuukayo make sure your documents are ready, have everything on board. Ekyo kijja kuyamba okusobola okukakasiza ddala nti ebintu byogenda okukola oba byogenda okutambuza biri makubo matuufu. But of course fenga TV ya business ezo zezimu ku nsonga zetutabuusa maaso kubanga tulowooza nti nsonga nkulu. Nze nganze muzzukulu wa Lusemi nkimanyi information is powerful. Otambula ng'olina okumanya bintu ebikwata ku ggwanga bitambula bitya, ebbanja lya Uganda litambudde litya, liri ku ssente mmeka, ate kituyamba okumanya. Of course nga tubawa updates ezibeerawo ku ludda olwa business naye n'ebintu byemwetaaga okuba nga mmanya. Of course nga bategeezezza nti ebbanja lya Uganda wetwogere according to civil society bo bagamba tuli ku 70.3 trillion. Of course ebbanja eryo ekibuzo kiri twebuuza tono oba ddene naye ne mbasikuwadde answer tono oba ddene. Ekibuzo kiri kimu kyenjagala okwebuuza. If the financial year for the year 2021 and 2022 of course eri ku trillions 44.56 ng'ate ebbanja liri ku 70 kitegeeza ne bwe tuggalawo byonna bye tukola ne tuba nga tetulya ne tuba nga tetunywa ne tutazimba nguudo ntabako kye tukola it means omwaka guggwako era nga tusasudde ebbanja ne basigala nga batubanja ndowooza ssente ezikunukiza mu over 25 trillions. But of course awe tuyimiridde. The question is kiki ekituleetedde embeera okutuuka mu mbeera efaananako bweti nti ebbanja lya Uganda lyeyongera. Twayogeddeko n'abaka ba parliament olunaku olw'eggulo bo ne batugamba nti ebbanja lyeyongere naye nze nababuuza ekibuzo ne mbabuuza okay tugamba nti Uganda twewola but do we have alternatives? Of course tumanyi nti eggwanga Uganda liyimirirawo ku bika birinawo ku avenues ziringa nga 3 either gisooka kuba misolo ate abasinga mukaba nti gavumenti ebasaba emisolo mingi abamu ne bagamba nti either wabeerawo grants ezo grants ze sente ze batuwa basebo ne banyabo ate ekira of course kubeera kwewola. But the question tugenda okwebuuza of course from the start of the top of the hour ngenda kuba negatibwako mukulu Alan Muhereza ono nno omusajja mukugu mu nsonga ez'emisolo tugenda kuba tumuli avudde of course mu center for avudde mu CS bag ye team leader w'ekitongole ekyo tugenda kuba tutunulira ensonga ezo natuzibwa mu torch ebbanja lino lwaki tutuuse wano kiki tuyinza okukola okulaba nga twewala.
Smart 24, driving business. 24 Driving Business.
Kale basebo ne banyabo nate nyongera okubaniriza enkya yonako lwalero nze Fred Makubya ndi muzukulu wa Lusimbi tugenda kuba ate mukafubo kendo kutunulira ensonga ey'ebbanja erya Uganda njagala okubategeeza nga bwe mbadde nzija mbategeeza olunaku lwe Sunday bo aba civil society aba SIA team bavayo ne batugamba nti ebbanja lya Uganda liri ku 70.3 trillion ekibuzo kiri nti ebbanja lino ddene oba ttono olunaku olw'eggulo mu lukuŋŋaana lwe lumu mukyala Jane Nalonga yatutegeeza nti eggwanga Uganda lyafuna ssente okuva mu International Monetary Fund ssente ezikunukkiriza mu bitundu ebyenjawulo era ssente zino nga ziri mu bitundu ziri mu Bank of Uganda wetwogerera kati so tugenda kuba tukuba torch mu nsonga y'ebbanja lya Uganda okuba nga lyeyongedde era kiki ekitutuusiza wano which other avenue makubo kyamala ge tulina nti bwe tubanga tugamba ebbanja lyeyongedde makubo kyamala ge tulina agasobola okulaba nga tukendeeza okwewola netusobola oconcentrating wano mu ggwanga erya Uganda. Alan Muhereza yaneegaseeko aviira ddala mu youth tax justice ensonga zino yasinga okuzitegeera bwe tugenda okuba nga tutunulira ensonga ezifaanako bwe ziti. Alan nsanyusa okulaba.
Nze asinziira mwebalire ddala okutuyita okutwegattako okubaganya ebiroza ku nsonga tusanyukise nnyo ate tusanyuse tugenda
ensonga z'amabanja abantu abasinga tebaagala kuzoogerako even on personal level on personal level lwaki omuntu yandisaanye okwewola katutandikira awo
mpozi kyetuyinza osookerako nti okuwera kyo nga kyo si kibi nti era bw'olaba nti bizinesi ezikulaakulanye abantu abakulaakulanye n'ensi ezikulaakulanye bonna beewola nti era kuba tuli muntu aba alina obusobozi bw'aba yeetaaga okukulaakulana ku ssaawa eyo ng'abuyina mu budde so ne bwotunira za America zi Japan abajamani bonna balina gwe beewolako era balina amabanja mpozi era wetulina kati wetuyinza okukireetera nti bo baba beewoze batya era lwaki baba beewola ndowooza awo obuzibu bwe bujjira nti teri muntu agamba nti teweewola kuba nga bwe ngambye nti ensi eggwanga liba lina okukola ebintu bingi ate oyinza okwesanga nga obusobozi temubulina obwa ssente mu kiseera ekyo so ne musaba ne mugamba katwewole tukoleko bye tukoze binaatuyamba okukola ebirala nga bwe tukola ki nga bwe tugezaako okutereeza ebintu ebimu oba ebirala obuzibu bwe butera okujjira nti ekisooka nti weewoze lwaki weewoze kwani era ssente zeweewoze ozikozesezzaaki ndowooza wetyasinza okufuna obuzibu obw'amaanyi ng'amawanga ga Africa naddala nga Uganda mwe tuli nti bw'obwo obuzibu bwe tuba tulina nti twewola ssente olumu nezitulema okukozesa olumu ne tutazikozesa bye tuba tugambye nti tugenda zikozesa oba olumu ne sitera kwagala kugamba nti ne tuzoonoona kuba ekyo kiraga nti tuba tugezezzaako olumu ne tubba nzibe
but of course olumu wabeerawo justification bwogamba okwonoona kiina
oyinza okugamba nti nali nyinagula kilo 2 z'ennyama nengula maybe 5 naye olumu n'ennyama togigula ate ne ssente nga teziriwo so bwe obuzibu bwe tuba tusanga nti kwewola so ffe we tutandikira nga civil society nti tetugamba nti gavumenti teyeewola tulina otutangazaamu tugamba nti gavumenti bweba eri yakwewola yeewoze etya kyekisookera ddala bwemala ekoola yeewoze kwani kubeera nga bwogambye naawe ng'omuntu waliwo abantu bosobola okwewolako waliwo ne botasobola kwewolako olw'ensonga ez'enjawulo so ne gavumenti kyekimu
bade mayiri n'oggwanga nti ze ng'omuntu
n'eggwanga anti era kyenkugamba
but the country eggwanga lisobola ogenda anywhere
bwe twaliyagadde kibe naye si bwe kiri era mu ngeri ez'enjawulo kyenagambye luli nti bw'oba weewoze tugambe nga ku bitongole ebinene omusobola okugamba ne mugamba tugende kati tuteese ng'eggwanga oba nga East Africa Community oba nga Africa Union nti mutusonyiwe ku ssente oba mukole ebintu waliwo abawola ssente abasobola okikkiriza waliwo n'abatasobola so kati kisinziira ku ngeri lwaki gwe weewozeeko weewoledde kusasula mu bbanga ki byebyo ebisinga byebizibu byetusanga mu kwewola kwa gavumenti nti olumu gavumenti engeri gyeba nti tesolooza misolo giwera ku teeka mu bintu byeyagala kukola nti olumu egenda neewola ssente ng'emanyi lazima nti bweba newadde emyaka 5 era mu myaka 5 genda tutuuka ngezo ssente era sikola ki siziina neweesanga nga kati ate eri mu kwewola kusasula mabanja ekituzaayo mu lwaki oba weewola kuba ffe ng'ensi tusuubira nti bw'oba singa oba weewoze ssente ekisooka ziteeke mu bintu ebigenda okuyamba abantu okukulaakulana kuba abantu bwe bakulaakulana n'ensi ekulaakulana kyekisookera ddala nti woba ogambye nti kale tufunye obuzibu bwa covid kwate olumu twagala okwekwasa covid nti yatuleetedde maybe okwewola ssente nnyingi nga wogambye nti nti we tuli twewoze over 50% GDP nti ebitundu 5 ku buli 100 ku bintu byonna bye tukola mu ggwanga twewozeeko already ebitundu 5 ku buli 100 oba okusukka mu bitundu 5 buli 100 so obuzibu bujja nti singa tuba twewoze ne tuziteeka mu bantu ebintu ebikulaakulanya abantu kuba abantu abangi bwe bakulaakulana era n'ensi egenda ekulaakulana so bwobwo obuzibu obulala obuliwo nti newe tuzeewola tetuziteeka mu bintu bye tusuubira nti biyamba abantu okukulaakulanya obulamu bwabwe weewaawo gavumenti etugamba nti bazeewola ne baziteeka mu kuzimba enguudo mu kukola amasannyalaze oba mu electric production ebintu ebiina amagoba agasobola okubijjako mu myaka egitasukka wansi wa myaka 15 naye nga weewaawo nezo enguudo bw'oba ozikoze era waliwo abalina okugenda ozikozesa okukola ebintu ebyokwekulaakulanya ebyenga ye bw'okola amasannyalaze ng'omuntu tasobola gakozesa kufumba mmere kukolawo ka woteeri oba tasobola gakozesa kugolola oba tasobola gakozesa bino ebintu ebyangwangu lwakuba bagaseera kitegeeza nti oba weewoze mu kintu ekitagenda kuyamba ggwanga newankubadde oba obitaddewo yes so kyekyo ekizibu ekirala nti gavumenti erowooza nti okukulaakulana kwokwo kuliwo mu ngeri ya infrastructure eya oba ngiyite etya mu Luganda physical nti enguudo tuzitaddewo amasannyalaze tugakoze ezikulaakulanye nga Japan nga Germany nga nezino eziri mu gundi endala zasooka ku investinga mu bantu nti era kuba kanku ekyokulabira ku ffe
abantu bataddemu ssente
anyways ekyo tuyinza kirabira mu si bigambo naye mu budget bw'ogenda n'ogamba nti kati social programs kuba twatandise programming budget programming programu ey'abantu ogamba nti kati nze omwana engeri gy'asomamu kanku ekyokulabirako nti ffenna tumanyi nti tuli mu internet age nti tuli mu myaka nti oba toyina access oba toyina ngeri gyogenda ku mutimbagano toyina kyokyasobola kukola tosobola ku competing oba tosobola kuvuganya n'abantu batali mu Uganda ate nga bo bagenda bakola ki so kyekyo ekyokulabirako nti abaana bano mu Uganda bamaze emyaka 2 tebasoma naye ate mu nsi endala basoma
era tumanyi ensonga lwaki tuli mu mbeera efaananako
naye ate kyeŋŋamba nti era ne mu nsi endala era naye embeera yemu weeri naye era abaana babateerawo obusobozi nti nsobola okubeera eka n'ensomerayo
dynamics n'enfuna n'eggwanga olumu tukola comparison between Uganda n'amawanga amalala olumu ne weesanga nti either amawanga getugezaako okugeraageranya ne Uganda we are out of context nga tulina ebintu bingi ebitwawula
nze kanku ekyokulabirako twali tugambye nti abaana basobola okusomera ku radio ekyo kyo kisoboka singa tuba tusazeeyo nti tukikole twakikola so kyekyo ekimu ku bintu nti we tuba twewoze ssente ng'eggwanga tuzitadde mu bintu kuba omuntu bw'akulaakulana omuntu nga ye aba asobola okuyiiya kye tuyita ffe innovation nti kino ekiba kiganye kangezeeko kino oba obusobozi oba obumuwadde oluguudo luba lwenagamba akali tugezeeko ku mazzi naye ng'omuwadde obusobozi ye nga yokola ki so ffe ndowooza obwo obuzibu obuva mu kintu kyokwera andi kyovula nti kitunyigiriza nnyo ng'eggwanga nti tufiirwa emirundi ebiri ng'eggwanga nti twewola ssente ekisooka nezitakozesebwa mu ngeri gye zinakozesebwa bw'oba oyagala ekyokulabirako omulamuzi bamugemereire yakulira akakiiko mu kulondola UNRA ne bagamba nti mu myaka 10 UNRA bali bagiwadde trillion simanyi mu Luganda kyeki naye kisukka mu buwumbi 7 naye ku obwo 7 ne babbako obuwumbi 4 naye nga zino ssente jjukire zisinga tukoze eki tuzeewoze so nekitegeeza nti oyina ssente ekisooka ozeewoze oyina ozisasula ate bw'oba ozizaayo n'otoola ku ssente z'obadde ojje mu bantu mu ngeri y'emisolo n'ozikozesa okusasula ssente zeweewola nti newesanga nti bw'otunda bajeti zaffe okumala emyaka 5 egiyise nti ekintu ekyokubiri mu kyasinza kusasula amabanja na interest ku mabanja nga kitegeeza nti ezo ssente singa ekisooka maybe singa twazeewola ne tuziteeka mu bintu ebikulaakulanya abantu omuntu teyali badde ng'awulira nti alina obuzibu bw'amaanyi osasula emisolo gye twagala okozesa osasula amabanja ekyokubiri nti bw'oba otadde ssente za bajeti nga ekyokubiri mu byosinga osasulira amabanja kitegeeza nti we wali tadde ssente awalala toziteekawo
because ebbanja lyerisingamu if the current date eri ku 70 maybe 0.3 nga mwe aba civil society bwemutugamba so mbadde ndowooza era newandibadde obalirira kendeeza ku bbanja neyongerako ku ngeri gy'oyinza okunoonya
anti era kye mbadde nkugamba nti kituteeka wali we twatandikidde nti kati oba otandise kwewola kusasula ki mabanja era ndowooza era ne mu segment gy'obadde oyogerako IMF bwe yali wetwali tukubaganya ebirowoozo nayo ne tukigamba naye tusobola okufuna engeri gye tugambamu gavumenti ereme kukozesa ssente zino okusasula amabanja eziteeke mu bintu ebigenda oyamba abantu nga kyetugezaako gamba nti already twewola ssente ezimu tetwazikozesa ezimu bayo ezikyali ku account waliwo report ya CSBAG yagamba nti actually I think yali report ya IGP not IGP Auditor General nti waliwo looni 12 zatuuka okutandika osasula ssente nga ne ku account tezivangako nga kitegeeza ssente bazituwa ne zigenda ku account nekye twali tusabidde ne tutakikola naye ne tusigala nga tusasula interest ku mabanja ago so nga kitegeeza kintu tuli mu kweyola ssente okusasula amabanja amala agamu ge nakozesa so waliwo nkugambire nti newonkubadde nti ebbanja lyo ddene ekisooka lwaki ddene ate n'ekyokubiri nti era neyo liba ddene era kati kabikiteeke ku house level tiwembeeka newemba bambanja naye nga yeka abaana enjala ebaluma era ngenda sooka ngula emmere
olina okusooka okugula emmere
nga sinasasula bbanja kuba kyekyo ekizibu ekitandikibwako
landlord wabaako yakubanja
kati ekyo
abaana basula mu nnyumba
kirungi nti era kituzaayo ku bintu ebimu bye tukyasinza lwaki tulwanyisa okwewola okutali kwa buvunaanyizibwa nti amawanga amalala gakikozesezza mu ngeri ey'okutufugamu mu ngeri gye tutandiyagadde lwakuba batwa ssente ate nga singa tuba tugezezaako okunoonya ssente wano mu Uganda ssente mweziri tusobola okuba nga tusobola okukola ki
You see, Alan, olina ekintu kyogedde ekyomugaso ennyo nti tusobola okwekolera ssente zaffe wano mu Uganda tetugenda kwewola tusobola okwekolera wano ssente mu Uganda maybe ekyo tuyinza okwongera okigaziyaako maaso so kiki ekitutusiza ku mbeera efaananako bwenti
bintu bingi naye ng'ekisookera ddala nti of course obusobozi obukuŋŋaanya ssente mu bantu tetubuyinanga eggwanga otubadde tubuyina naye tetubukozeseza nga bwe twalibadde tubukozesa kanku ekyokulabirako nti wano mu Uganda abantu abali badde balina osasula emisolo tebasasula abantu abali badde nga abatalina kyamaanyi oba nga abatalina kinene ne babateekako emisolo emiyitirivu newesanga nti gwe ng'omuntu bw'omulufune omusaala bw'omala okukola biki biki osasula airtime ogula ebiki byonna oba osasudde ssente nnyingi nnyo okusingako abantu abalala abadde abakusingako ne ku ssente mu ngeri emu oba endala so tutandikira nti twegenza okwesanga nti obusobozi bwa gavumenti okunganya sente mu bantu tebukozesezza kuzijjamu ate bwe ngamba abantu sitegeeza bantu
kyemba nentegeeza nti because weyogera ku gavumenti namwe civil society yes
fefe atobola tubadde tugezaako
nange kenyini fena tuli gavumenti so fube tumanya nti Alan n'ekitongole kye tebasasula musolo naye nga twagala enkulaakulana zigende emmanga wenviro ne ngamba no URA bano abakulu emisolo gyo bagidduka
kati awo tunaatera otuuka hakati ojja gyendi mu kulaga nti luli nga tetunatandika kukola kaweefuwe wa kugezaako kuyamba gavumenti kugezaako kuŋŋaanya misolo mu bantu mwe balina ogijja waliwo obuzibu nti wadde ekonomi yakulanga naye ng'emisolo tegikola nga buli mwaka gavumenti bajja ne batugamba ekonomi yakoze by 5.6%. naye nga bw'obabuuza okay kitegeeza nti ebintu byemukola ng'eggwanga munda byeyongedde naye nga bwe tubuuza nti naye okay bwe byeyongedde naye n'emisolo gye tukola gyeyongedde gye tukuŋŋaanya kuba bw'oŋŋamba nti abantu ssente ze bafuna mu ggwanga zeeyongedde kitegeeza nti naawe akuŋŋaanya emisolo zirina okuba naawe ku ludda lwo zikoze eki zeeyongeramuko naye nga bw'olaba engeri kubadde mu shillings bw'ogamba nti tuli twakuŋŋaanya trillion 2 luno tukuŋŋanyiza trillion 6 ziba zeeyongeddeko naye bw'olaba nti wakuŋŋaanya trillion 2 mu ekonomi ya maybe trillion 9 mu ekonomi ya trillion 12 okuŋŋanyizaamu 6 ne weesanga nti gwe nga gwoba tokoze ng'ekitongole mu kuŋŋaanya emisolo so kye twatandikirako emyaka 2-3 okugamba nti gavumenti eveeyo ekuŋŋaanya ssente oba ekuŋŋaanya emisolo mu bantu abalina ssente abalina obusobozi okusinga
of course era URA essente ezijja ku bantu abazirina for instance singa bwetunulanga olaba income tax nti oba tokoze magoba gavumenti ekugjaako URA tekugjaako omusolo nga tokoze so weetuukira okugjeewo
kituufu kuba kati kanku ekyokulabirako nti mu Uganda wano bw'otunda ku tax register gye tuyina mu ekonomi y'abantu omu nsi y'abantu 42 abantu abali ku tax register balinga akakadde kamu 200 naye nga bw'otaddemu abantu ne kampuni nga kampuni nekikutegeeza ki nti bw'oba kugamba nti twakuŋŋanyiza trillion 21 kitegeeza bazijje mu bantu 1,000,000 ate nga kyengambye nti mwezo mwe muli ne kampuni oba kitegeeza
so nga population ya Uganda ziri 4,500,000
kale tugambe nti kale abasinga bato naye nze osiwe mbadde ndaga nti waliwo wetumanya wali ssente nga te gavumenti tezijjayo kanku ekyokulabirako nti bw'otunda zino bino ebitongole bwe tuyita multinationals ebijja wano mu maybe sectors ezimu telecom oil and
gas bafisera abakaggalawo bonna
abo bonna bw'otunulira nti singa gavumenti eba serious okay sigamba nti teri serious naye singa bateekamuko ku maanyi ne bagamba nti tugende tunoonye ssente weziri era bajja zifuna ekyokulayiko kyentera okuwa abantu nti bwetula ku musango gwa ttalo ne Uganda gavumenti yateeka wansi ekikire negamba mulina osasula omusolo ne bagamba nedda ne bagenda ne baloopa ebungereza ne bakola biki naye byonna byagenda okuggwanga gavumenti egambye mulina okukola ki era gavumenti nefuna $406 eza dola so kyentera obuuza abantu nti okufuna $400 oba olina ku abantu ba saluni bameka bobizinzo kujjako omusolo ofuna $400 eza dola
ndowooza ekyo kibuuzo maybe okusinga eri Uganda Revenue Authority but you see Alan era argument yo njirabamu eggumba njirabamu amazzi naye bw'ogamba gavumenti yeetaaga naffe tuli part of government in one way or the other especially kati nga gwe akulira ekitongole kya
anti era
ensonga ezifaanako bwe ziti mwandibadde very central ku nsonga ezifaanako bwe ziti
era tuvuddeyo
nano bisindikibwa Matiya Kasaija
nedda era tuvuddeyo ne tukolagana ne gavumenti twali mu nteekateeka ezakola domestic tax revenue mobilization strategy 2019 ey'emyaka 5 ne tubalaga ssente we ziringa bwe mbadde nkugamba nti bw'otunulira I think era yali Seatine yakukolera okunoonyeza nagamba tuluzinga trillion 2 buli mwaka mu tax incentives o mu bantu betugamba nti tebasasula misolo ate nekira nti weewaawo sigamba nti obutasasula misolo sikibi kuba waliwo bwekiwa omuntu omwa bizinesi ento ng'etandika kisobola ogiyamba naye ffe tuba tugamba ku bizinesi ezisooka eziba nga zirina ssente ne zijja wano ne tuziwa ettaka ne tuziwa biki ne tuziwa abaana ne tubagamba tetugenda teekako minimum wage ne tuzikola ki tumala nga tumaze oziwa ebyo byonna ne tuzigamba n'okusasula omusolo tukola ki tusasula naye ate nga ssente be baziina nga singa ogambye nti kale bino ebirala tukwadde ettaka tukwadde ki sasula omusolo kiba kikuyambako gwe ng'eggwanga okukola ki okukendeezaako ku bwetaavu bwe wali badde olina mu ngeri y'ebyenfuna so awo wetulina otutandikira nti tugende tulabe nti bwe tuba tusonyiye omuntu omusolo ekisooka ni bwe tusonyiye era lwaki tumusonyiye bwe tugamba nti ono tagenda sasula musolo lwakuba agenda tukolera amasannyalaze mu myaka 25 buli omu ajja kuba noŋŋamba nti mu myaka 25 ajja kuba twa amasannyalaze nga buli munnayuganda asobola okuba nga asobola okufuna amasannyalaze bwe tutuka mu myaka 10 nga buli munnayuganda talina amasannyalaze oba nga buli munnayuganda takola ki nga twebuuza ne tugamba naye okyetaaga okukola ki okufuna obutasasula musolo guno so that is one way nti tulabe where we are losing money in terms of tax incentives nti buli gwe tuziwadde azeetaaga of course government ejagamba nti azeetaaga naye kyebadde nkugamba nti waliwo okunoonyereza okwalaga nti oli investor bwajja okuteekawo ensimbi mu ggwanga emisolo kijjanga nga 8
maybe ekitugenda kuba tukitunulako maaso kawo basabale banyabo abakatwegattako of course osobola okubeera part of this discussion following ku social media platform YouTube of course kwetuli Smart24 TV Facebook and Twitter kwetuli tukuba toki ku gye tuyise the debt burden ebbanja lya Uganda kati abasinga ababigoberera bagamba lituli mu bulago 70.3 trillion report eyo of course ye latest from the civil society of course discussion eno yagenza okujja nga n'ensonga za International Monetary Fund nazo zikute ombali na Uganda batuwa sente eziwererako ddala ndoza ziri trillions nga 2.5 kamu era sente ezo nga ziri kyetuyise Bank of Uganda bo abakulu aba civil society batugamba sente ezo muzijje muzize ku parliament ndowooza n'omukulu the right honorable leader of opposition omukulu Mathias Mpuuga naye zimuze ensonga z'abadagamba sente ziveeyo sibagamba sente zino mwe tuzogerako bwogezi naye nga mu butuufu gye ziri Alan waliwo n'abagamba nti gavumenti ezenga etuwa sente ne gavumenti yagala tukuuma mu lockdown efune weesaasaanyiza sente ezo ndowooza z'abantu nga bulijjo naye mmanyi gwe ngaakulira youth for tax justice of course you have a better view ensonga ezifaananako bwe zityo
weewaawo kituufu nti gavumenti ya Uganda ebadde gyefunanga sente era omwaka guno IMF yakkiriza ojjiwa akawumbi kamu $1 mu myaka 3 nga kitegeeza nti zonna tegenda zifuna mulundi gumu egenda zifuna mu installments oba mu bitundutundu okumala emyaka 3 naye nga bwe twali tukubaganyako ebirowoozo nabo ne batugamba nti ekisooka gavumenti eri mu bwetaavu ate nga kituufu nti eri mu bwetaavu nti COVID-19 terese gavumenti ya Uganda yokka mu bwetaavu oba terese gavumenti ya Uganda yokka nga teyina busobozi bugezaako kuyamba bantu baabwe naye bwe tuviirayo ffe kyetwagambye luli nti tulina okuba nga tulina obuvunaanyizibwa ekisooka eri abetwewolako n'abatuwola but also ne bye tukozesa sente ze twewoze si kiwaawo nti waliwo agamba gavumenti nti teweewola ekyo kyalibadde si kituufu naye tugamba nti for example tuba tugambye nti twewoze sente tugenda kuyamba bannayuganda okudda mu business tuyamba bannayuganda badde mu business bwe tuba twewoze sente ne tugamba nti tugenda kuziteeka mu byobulamu abantu bafune bagemesezebwe baddeyo mu mirimu tugule amasomero tuziteeke mu byobulamu bweba obuzibu bwe tukyasinza okufuna nti teri asobola kuvayo n'agamba nti teweewola kuba nga bwe ngambye nti neza America neza Japan bonna beewola era bw'ogoberera debate mu America essaawa zino eriwo era nabo byali mu bintu bya mabanja so obuzibu buba nti bwe tuzeewoze tuzikozesezza ate ndowooza naffe kyetugezaako okukola ki okugjayo nga ab'ebibiina byonnakyewa naye kyenyinza okwogerako ekirala nti mu ssemateeka waffe obuyinza obwewola ssente twabuwa parliament nti era kubeera parliament yegenda netuteeseza netugamba nti negamba nti kati kino kigenda yamba abantu kino tekigenda yamba abantu
unfortunately ne parliament obuyinza bwe twabawa
kyembadde ngenda okugamba nti
olumu bayitako
nti weewaawo olumu tulina oba kambuyite butali bumativu mu ngeri parliament olumu gye kwasaganyamu ensonga yaazo mu ngeri y'okukkiriza amabanja oba mu ngeri y'okugalondoola oversight nti bwe tugamba nti twewoze ssente bweziti tuzikozesa kye tugenda ozikozesa oba ebyo byebiri nti at the level of parliament nti obuzibu obuvunaanyizibwa already baba babwina so fe kye tuba tusaba oba kye tuba twagala nti amabanja agaddeyo eri mu bantu nti ebeere function ya parliament nti kubeera nakati bwe kiri nti teri looni oba teri kije tufuna nga parliament ekoze eki tesoose kukkiriza naye obulungi bwakyo kibuli nti ffe ng'abantu tulina engeri gye tusobola okubaganyamu ebirozo ne babaka baffe ne bagezaako okulaba nti tufuna amabanja ag'obuvunaanyizibwa of course waliwo president oba waliwo ebyokulabirako nti olumu parliament oyinza okigamba okola ekintu netakikola naye oba ogigambye kibakoyo okikola oba obutakikola so awe tulina otutandikira nti engagement y'abantu ekomewo
and of course Alan omanyi nti zino sigwe mulundi ogusoose okubanga of course tufuna sente okuva mu international monetary fund simanyi oba ojjukira nti twafunako 491.5 of course million US dollars still previously of course kuva mu kitongole ekya international monetary fund era nga of course buli sente zijja kuliko omugaso gwazo simanyi as civil society oba sente zino ddala mwazirondako ne mulaba nti ddala omulimu gwe zirina okukola gwakolebwa simanyi oba tusigala mu ofiisi mu esine tweyagala
of course bwolaba kati eno facility gye twogerako eya 1 billion one of the conditions oba obukwakulizo obwateekebwawo okugiwa government bwali nti esooke ereleasinge oba eweeyo mu public information ku banja eryasooka oba ku sente zebasooka obbawa endoozi era wetwalabira gavumenti weyavayo nereeta ku bantu beyawa contract mu bya covid abagula gundi gaasi biki and of course ffe nga ffe awo wetulina otutandikira obuvunanyizibwa netugamba zino mwazikozesa bubi oba auditor general navayo netukozesa report yaffe netukola omulimu gwaffe maybe ogw'okusomesa abantu nobagamba nti wano kino kye tulina osaba gavumenti etukolere mu mbeera ng'eno naye nga mu byonna nti gavumenti egenda singa tuba tetufunye busobozi bwaffe kuŋŋaanya ssente ng'eggwanga tetugenda sobola kwejjako kizibu ky'amabanja ate ng'olumu sigamba nti netwewola n'okwewola ssente nti ate kyembadde ngenda okuddayo ku kyembadde nadde njagala okuleeta luli nti olumu tugenda netwewola ssente kiringa ogenda mu bank nebagamba njagala miliyoni 10 nebagamba naye ati wano tulinawo 3 tosobola gatwala newankubadde ng'ebigendererwa byo bituufu bitya bw'oba nga obadde oyagala 10 ne bakuwa 3 chances ziri nti ziri 2 ze bakwongeddemu ogenda zoonoona wetukomerawo nti netugamba nti tulina okuddayo ngaffe abantu tukomewo mu ngeri gavumenti gyewolamu ne mu ngeri gyekozesaamu ssente ekisinga obukulu nkozesa ya ssente nti because era n'ensi endala beewola ne bakola ebintu ne bakolakola amawanga gaabwe ne baddamu ne basasula ssente zaabwe singa tuba tetukikoze ekyo kitegeeza nti tujja kusigala tufuna ebizibu byebimu nti mu 2015 batusonyiwa amabanja gonna ne tuddayo ku zero that was 2000 through the HIPIC mu kutugwa HIPIC highly indebted what kati mu myaka teginawina na myaka 2 era tuzeeyo ku bumbi bwoyogerako naye nga
ndoza katandikirawo mukulu Alan tugenda kuba tumula mbasebo ne banyabo bwe tukomawo akyayina ensonga gyali mu kuttaanya but of course nga bo civil society kibiina kyabannakyewa mu kunoonyereza kuno kwe bagenda batunuulira nti gavumenti babawa ssente zino ne zino bo what are the key of course reports ze balina okuba nga batuwa ng'eggwanga lyattu Uganda after the break.
Smart 24, driving business. 24, driving business.
Kale njagala okubaaniza nate basibo ne banyabo mwe abakatwegattako nze Fred Makubya ndi muzukulu wa Lusimbi ndine Alan Ahebwa onono team leader wa Tax for Justice tuli mukuba tochi ku nsonga ey'ebbanja erya Uganda eryeyongedde of course likunukiriza mu 70.3 trillion nti ne bwotunuulira embalire eno gye tulimu bw'okwata n'ogante tugenda kulya na kunywa era basigala batubanja ekyo ekitutuusiza waneeno Alan Ahebwa yagezaako okumenyaamenya ensonga zino nti naffe abakulira eruweero sobola okubitegeera. Mukulu Alan olina ensonga gy'obadde tumaliriza nayo mu kitundu ekisoose tugimalirize then tutunulire Uganda lirimu ku ggwanga eriri mu G20 of course G20 countries mulimu amawanga agawererako ddala nendo zatsoka tumalirize ensonga eyo tulyoke tutunulire ensonga eno eyokubiri.
Kye nabadde ngezaako kugamba nti lwaki tuli we tuli nti tetukuŋŋaanya ssente zimala ng'eggwanga
naye ate ziri mu Uganda ziri ddawa mutugamba ssente mwe ziri mu ggwanga
kye mbadde nkugamba nedda kuba gwe ogamba nti singa kyenatandikireko tutandikire ku bintu nga tax incentives etuwa ebibiina ebitongole ebiva ebweru okujjukula wano kuba be balina ssente kyenabadde nkugamba wali nti mu transaction emu oba osobola ofunamu miliyoni 4 transaction mmeka endala z'otali mu kutakisinga oba z'otalemere
transactions nga kijoga nti okusobola okukola transaction emu n'ofunamu ssente nga
nkwadde ekyokulabeko mu oil and gas sector for example nti mu transaction emu mu musango gwa ttalo ne Uganda bafunamu miliyoni 4 mu kukolagana ate nga oil tanava mu ttaka tetunatandika mutunda naye mu takisinga oba kitegeera nti already sente zaaliwo sente ze baali already oba oliawo bawaddeyo bo nga bo of course waliwo ebizibu ebirala ebya usage fenga fenaffe tusikozeseza tutya naye kiba si kituufu okugamba nti ziba teziriiwo of course waliwo n'ebirala nti twongere ssente mu bantu kyetubadde tugamba luli nti bw'oyogera ssente mu muntu n'omuyigiriza ebintu ebimu byali badde bimuyambako ng'omuntu aba asobola okuyiiya n'ava mu mbeera gy'alimu n'atandika okuparticipatinga mu economy mu ngeri emuyamba then ekyokubiri kyembadde njagala osa okuleeta nti n'abatuwola fenga abantu tulina okuba engage nga ne tugamba naye bw'owa omuntu ssente omulundi ogusooka nga
omunaku omanyi
olaba
beggar has no choice simanyi oba olulimi
waliwo ensi
ffe tuli mu kusabiriza busabiriza tosobola kuddira mugaga n'omugaga ebintu bitambule bwe biti
waliwo ensi kati zaakawera ensi 3 eyasooka okikola yali Argentina Ecuador neddako ndoze yakasembayo kikola I think badde si Venezuela naye waliwo ensi endala mu South America nga bo bali bayogera ekintu kimulagamba bwoba omuntu ssente n'agamba nti agenda kola bwati n'atakola bwati fenga abanansi tuba tetulina kusasula ssente ezo
nandi oyinza okwewola nga ekigendera kyo kya covid but along the way ne wabaawo olutalo olugwawo nga you need to divert nti ebyokwerinda emasaka byetaaga
kyembadde nkugamba nti era ne bwe bali batuwadde ssente zino abantu bagamba muteeke obukwakkulizo tusooke tumanye ssente ziri ze wasooka okutwaza alagawa era obukwakkulizo obwo IMF bwe yabuteekawo gavumenti eyo information yagituwa nti government before that yali tefulumyangako ani yafuna contract ya gundi ani yafuna contract ya gundi ani yakola ki era kyava ku IMF gamba nti nze okubongera ssente zino musooke muleete contracts ze mwawa mu ssente ziri era ne bazireeta kuba
but of course Alan omanyi nti manyi toli mukulembeze gy'oli era olina abantu b'okulira ogenda n'ofuna ssente ng'oplaningidde kino along the way Masaka ebijambiya ne bijja oba okyali awo abaleka Victoria bakala oba okyali eyo waliwo okwekalakasa mu Kampala oba okyali waliwo kino so nga omuntu ali flexible ng'ate osoma ebigenda mu maaso mu ggwanga you divert a bit n'osooka n'ojjawo kino ekiriwo
ekyo kyembadde nkugamba nti mu bintu byonna byoyogeddeko bikwata ku bantu biyamba bantu nti era ssente oba ozizeza mu bantu naye bw'olaba nti era kyembadde easiest example gye nsobola okuwa nti almost ssente zonna zetukozesa mu kuzimba enguudo zaffe anti recently zaalinga neewole naye ne bagamba mu myaka 10 mu trillion 7 tubyeko trillion 4 kiba kitegeeza nti ziba tezituyambye ziba tukoze kye twalibadde tulina kukola. So kiri kyembadde nzirayo kuli nti tulina okutandika naddala abavubuka okwebuuza lwaki twewola ssente ng'eggwanga ze tutagenda kukozesa oba ze tukozesa mu bintu ebitagenda tuyambanga abavubuka.
Kisooka omuntu okwewola ssente nga talina kyagenda zikozesa. From the risk kati speak from the leadership perspective. Sisuubira nti gavumenti ya president Yoweri Kaguta Museveni esobola okugenda wabweru nejjawo ssente nga tewali mugaso.
Ndowooza era kyabadde bwe tuva kumpi ogenda kuwa that report ya CS Bank waliwo looni eziwerera ddala 12 twagenda ne tujjayo ssente wakayitawo emyaka 10 tezivanga ku account naye nga twazeewola
nga ziri ku account nga ziri mu Bank of Uganda.
Yes.
Nga zikola ki?
Kati otandise okujja nti twagenda ne tugamba maybe tugenda simba emiti oba tugenda somesa abantu engeri gye bagenda okunaabamu engalo oba whatever reason we gave I'm going to share. And after 10 years sente tebazidispersinganga and ndowooza kyovulaba omukulu Mathias yabadde ayogera ku absorption capacity nti tukyalina obusobozi obugamba nti tugenda kujjayo sente tuzikozese kuba oba weewola sente mu Islamic Bank newola sente mu Africa Development Bank nomala emyaka 10 nga tozidispersinganga naye nga otandise kati ozisasulako amagoba oba osobola ogamba nti wazeewola ng'ozeetaaga. Of course now those are the questions that zetuba tugamba nti realistically kisoboka nti era ekyokulaba kyakira kyembadde ngero kwa kyekya Kenya walina saga ery'amaanyi eya Eurobond yabaawo mu Kenya for emyaka since 2017. Ekyalaba nti Kenya agenda mu Eurobond ng'eyagala between million 6 ne billion ya euro ne bajwa billion 3 kyogamba of course yakkiriza nti waliwo ne maybe ebizibu ebirala byetwerabidde biki naye nga baba wa ssente ze bali batasabye era ne bazoonoona and up to now it's still a big scandal there on how to so it is actually possible kisobokera ddala nti osobola ogenda nojjayo ssente nga tozeetaaze oba nga ogamba ozeetaaze ku bintu ebitagenda kugasa ggwanga.
You see Alan olingaga agamba nti abatulaba oli asobola okumanya nti okwewola ssente mu IMF kyangu nnyo okera ku makya nowandika bw'ogamba nti tulina billions of money zitudde mu Bank of Uganda kirabikanga nti kera ku makya nowandikira IMF nekuwa ssente nezijja nezibeeraawo
gwe kankwe ekirala ekyokulaga towulirangako nti waliwo local governments ezifuna ssente nezizizayo at the end of the financial year nga baba wa allocation through Ministry of either local government or even any other department naye bagamba nti financial yagenza okugwako nga tebakozesa billion nga 5 ne bazizaayo naye bo baba tebalina bizibu gye bali but of course there are waliwo maybe factors nti maybe government yakwatamuko ku ngeri gye basasaanyamu ssente nga bo tebakifunamu nga whether they've spent or not onga there are other factors naye nga sente bazibawa financial nagenda otutuuka okugwako ne bazikomyawo so it is tekiri as unusual oba tekiri nga common that tekibeerangawo kibeerawo ne ku local government kibeerawo so
sente nezitula ku account ninga alo projects zandibadde zitambula.
Yes financial newobugolinga essaawa zino it is not one it is not two there are very many but ekiveryamu ekyo nti obuuza obuzibu buliwa kyembadde nzirayo nti
maybe naffe tulina alternatives. Yes I know waliwo obukiiko bwa gavumenti omanyi nti sente zalina okukola kino nekitakolebwa oba nekikolebwa sente nezisigalawo nga weziri nga naffe nga civil society tetulina alternative ffe tuli kubateeka ku kisenge nti mutuwe kino but we are not giving alternatives nti tukolebwe tutine bwe tuti wano sente ezo ziyinza okutuyamba
anti kyetubadde tugezaako ffe kyetubadde tugamba nti taxation especially nti osinga tuba tukuŋŋanyiza emisolo mu bwenkanya tuba tusobola okufuna sente zetwagala okufuna ng'eggwanga kanku ekintu ekyokulabirako twavayo ne tugamba gavumenti naye lwaki waliwo zino kampani ennene mu nsi nga buli omu amanyi zifuna sente wetwajja mu covid pandemic bola kampani ezagattako sente ku gundi zaabwe zaali kampani nga 6 all technological companies naye nga ziderivinga sente mu nsi nga Uganda nga ziderivinga sente mu nsi nga Kenya kale ensi zonna kampe ekyokulabirako kya Facebook nogamba nti Facebook yakola billion 9 mu covid just this 2 years
2019 up to 2021
nga ngekoze a profit of about I think between 70 to 90 billion naye nga the reason as why it has the capacity okukola sente ezo lwakuba ina Facebook users wano mu Uganda nga totaddeko n'abagirangirako wano mu Uganda kuba waliwo abalangirako ne basasula sente eri Facebook waliwo abalangirako ne basasula ku Instagram waliwo abalangirako mu gundi endala naye nga just okugamba nti waliwo omuntu omuna Uganda ina account ya Facebook egenda gamba nti tulina users billion emu omuntu abawe sente lwakuba amanya asobola olanga mu Uganda n'endaba ekintu ki wakwaddenze sinza alanze so there is that value that created waliwo negotiations ezaali zigenda mu maaso ng'ensi zigamba zino companies zituwadde zitya ku sente newankubadde nti zikoze sente wano in one way or the other waliwo direct getting money nti waliwo omuntu nga Smart TV asobola okukola ka advert nga yagala maybe Uganda yonna ekalabi n'asasulayo dola ezimu ezo ngabo bajjeko naye bugambi nti user or content that is developed wano mu Uganda so waliwo conversations ezaali zigenda mu maaso and I think that's where twalaba G7 yabayo negamba tufune minimum tax of 15% nga kyebaali bagezaako okukola okugamba nti Facebook eba ekoze sente mu Uganda ne Uganda egiweeko ne Kenya egiweeko ne oba osobola Uganda nga kyalina okugamba bugambi nti Uganda tulina miliyoni 13 ez'abantu bali ku Facebook mwezi miliyoni 13 gwenga Facebook zizo sente z'obakozeemu kwezo tuweeko nekiba 6% gye tutera okukola ku withholding of 15%. So those conversations and negotiations have been happening babadde bateesanga mu framework tulita global inclusive framework nga government ya Uganda ekikiribwa government endala zalivuddeyo n'amaanyi ne zigamba zino company ezikola sente mu Uganda zisasule emisolo mu Uganda si kyangu naye we tulina otandikira okulaba nti tufuna ku sente ate ng'ebintu kati bingi bw'otunulira company kati ezivaayo eziri mu kitinga ekyo zi Netflix bantu bameka kati buyinza obulira nti ne bwanga tugambye nti Netflix tutaddeko sente oba waliwo abalaba ku Netflix naye ogamba nti lwaki ezze nnyo mu Africa kuba market mweri balangiramu bakolamu ebintu ebirala so those other avenues into digitalization nti tugenda tutuuka ekiseera nga tokyalina ngeri gyo interactinga na government nti I wake up nenfuna Facebook page nenteekako nti ntunda engatto nenfunayo omuntu wange ava Dubai
n'abankulaakulana
anti kyengamba nti government kati tulina okuvaayo ng'eggwanga ne tugenda beyond ne tugamba nti kati how do we tusobodde tutya okutapinga mu nkulaakulana eno eri mu kujja nti omuntu atogenda tuuka ng'oli alina omuntu ava namugamba ndeeterayo obugatto nabuteekeeka nendanga ku Facebook nonkubira nti neetagayo engatto nze nenzija nenzikusanza wooli sisasudde renti siguze eki sikoze ekyo nazireese so nga gavumenti eba efiirwa so yemu engeri endala then endooze ekisemberayo ddala obuzibu oba kyetwalikoze kulongoosa mu ngeri gye tukozesaamu ssente nga gavumenti obanga eggwanga nti ekikyasinza olemesa abantu kale ekyokutandikirako nti teri muntu ayagala sasula musolo kyekikatandikirawo nti singa baba bakuwadde singa oba ofunye omukisa obutasasula tosasula naye ekireetera abantu osasula nti aba asobola olaba bwe nsasudde kino kye mba nsobodde okukola ki okufuna
oluguudo lw'osaba kino ne kino ne kino
nti ekireetera abantu osasula nga beeyagalidde obanga tekibanyize nnyo obanga tobatadde ku nningo obanga
naturally baba ntebagala sasula
teri muntu ayagala sasula
circumstances olumu ze zibaleetera nti
not even circumstances engeri government gyekozesaamu ssente nti kyobola ndooza era evaayo nekola taxpayers week negezaako tutwala nti kati gavumenti yakoze kino nekola nekino ngegezaako okufuna kintu kimu nti abantu baddemu okufuna obukkiriza mu gavumenti nti esobola okufuna ssente nezikozesa abantu singa tuba tukendereza ku ssente zetwonoona actually kanzite kubba kuba bwe ngamba kwonoona kiyinza okulowoozeka nti maybe anadde nyina kugula ttooke nengula gonja no ssente zetugamba nti tugenda zikozesa ebintu nezitabikola singa zikendeera netuzikosa bye tulina okukola kikendezaako ne ku ssente ze tuba tulina okwewola.
So obuzibu buyinza okuba buli nti ye ssente tuzifuna ekitali kikyamu naye tuziteeke mu bitundu ebituufu. Alan, I would also want to pick your opinion. Bwe tugamba nti eggwanga likula by 7% growth rate nti ze statistics kati mweze mutuwa naye ng'ebbanja lino ligenda lyeyongera. Awo tewaliwo contradiction y'amaanyi n'ogamba nti nze ndi contented n'omusaala gwange ne mukama wange afuna mungi okusinga ogwange. 7% growth naye ng'ebbanja lyeyongera. Ndaba total contradiction eri awo. Simanyi kyekitegeeza eri ebyenfuna by'eggwanga.
Kyekiri kye nabadde nkugamba nti tetukuŋŋaanyiza misolo gimala. Nti waliwo abatasasula nga ati ssente weewaawo bakola ki? Bazikola. Mu ngeri emu oba endala kyembadde nkugamba.
Naye ate URA bwevaayo ne bagaa kati mmwe abali ku majoola mutuwe 5% pa kilo. Mu civil society nga twegatta ne bano bakasiita ntugamba banetuwe.
Kuba mu biseera ebisinga si beebo ababa balina ssente kyengezaako kugamba nti kizibu nnyo.
Baliwo abalina ssente.
Kankuwa ekyokulabirako.
Mmwe NGOs simanyi bamusasula emisolo simanyi.
Ffe tusasula naye kankuwa ekyokulabirako nti mwaka 2019 twavaayo ne tesa nukagamba government nti singa company ebadde ekola loss kuba kitumanyi waliwo abantu abalina ssente zaabwe asobola ofuna accountant we ne lawyer we ne batuula wali ne babadde akoze obuwumbi 10 bagenda omala okubala ebitabo biki ng'ali mu loss naye nga weewaawo loss teriiwo naye nga lwakuba alina omuntu asobola omufumbira ebitabo.
Katugamba alina ababbi be.
Sina babbi, abantu basoma ogenda ku law school n'ogenda mu account.
Bw'okwata emu n'ogifuula bbiri era ebadde bbiri n'ogifuula emu oba mubbi.
Kale bw'oba okyogedde.
Ng'obadde onyirizaamu tugambe nti bw'oleta ba accountant.
So kyembadde ngugamba nti bano abantu abatunda ku kkubo obusobozi tebabuyina. Kugamba nti ngenda kyusa ebitabo nkole bwenti naye waliwo abantu nga weewaawo bafuna ssente company zifuna ssente nga tebabadde mu loosi naye bwafuna accountant we wano ne wali n'afuna lawyer wano ne wali ne bafumba ebitabo bagenda omumala nga bagamba bali muki mu loosi. Abo be tulina gavumenti beeyina okuteekako essira negamba naye gwe woba obadde oli mu bizinesi emyaka 15 okola loosi buli mwaka okyakolamu ki? Because sikyogera mu bubi.
No, mu bulungi because tosobola kugamba nti yobadde okola loss. Nogamba URA filing the returns income gunto nakyofunye omugwo kulina ogwokusatu. Naye ng'okyaliwo.
Kyebadde ngamba nti eyo weewali ssente. Nti oli waba abadde alina obusobozi ate bangi kyebadde nkugamba nti bw'otunda company ezisinga bw'otunulira abantu abali mu sectors ezisinga naddala eza services oba z'okuweera mu professional services nti tukola artificial losses oba losses zitaliiyo ku lw'okubala emisolo olw'okulwa kyobola waliwo osanga bw'ogenda mu dduuka bw'ogamba nti bakuwe receipt omuwendo ne gweyongera bwe bagamba nti ate mumpa receipt ne gukendeera.
Olwaki temuyamba gavumenti abantu ngaabo?
Na gavumenti ekimanya nti kitugamba nti kyobola gavumenti egezezaako kola system ya infreeze gezezaako kola zi digital stamps for drinks ne bagamba drink bwefulume beeko digital stamp ebyo byonna gavumenti ebikola kuba emanyi nti waliwo abantu abakola ssente bwe batuuka okubalirira wano okugamba nti bwoba tubaweeyoko ku musolo ne bagamba tebakoze kyebalina kyabadde jakuba nti waliwo kampani emu yali tekolangako profit myaka giwerako then mu 2019 tugamba gavumenti naye lwaki kale mu kifo kyokugamba nti abantu basasule ku profit basasule lwaki tebasasula ku gross ku sales tugamba bwoba otuuze kinene nnyo gavumenti giweko 0.1%. Actually twatesa 1% ne twatukampani negamba 0.5 naye ng'ekigendera kiri nti newoba okoze loosi naye osigadde okozesa enguudo osigaze okozesa
anti principle y'emisolo mwe gye mutusomesa nti URA ejja ku kyokoze oba tokoze tekujjako ssente
kyetwali tugamba naye for the first time waliwo kampani emu yavaayo negamba kati ku luno teyakoze loosi bo naye we twagenda okitu ne bagamba bo bakibala ne balowoozamu maybe osasula 0.1 on their gross kyali kibamenya nnyo singa ogamba nti twakoze $5,000,000 tusasule kwezo $5,000,000 so bebo betwogerako tetugamba bantu bano batunda nnyaanya batunda mivumba ku luguudo abo bo already baba basasula mu import duty baba basasudde ku mazzi ge banywa baba basasudde ku buli kimu kye baba bakozesa naye tugamba bano abalina obusobozi obusobola ne ugamba nti nakoze $5,000,000 nentuula ne lawyer wange ne accountant wange tugenda omumala okubala ebitabo nga nakoze $2,000,000 weewaawo oyo singa gavumenti nkyobula ndooza era URA kategezaako bayina audit bayina bagezaako strengthening audit department bayina department ya high net worth individuals abantu for example kyetwali tugezaako social audits for example olina jja n'atuula ku mmeeza n'ateekako miliyoni 3 nga muziraba mu cash nga twabuuzanga URA nti naye kati oli bw'aba atadde miliyoni 3 ku mmeeza gwe bugende eno mu register emisolo awadde mmeka
maybe byebira bituyinza okwebuuza olakoda ala njaba tumalize nekino akadde nange kenyini nkyebuuza gunabadde embuuza ababaka mu parliament ne bagamba Uganda sente weeziri abalala n'obasanga ne bagamba Uganda sente teziriiwo so nga tumaliriza gwe nga agoberera ensonga zino Uganda sente ezirina oba teyina sente
nze ndowooza nze nganze Uganda sente weeziri era sente weeziri
ziruwa
kuba kiri kyembadde kyobadde oyogerako nogamba wetuba tukula at 7% or 5% kitegeeza waliwo ayongerako ku kyafuna ayinza okuba nga si gwe sinze naye waliwo akola ki
anti ziruwa
kyekyo kyetugamba nti waliwo mu Uganda abantu abatono abalina ssente abatawa misolo oba kitegeera nti gwejeemu kuba
okirabira mu ludda lw'emisolo maybe you will have a point but the point is
kyekimu nti oyo
nti Alan ayina ziizino wanino abanayuganda baba zinonyanga tebaziraba kugamba nti waliwo aboolubati abazirina
kati kyembadde nkugamba nti bwogenda ku luguudo essaawa zino n'obala emmotoka ezisuka mu miliyoni 3 zebajogenda mu bono gya miliyoni 3 nga tebagivugangako eziri ku nguudo za Kampala n'obuuza kweze emmotoka eziri ku nguudo za Kampala abo abazivuga baali badde ku misolo kuba gwe nga gwe anyway simanyi naye nze sobola kukola n'ensevinga n'empeza miliyoni 3 n'engula emmotoka
kigeza wogula emmotoka emiliyoni 3
sente oba oziyina
ku akawunti kubeerako
so kati bwe tuba tugamba nti bw'oba ozinoonya tetuzinoonyeza muffe nga ffe kuba teziriimu naye bw'ogamba nti GDP bw'ogamba nti economy yeeyongeddeko 0.7 oba percentage 7
so ndowooza yaffe y'abaavu yegamba
kitegeeza nti waliwo mu economy eno akoze okusinga omulala naye n'atawa kyalina kuwa
kyogamba fe abali emulago katanga kyebando fe abalowooza nti banange Uganda temuli sente bano abali ku ploti wano n'okuddagula bagamba nti awo sente
kyebadde kugamba nti kyobulaba tugamba sente temuli naye ngaolaba abantu bazimba bizimbe bakola biki kyebadde ngamba nti toswa nze nganze kanmpenge ekyokulabirako
nga tumaliza Alan akadde bubi
nti sisobola sevinga sente zange miliyoni 3 n'engula emmotoka gye nsobola okira n'enkuba ekigo neggwawo kitegeeza mugenda ogula emmotoka y'emiliyoni 3 mba nyina ssente kyetutera obuuza URA nti ze mbadde njita social audits nti oli bw'aba ayina emmotoka ya miliyoni 3 mu register y'omwali era bw'aba mwali asasula ssente mmeka so I think fawe tulina otandikira ebintu nga tufumba ebintu 3 kimu nti okwewola si kubi tetugamba gavumenti terina kwewola naye tugamba nti ekisooka eyeewole mu nsonga eziyamba yeewole ssente ezigenda okuyamba abantu si kugamba nti buli bwe tulina akazibu n'akatono nnyo n'ogenda newowola n'akakinono bwe tuba tulina ebizibu kati covid yajja nga olwedde twali twewola nadda so twewole tuteeke ssente zetwewoze mu bantu mu byobulamu mu byenjigiriza mu byobulimi ne mu ICT naddala nga twagala oyamba ffe abaana nga bavubuka then ekisembayo nti ffenaffe ng'abantu twenyigiremu okulaba nti twala obuvunaanyizibwa bwaffe okugamba nti tumanye lwaki gavumenti yeewozeewa era singa tuba tusanga nti yeewoledde ku bintu ebitatuyamba tuveeyo nga ffe tubigaane oba tufunemu engeri gye tuyamba mu gavumenti ogenda mu maaso
kale mukulu Alan ahebwa nsebo webale nnyo webale ddala of course Alan muhereza of course ye team lead ku Youth Justice Taxes kwe tubadde nga tunulira ensonga ez'emisolo tukutte ku z'emisolo naye okusingira tubadde tunulira ku bbanja lya Uganda of course eriri ku 70.3 trillion obuvunaanyizibwa abaffe abatuula wano okulaba nga tunoonyereza tukuwa information gy'osaanye okubanga otambula ng'omanyi however obuvunaanyizibwa bw'okuzimba eggwanga si bwange nzekka si bwa Alan si bwa President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni wabula buvunaanyizibwa bwaffe ffenna bwe tubetambudde programu egyo tukola ekyagendera ddala mu maaso tubaawo.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Kale basabo ne banyabo nate mbaniriza mu program kikyotunda matutunulira ensonga z'abasuubuzi. Kosi program eno tubawa omwaganyo okusobola okulaba nga mulanga business zamwe okuva mu bitundu ebyenjawulo gye musinzidde gwe tubulye kikyotunda okitundirawa era okolerawa osobola okuba nga nate tukutuukako. Ky'oyinza okukola of course kuba ennamba z'essimu ezo osobola okuba nga weegattako program eno. Katandike ne Haji Lutale Musa ono omusajja atunda nsawo waleeno ku Grand Corner omwaliro gwa mukaaga edduuka 4723 musajja atunda ensawo engumu ennamu mweyawagala okudda ku masomero abalina abaana n'abasoma okudda ku masomero nga mwani agadde okwetaaga ensawo Haji Lutale. Katandike ne Haji Lutale Musa ono yawangala ku Grand Corner. Of course Haji Lutale waliwo n'abasuubuzi abalala bangi betugenda okuba nga nabo tubatunuulira.
Ntunda ensawo z'abaana b'amasomero eza secondary eza university eza primary n'obwa baby n'ez'abasire queen. Ntunda ensawo eziriko n'abayeetaaza ensawo zino nsangibwa wano mu kibuga Kampala ku kizimbe bakiyita Grand Corner okuliraana Mini Price. Nzijja Dubai, China, Turkey, Congo n'ensi endala. Ensawo zino nnungi nnyo, ziba ngumu, zirimu original. Anaaba neetaaza essimu yange ya MTN 0782 25 323. Ya MTN yalina ku WhatsApp 0701 51 95 31. Kuduuka kuliko kale bakuwa.
Kale oye Haji Rutale Musa musajja awangali ano ku Grand Corner masekati ag'ekibuga ekye Kampala. Musajja ye amanyikidwa okola ensawo eziri ku mutindo. Mwetanire ajja kubanga akufunira ensawo zogenda okukozesa nti omwana asooka n'okubiri n'okusatu naye ajja kubanga azikozesa. Kale nga tuvudde ku Haji Rutale tugamba program ki ky'otunda ye program ekuwa platform okusobola okulaba nga olanga business yo. Mumwe manyi nti amakanisa yesu tukyali mu lockdown but of course embaga zikyagerera maaso. Oyagala gowns, oyagala amasuuti, oyagala ebintu kasabibwa nga bikwata ku mbaga. Of course tubaleetera abakugu ab'enjawulo ate abasobola okuwulira nti gowns zitambula bwe ziti, oyagala eya Cinderella, oyagala empanvu, oyagala ennyimpi. Of course njogera ku gowns esobola okubanga zikuyamba nabo abakugu tubalina. Katulabe omukyalo ono ye akugamba nti bw'oba weetaaga gown mwe abagola abakyala bamwetaaga amasuuti, mwetaaga gomesi, as long as ekintu kikwatagana ku mikolo egy'okwanjula n'egy'embaga yagamba byonna abirina. Katumulabe ate tugendere ddala maaso.
Amanya agange nze na Kenya Shadia nga nkolera wano ku Anchor Gomeses nga tusangibwa California Plaza F134. Wano wetusangibwa tulina egomesi ez'ebika byonna, all types are found here. Tulina egomesi ez'abagole, ez'abamaama, ez'abasenga, ez'ababuuza, bonna ne ba matrons. Senga oyagala ogenda ku omukolo gwa muwala oyagala onyume jangu wano ku Anchor Gomeses ojja zisangawo, tujja kuwa gomesi onyume oshanane. Ba matron bwe mba mwagala gomeses omugole tukupreparinga bulungi nnyo ne tukuwa gomeses zo zonna z'olina okwambala ku lunaku olwo ne tukuwa n'eza ba matron n'eza ababuuza. Tuyina namba zaffe ez'essimu, tuyina 0774 90 11 81 ne tubeera n'essimu yaffe endala ya Airtel 0704 278272. Tusange wano ku Anchor African Designers. Wenna bw'oba olina omukolo gw'oyagala okugendako, jangu maama tosubwa mukono, essaawa yonna tubeerawo, tukola okuva ku Monday paka Sunday. Amasimu gaffe gabeerawo, osobola okutukubira ne tukutuusaako gomesi gy'owulira gy'oyagala ne tugikutuusaako w'oli ku California Plaza F134, that is Room Street, okuva ku Namaganda Plaza California Plaza yeddako. Bw'ova eri ku Kamukamu Plaza, MM Plaza, California Plaza yeddako. Gate 1, Gate 2, California Plaza, first floor. Tubasanyukidde mwenna mujje, tujja bambaza, ebisale byaffe si by'amaanyi nnyo, tutuula ne tuteesa ne tukuwa buli kimu ky'oyagala. Omugole tulina gomesi ez'obutimba, tulina ez'amayinja, ebitambaala byonna ebigenderako ku gomesi zaffe tuziyina. Bw'oba oyagala gomesi nga gw'oyagala ogisookeramu, tusobola ogikukolera n'ogisookeramu ne n'osobola okunyuma n'oshanana. Mujje mwenna ku Anchor Gomeses.
Kale haja toyo senga nze mbadde sinabakola mikolo gyambaga n'okwanjula, nze nandibadde sigenda walala wonna kubanga mu butuufu bw'otunuulira ebintu byolabira ddala nti ebintu bye nandibadde ntwala naye ngeri gye ndi nti emikolo ndizo nagivaako. Kati gwe ssebo oba nnyabo ng'emikolo gino tonnagikola naye oba wagikola naye ng'olina baganda bo batobo abagenda okubanga bayingira emikolo, wettanire gwe ky'oyinza okukola akugambye egenda Californian Plaza. Abatamanyi Californian Plaza bobanga omanyi Lumu Street, of course Lumu Street nayo omanyi eyinza okuba nsonga. Akugambye kasoba ng'omanyi Namaganda Plaza weeri mu bitundu ebyo, yambukira ddala otuuke ku Californian Plaza. Of course omwaliriro gwa kutegeza gate ey'okubiri ojja kubanga osobola okumufuna. Of course osobola okwefunira ebintu ebitagenda kuswaza ku buko abaali bakozeeko emikolo mutera bintu bino mitera okubiraba ku mawulire ag'enjawulo, okwewala emiggo n'okugeya n'okuyombesa. Twala ebintu by'olaba nti of course birina okubanga bijja mu nfunayo naye ng'ate bikuweesa ekitiibwa. Of course eno definition buli omu ajogera ku lwe, naye bw'atyo Hajati ye bw'atugambye nti bbeeyi ye nga bw'akunnyonnyodde ye agambye bbeeyi nsaamusaamu jangu nga bw'oli Hajati ajja kuba ng'akwaniriza akuwe ebintu by'emikolo. Gomesi of course ayogedde ku abaali bakozeko emikolo manyi nti omusajja olina okwambala essuuti of course kubeerako shirt or t-shirt depending oba yagala kukyusa kubeerako ettaayi kubeerako engatto ate bwe tudda ku ludda olw'abakyala of course ebeera gawuni n'okwambaza ne makeup n'ensonga ebirala byonna byonna. Kyemmanyi ku bantu abo nti ne woba ozze nga oyagala okwambaza bwambaza olina n'ekira kyoyagala byonna byonna basobola obikolera omwo. So Hajati tumuwagire asobole naye okulaba nga akuweesa okuba ekitiibwa ensonga eyo ajja kuba nga agitereza. Program ki kyotunda oyo Hajati ye mwayitidde okusobola okulaga nti mu butuufu emikolo gino gisobokera ddala kasitoba nga weekutte ku Hajati olwono ojja kubanga ate otuuka ku bintu byoyagala. Nze Fred Makubuya, program ki kyotunda ekyagendera ddala maaso era tutunuulira abasuubuzi bye batunda. Gwe kyoyinza okukola ku benamba y'essimu eyo kati of course manyi nti abakubye olunaku olw'eggulo nga mwetaaga ebintu eby'enjawulo obubaka bwasobodde okuba nga batuukako ku essimu eyo omukyala ajja kuba nga agikwata ng'agituukako ate asobole naye okubuulira bizinesi otunda. Tujja kuba tukutuukako tusobole okulaba nga tukubaganya ebirowoozo ku bizinesi ezifaananako bwe ziti. Tosobola kukulaakulanya bizinesi yo kiriza obagaana nga ogikoze n'otagiranga kiringa ng'omuntu akuma kando ate n'agiteeka wansi wa bbawolo. Kale nga tukuvudde ku Haji Lutale ne Hajati katulaba abasuubuzi abalala batubuulira ku nsonga za biki bye batunda babitundirawa era bya ssente mmeka tusobole okulaba nga tubawagira.
Amanya gange nze Nakyambadde Anet ndi mu business ya cosmetics. Business ngimazeemu guno mwaka gwa kubiri naye omwaka ogwokubiri njaga nti natandikira mu mwaka ogw'obuzibu bamba nakatandika korona nayingira ne batuggala naye olw'ekisa kya Mukama nali manyi ndowooza korona nga bwayingidde tunagenda okuggula nga sikyasobola kuddamu naye amaanyi ga Mukama gowe gali teri kigaana ne tuddamu ne tutandika okukola era tubadde twakaddamu okutandika era ne baddamu ne bakola ki ne batuggala. Ekyomukisa omulungi batuggadde fabibbali ne batukkiriza tukole naye nga ate we tutambulira we tuva twanze embeera namugongo gyensula okujja eno ne bwoba oyina emmotoka nga tusula gikozesa ki kugivuga ojje. Era ebizigo mulimu eby'abaana mulimu eby'abasajja mulimu eby'abakyala mulimu ebya buli muntu. Kati mulimu ekizigo kyensobola okugamba nga abantu kye basinga okumanya abaami ekya Vaseline for men yono ekika kino ekinene waliwo size ennene n'entono eno y'entono kano tukatundira mu 15,000 ku 4,500. Kinene ekisinga wano tukitundira mu 10 ku mutwalo 9,500 bwe tutyo. Ne tubaamu ne sabbuuni kubanga ne sabbuuni naye mulimu ow'enjawulo ow'abaana ow'abakulu w'ensusu kale ezoonoonese zetusobola okutereeza byonna webiri naye okutwaliza awamu embeera gye tulimu ebintu si bye bitambula obulungi ebiri awo bintu bitambula kasoobo kubanga embeera ya korona yakwata bizinesi buli bizinesi yagikwatako kale ebintu tebitambula nga byandibadde bitambula okujjako nti bweweesigama ku Mukama Katonda kuba nze ekyo nkikozesa nnyo kituyamba era n'omuntu omulala bw'oba okikozesa nti Katonda waali teri kigaana era buli kimu kisoboka. Kati tuyinawo nga spray ez'abasajja weziri tuyina roll-ons weziri ez'abaami tuyina Vaseline for men ne tubaawo ne lotions for men waliwo lotions ez'abakyala n'ebizigo ebyenjawulo ebyokuteeka mu nviiri eby'abakyala n'ebyasituka bano balina ddandala byonna ebyo tubiina. Enviiri nazo tuziina nga bw'oziraba mulimu afro kinki mulimu pamoja, mulimu bino byebayita ebya crochet, mulimu ziwiivu, mulimu ziwiigi, kale muli musono gw'enviiri tuba tugwina. Gojja n'oga nti njagala kino okusinziira engeri gy'oba okyagalamu era kyetukuwa. Ne tubaamu nga ebyenjala. Kale ebyenjala ebyo sibidiringiramu nnyo. Ebyenjala ebyo sijja kyogerako nnyo kubanga sikolagana nnyo nabyo kusinga nkolagana nabya cosmetics, mostly cosmetics. Kale n'enviiri wadde weziri n'okusinga cosmetics. Obuviiri bwo mba nkuguza according buli kaviiri engeri gy'okasuubuddemu. Mubaamu ak'ebiri ekitundu, ne mubaamu ak'esatu, ne mubaamu ak'etaano, ne mubaamu ak'omukaaga, ne mubaamu ak'ebiri okusinziira engeri gye mba mbusuubuddemu. Omuntu ng'ayagala okukola cosmetics, ekisooka olina kuba mugumiikiriza. Ekisooka osobola okutandika, sijja kugamba nti ojja kutandika bizinensi y'ebizigo, si nyangu ate nga nyangu, naye olina okumala okwetegeka. Kubanga tojja keeroga nti olina miliyoni 3 ogitandike, kubanga olina okuteekamu obudde ate olina okumanya. Bwe ŋŋamba okumanya kyentegeeza, ebizigo oba cosmetics ali too wide, mugazi, bintu bingi. Nange wendi wano nsuubira bye nninako bye bitono. Abantu basobola okubuuza ebintu ebyenjawulo, byo bingi, naye okugitandika yo nga yo olina okweseetinga ate olina okuba omugumiikiriza. Kuba bizinesi ya cosmetics tojja kutandika, osobola okutandika n'ekitono, naye ekitono kye ŋŋamba kyekino, ojjaga nja kutandisa obukadde 10 mu bizigo, obukwata obuteekemu, oba ogenda osuubula. Ojja kutunulira obukadde 10 w'obutadde nga tubulaba. Olowooze bw'oba nga si gwe ogenza okubifuna, gwe ntumye yakoze eki? Yes, naye nga si bwe kiri. Kubanga ebizigo byagala obudde, byagala okugumiikiriza, ate si ye bizinensi nga abamu gyoga nti ngitandise myezi 2 nja kutandika gijjamu. Ndowooza bwe njogera okugijjamu oba ontegeera. Nzijjamu eza renti, nzijjamu school fees, nzijjamu yo eringa mwana muto. Olina gijja wansi ng'ogenda okigejjesa ekitali kitono. Kuba olina okuba nga weeseetinga ate ng'olina obugumiikiriza. Si ye bizinensi ey'okukolamu leero n'otandika ogiryamu. Okuggyako ng'otandisiza miliyoni nga 2, naye oba otandisiza miliyoni nga 2, 3, ate ng'olina okugyamu renti, otekeko okugyamu girya, otole school fees, otole n'ebirala, eyinza okukulemesa. Okusinziira emyaka 2 kati gye ngibaddemu, oyagala obugumiikiriza, naye ate nga is a very good business kubanga oyiga ebintu ebyenjawulo, omanya ebintu ebyenjawulo na buli kimu. Naye nga is a good business, ofuna kitono mukyo naye oteekamu kingi, naye bw'okigumiikiriza mu maaso gy'oba ogenda okwolaba. Nja kwebaza Mukama Katonda olw'okumpa obulamu, kubanga covid atutta abantu. Nzaani nkyasobola okussa, era Mukama ekyo nkimusaba ayongere okunkuuma, okunyongerako ayongere n'okukuuma abaana bange, kubanga kyekintu kyensoose okugamba. Emba nsaba nnyo Mukama ayongere okukuuma abaana bange. Bwe ŋŋamba abaana bange, nze ndi mukyala muzadde kuba ndi mukazi, mba nzaala eggwanga. Kati bwe ngatta nti Mukama ayongere okukuuma abaana bange, basitegeeza oyo gwe nzadde, naye buli mwana, kuba omukazi yenna ku nsi aba muzadde, azaala buli mwana. Kuno nyongerako okwebaza mama wange. Mama wange mwebaza lwa nsonga nava wansi nga mulaba mukazi mukakaalukanye. Nze nasoma era nkoze mu office naye ng'era still nina ekirowoozo ekyokukola ki business kubanga nakula nkiraba. Mami has been a hard working lady. Yali mukyala musawo naye era nga mukozi kubanga yali musawo Emmengo naye nga mukyala mukozi. Kati nenkula nga nkiraba nti era ekyo mwebaza nnyo kubanga nafuna omutima ogw'okwagala okukola era kino nkikubiriza n'abaana abato banyiikire okumanya ekigambo okukola n'okukiyigira ku bazadde baabwe. Ate n'abazadde abaana tetubaleka nnyo mabega wadde tubasomesa tubateekewo tubalage tetukola. Kano akavubuka akabadde wano kano katabani kange ye bebi yatula P7 be bana abatudde mu covid naye era mugamba jangu tugende tukole ki tukole ayige ekyokukola kubanga okusoma kwokka sikwekuwa omuntu ekyokukola naye ekintu ekyokukola osobola okiyigira ku kintu ekirala kyo n'okusoma kulungi. Ennaku zino atasomye baga toyitamu si kutuula only in the offices naye ne business tojja genda mu kusuubula ebweru oyogera Oluganda Oluzungu lwetaagisa olina okumanya okubala business olina ogibala kubanga bw'otagibala tomanya kyokola. Kuno nyongera okwebaza abaana bange kubanga bakyali mu myaka sijja emikulu ennyo bali myaka mito bali mu 21 balina endowooza kubanga kino ekintu tugenda okutandika okiseetinga bali part of them. Ne baŋŋamba mami fine oli mu offices okola naye tufunewo ekintu ekyokukola ki ekyokukola and we are forced in fact kubanga me I was very busy nga mbeera nnyo mu office tebanoonya ekifo in fact wendi be banoonya nali ndi awo nga bazze nga baŋŋamba mami tulina gye twagala okutwalako kati nga gye bantwalako kundeetako ndaga kifo tosuwa kyekituufu baali bakimanyi nti ssente bweziri ezisobola okutandika ki ekintu ate nga tebaagala nziteeke mu kintu ekirala naye baagala okulaba nti tulina ekintu ekirala kyetusobola okukola ki okukola which was good. Era ekyo nkibeebaza nyongera okwebaza ne bakasitoma abange abampagidde mu myaka gino ebiri egy'obuzibu ng'ate bakyadda era nsuubira Mukama ajja kunyongera abalala.
Amannya nze Najjuma Silivia Naava nkolera wano ku Bukenya ne bagiyita Bukenya Road naye nga zone era ya Bukenya zone ensula Kigoowa mu kalina 21 zone. Business nnafu ddala zigenda mpola nnyo abantu tebalina ssente era nga kyova olaba nga zitambula mpola abantu tebalina ssente oli tasobola kulekayo okugula kyakulya najja kugula kikopo bigenda mpola tebiri ku speedi nga luli bwe tubadde naye tukola kubeerawo. Ntunda ebikopo ninamu ebikopo birimu grades mulimu ebinene ninamu eby'ettaano eby'ennya n'essatu ebitaano n'essowaani ninawo obutono 2 ne tugenda ku 3 4 5 paka ku 8 dinner plate kwegamba kisinziira gwe ku kyoyagala. Nina n'ebintu ne plastic naye nteekawo naye ne mutunda mpola mpola buckets kati plastic asinga okubeera expensive abeera wa nice kuba ye mulungi naye ng'ate owa mukwano bamuseera nnyo tetukyasobola na kumusuubula baseera nnyo teekawo ne ku busefuliya era nga bw'olaba neeyiya flaska glasses ate era nenteekawo n'ekyalaani entunga kugamba okusobola wano bwe watafuna nfuna wano ebbinika kati mu budde buno eza Nairo teziriyo waliyo Shumok ziri out of stock kati ezo Lion weeziri ennene oyinza ogigula ku 5 kitundu 3 kisinziira. Ebbinika zo ziri very expensive zalinnya kumpi buli kintu kyonna kyalinnya busefuliya obwo bwonna bwalinnya amasafuliya amanene nago bagaseera bokisi ez'enva nazo ziri waggulu buli kimu kiri waggulu kati okusinziira eri nga bwe tubadde magezi genkuwa olina okusooka okwetereeza n'osooka n'onoonyereza n'omanya neweesetinga n'omanya sente z'ogenda okutandika okukozesa kuba tosobola kutandisa kakadde kamu omulimu nga guno gulimu sente nnyingi kubanga ebintu babiseera olina okulaba nti obikolera we banaabirabira obulungi kuba bw'obiteeka wansi bwoti babiraba naye tebabiraba bulungi byetaagako display olabirabira nga naffe era bwe tugenda mu tawuni tulaba display kati naawe ogezaako okulaba ngu okoze otaddemu art omuntu bw'aba ayita mu kkubo n'akyama olw'okubanga alaba art gwe wakola najja n'alaba kyanaasobola okugula naye nga sitiisa muntu naye nga si byangu nnyo tetumanyi oba bakama baffe waggulu bo bakiraba batya ebintu babiseera nnyo ate nga tebitambula emisolo mingi kati wanoze kana akaduuka okalaba mpa layisinsi ate ne revenue nsasula buulaba wano naye nga nze nsubira kyandibadde kirungi naye mba nga nsasula renti na layisinsi yokka bakama baffe bandibadde batulowooza kufa aba wansi ne batatusasuza misolo gwa URA tulaba nga tekiri feya layisinsi yo ngirina ne URA nasasula
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Singa okundetera ekindetedde okubeera nti mpangalidde mu mulimu guno nasooka nentunuulira famire mwenva tata wange yafa ndi mwana muto nga nina emyezi 9 kati nenkula n'omukadde jjajja wa taata kati bwe nafuna chance sobola okuyiga omulimu nga guno natunuulira neŋŋamba nti mu butuufu nina okugwesibaako kubanga nali sijja kusobola kunoonya mirimu kusinziira nga bwe nali. Olugendo nno olw'okuyiga okutuuka ku maliba gano lwali luwanvu kuba nze nakulira Mawokota Kamengo, naye eyo nakolangayo emirimu mingi nga nsala embaawo, nasimanga ttooyi, nga nkola buli mulimu gwonna okusobola okufunamu ssente kuba nze natandika okugula omunnyo awaka nga n'emyaka 8. Maama yali mukadde nga nze nina okulabirira ki awaka. Kati nenkola buli mulimu gwonna, naye kindeeta Kampala waliwo omuvubuka bamweta Kirabira. Jjajja waabwe bwe yafa bwe bajja okuziika naŋŋamba kalungi baŋŋamba osima ttooyi nnyo, naye waliwo omugagga ayagala omusimira ttooyi, tugende ogisime komewo. Nange ne ŋŋamba nti kaŋŋende mu kibuga, kaŋŋende ngisime nkomewo fune akasente kange. Ninaawo munnaawe mukwano gwange gwe neyazikako ne sapatu ali sirina nenzijja mu kibuga. Nateetaawo wa Paulo Kivumbi Serebe yali omukozi w'engatto era ye yasooka mu Uganda okola engatto. Kati bwe ntuukawo n'ensima ttooyi nagisimira ewiiki emu neninda sente zange teyamba, nembeerawo mwezi mulamba. Naye olw'okuba nti nali mukozi kiseera ekyo nafunawo omwami mukwano gwange, omwami nga bamuyita Lubega, naye mulimiramirako mu luggya lwe. Kati nanzigirira n'abalala mikwano gye, yawo nina mukwano gwange wanaakola obuli mulimu kwega nasobola okubeerawo nga ninda ki, bwasobola okumbeezaawo nga ninda sente zayo teyazimpa. Kati saagonda nnyo neŋŋamba kankoleekole emirimu emirala. Kati bwe mu kiseera ekyo naŋŋamba nti omanyi kye tuba tukola, tugende enkozi ninayo ennimiro zange onnimireko nkuwe sente lumu, nantwala eyo nenimayo kanga 4 nenzimaliriza era teyampa sente. Nenkomawo wano nenkomawo enateete nemugaa sente maliriza teyampa. Ngamba kale natuuka ekiseera nenemererwamuuko nenzirayo Mawokota. Olw'okuba nali nfunye interest y'ekibuga ate nga nfunyeyo n'emikwano, ngamba kaŋŋende. Natambula nenzirayo mu kyalo. Bwe naddayo mu kyalo nensala embaawo. Nasala embaawo waliwo omwami omuvubuka yantwala Kyabadaaza bamuyita Kawooya, nensala loola ennamba nga njagala nfune sente z'omuzindo nkomewo e Kampala. Sinayiga ngatto nkola emirimu emirala. Kaakati bwe twasala embaawo motoka bwe yajjula, motoka bwe gye yatiika gye yagirako nambulako teyampa sente. Nandekayo eyo neŋŋamba kale kati kweku nemalayo omwezi gumu nga mpakasa awo nenfuna emitwalo 28. Nagamba wali e Kamengo siddawo era nayitawo buyisi neninya nenkoma. Nagulako empale ne saati ne bulangiti nagigula mu katale Buwama nenzijja Kampala. Kati bwe ntuuka olw'okuba nayina emikwano, oyo muvubuka Kirabira yali mukozi wa ngatto, ye yayigira wa Paulo Kivumbi yali jjajjaawo. Kakati kyava agamba waliwo omuvubuka nga bamuyita Moses amukolera. Namugamba Moses omulaba oyo mukuwadde kola naye, musajja oyo mukoze w'amaanyi nnyo akuyambekaawo. Kati Moses yali musiraamu naye tukwatagana mangu ntandika okukola naye anjigiriza siiga gamukola oti kola. Kakati Moses nanjagala nnyo kuba yamanya namunyumiza yambuza background yange nanjagala. Kati yali asula Katwe naye nga alina newomuvubuka omulala gwakolera nga bamuyita Madi Mike, ye yasulanga ku Nabagala Road awo naye nga ajja namukolerakolerako ku ngatto kuba ye Madi Mike yali akolagana nnyo n'Abazungu nga afunaafuna buodaoda obwo. Kati ng'oyajja n'abumukolera. Kakati nga aŋŋamba lwaba takoze eri wa Kirabira ng'aga nti ojja nonsanga eri ewa Madi Mike. kati Moses anyumya nnyo kyava anyumiza ku Madi Mike namugamba omwana oyo mulaba muntu mulamu ki naye bambi ayina tayina nnyo bantu be tayina kati neyo gyasula asula wa mukwano gwe naye muntu mulamu kakati lumu Madi Mike kyava ngamba kalungi Moses yaŋŋamba nti wosula jangu osuleni ngoberere saalwamu nensitula byange nenzija wa Madi Mike bwe natuuka wa Madi Mike yanjagala nnyo twakolagana nnyo kati ye yayinako okwa idea yali musajja mujagujagu naye nga kwegamba takola kintu kweganga si kyalimu ennyo kino yayinako kwa idea ng'asobola okukomola ensawe nga nagitunga nagiwa naye nga si gwe mulimu gwe yali ayagala okukola kakati bwe yandaba bwe najjanga olwo Moses twawukanye olunzi kati ndi wano wa Madi Mike kakati yajjanga n'apima ensawo ng'eyo ng'afunyeyo kasitoma n'andagirira bwe bagitunga nanga ntunga booti kati awo bwe natandikira nabeerako ekiseera kitono ne Madi Mike n'afuna safari ey'okuvuga eggaali n'agenda South Africa kati waagendere South Africa yali olutwali tuggudde bw'alaba nti nkola tuggulawo workshop agatugulewo workshop mu industry ya ku 6th Street naye nga nze mukozi gwalina kati yagguddewo workshop afunye omukozi kutukola ensawo n'engatto neki kati ye nga akakasa nti nja kusobola okubikola ti Madi Mike bwagenda South Africa olwo mu industry yeeyo yagenda okugenda nga tuvuddeyo olwo nandeka awaka nentandika okukolera kuli nenzira awaka nenkolera awaka kati olwokuba nti Madi Mike era wano wonna we yali atambulira nga wali mikwano gye wasiiba kuba yali dansa yali dansa yawangula break dance mu 86 kati yali amanyiddwa nnyo ye Mike ne kati lino erya Madi Mike nickname olwadda okuba dansa kakati era wano wonna twajjanga ffenna kati era okujja wano yali Madi Mike kakati nafuna emikwano gyali egya Madi Mike ye Madi Mike n'agenda South Africa bw'akomawo n'atandikawo ka workshop mu basement yawo National Theatre kati naye ng'erengeri nti ye yali sigwe mulimu gwako nga ajja nampita nanga akalungi jja kujja onyambeko tikali kati bwe najjaawo naye nafuna mikwano kati Madi Mike olwo wakomerawo okuva South Africa nali nina mikwano gyange ku William bakozi bangatto bo baali bakola ngatto kati nemba joininga netubanga tukola ffenna naye nga nze nkola nsawo olwo nga nziize nga nkola tuntuntu obutonotono keyholder obusawo obutonotono wallet kakati awo wentandikira ddala okubeera nti mbeera mukimu kati Madi Mike bw'ava agenda mu America bw'agenda mu America kati nze nfuna omwami Sabiti wali mukyala Sabiti manji wali mu printing mugandi njagala nfunireko wana akafo mbeerewo okwo nkolerewo naga nti kale kati awo nentandikira ddala omulimu kakati bagatundira mu square foot ti square foot eyo kisinziira ku quality kati eno square foot yayo eri ku nusu 85 kati eddiba nga bw'olaba ente bwe yakula bwe balijjako bwebyo era bwe balikolako kati oyinza okwesiŋŋaana n'osanga nti oba kaali kakolomojjo kalina square foot nga 7 oba nene kati zino enzungu zimaleeto olisanga nga lirina square foot 18 point oba 2 oba point 3 kati bwerityo mwe tugagulira bwegati naye ogagula okusinziira ku quality yaali nebagandi kati chips 15 oba 8 nebaga apostre gakola ntebe ezabagagezo naye kati square foot eri 9 muza Kenya. Amaliba gano agente nansi magumu nnyo ate gayina leza anyirira okusinga gano naye tebagatuwa oliwa bagatu tebagekoleramu ngato zaabwe zinga ze bambala baaya kati wano okugireeta wano era baminisita be bazijjayo be bazigulayo eyo nga bagenza naye leza waffe yali mulungi nnyo ente zaffe zirina amaliba amalungi kebera embuzi akaliba goat skin ow'embuzi eyawano ali different nnyo ku mbuzi enzungu kati okusinga product zino mba nkola byawoda era olubimala kabigenda omuntu abaguze bwatwala product eyo mu dduuka afuna order nakubira essimu naga nti kuba ayinza okuba yatwala wallet 5 naga njagala wallet 2 kati ate ne munne bwazisanga mu dduuka ali kamuga nti ebintu bino ebirungi nti gundi yabe ng'amuwa essimu abamu beekutogera naye abamu baba bamikwano naga nti kankuwa essimu y'omwami akolera kati bweti akatale bwe kagenze kagaziwa kakati oluusi era kati ng'abeebweru abo bansanga mu katale kote Kampala kakati n'ekirala nti mu kiseera kino waliwo kampuni eri mu America bagiyita enjuba Laser Works nasalawo kigula kubanga oyo erinnya eryo nalisanga naye nga buli baboogera nnyo ku kigulo kwega bamwogerako birungi bire yali musajja mulungi nnyo kati ne ŋŋamba nti ebbanga kuba yafa 1929 kati ate nze ndi wa 7 naye nasanga bakyamunyumyako ne mu kika kyaffe kyennyini ekyengeyi ne muko ne mu bulamu erinnya ate n'ekirala nti erinnya kati eryakalungi lyali ekisooka nti mwenzijja kyendya era ne famire yange mwenzijja ekigirabirira ekyokubiri nti emikwano mingi nnyo gye nina ngifunye lwa mulimu guno wano wonna abanjagala lwa mulimu guno kuba olya aba ayinza okufuna kasitoma nga aguze nga totemutuuka nadduka mangu nagamba gende wakalungi ankolereko kano najja nenkamutereza naafuna sente kati nasanyuka kwega ndi musanyufu ebizibu byensanze mu bizinensi eno bintu tebitundika nti sigwe si kyekintu kyokera ku makya noga nti omuntu ajja kituuka kakigule mangu kyetaaga bumu obugumiikiriza ekyokubiri nti abantu abamu tebasasula oli ayinza okuwaawo oda nomukolera ebintu n'obimutwalira n'atandika okutambuza naga nti nkyabiki ate ng'ebintu byo byonna tebikyalimu mu dduuka n'otuuka ekiseera n'omuva nako kati ekintu ekyo nti oli bw'aba takuwadde sente gwe ng'ogenze n'ogula materiyo n'okola ebintu n'obimutwalira n'atakuwa sente oba naaze kuwa mu musoolesole n'akuwaayo 5 2 3 olyandye tosobola kuddayo n'ogula materiyo kali mu kiseera kino abantu basatu naye nga nzize nkolagana nnyo mbeera nnyo n'abaana nga ba student najja nti sente zaabula zisoma najja n'abeerako wano myaka ng'ebiri nakuŋŋanyawo sente n'addayo n'asoma kati bw'abaaze ekisinga si nyingi kakadde kamu ntugulamu matiriyo wano netuzikozesa zigenda okugwawo nga ayize bwongo bwe mpozi kye nkubiriza abantu benyigire nnyo mu bintu ebyemikono mpozi ne gavumenti nti etunulire nnyo ekintu ky'ebyemikono gino ebintu ebyemikono bye bisinga okuleeta abalambuzi kwega birimu ssente nnyo ddala ng'abalambuzi bwe bajja bagula ebintu bino ebyemikono n'agenda n'akirabirako nti nali mu Uganda nti senga yateeka nnyo amaanyi mu bantu bano ab'ebyemikono twandibadde abasuubuzi nga tebagenda mu mawanga g'ebweru kujjayo kubanga omuntu avudde Bulaaya aba ayagala agula ekintu ekya Uganda naye ekisi ekyewuunyisa nti basinga kugenda na bintu bivudde bweru mu mawanga agatwetoolodde ng'ebyaffe wano tebiriiwo kubanga oba okola wano abantu ng'omukazi batunda baluka mikeeko babekuŋŋaanyiza bwe bati sirikanze esobola n'obbayigganya naye balemesa okolanya okugira naye senga gavumenti eyina engeri gyetuuka ku bantu abo wansi nebayamba omukyala n'amanya nti ajja kuluka omukeeka agufunemu ssente oba abaluka ebibbo babifunemu.
Kale basebo ne banyabo of course program kikyotunda bwetyo betambudde enkya olunaku olwaleero nze Fred Makubya ne muzukulu wa Lusimi of course twongera bategeeza nti program eno yajja okusobola okulaba nga ebawo omwaganya okulanga business zammwe ye muwanga lya mitundu ebyenjawulo of course babukubi namba y'essimu eyo etusobola okuba nga tukutuukako nosobola okutubulya business zokola ate ozikolerawa ozitundirawa otunda ki ekyo nno ffe kye twalowooza ntugamba the best way we can give back to the community is of course nga tubadde program efaananako bweti so program eno tesosola wabula ebaweera ddala akaseera mwemusobola okuba nga of course mu interactinga ne society ku biki byemukola abamu ku ffe tutunda mitwe gyaffe na bwongo of course kyeni mu kutegeeza era that is one of course the resource zetulina ffe zetuguza abantu naawe kyolina era kyosobola okubanga oza abantu of course okulanga advertisements ezimu ku mpaji ezikola business bw'obanga tolanze business okitegeeza abantu tebagenda kumanya byokola ate abantu batamanya biki byokola kitegeeza tebagenda kubigula abantu batagula bintu byokitegeeza bigenda kusigala katale of course obisigala katale era ojja kumaliza ovudde mu business but emu ku ngeri gyetusobola okwekumira mu business ezifaanako bwe zityo okusobola okubanga tulanga be namba y'essimu eyo oba adyagadde tukutuukeko twogere okudduka ya business fena n'abantu basobola okutegeera ebintu byotunda newa yonna gy'obitundira of course ebeererawo ddala okuviira ddala Monday paka Friday of course wetutuuka ku the top of the hour olwo nno Maserino Makune abajja ne Trading Dawn okutusomesa engeri gyasobola okuddukanya business of course nga akozesa teknologiya oba nga akozesa omutimbagano of course budde bwetumanyi nti the trading world ebeera very busy of course across amawanga gonna USA n'ebitundu ebyenjawulo so that's why program eno ebeerawo ku ssaawa ezifaananako 8 ku 9 kubanga tumanyi obuli bwe businga okubeera very very active and of course at the top of the hour nga bwe mbategeeza ajja kuba ajja ayongera otwongerayo ku bintu engeri gyebitambulira ddala mu nsiike eyokozesa teknologiya okusobola okubanga ate weefunira kasente bwe tutyo bwe tugenda okuba nga te nze wembalekerera naye njagala obbaleka nga mbagamba nti kikyotunda ye program gy'osaanye okuba nga tolekerera wabula ye program gyosobola okuba nga oyitiramu benamba y'essimu ezo ate tusobole okuba nga tukutuukako osobole okulaba nga oddukanya business nga ate abantu bamanya kikyokola gyokitundira n'ebbeeyi yakyo nze nga muzzukulu wa Lusimbi ngenda kubanga sisukkako wano era at the top of the hour of course the Trading Dawn egenda kuba yejja ne Mr. Maserino Makune.
Amanya gange yenze Joan Namuswa ndude nga nkolera muzu business yange ntono nga mugiraba ntunda bintu like beach wear nine bikofira shades naked toys cause almost like twagala nnyo abantu abayingira like abamu babaze kutuwalinga they can maybe choose to buy hats cause omusana sometimes guba mungi so abamu baba bagenda ku beach kunyumirwamu so they choose to have some glasses on them abamu ne like abajja n'abaana tulina kids park they come to buy some bubbles nice toys for kids so zibeerawo naye just lwakuba nti covid bwe yajja n'abizaamuko emabega tubadde mu lockdown tubadde tetukola wadde zwe badde nzigule fe abamu tuva wala like me nze nva Seguku, so okutambula okujja wano it needs me transport, so I have just resumed nga weeks 2 emabega badde sikola n'ebintu gye tubijja byeyongeramuko kabeeyi n'abantu abayingira sibe babanje nnyo, so sente zo zesibyemu katonotono naye era baguddewo abantu bajjumbidde abamu, so byebyo si kyekyo ekinene nnyo. Tulinawo nebu like tutunda wano obuntu like oba abaana bwebazanyisa okusinga abaana bamanyi nnyo bawakinga cartoons ne games endala. Tulina bu Spiderman, Batman bwa 5 obutono, then enene zagumu kitundu. Tulinawo ne bugita era bw'abaana bwa mutwalo. Tulinawo tagaani zizi n'entono n'ennene weeziri n'ez'amanda baziteekamu amanda. Then tulina bu piano obukofiira obw'abato n'ez'abakulu ze tuyita mu 7 hats nazo weeziri abazeeyi bazaagala nnyo n'abantu abatuwalinga like we call them sometimes to our hats. Then nebino ebinene like nga kino naabo abakazi babyetanira nnyo byagumu kitundu. Tulinawo ne buno bu simple hats bana abo bwa mutwalo n'ebikofiira ebirala nga we mubirabaawo. Just to be sure tubeera ne sanitizer with us, making sure business etambula nga people are not complaining. Tulinawo bubbles, kids enjoy them, even adults you can blow, like you can refill in case it is empty. Tulina botu bwabiri size eno. Tulinawo ne size enene and the other bigger size yo teriiwo kati nga wenjogerera. Tulinawo bu brick games zino abaana abasinga bazimanyi ne games eziriko zino ez'okuzimba abaana bazeetaaga. Oba zina akaana akate nnyo era nako tukayiyiza weebuli bwa 10 beeyi ntono nnyo. Ndowooza byebyo bisinga mbyogedde.
Singa okundeetera ekindetedde okubeera nti mpangalidde mu mulimu guno nasooka ne ntunuulira family.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Good afternoon, everyone. Reversals, and we looked at the moving averages, the MACD, some parabolics are there, and the ADX to give us the power. Yeah, so we looked at those and how these trends change, and yeah, yesterday we had some kind of it looked like a reversal for the Euro USD, but it looks like okay, it looks somehow bearish, but it's like a range market. But anyway, let's just keep on watching it and see what happens as we keep on looking for more scenarios where the trend changes. It's very important to know reversals because that's where, by the way, it's that point of reversals where most people lose money. It's very hard to lose money in a range market. It can be frustrating, but you can't easily blow an account. But the reversal, that's what blows most accounts because price it starts a whole new trend, and that trend is what knocks you out, whether you keep on even some people deposit more money. When you're going in, your account is almost blown. Sometimes in order to save your account, you add in more money so that you have a bigger gap, so that you add in some you extend your margin. Basically you extend your margin. So so when you do that, if the trend is on, if that reversal happened, if you are selling and then the reversal happens and it starts going up and you keep on extending your margin by depositing more money, maybe if you continue doing that indefinitely, sometimes when another reversal happens, you can recover some money. But that can be very dangerous. So it's identifying the reversal that will mostly save your account. So it's very, very important to know when a trend has ended, so that you stop putting in trades that are going to hit the stop loss or blow your accounts. Some people don't. Okay, if you've been trading on margin, you will realize that sometimes the stop loss can limit your account, and stop loss is mostly determined by the price movement, by the formation in those candlesticks and all those other indicators. So that's why you should normally put your stop loss, not just where you want it to be. Just because you're willing to lose $50, you put your stop loss at $50. That is not at negative 50. That is not the right way to do it. Your stop loss must be at the point when okay, let me give you an example. If you're selling and a reversal happens, so your stop loss must be slightly above that point of reversal that you expect, so that it hits your stop loss and then you continue buying instead of selling. So that normally will save you. Then for the other case, if you're going to trade on margin, then identify those areas and close your trades. You may not be putting a stop loss, but it's good to know where things are going wrong, and then you just close there and you start, you follow the trend. Always follow the trend. So another thing which, stop losses sometimes cause a slow death. You keep on losing small chunks of your money until it's all gone, and that is very, very frustrating. So if you're normally trading in a trend, if you're following the trend, you always put your stop loss below the previous support level. So by doing that, every time price retraces, it can always bounce back into profit. Then you keep on doing that. Then at the last point where the trend has ended, if you continue buying and you put your stop loss still below that area of support, and then you hit the stop loss, there you'll get your confirmation that price has now started going down. Now that works very well in very long trends, in very, very long trends, and they're normally caused by fundamental events, rarely by this technical analysis. It's very difficult to get a very long trend just by doing technical analysis. It's normally fundamental because it is price of an economy. So the price of an economy can't just keep on growing just because you drew some lines, and these lines which you normally draw. But it happens because of actual events that are happening in the world. So when that happens, then you have a very, very long trend. So that's where you can actually make some good money on a long trend, and your your stop loss can actually come into play. Now, when you enter a range market, that's where stop loss can finish your accounts. It can finish you in a very, very slow death. You end up losing small chunks of your money. So in a range market, you always sell, expecting it to go down. Then again, it starts buying. It hits your stop loss. Then you start buying. It hits your stop loss down. Then you start selling again. Hits your stop loss up. Yeah, so that can be very frustrating. Or even in very short trends. Short trends can also they can overhit your stop loss. So so what I'm trying to say is keep on watching out for the reversals. That point of reversal is very, very important. Yesterday we saw an example using so many indicators just to see some kind of confirmation of a reversal. And then when it happens, then you can start looking for the continuation of that trend. So today we're going to look at another setup for reversals. This time we're going to use a very popular chart and a very popular indicator. This chart is I'm going to use the US dollar versus the Japanese yen. So the US dollar versus the Japanese yen is the chart, and the obvious indicator for that one is the Ichimoku Kinko Hyo. I think that's how it's pronounced. Ichimoku Kinko Hyo. I've been watching One Punch Man with my son. He's a fan of One Punch Man and Naruto and Dragon Ball Z, whatever those cartoons are. So, and those guys speak Japanese. So by watching those cartoons, you can somehow catch up on their language and how they pronounce these words. They put a lot of emphasis, especially these small words. Kinko Hyo. It's like it's anyway. So for this indicator, it normally looks very disorganized. So many people look at it and it's just confusing. Some people look at indicators and even just get headaches. So for this one here, this one can give you a migraine if you don't like indicators. But it's something created by the Japanese, and everything is literally created by the Japanese. These the candlesticks themselves, the open, the close, the high, the low. They call them Japanese candlesticks. So the ones who created that whole system, now they have this indicator, and it's quite effective when you think about it. But the thing behind all these indicators and setups is they don't work all the time. They don't work all the time. So you may not have to trade every single day. You may not have a trade for every day, or even every week. You might have one trade every month. At maximum 2 trades every month. So that can be, for some people, that is very, very good news. For others, that is very frustrating, especially people who have their trigger. They have their finger on the trigger. In this case, the trigger is the mouse button. You just want to click all the time. And now with phones, you can enter trades anywhere you want, and you can make money all the time, or you can lose your money all the time, because there's a lot of access to enter these trades. So let's take a look at this chart, the US dollar versus the Japanese yen. So basically I'm loading the Ichimoku Kinko Hyo. Kinko Hyo. It's something quite it's very interesting. So I'm going to change the color of these candlesticks so that they are different from this. From this, I'm going to put them in yellow. I don't want the colors to clash with there's this green line in the Ichimoku. Maybe let me see if I can make them a little bit thicker than they are. They are a bit they are so narrow. So that green line of the Ichimoku, it is so this green line, it's like a band. Then you have the cloud. So the basic kind of analysis for this Ichimoku is the basic way to use it when price is below the cloud, now this is a cloud where you see this, these lines here moving through. That is a cloud. So when price is below the cloud, it's obviously selling. When it is above the cloud, it's obviously buying. Yeah, so so by looking at this, when you're having an upward trend like this one, and you're coming to a reversal, there are indicators, that show you that actually the price is going to reverse. So indicator number one is price, this green line crossing with the price. Yeah, this green line is like a band. The farther it goes away from the price, the more you have a movement in that direction. Then when it comes and meets the price and goes the other direction, it goes below it in this scenario here, then you have that downward movement that is going to start happening. So we have this green line. Let me get the actual names for all these lines. They are very cool names. If you like watching anime. Yeah. So this green line is called the Chico span. The Chico span. Yeah, that's the green line. Then this red line is called the Tenkan Sen. Then the blue line is called the Kujin Sen. I think I saw my son, he was playing, there's this game called Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, and people were talking like this, Tenkan Sen, Kujin Sen, Chiku Span, those Japanese language is quite, it's quite interesting. Anyway, then, then we have, now for the cloud, we have the up Kumo and the down Kumo. Yeah, so the up Kumo, this part here, which is a bit, the color is sandy brown. Yeah, and that's the color that comes with the indicator, sandy brown. That's actually a name of a color. If you do chemistry, then you've seen when those chemicals are changing colors. Normally, the instructor tells you this is greenish blue, this is yellowish black. Yeah, so this one here, the up Kumo, is called, the color is sandy brown, and this is the sandy brown color. So you can see this cloud has two ends. It has this top here, which is sandy brown. Then the lower part, the color is Thristo. Yeah, it's the first time I'm seeing that color. I've looked at this chart so many times, this indicator so many times, but the color Thristo, that name, I've never caught it. Yeah, it's the first time I'm also seeing it. So the color is Thristo. Now this could be a very new color among all the colors that we have. So, we just take it the way it is. Yeah, so the down Kumo, the color is Thristo. it is something looking like whitish purple. Yeah? Now, when it changes, you can see that Thristo color has now taken over the cloud. So we have the sandy brown below, and then the Thristo is above there. That whitish purple, whitish pink. Yeah, okay, so, the first indicator that price is starting to reverse, it's still moving upwards from this point, but price goes below the Chiku span, which is this green line. So the Chiku span, the Chiku span goes below the price. Yeah, so when price is bullish, the Chiku span is above the price. So that's what gives you that, that's what gives you the confidence that price is still bullish. But, price is still moving on, it's still bullish, but the Chiku span has gone below the price. And that's a first indicator that you're about to have a reversal using this Ichimoku Kinko Hio. Yeah? Now, there are two other indicators here which look like moving averages. Yeah, so the red one is the Tenkan Sen, and the blue one is the Kijun Sen. Now, when when the Tenkan Sen is above the Kijun Sen, so this one's here, when red is above blue, then you're having an upward movement. So here, it's still bullish, moving upwards, but the Chiku span has already gone below prices. So there you have to start watching out for a reversal. And now, as price is headed up there, it starts, the effects start coming in. So this price now shoots below both the Kijun Sen and the Chiku span. the Tenkan Sen and the Kijun Sen. So price goes below those two. And but then the cloud, the cloud is still sandy brown, and it's still giving us that bullish signal. So price is still, this Ichimoku, the cloud, is still showing us that, it's still bullish. And, if you just enter anytime from there, this, you can easily have a fake out in this scenario. Price can still continue moving upwards, and you can start, losing money. So you have to wait for the whole scenario to play out. And this is actually a very perfect scenario. So you can look at how these indicators have started crossing each other. So price here has now moved below the Tenkan Sen and the Kijun Sen, and now we have these two. These two have now reversed each other. So this Chiku span is still above the cloud. Here it's within the cloud together with price, but we already have the Kijun Sen above the Tenkan Sen. So when price was bullish, red was above blue. Now blue is above red. So there, things have started turning around. Already, the Chiku span, the green line has already gone below price, and we already have that's the first indicator. But it's not yet firmly below price. Here it is, but it is still above the cloud. So we need all these indicators to go below the cloud so that we have our final indicator that we're actually moving in that direction. So if you look at how how things are playing out here, there's a lot of confusion. Then then the outcome. Let me close this. So at this point, we have our confirmation. Actually, when the cloud changes, so here the cloud has changed from sandy brown to that whitish purple, and so that's where we are right now. And so you have this green line very far below the price, as it should be. You can see how when it was bullish, it was very far away from the price as well, like some kind of band. And the same thing here, it is very far below from price. The cloud is no longer sandy brown, it's now three-stone, that whitish purple color. And we have this, we have the blue above the red, and price is firmly below. So in that scenario there, we have, we have a technical confirmation that the reversal has taken place. So there are so many indicators that show you that, this upward trend has ended. There are so many things here that show you that, do not buy, do not buy. And you can see that in this area here, there is some kind of a range market. So from the point that you get the first signal of this Chiku span going below, there are many candlesticks there. They are about 65, about 64 candlesticks. Those are almost 3 days. Those are almost 3 days of watching that. So that is a whole 3 days of doing analysis and just waiting to enter. And the beauty about it, the moment you enter, you have this. You have the first signal of price showing you the reversal. So when you enter here at this point, you're going to collect some. To this point here where you get the first signal of a reversal, when things start going wrong. So you can close there and you've made like 100 pips of USD JPY. So there you close your trade. Now, that's what I was talking about. Your stop loss, if you start selling here, your take profit can be above this. Your stop loss can be above this. Because you started selling there. So if price goes against you, then 42 pips, that's the area of your stop loss. Because if price continues and goes above that resistance up there, then you have a confirmation that the trend is continuing upwards. There's no need to continue selling. So your stop loss can be there. Then you enter a buying trade and you continue with the trend. So if you put your stop loss somewhere below that, there are many scenarios where you can get hit. Here, price just continued downwards without any reversal there, and that is good. And your take profit also must be determined by the market conditions. The way we started tracing the reversal from here, when we start tracing the reversal again, that's where we put our take profit, and that's how you make more money. Because if you were to take profit somewhere here, you might be looking for, maybe you have maybe you have $1,000, and you're looking for about, let's say like $100. So at this point here, you will put your take profit, and you'll make $100 from there. But the trend is still continuing, and if you look at the formation of the Ichimoku, we still have all these indicators still giving you a very strong selling signal. So you are going to lose money from there. You're going to lose money that you haven't made. You won't lose money from your account, but you could have made a lot more money. But if you continue, then you make twice that amount. Instead of taking the 50 pips, here you take 100 pips, and then you have $200 on your $1,000 after getting this signal that the Ichimoku has started. These conditions have started again crossing. So from behind, from the back here, so from the back, you can see that the first signal for the reversal in order to sell was this Chiku span crossing below the price. Then signal number 2 was the Kujin Sen going below the Tenkan Sen, and the last part was the cloud turning to color 3-store, turning to the color of whitish purple. So that point is where you get your sell signal, and then you start selling. Because you stopped buying from that point, so you have to stop selling again when when these indicators, when they start again, the formation starts changing again, which is down here where where there's a take profit of about 100 pips from where the entry point is. So at that point, so at this point you have the Chiku span. So when the Chiku span is below the price, it's pulling it down. In a matter of sense, it's pulling it down like a band. So it's pulling it down, but when it goes above it, that's where the reversal starts happening. It starts pulling price above, and then you can see here there is some kind of a range market starting to form. So here you have the Chiku span has gone above price, and if we continue looking at what happens afterwards, the Chiku span has gone above the price, and then we have this one here start changing again. But now this is where you get a kind of some kind of a fake signal, but here you can see there is no entry point. So you had here the signal to get out of that trade. Now you're going to look for another trade based on those same market conditions, and you won't get them here because the cloud has changed to a bullish cloud, but the Chiku span is still below the price, and the Tenkan Sen is above the Kujin Sen. So you have some kind of it's sort of confused. Here when price became bullish, the cloud is still whitish purple, so you don't have a clear signal to buy. So now this whole point here, it's all this whole area here is like a range market. So there is no clear signal here given by this Ichimoku indicator, and it goes on like that and that and that. You can see how it is sort of a range market. There is no clear there is no clear signal. There's no clear signal, and so that's where the problem is. So basically those are the indicators that give you that those are indicators that give you that price movement. That's how the Ichimoku works. So there's one more thing. There's one more thing here. Let me get the period to this Chiku span. So this is what kills most people. That's what kills most people. So This Chiku span is it's 15 periods behind. 26 periods behind. Yeah, so when you look at your Ichimoku indicator, this is one bit that frustrates most people. So you have you have this green line that is 26 periods behind, and you have to use it as well to give you a proper indicator. So here where it crosses below the price, you can look for the 26 period. So this is why we have the 26 periods. Yeah, 26 periods. So where you have this this signal here to enter. Yeah, so at this point you can clearly see that it is below. It has gone below the price, clearly below the price, below the cloud, and already we have this formation there. So this one here, at this point here, you have your kind of confirmation with this 3. You have it with a cloud, and you have it with these other 2 lines here. Then this one here, 26 periods behind, will also give you that signal there. Yeah, and yeah. So that is something to clearly watch out for. If you look at this area of reversal, let's look at 26 periods there. Yeah? So you can see how price has fallen with this candlestick, where the reversal has started happening. Yeah, but okay, this gives you some kind of feel that the reversal is coming. Yeah, so basically the Ichimoku, okay, that's basically how it works. So you have 26 periods behind this that give you the signal to enter. Yeah, so the signal if you entered this trade, let's say from around here, yeah, because you have the formation happening here to buy. Yeah, so you have your formation there, and you go 26 periods back, and this one is clearly above the price, and then these ones here have formed, then you buy. Yeah, so there you have your clear profit up to like let's say if you bought from up there, price will trace down about 16 pips, then it will continue about 70, 80, yeah, maybe, okay, up there. So those are, if it comes back down, maybe you take about you can take a hit. There's no hit there. You take about 70 pips there, yeah, until this period here starts showing you some price moving above this green line. I hope that is very clear. I hope that is very clear. But that's how you use the Ichimoku. That's how you use the Ichimoku to actually give you these signals. I think that's the only chart we're looking at today. Yeah, so basically for reversals, it's very important to look out for those reversals and to know how these indicators work. Every time you load that indicator there, the Ichimoku has some periods behind it that it gives you some time. Okay, the price movement keeps on mapping out that indicator, but some periods behind, and others are some 2 periods in front, 3 periods, but you get used to it as you go on looking at scenarios where it has actually played out. And if you look at the history of most of these charts, they will show you the most appropriate times to sell or to buy using this indicator. And that is something that you should really look out for. It's not good to enter trades all the time. Look out for that optimum time that this trade will actually work, because if you just enter any time, then price will go against you and you will lose money. So you realize that you have very few trades in a month. You have very few trades, maybe 1, maybe 2, those very, very accurate trades. And that also applies to the risk ratio, to the risk factor. You have to use the right lot size for your account so that you don't lose all your money when you trade like this. So you have very few trades in a month, but those trades also make a lot of money, and that money will come in maybe in about maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks. Yeah, so you can you can have comfort trading like that. But if you put in a very small account and a very big lot size, you're bound to lose money using these traditional trading methods. So that is one way of using the Ichimoku. okay, like the traditional way of using the Ichimoku to predict a reversal and a new trend so that you can make some good money and you trade an entire trend and you get all the pips in there and you trade with a lot of comfort. Yeah, so same thing, I'm working on a robot for this particular indicator. Yeah, so the robot will not be trade. There won't be very many trades, but all the trades that will be there. I'm very hopeful that there will be very positive trades. Yeah, I'm very hopeful for that. Yeah, and the stop loss, the trigger to close the trade will obviously be when that green line crosses the price. Yeah, 26 periods in the history. Yeah, and that is something that I'm going to test out for a very long period. And I will put that, I'll put that on the Telegram group as well, and you see how it works. And we shall gauge it. We shall give it points as a group. Then everyone is free to give their opinion. If you feel that there is a lot that can be added to it, then by all means you can make it a lot better. Yeah, and then we can improve it like that. And yeah, I'll be showing that on Telegram group so that we all have a conversation about it and see how to improve it, how to rate its risk and maybe increase the risk factor or reduce it. Yeah, if you're not part of the group, you can just search for Trading Dawn or you can search for BVB Trade FX and you'll just get there very fast on Telegram. And you'll have access to an entire community that is trading and sharing so many ideas. And people are now starting to do very well on the group. People are making money. People are learning how to even do the simple things. Choosing brokers, depositing money, withdrawing, which brokers are very nice for our payment methods. Yeah, there's all that information that is going around, and it's very helpful for anyone who wants to start trading. So, just join the group, just search for Trading Dawn or BVB Trade FX on Telegram and you will get there. Yeah, so today, the economic calendar events really, they ended with the euro, that was at midday, and we shall look forward for tomorrow. Yeah, so thank you for watching. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business. All right, now it is Smart Men's Business, and we are definitely here to make you have big ideas when it comes to the business stories here and across the globe. And of course, if we are to give you all those details, it is to make sure that you understand the perspective of how businesses are trending in different areas and different aspects as well, and also to just give you a little hint on how many commodities are being sold at which prices in all of the country, as well as to give you the latest details when it comes to the market prices in the country, and also to check around and see how far are businesses making rounds in different areas or in your own environment, and how can you as a citizen in Uganda take part in the different businesses, from the business tips down to the job mat, down to running business stories as well. It is all about business, and this is Smart 24 TV, where we definitely drive your business. Welcome aboard to Smart Men's Business. I'm Joram Paul Sonko. Get me on Facebook at Joram Paul Sonko, Twitter at Joram Paul Sonko, on Facebook at Joram Paul Sonko, and on Instagram at Joram Paul Sonko as well. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram is at Smart 24 TV. If you do want to follow us and give us your feedback in any regard to the business stories as well, YouTube at Smart 24 TV, and the website is www.smart24tv.com. Give us your feedback, follow up, and as well as we give you, as we drive your businesses, you as well, make sure you drive them with us, because we run the business stories and give all you need to understand more beyond the businesses. And just to look a little recap of how far the stories have actually been making headlines. We start with the Chief Justice, who called up for increased support to the judiciary. Now, speaking at last week's National Budget Conference for the financial year 2022-2023, Chief Justice Alfonso Winyidoro did call for a paradigm shift in handling the judiciary and budget allocations. Now, while addressing the delegates and Ugandans at the National Budget Conference in Kololo, Justice Tolo said that the biggest role of the judiciary is the socio-economic transformation of the country that is being failed due to limited support and capacity. He says, although the government has moved the sector's budget from 0.4 to 0.8%, he hopes there will be incremental enhancement of the budget to improve access to justice. Citing the commercial division of the court, he says there are over 6,000 cases worth 4.6 trillion with only 6 judges. And according to the Chief Justice, he says, if at all the government is willing to add more finances into the sector of the judiciary, and of course in terms of the judicial allocations of the financial year, and with the financial year coming up of the 2022-2023, he says with only 6 judges, it is not possible to carry out 6,000 cases. And it's because there are only 6 judges, only because the money that was allocated, the 4.6 trillion, is only, the cases are worth 4.6 trillion, over 6,000, and only 6 judges are able to carry out these ones, because the money that is there to cater for the judicial system is only able to cater for 6 judges. That is why he was calling on the government to clearly see that when they're making allocations for the money, they should as well add more to the judicial system in Uganda. Now, Chief Justice Tolo asks for at least 10 more judges to expedite the handling of these cases and unlock the money involved. From the 6 judges, he's hoping that the government can get him more than 10 to make maybe 16 or 20 judges to carry out the other 6,000 cases available that are worth 4.6 trillion Ugandan shillings. It should be noted that in this financial year 2021-2022, the budget of the judiciary was substantially enhanced from 199.1 billion to 376.9 billion. Now, this is the allocation of the funds that was set on board for the judiciary in the just concluded financial year reading that happened in June. Out of this, 146.6 billion was provided for the recruitment and facilitation of judicial staff. I'm just breaking out for you the figures here. 146 because The judiciary system was allocated 376.9 billion Ugandan shillings out of the 199.1 billion that it had received in the concluded financial year of 2020 to 2021. Now, in the financial year for 2021 to 2022, they were given 376.9 billion, and out of this, 146.6 billion was provided for the recruitment and facilitation of judicial staff. In addition, 18.2 billion was provided to implement the electronic court case management information system and prosecution case management information system. According to the Chief Justice, he still thinks this money is not enough, because if the government had to increase the money from 199.1 billion to 376.9 billion, roughly getting into 377 billion, you could clearly see the government was trying to make sure they cater for the judiciary in one way or the other, because the claims have always been coming through. But now, again, as the National Budget Conference was taking place, the Chief Justice was like, we need more money, we need more funds to be allocated, because we do have a number of cases that are worth 4.6 trillion Ugandan shillings, and we only have 6 judges running these cases. And clearly, he's like, we need another team, we need a huge team. He has the team, but the only challenge is he does not have the money to facilitate the team. And we all know, of course, how much the judicial system takes money when it comes to, if only the court, if only a lawyer goes to court to maybe stand for somebody in the courts of law, you could only imagine how much they earn. So imagine how about the judicial system, and if at all someone is going to be ruling out a case that involves a number of money, a lot of money rather, not a number, a lot of shillings of cash, then someone would want to have a good amount of money tapped onto his table before he can actually go out and execute these particular crimes. The budget for the incoming fiscal year 2022-2023 seeks to implement policy actions to first aid, foremost, accelerate interventions to put an end to the health and social crisis posed by the coronavirus pandemic and recover the economic back to pre-COVID level. So looking at all these situations and how far the financial year 2022-2023 will be looking into a way of implementing policy and actions to first aid, foremost, accelerate interventions. COVID-19 has caused situation, and that's why it has actually been underlined as one of the key sectors and the key aspects of the coming financial year 2022-2023. On the same occasion, however, the Minister of State for Finance and Economic Development, Honorable Mathieu Kasaija, did have what to say. He actually came out and presented the 6th government strategic interventions to achieve the economic policy objectives of the financial year 2022-2023. This was also at the National Budget Conference. The conference that took place at Kololo Airstrip had its theme as industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. The Ugandan economy before the outbreak had gathered quite a good momentum, as the real gross domestic product grew at 6.3%. I want you to just pay attention to these numbers, by the way. 6.3% was the real GDP in the fiscal year 2017 to 2018, accelerating to an 8-year high of 6.4% in the financial year 2018 to 2019. Now, unfortunately, the COVID-19 pandemic triggered an economic slowdown, and Uganda recorded real GDP growth of 3.0% in the financial year 2019-2020. Which was the slowest rate in almost 3 decades, at the pace of expansion only picked up marginally to 3.3% in the financial year 2020 to 2021. And in this regard, the Honorable Minister aligned the priority that will create room to achieve the objectives in the coming financial year 2022-2023, with the key aspect in industrialization, particularly focusing on agro-industry and light manufacturing. So
he aligned a number of particular things and also laid on board the fact that agro-industry and light manufacturing will be among the 6 strategies to lay on board these particular policies. However, the Honorable Minister was quick to also note that the proposed budget strategy would only be implemented if some potential risks are mitigated, and these include worsening of the COVID-19 pandemic through successive waves, as the country is still waiting, and experts are also warning of the fact that we may have a 3rd wave. So the minister did align that if we are to achieve and implement these policies to make sure that the budget strategy works out, we have to make sure that these particular potential risks are mitigated through, which include the worsening of the COVID-19 through successive waves. And how is this going to be mitigated? The government is trying to come in place by making sure they get the vaccines ready. According to the Honorable Prime Minister, in the same conference, she did note that most of the vaccines by October, Uganda will have vaccines that will be able to vaccinate over 4 million Ugandans. And by December this particular year, 2021, Uganda will be in position to vaccinate over 11 million people, because now they have a number of vaccines in the Pfizer vaccine, Johnson & Johnson, and a number of which are available. So clearly, if you were to look at how the government is intending to mitigate the issue of COVID, is to make sure the number of Ugandans are vaccinated. The other risk that is supposed to be mitigated, if at all the financial year 2022-2023 is to be put in place, is failure to collect domestic revenue. The other issue is the collection of revenue, where most of the Ugandans are kind of shunning away from the paying of revenues, and they're taking it as a burden. And clearly, if the government can collect domestic revenue in the way that is possible without any hindrances, then clearly the financial 2022-2023 will have to be implemented either way. The other is institutional weakness in budget implementation, with numerous requests for supplementary funding. Now, according to the minister, another issue that has actually been causing problems or mayhem is the fact that most of the sectors in the economy have always been asking for supplementary funding in the numerous aspects, where everyone wants to have supplementary funding to add into their business to help them rejuvenate themselves. So clearly, if also this is mitigated, it will in the end provide a clear view of how the financial 2022-2023 will be implemented, which is actually basing on industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. However, we will still wait and see how far the employment will be on course, because we've had the wealth creation for quite some time. It has been helpful to some people, not helpful to the majority, if I have to put it in a way, either way. And now, the other few risks that are also supposed to be aligned in order for this particular implementation of the 2022-2023 financial year: failure to align to budget priorities, as well as inadequate capacity of ministries, because all the ministries have to take part in making sure the financial 2022-2023 is put onto board and is supported by everyone who is taking part. Agencies and the local governments are also supposed to take part, because the government wants to work hand in hand with these particular sectors in the economy to make sure that Uganda's economy is rejuvenated in one way or the other. And as the financial 2022-2023 is coming on board, we would clearly wait and see how far the government has to offer and how far the government is willing to take place and take keen interest in what we do call the implementation of the 2022-2023 financial year. This particular financial year of 2021-2022 had a parish model way of doing things, in parish model way of making sure things are put on board, making sure the economy is moving steady fast. We're making sure that implementation starts from the grassroots of communities, and that is the parish model of how everyone has to take part in the economy and the exercise in the economy. All right, looking at some of the stories again, how the bigger question is, however, how is Uganda going to achieve this? Speaking of the vaccination that the ministers were actually mentioning about, how are they going to make sure Ugandans are going to get the vaccinations? And is it going to be a safer way to see that Ugandans are back to their life setting? Let's take a look at the other markets in the world and see how they are faring in any regard. First of all, we head to India, where Ford is set to also end production in India and taking a 2 billion hit in the process. Ford is one of those leading production companies in terms of car automakers, as the USA. It's a USA automaker, and has actually been breaking into different markets across the world. So surprisingly, if you are to look at the fact that a number of big firms that have been investing in other countries, not only in Uganda, where Game, Africell, ShopRite, Smile, all those bigger companies are quitting the local markets here. You can see that even other bigger companies in other countries that have been investing in other countries, in the foreign countries, are also trying to run away from the markets. Reason being, there's a lot of situations and a lot of losses that were counted due to the pandemic, where most of the businesses were put to a halt. In a statement last week on Thursday, the company said that roughly 4,000 employees, we're talking of Ford now, will be laid off manufacturing, and it is going to end immediately. CEO Jim Farley said that the move was difficult but necessary to achieve long-term growth. He actually says that despite investing significantly in India, Ford has accumulated $2 billion of operating losses over the past 10 years, and demand for new vehicles has been much weaker than the forecast. So if you're a business entity and you've been in the game for 10 years, you could clearly see that if someone is operating a business out of the country, one of the other reasons as to why some people are called entrepreneurs is you tap into a risk. But sometimes if you're looking into the risk and that it has actually failed to work out, the best way is to actually see that you walk out. You walk out of the way and hit another market to see that if your focus is not working out. Making a loss of 2 billion is too much money. 2 billion US dollars is quite some money. Even if you're in Uganda and you're making a loss of 2 billion Ugandan shillings, either way, it is too much money. We're speaking of billion. Once you've grossed millions, you're speaking of billions. Those are thousands and thousands of cash that has been spoiled in the last 10 years for Ford. Now again, India's head of Ford, that is Anurag Mehrotra, said that the unit has not been able to find a sustainable path forward to long-term profitability that includes in-country vehicle manufacturing. He added that the decision was reinforced by years of accumulated losses, persistent industry overcapacity, and lack of expected growth in India's car market. So a number of issues are aligned. And this is why you could see, before a company actually goes out of business in a different country, they'll come out and give you their reasons as to why they want to leave. And once they start telling you, I'm leaving because of this, first of all, the losses are definitely going to be out. Someone will come out on the line for you the losses, and they will be like, the issue here is, I've not been making my profits. I've invested in a lot of money, but I'm not getting it. If you look into a CEO's vision or an eye of an entrepreneur, they will automatically tell you, in most cases, for you to be successful with business, you have to make sure the money you get out of the business is the same money that is going to help you facilitate the business. That is how you're going to have to look at how much money does your business make. Because if your business makes the money, you have to remove the profits and then input the other money back into the business. It is just a circulation. But when you're accumulating losses, it will clearly show you that you're not making money out of it. If we just to take a summary of some of these companies in India that have actually been having a number of big time. It is Ford's control of the market stood roughly at 1.8% in July, down from 2.1% a year ago. And according to the Federation of Automobile Dealers Association, a body representing automobile dealers, Top car maker Maruti Suzuki, an Indian firm owned by Japanese Suzuki Motor Corporation, held nearly 45% market share way back in July. So you could see the competition in the market in India, why Ford is automatically giving up in that regard. Being in the market where someone is owning 45% market share in terms of automobile sales and the capacity of reaching different markets is clearly showing you that you don't have room for that market, and you've been trying so hard to tap into that space for 10 years and it has definitely failed for a decade, and you feel like, no, let me just quit it and get into other markets. The other bigger company that has been actually controlling a big percentage of sales and shares in the market of automobiles is none other than South Korea's Hyundai, which controlled 17%. So for Ford to leave the industry of automobile in in India, it's because it was controlling 1.8%. So the figures say it out. 1.8% is little money for any business entity. If I told you have people who are doing the same thing as you and holding a number of percentages and holding a number of shares in a different market. Even with those challenges, the decision to end production surprised some industry experts. Ford is the latest US car maker to cut back its India business in recent years. General Motors announced in 2017 that it would stop selling cars in the same country because of the same similar cases. No market, low sales, accumulation of a number of which. So Ford has actually come into the team. Should I say in the league of men, all the men who have actually quit and decided to see that we do not carry out business in a country that we are not making money. And among which those are some of the reasons that you could definitely see why a number of businesses would definitely quit out of markets, not because they cannot be able to sustain themselves, but clearly because you cannot run a market when you're operating in losses. You have to run in a market where you are getting profits, and at the end of the day, the sales turnover give you how far you can go with your business. You can agree with me, it's just a simple logic. There is no way you're going to run a business where you're not earning money. You can run this business for quite some time, because obviously it is always patience and persistence that we do keep telling you with our business tips, that you have to be patient, you have to be persistent, you have to keep pushing, because every single thing is to look into the long term. However, 10 years, if I'm to say 10 to 15 years is enough duration to definitely detect or vary and see or weigh and see whether your business is making moves or whether your business is going to be able to sustain itself. 10 to 15 years, quite a very huge amount, because with 10 to 15 years you know, or even 5 to 10 years, you would definitely know how far the situation is, how the market is. Because the 5 years, I would agree, is at the years to see how you're reading the market, is to see and tap into the market and see what you need as a person in your business. The next 5 to 10 years is to stabilize in the market. So once you fail to stabilize in the 5 years, for some of the businesses, they will definitely agree and say, no, I'm not running no business no more, because I think I'm not stabilizing in any way, and I think I need to run some other business. I need to do some other thing. I need to make sure I do some other things that are going to push me forward, that I'm going to see and clearly look at other markets and tap into them. And of course, because that is what businessmen do, and reason as why entrepreneurs are successful in regards to any situations, because they push over and push harder to clearly see that a number of things are put on board. At this particular moment, SMB goes into a short break. When I return, however, at the top of the hour, I have business tea, I have business news. Into the news hour, where I'm definitely going to be giving you the latest in terms of the business aspect, the rounds, what is making headlines in which country, first of all, from the Ugandan perspective, before we cross borders and get into the other markets, to clearly show you from Uganda offering free land and tax incentives to Kenyan investors, down to farmers having lives changed through Uganda Breweries Limited Local Material Project, and President Museveni. What does he have to say in regards to cattle rustling in the country? That and more is coming up in the news hour. Keep it SMB. I'm Jerome Paul Sanko.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
To the news hour, as we start off and see clearly what is making headlines in regards to the business aspect and the business stories in Uganda. But first, we start with President Yoweri Museveni, who is also the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces in Uganda, who has summoned the UPDF's top commanders over a major assault on revenge cattle raids in Karamoja areas. Museveni says the meeting for the top security commanders will decide the final solution to deal with the damaging cattle raids in Karamoja that he said was sparked off by a Karamoja warrior who was recently released from prison after serving 10 years. Let's have a look at this report.
During Museveni's 3-day stay in Karamoja, he is informed that Achuchu, who is currently roaming the Jai and Turkana of Kenya, was not helped by police and the local leaders to recover his animals after return from prisons.
Now, the security issue doesn't sound too big to me. I think it is easy to solve. I will meet the commanders.
He consequently mobilized criminal gangs and attacked and raided cattle from the Dodorth, resulting in counter raids by the Dodorth that has left over 400 people dead in 2 years.
Raiding cattle. And you are saying the Topotha, the Dodorth, they want to raid. where they shouldn't, because they will be destroyed. Especially when they try to raid on a big scale. That one is easy to deal with. I don't know why it should be such a big problem. So the one problem is raiding. Anybody who raids cows, because cows are not gold, which you can put in your pocket. Cows are sin. How can they be a problem? That somebody raids cows and drive to walk behind the cows. Those UAVs you are talking about, what you call drones, we have got UAVs which can be in the air for 36 hours. All these are easy to solve.
The raids have left a number of people and others injured, whereas a number of cattle heads have also been stolen in the area that has enjoyed peace in the last years since the disarmament exercise by the government. Speaking to commanders of top security organs including the UPDF, SFC, police, ISO and the anti-stock theft unit of the police in a meeting at Morulinga State Lodge in Napak district, Museveni said that the revenge attacks have led to the birth of other criminals who have taken advantage of the situation to form gangs using mobile phones across clans to raid and steal animals. President Museveni cited cattle as a major point of conflict and called for cattle management, including using chips inserted in the animals to trace movement and registration, cautioned security agencies to be firm with fairness and use intelligence to expose the bankruptcy. The president said justice in the traditional societies in Karamoja is very sensitive, and if not meticulously followed, clans will come for you. Pointing out unfairness, committing wrongs and vendetta as some of the wrongs. The meeting discussed various strategies that will be tabled at the high command of the UPDF before implementation. Following the onset of the raids, the government started both voluntary and forced disarmament exercises in the Karamoja region that have gone on for over 3 months.
All right, President Museveni was addressing the top commanders of the army to clearly see that something has to be laid on board in regards to the fact that cases of cattle rustling have actually taken center stage again in the Karamoja region. Museveni did say that the meeting for the top security commanders was to decide the final solutions to deal with the cattle raids that are coming up again in the Karamoja sub-region. It is a region that has been gifted with the number of cattle because most of the people settled in the area, or most of the Karamojans are dealing in pastoralism or are nomadic pastoralists in that particular aspect. But the biggest issue, however, is how they are being safeguarded away from the cattle rustlers. The cattle rustlers are people who come to the farm to break it down, get your cattle with the use of guns. Actually, it's a forceful engagement where someone comes and steals away your cattle and takes them away. And during the 3-day stay in Karamoja, President Museveni was informed that Achuchu, who is currently roaming in the Turkana of Kenya, was not helped by police and the local leaders to recover his animals after return from prisons. He consequently mobilized criminal gangs and attacked and raided cattle from the Dodot, resulting in 2 counter raids. That has left 400 people dead in 2 years. So the gentleman we're speaking about here is Achuchu, who is recently having record of making sure they carry on with making raids on different farms to take away cattle that doesn't belong to them. And these particular raids have actually left a number of people injured and over 400 people dead in a period of just 2 years. So you can clearly see why the president is engaging the UPDF to clearly see that they help in safeguarding the communities in the different areas of Karamoja. Speaking to the top commanders of UPDF, SFC, police, ISO, among which were in attendance during this particular meeting that was held in Napak district, Museveni said that the revenge attacks have led to the birth of other criminals who have taken advantage of the situation to form gangs using mobile phones across clans to raid and steal animals in all those particular brigades. Now, the president said justice in the traditional societies in Karamoja is very sensitive, and if not meticulously followed up, the vendetta as some of the wrongs, and the meeting discussed various strategies that will be discussed to make sure the high command of the court of the UPDF is implemented. Following the onset of the raids, the government started both voluntary and forced disarmament exercises in the Karamoja region that have gone on for over 3 months. So this actually took place in the period from the lockdown, the 42-day lockdown, where the government had set out the UPDF to clearly see that they make forceful disarmament to disarm these gangs that are leading into the continuous cattle rustling in those particular areas of Karamoja. All right, now moving on, Uganda has offered free land and tax incentives to Kenyan investors. The Ugandan government officials have promised free land and tax incentives to Kenyan investors who want to set up processing industries in the landlocked country of Uganda. Let's have a look at this report.
Uganda Agriculture State Minister Bright Rwamirama said the country has large tracts of land and farm produce, noting that investors only need to set up industries to produce and do value addition on the farm produce. Rwamirama said Uganda requires 20 tea processing plants to cover the surplus tea and packaging it for international market. He reckons that the business climate is good from production to post-harvesting and value addition. Rwamirama said that the country also needs modern storage warehouse to address post-harvest wastage. He said that when Uganda calls on investors to come and invest, we will also help you find a new market. We provide cheap credit to farmers, and Kenyans who invest in Uganda will get credit at the same rate as Ugandans. Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya Chief Executive Officer Hussein Machuki said Kenya is the lead exporter of avocado and is willing to share market information with Uganda to fill the deficit on the global market and match Mexico. He also said Kenya is also struggling to meet the export demand for sweet potatoes. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
Agriculture State Minister Bright Rwamirama said Uganda is so welcoming in country as they were giving room for the Kenyan investors. He did say that the country also needs a modern storage warehouse to address post-wastage. He furthermore said that when Uganda calls on investors to come and invest, they don't only call you to come and invest and give you room for investment, they also help you to find a new market. And clearly providing cheap credit to farmers, and Kenyans who invest in Ugandans will get credit at the same rates as the Ugandans. So clearly you could see what it means for the Kenyan market and the Ugandan market with this particular move by the Ugandan government to give free land and tax incentives to the Kenyan investors. The officials have actually been promising free land to them, but the bigger question would definitely be how far are the Ugandan investors going to be earning from this? Because the more we give room for the foreign investors to come and invest in the country, is we are giving a helping hand to the other privilege, to the people who have already made it. Okay, maybe people coming from economies that are trying to prevail so much. And how far are these countries helping our investors to invest in those countries as well? Those are some of the bigger questions and the bigger pictures that we have to look at here as we are trying to see and build on a story like this one. Now, Rwamirama said that the country also needs modern storage warehouses. With Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya Chief Executive Office, Hosea Machuki said Kenya is the lead exporter of avocado and is willing to share market information with Uganda to fill the deficit of the global market and Mexico, mainly in Mexico. He also said Kenya is also struggling to meet the export demands for sweet potatoes, but with the idea of seeing that Uganda is welcoming them on board, they think most of them will be given a very big hand of help. Because clearly if you are going to invest in the market and you have already been given, even if you're going to invest in a country and they've already helped you to find free market, then that is a way to go, and you're definitely getting a run for your investment or a run for your money. On to the next one now. as the Danish Food and Agriculture Delegation has arrived in Uganda to follow up on business opportunities with like-minded business entities and farmers in the country. The Danish ambassador Nicolaj Hajbak Petersen said they organize these visits regularly for Ugandans in the agriculture and food sector to get to know some of the leading companies in the world that are best in Denmark that add value to the food chain. Let's take a look at this report.
The 3-day visit organized by the Danish Trade Council will see the delegation explore development cooperation in the agricultural sector, as well as understanding the dynamics of agriculture as a business in Uganda. The 5 companies visiting include Skov, a world leader in climate and farm management for animal production found in more than 50 countries with specialty in ventilation and farm management for animal production. Force Analytics AD, a leading global provider of analytics for the food and agricultural industries whose analytics help optimize the use of food and agricultural resources. Robco, that manufactures equipment and accessories for production. Horse Agronomy, which provides advisory in agriculture and farm management. And Excoc, the manufacturers of high-quality milestones and tailor-made mailing systems equipment spanning decades of experience with grain handling and flour milling. The Danish ambassador Nicolaj Hajbak Petersen say they organize these visits regularly for Ugandans in the agriculture and food sector to get to know some of the leading companies in the world that are best in Denmark that add value to the food chain. The delegation also plans to visit Uganda's head of state to further discuss agriculture and food technologies and further add value addition for economic growth of the country. A similar event was hosted in Uganda in October 2019. Joran Paul Sanko, Smart 24.
According to the Danish ambassador, His Excellency Nicolaj Hajbak Petersen, they organize these visits regularly in Uganda to clearly see that Ugandans in the agriculture and food sector get to know some of the leading companies in the world, mainly those in Denmark as well, that add value to the food chain. So you could see what it means to Ugandan farmers and those best in the agriculture and food sector. The delegation is planning to make sure that they visit Uganda's head of state to further discuss agriculture and food technologies and add value addition for economic growth of the country. A similar event was hosted in Uganda in October 2019 just to help and see that Ugandans tap into those particular sectors and also tap into the available markets in the Danish areas, in the Danish markets that are available in that particular aspect. So you could see why the Danish people are laying on board hands to make sure they help the Ugandans. All right, now lastly at this particular hour in regards to our business stories from the local perspective, farmers' lives have actually changed through Uganda Breweries Limited. The local raw material program, which aims at promoting agriculture in the rural areas. According to officials from Uganda Breweries Limited, a total of 32,000 farmers benefit annually from the program that has seen 4 million households in various parts of the country benefit. Let's draw reminiscence in 2008 when Uganda Breweries Limited introduced the local raw material program that seeks to source 100% of the materials they use in their production processes locally. As the farmers resorted to growing barley for supply to the beer company, they have never looked back. And according to officials from Uganda Breweries Limited, a total of 32,000 farmers benefit annually from the program that has seen 4 million households in various parts of the country benefit. And earlier this year, Uganda Breweries Limited signed a memorandum of understanding with the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, to provide agricultural research and any other support to the beer company. Through NARO's research institutes, but also provide opportunities for conducting laboratory and field research trials to boost development and growth of UBL's local raw material program. According to the beer company, they will continue supporting farmers and extending outreach programs, but also training and buying their produce at competitive prices through the local raw material program. So the local raw material program was actually to look at the barley farmers, mainly those who supply this particular agriculture barley produce to the Uganda Breweries Limited to help and facilitate in the beer making process. So clearly that is why Uganda Breweries is calling on with that. All right, now let's move on to the international scene to clearly see what is making headlines and rounds across the business sectors in the different markets. But first, we head to our neighbors in Tanzania, in the southern part of Uganda, to see how far it is going into the business aspect. Now, Tanzania is set to host the first East Africa Tourism Expo. Now, the Tourism Expo will host the first ever East African Community Regional Tourism Market from 9th of October to October 16th in the northern tourist city of Arusha. Let's take a look at this report.
Tanzania will host the first East African Regional Tourism Expo 2021 in October. Tourism Expo will be held in the northern tourist circuit of Arusha from October 9th to October 16th, according to the statement from the East African Community Headquarters. The East African Community Regional Tourism Expo 2021, which is the first of its kind to be held in the region, is aimed at promoting tourism attractions available in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi and South Sudan. Tanzania becomes the first country to host the East African Community Regional Tourism Expo, with the first 3 days devoted to exhibition and 4 days to conduct familiarization trips and tours to major attraction sites in mainland and Zanzibar. The expo will be held on a rotational basis among the East African Community member states, with this year's theme titled Promoting Resilient Tourism for Inclusive Socio-Economic Development. In July, East African Community Ministers for Wildlife and Tourism approved the East African Community Tourism Marketing Strategy for the 2021 to 2025 period. The strategy focuses on the establishment of the tourism exposition as a forum bringing state and non-state tourism actors to showcase the rich and diverse tourism attractions and investment opportunities in the region. Moreover, the event is also a platform for business-to-business, B2B, engagements and dialogue aimed at the recovery of the tourism and wildlife sectors, taking them to the next level for sustainable development. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development report published on June 30th, the crash in international tourism due to the coronavirus pandemic could cause a loss of more than $4 trillion to the global GDP for the years 2020 and 2021. Tourism sector is one of the most important areas of cooperation for East African Community owing to its contribution to the economies of partner states in terms of GDP, which is about 10%, with export earnings 17% and jobs about 7%. The travel and tourism sector globally was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic more than any other economic sector. Tanzania offered to hold the Tourism Expo in Arusha after Burundi stated that it was not ready to host the Regional Tourism Expo for 2021.
I look at some of these figures from the tourism sector that was recorded by the United Nations Conference for Trade and Development. The crash in international tourism due to the coronavirus pandemic could cause a loss of more than $4 trillion to the global GDP for the years 2020 and 2021. This is because tourism sectors in all economies have actually been affected greatly by the pandemic, not only in Uganda, however, but also in the different markets. Moving on, we head to Kenya, where the Kenya Power is seeking to hire 4 debt collectors this particular year in the latest bid to tame defaulters holding billions of shillings. The utility last week published a tender inviting interested firms to apply for the deals that will last for a period of 2 years.
The company commissioned the services of 4 private debt collectors in the second half of the last financial year. The remaining 4 will be on board as soon as tendering is concluded. The monopoly added that the debt ranges from 6 months to 2 years, highlighting tough times for families struggling to pay power bills amid the ravages of the economic fallout of the coronavirus pandemic. Domestic consumers are the biggest defaulters of Kenya Power bills, holding over 60% of the dues owed to the utility. The huge chunk of debt amongst households comes at a time power bills have been on the rise due to the increasing petroleum costs in the global market. This is the second time in as many years that Kenya Power is seeking debt collectors to recover dues that were estimated at 5 billion shillings as at August last year. The debt collectors will help recover dues from households and businesses in 4 regions including Nairobi and the coast. As Kenya Power chairperson Vivienne Yeda during the utility's annual general meeting this year said that the selling loopholes that facilitate financial Hammerfest, improving revenue collection is top on the company's list. Kenya Power's total debts as at end of last June stood at 118.73 billion shillings and made up of 65.96 billion commercial debt and 53.26 billion on land debt.
That's in Kenya, where the debt collectors will help recover dues from households and businesses in regions including Nairobi and the coast. Kenya Power Chairperson Vivienne Yeda, during the utilities annual general meeting this year, said that the sealing loopholes and facilitating financial hammerfest and improving revenue collection is top on the company's list in this particular financial year. Kenya's power total debts as at the end of last June did stand at 118.73 billion and made up of 65.96 billion Kenyan shillings commercial debt and 53.26 billion on land debt. So clearly you would see why this particular move is on board, as Kenya Power is seeking to hire 4 debt collectors this year in the latest bid to tame defaulters holding billions and billions of shillings. Heading to the other story, which involves the African Development Bank now, which has earmarked $50 million for women business projects in the Eastern Africa region. This was revealed this week by the regional director of the Continental Bank during his visit to the East African community and affiliated bodies in the city of Arusha. Take a look.
Mr. Chapto Chiprono, who heads FDP operations in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea and Seychelles, said this was part of the wider support to the region. He said during his visit to the East African Business Council headquarters that some $50 million have been earmarked to support women in business. The apex body of private sector associations based here as a full desk coordinating women in business programs within the region. Mr. Chiprono added that the Continental Bank had also granted $900,000 to the East African Community Secretariats for the fight against COVID-19 epidemic. The Abidjan-based FDB is the main financer of a host of infrastructure development projects in the East African Community bloc within Tanzania. These include the 110-kilometer Arusha-Namanga Road, which extends to Athi River in Kenya, the 41-kilometer Arusha bypass, and the 14-kilometer Arusha-Tengeru Road. Plans are afoot for the proposed 110-kilometer Arusha-Holili highway, which would be widened to a 4-lane road to serve the increasing traffic. Mr. Chiprono commended Tanzania for ratifying the African Continent Free Trade Area Agreement and the East African Community Protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary measures. On his part, EABC Executive Director John Bosco said upgraded roads and other transport structures in the region have lowered the cost of doing business. Infrastructure development also has a spillover effects on trade and investments by facilitating the movement of people and goods. He pointed out that the infrastructure supports job creation and creates new business opportunities such as cross-border markets. During the meeting, AFDB and EABC agreed to amplify the socio-economic role of the private sector under the East African Community Regional Integration Strategy Program. These are said to be undertaken under the African Investment Forum, elimination of non-tariff barriers, financial integration, AFCFTA, climate change, 50 Million Women Speak project.
All right, AFDB is looking to see that they engage women into a business, more so the women in the East African community. I look at some of those developments that has been happening through the AFDB. Main programs include some of the jobs that some of the roads which are 110 kilometer in Arusha, in the Arusha Namanga Road, which extends to Athi River in Kenya, the 41 kilometer of Arusha bypass and 14 kilometer Arusha Tengeru Road. These are and their plans, as well as to actually pull out a 110 kilometer Arusha Holili highways. Some of those developments from the African Development Bank, which has its headquarters in Abidjan in Ivory Coast. As we wind up with our news hour here on SMB, just a look at the Jack Ma Foundation, which invited APO Group founder and chairman Nicholas Opinye Mognan to help choose Africa's next business champions in the prestigious Africa's Business Heroes 2021 competition. And the APO chairperson will definitely be starting out onto the semi-finals into this prestigious Africa's Business Heroes 2021 competition, which is set to tap into the future entrepreneurs of the continent, to clearly see that there is room for Africa to develop young minds and young entrepreneurs. That brings us to the end of our news hour here on SMB. We're heading to a short break. When I return, I have business tips coming your way. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Jerome Paul Sonko here to make sure your businesses are being driven by Smart 24 TV and to make sure that Smart Main's business drives business stories to your comfort. Follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram at Smart 24 TV, www.smart24tv.com. That is the website. We are also streaming live on YouTube at Smart 24 TV. So definitely hit the subscription button and give us those views and make sure. So the YouTube is Smart 24 TV space live. So just the Smart 24 TV space TV live. That is if you are on YouTube. So more information coming through. Let's clear this away. Smart 24 space TV live if you are to get us on YouTube. And also remember to hit the subscription button. Clearly we can get to serve you better in regards to driving your businesses in all aspects, from the local moves down to the international scene, to clearly give you what we have in the runs on the headlines and what is making huge statements in regards to the businesses, from the commodity prices down to big deals and huge sponsorship deals happening in different markets as well. At this particular moment, we head into our business tips, and what do we expect this time round? Clearly this week we are looking at how we can sustain businesses and how businesses can survive in regards to prevailing situations. First of all, we look at the owners of the businesses. Sometimes the owner of the business or the proprietor or the entrepreneur behind a business may not be available at the moment, but the business has to survive either way. The business has to keep on moving out, the business has to keep on operating, and he has to see that there is a reason as why he started it out, and there's a reason he has employees on board. And if we are to look at this particular aspect of how someone can sustain the business, it is quite difficult. However, if some business owner has always been used to being on ground all the time to follow and supervise, I'm not saying it's not right for someone or a business owner to keep on supervising their businesses, but the bigger aspect is how can the businesses fare. If you're looking at the long-term aspect of it, can your businesses survive for a long time even when you are not available, you as the business owner? That is one of the bigger picture. Let us just look at that holistic approach of seeing that these things do happen. Imagine if you are the owner and you've maybe gone for a vacation out of the country. If you are used to being the supervisor or the person who is monitoring your business, how are they going to fare? How are they going to survive when you're not there? Because you've always been used to pampering, or if I'm to use it in this way, monitoring or babysitting your employees to see that if there is no supervision from you, the owner, then the business is doomed to fail. These are some of the reasons as to why we look at this particular way. How can someone sustain their business in a situation? Let me say, for instance, sometimes quite unfortunate, however, but things do happen where someone may fall sick. You may be bedridden for quite some time, but when you have businesses that need to operate, and these businesses have to run regardless of whether you are available at your workplace or not, this will definitely show you that you are focusing on the long term, and the long term that you're focusing on is working out. It is bearing the results, and the fruits are actually coming out. Because as a business owner, those are some of the key things that you need to look at. How are my employees faring? How are they being helpful to me? If you have to look at some of the examples, and if you're a business owner out there, I think it is high time you looked and you've never used an auditor to clearly see how your business is making sales and how much money your business is making. These are some of the things that you need to understand. Before you even lay on board the things that you're going to input in your business, first look at how far, before you invest in a business, look at where you're getting the money from. One of the biggest mistakes as business owners make is inputting money from their outside businesses into another business. It is not wrong to invest in your business, but over investing in the business and that you don't know how much the business is making for you or how much the business is making to sustain itself is definitely not going to do a bigger deal for your own self. We're looking at those tips to see that how can someone sustain the business. Clearly, when you're going to sustain the business, you will definitely look at your business plan, and your business plan may definitely be telling you, my business is supposed to take long to work. Maybe my business is supposed to stay for 10 to 20 years. But in the first 5 years, you realize you're recording losses. In the level of sustainability, you would agree that something is not happening. One of the things that will come in your mind that will definitely cross your mind is, can I quit? Should I quit the business? Should I look for something else? Should I start letting out shares to people who are willing to come and invest into the business? But sit down and evaluate and see clearly. Because most of the successful entrepreneurs will tell you, We get the money out of our businesses and we invest it back. We look at the profits that we've made and we look at the money that is left. The money that is left, it has to invest again in the business. So however small profits that we have got is what we take away. We don't take away the whole amount, and we don't invest money, because one of the bigger reasons as to why some companies are not making profits and the businesses are already operating but no profits whatsoever in any regard is because some people are working for bigger government organizations or for bigger NGOs, and once they're having these corrupt tendencies, someone will come out and take the money that maybe he or she has got from a huge deal, government deal, and invest into his small business. And he will have a mentality thinking, I'm making money, so why don't I invest in a business? You're just safeguarding your business, but you're not monitoring and auditing and seeing the sales to see whether your business is clearly making the money that you intended it to make. A business of 5, I did give a time frame. If you're looking into a business of 1 to 5 years, you will definitely see that in the 5 years is to tap into the market and see the availability of the market's chances. This is the market research. This is a period of market research. If your long term is to see that in the period of 1 to 3 years is to see the market research, either way it's fine, because it's going to help you and for you to clearly see that in 3 years I'm tapping into this market. How available is the market for my goods? How capable am I to sustain this market? These are things you're going to be looking at in the different markets and the different aspects. So the more time you continue to understand, because for starters, you will agree that the first time or the framework of your market, of your business, is to read the market and see the situations prevailing in the different markets. Then the next other years, when you're able to tap into that market, depending on the business plan that you have, is to see that you're able to sustain your business entity. Sustainability is quite hard because it comes with a lot of challenges, and we do agree it does come with a lot to sustain businesses. But the bigger challenge that is there in sustainability of the business is being stagnant or being in a moderate zone where you're not gaining anything, neither are you losing anything. Now in this particular situation, it's more of a pivot-like situation. You are in an equilibrium situation where if at all your losses overweigh your profits, the business is definitely going to fail, because you've already been in a moderate situation where you don't know, or you have no future in your business. All you want is to make sure you maintain the balance. But at the end of the day, something is going to overweigh. If the profits overweigh, it is a good one. But it will be quite unfortunate if your losses overweigh it. So if we have to look at the sustainability of businesses, the bigger regards is making sure that we follow our business plans and making sure that we maintain our professionalism. Sustainability of business goes a lot with maintaining your professionalism, whether you're a service provider, whether you are dealing in selling of products. Professionalism comes with a lot. First is the quality of the products you're selling out to people. Be true to yourself. Sometimes we want a lot of money, we put pressure onto ourselves because we want to achieve long-term benefits in a short time period. And we forget that the reason as to why some people receive these things in the long term is because it takes a huge process and huge time of investment to pull it off. And some of the business owners want to see long-term benefits in the short term, which is going to create crushing for any business person out there. Patience is very key in the business aspect in that particular regard. And I think if you're a business owner, there are a lot of things that you need to pick out of that. You have to focus and see that if you are to sustain your business, there are a lot of loopholes that you need to cover. There are a lot of things that need to be laid on board so that you can pull it off and make sure you get into a situation that you're sure that now my business is able to sustain me and is able to run for a period of 10 to 20 years, or is able to run from a period of 5 to 10 years. That is how we run a situation of sustainability. I grew up in a life where if I'm to remind myself, I grew up in a situation where I've seen bigger farms grow right from my childhood, and I've seen the evolution of these particular companies till my age right now. If I'm to throw back and focus on some of those bigger companies, let me start with MTN, a bigger company. I was born after MTN was actually on ground in the period where I was born, and I was seeing all these adverts of everywhere you go. And I think with time you will find out that MTN will tell you every time, maybe not even everywhere, if it's everywhere you go, even in the future, as we are heading into the future, MTN is still around. But then you will find out that companies like Celtel, Zain, Warid had a very huge problem, and other companies had to buy these shares to clearly see that they tap into their markets and see. Maybe clearly you could actually also engage into the factors that even AfriCell is now running out of the country. Those are some of the key sectors we need to talk about and see how are businesses being able to sustain themselves for a long run in the businesses. Because a number of losses are always recorded. But the bigger question is, if these losses are being recorded, how are you going to sustain yourself, and how are you going to sustain your businesses to see that regardless of how far the losses are recorded, you can still raise concerns of that particular one. All right, now let's head into our business tip coming in from a renowned business owner in Madame Prudence Okanika from the Bella Wines and Juices. She's clearly going to give us some of the tips that you can use to see that you sustain your business as an entrepreneur, and how much it can add to you as any business entity. Take a look at these tips. I'll be right back.
Anyone starting a business, I have here some small tips. When you are starting a business, involve your children. Don't wait for them. Don't struggle alone. Then you educate them, and you want to involve them when they are big. The interest will not be there. Other tips about business: when you are starting a business, put it in God's hands. Once you put it in God's hands, you are not going to cheat anyone. And once you don't cheat anyone, your business will be blessed. And once you don't cheat anyone, you are showing your children the good, because now when you start cheating your suppliers, you cheat the bank, you cheat people who are giving you money, you are grooming your children to do that. And for them, they will be sharper. So when you are starting a business, start clean business. I would even discourage people who know that they don't have a good heart not to start a business. When you want to start, because I've seen businesses who want to grow their businesses, not because of the profits they get out of it, but by cheating others, which is not good. Like, for example, if I give you my bottle of wine at 20, why do you want to get 5,000 out of it from one bottle? From a box of 12, I get 2,000. But from the 12 bottles, you want to get 5,000 from each bottle. That's cheating. You do business, you have bought a box at 240, sell it 250, you go for another one, and business will grow. Because you are now cheating the owner of the business and also your customers. Say, you who is doing business, whatever business it is, do quality. Quality is very, very important. When you are doing quality, that's when you make a name. Bella has become a brand in the whole world. Why? Because of its quality. There is no challenge which can make me compromise my products. They will always be quality. So please, whatever, quality doesn't mean only any products for drinking. Even you who are dealing in timber, don't tell me this door I'm making for you is mahogany, I pay you as if I'm paying for mahogany, yet I'm paying for another type of timber. That's not business. Don't, like now, this COVID, so many businesses have collapsed, but what is the background of that business? Our businesses, we have challenges, we have lost a lot. But I know it is because of COVID. But when you have been doing funny things, you may think even you are cursed. So please try to do clean businesses. I've given example. It is not only clean in drinks, but also in any business you are doing. Don't, and even you mechanics, engineers, that's business. You have taken engineering, you have all mechanical engineering, you have opened the garage, then that is a place for cheating, removing spare parts from cars. So that's why I say every business, let it be with God. When you are with God, you don't cheat. And once you are with God, that business is blessed. Not because you will not get challenges.
One of the few tips I've picked out, and I did mention about it, is do not cheat. Cheating is coming in a way that most of the people run businesses to make more profits, making abnormal profits at the expense of your customers. Ms. Prudence has mentioned of mechanics in the garages who open up different also spare parts shop garages to just open up people's cars and steal things out of them. You need to focus on the quality that you're producing. If you are a service provider, focus on the quality on how you're providing the service. It is going to come back to you and it will be of much help to see that you're sustaining your business. The more you focus on maintaining your customers with high quality, is the more your business is bound to survive. She also mentioned of making sure you involve the family into the business. It is quite hard in most cases where people find it a problem to involve family into the business. But she has underlined the reason as why it is like this is because most people educate their children, or they tend to get their relatives when the business already started. And by the time you get your relative into the business, they're already not attached to it at all. All they know is I've come to work for maybe my uncle, for my father, or my brother. I want to get money out of it. He's going to pay me. So those are some of the reasons as to why some businesses are not making rounds. And she has actually mentioned and said that if you're a business owner, look in the possibilities of seeing that you help your children get to understand your business at the time you're starting it up. If you're setting up your business and you want your family to get involved, start getting them involved at the beginning of the business. This will clearly give them the idea of understanding how tough the business has been, to see the prevailing moments. They will actually accept and see that life is really hard when you're starting up, and they will get used, and they know that money is not easy to make up. And they will also start focusing on the long term, and they will get that interest in the business into themselves, and that spirit will keep on prevailing amongst them. So with any business owner, I hope those business tips have helped you. Ms. Prudence Okanika is the proprietor, CEO of Bella Wines and Juices. Been here for quite some time. She's done it. She already shifted, and she's now having a permanent place of work. So she's been giving us these tips and clearly showing you that when you're focusing on the long term, good things are bound to come in the long term. Don't focus on the short term thinking you're going to get things out of the blue. And she lastly said, put God first. Make sure God is in everything that you're doing. God will clearly give you a picture. In everything that you do, make sure you pray. The more you pray, the more God is going to involve you into the more you're going to involve God into your business life. It does not mean you won't face challenges, but when God is interceding with you, the more you intercede with God, it will be more helpful to your business, and it will be more helpful to your long-term aspects, and to see that you will succeed with your business and sustain your business in that regard. We're heading into a short break. At the top of the hour, I have the business hour just bringing you the latest in regards to the business stories. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Into the news hour now, just to give you the details in regards to the business stories making headlines across Uganda and the globe. During the past 2 decades, Ugandan economy has established a strong record of prudent macroeconomy management and continues to undertake private sector-oriented structural reforms by putting up business. In the same regard, the growth of businesses in Uganda has imposed a great threat on wetlands, whereby most of the private constructed factories and marketplaces in the wetlands doesn't this pose a threat on the environment? That's a big question. Doesn't this pose a question on the environment? In any way, who gives out these swamps to businessmen and women? Is it the National Environment Authority, NEMA, or is it the Uganda Investment Authority? Penson Mombere reports.
Economic growth means an increase in real output. Therefore, with increased output and consumption, we are likely to see costs imposed on the environment. In the same way, the growth of businesses in Uganda has imposed a great threat on wetlands, whereby most of the private factories and marketplaces are constructed in wetlands. Economic growth means industrialization growth too, but most of them are constructed in wetlands in Uganda. Doesn't this pose a threat on the environmental conservation? And in any way, who gives out these wetlands? Tony Achidria, the Senior Public Relations Officer at National Environment Authority, told Smart24 that they don't have the powers to issue out land.
Nowhere in NEMA's functions, in NEMA carrying out its duties, there is no level, there is no step at which we issue land and say, your land is here. No.
But can you demolish?
I am coming. There is nowhere where NEMA issues land titles to say that this is your land. That land is done, that issuance is done by the Ministry of Lands in conjunction with the local governments. Okay, this land, if you want to have a title or to own it, maybe, I don't know, lease or whatever, at no point does NEMA get involved. NEMA gets involved when it comes to the use. The use, yes. Because one, when we are saying, when you come to us and say, I have such a project, I want an environment impact assessment to be done, there are certain generic check marks which we have to follow. How did you acquire the land? Is the land, did you have it rightfully? Rightfully meaning, has it either been sold to you? Do you have a leasehold? Do you have whatever it is that shows you have been permitted to use the land? And that documentation is at the local governments and the Ministry of Lands. Once they have agreed that yes, person X has been permitted to use this part of the land, now we come and say, how can we use it? Sustain.
The Executive Director of Uganda Investment Authority, Dr. Robert Mukiza, however, says it's National Environment Authority that issues out clearance.
The new law now allows us as NEMA to, one, do the work of that local government, but in due course, cause the local government to pay us for the expenses incurred for doing their work. Previously, before the National Environment Act of 2019, there was no framework to address these issues because local governments would say they are powerless. We cannot control we cannot control people encroaching on wetlands and the likes, and then it would end there. So now, as part of the things we have been reviewing is that how do we address these issues? And there is that clause in the National Environment Act where NEMA can cause a lead agency to do their work. Okay? Now, to tie that to bring that to wetlands, if you are a local government, you have a wetland within your area, someone has built a house there without permission. Yes, without permission. How do you allow that? Because the law is clear, you are in charge of this.
Wetlands provide vital ecosystem services such as water purification, flood control, and climate moderation, among others, which enhance environmental quality, promote public health, and contribute to risk reduction. Therefore, if they are encroached on, there might be a damage on human life. The question of the day is, what has NEMA done to deter environmental crimes?
We are a semi-autonomous authority. We can sue and be sued, and we can also cause the arrest. Right? Yes, we can cause the arrest. However, there are different levels of environment crime that are handled differently. For instance, if someone in your neighborhood where you live opens is discharging their wastewater in front of your house, really NEMA should not come and handle that situation. That one should be handled at what? at the local government level, at LC level. But that is an environment crime as well. You have to appreciate that.
The environmental impact of economic growth includes the increased consumption of non-renewable resources, high levels of pollution, global warming, and the potential loss of environmental habitats. However, not all forms of economic growth cause damage to the environment. The relationship between human business and the environment is a delicate balance. Since the Industrial Revolution, the world's population has increased, and with population growth, the environment has been profoundly affected. Deforestation, pollution, and global climate changes are amongst the diverse effects the population and the technological expansion has introduced. Pedson Mumbere, Smart 24.
The bigger claim has always been how Ugandans who are settled in the wetlands are going to be displaced in most cases. NEMA has been having this fight for quite some time, and it's sensitizing a number of people coming into the situation. Surprisingly, to many people's attention, this is something that has actually pulled out people's attention to the fact that even when NEMA is claiming to sensitize people to get out of the wetlands, it is quite unfortunate that we find out that investors are already setting up big, huge factories in these particular wetlands. That is why we're trying to evaluate and see, is it the Uganda Investment Authority that grants the particular investors room to actually tap into these wetlands and start setting up businesses or bigger factories? Or is it NEMA that gives them the way forward? Because before you have a plan work to invest into Uganda, the Uganda Investment Authority has to have a look at it, and they have to give you a way forward. And also NEMA has to make sure that the environment where you're going to set up your factory or your farm does not affect anything in regards to the things that NEMA is conserving in the wetlands, as well as other sectors, let me say the forests in the area. Wetlands that provide vital ecosystem services such as water purification, flood control, and climate moderation, among others, which enhance environmental quality and promoting public health and contribute to risk reduction. And therefore, if they are encroached on, they might bring damage on human life. And clearly, if we were to look at the human life that is going to be damaged, is a number of let me say, snakes being given room or have their homes have their habitants into the wetlands. So that is why when you encroach a number of these things, snakes will come into and start venturing into. Let's even mention the idea of flooding. Houses that are people who are having their residences in the wetlands or who actually encroach the wetland areas have a very huge problem when it rains heavily. Because once there is a heavy downpour, it is going to affect everyone out there. Reason being, the flooding has to keep on moving out. And that is why NEMA comes out and sensitizes these people. But the question that has always been remaining among people's lips is, why would you send us off the wetlands? And at the end of the day, we see investors setting up these businesses. Clearly, it is quite unfair. There is some conflicting loyalty, one or two. And that is why the environmental impact of economic growth includes the increased consumption of non-renewable resources, high levels of pollution, global warming, and the potential loss of environmental habitats. However, not all forms of economic growth cause damage to the environment. The relationship between human business and the environment is a delicate balance. Since the Industrial Revolution, the world's population has increased exponentially, has increased overwhelmingly, to the expense that every other year we have a number of babies being born in the country. And with the population growth, the environment has been profoundly affected, with continuous deforestation, pollution, and global climate changes among its adverse effects, and the population and technological expansion has also been introduced. So you could clearly see, when everyone moves into the wetland, when these businesses or these bigger farms encroach the wetlands, one of the things that you expect is the technology that they use is going to affect the wetlands and the surrounding areas. The pollution increases. You're destroying the vegetation, something that NEMA is trying to fight. And one of the things that does it. But does NEMA deter environmental crimes? That will still remain the question, and we will still follow up on that particular regard, on that particular situation, and see how far the environment will be saved and how investors will have to look into the situation of stopping, of how the government will stop investors from encroaching into wetlands to set up different factories in that aspect. Moving on, public debt has grown by 4.47 trillion. In details contained in the monetary policy report for the period ended August, the Bank of Uganda say that the stock of public debt had grown from 65.83 trillion, roughly 17.96 billion US dollars, and that was as of June 2020, to 70.3 trillion Ugandan shillings. Speaking to Smart 24 TV, Christine Biringo, a programs manager at Uganda Debt Network, says this is alarming, urging the government to take care and make sure that the prudent debt and the proper utilization of the borrowed funds is followed up. Take a look.
The stock of public debt has increased to 70.3 trillion, indicating a growth of 22.5% as of June 2021. In details contained in the monetary policy report for the period ended August, Bank of Uganda said the stock of public debt had grown from 65.83 trillion as of June 2020 to 70.3 trillion, which represents an increase of 4.47 trillion in just 1 year. Christine Beringer, the programs manager at Uganda Debt Network, says borrowing for a common good is prudent. She, however, expressed concern over the poor management of the borrowed funds.
While the debt, as indicated by now Bank of Uganda, has grown to 70.3 trillion, which indicates a 22% increase, of course, from 66 trillion, we are concerned as UDN, as civil society, and there are basically reasons. It has not just happened, yeah. We believe this has been a long way coming. For example, you'll know that as a country, we have moved more towards non-concessional borrowing as opposed to concessional borrowing. Concessional from the multilateral institutions, the World Banks, the IMFs, under the International Development Association window. And so between, for example, between 2016-17 and 2019-20, we see that concessional borrowing has moved from 74% to 60%. And these are loans which are at least a bit cheaper. They have a grant element of about 35% onwards. The payback time is over a long period of time, but we also know that they usually target social sectors, yeah, health, education, and so because government needs to finance its investment, especially in infrastructure, we are looking, government needed, huge sums of money to address this, and so that's why we had to go for non-concessional borrowing, non-concessional and commercial borrowing from the Chinas, the Exim banks, and so this has increased over the same period, 2016 to 20, in just 4 years, from 11% to 19%, yeah, 19.9% actually. So the problem with these commercial loans or non-concessional borrowing is that, one, it is usually more expensive because they will give you all the money, huge sums that you need to finance your investments, and two, the payback time is usually within a short period of time. Yeah, grant element is almost not there.
Public debt has been growing against a weak position of the revenue performance, which during the financial year 2021-2022 is expected to underperform by 1.836 trillion due to resurgence in COVID-19 cases and related disruptions, such as locking down of the economy.
What should we do? Interestingly, government has come out. I remember during the budget speech, the minister clearly mentioned that, for example, that domestic borrowing will have to reduce. They pledged that they will do more of borrowing using treasury bills and not using treasury bonds, which are long term, and not treasury bills, which mature in such a short time. Even with that, which is welcome, of course, we applaud that, but our worry is that even if government wanted to borrow using the treasury bonds and not treasury bills or any other domestically, we don't see many other options available to government domestically for them to be able to do that. So ultimately, if they are faced with another hardship and they need finances urgently, there is a possibility that they'll still go for borrowing short term as well. So, but that is welcome, the pledge to borrow using long-term instruments. We also saw government.
The increase Bank of Uganda said had during the period pushed the normal debt ratio to gross domestic product to 46.3%, up from 41% by June 2000. Uganda's public debt has been growing from 35.3% by June 2019 to the current levels and is expected to grow further to 51.9% by the end of the financial year 2021-2022. Experts say that to curb this debt stress, government should implement proper utilization of the borrowed funds, as well as implementing a comprehensive monitoring and reducing on its expenditures.
Follow the laws as they are, make sure that you do ample monitoring of some of these projects, we feel that, maybe we can get there, but mainly is managing these projects, the loan projects, if we were to manage them properly, and of course reduce the consumptive expenditures, and focus on productive, because we see, for example, I'll always talk about parliament. The size of our parliament in this economy of ours is not sustainable really, because our debt has now grown to this, but we have given each MP 200 million to purchase a car. And remember, there are about 527 MPs that we have. It is good government is undertaking, or rather in the process of merging agencies and authorities, which is a welcome move to help us save some monies. But we also call upon government to remove these taxes, especially for the investors, because these ones who are exempted from paying tax and then they benefit in all ways, while the Ugandans, maybe the Ugandan traders, the other day Kasita were almost striking because they had slapped a tax on textiles. For each kilogram of textile, we feel some of these taxes are unfair.
According to data from the central bank, debt service to domestic revenue ratio has been steadily rising, growing to 24.6% by June, up from 22.4% and 21.7% in June 2019 and June 2020, respectively. Government recently required a $1 billion US loan from the International Monetary Fund that is expected to support post-COVID-19 recovery and lend support to implementation of the third National Development Plan. Benson Mumbere, Smart 24.
All right, moving on, we head to Wandegea, to Makerere University, where the Makerere University Vice Chancellor Nawangwe has promised stable network as online exams commence at the university. Take a look at this report.
Students will access their examinations and upload their work to the same platform upon completion. Ever since the University Council approved the online assessments scheduled to start and run to September 30th, 2021, students have been expressing concern about the poor connectivity on Makerere University e-learning environment based on their previous experiences during tests. Makerere University Vice Chancellor Professor Barnabas Nawangwe has assured students of a stable network throughout the online examination period via the e-learning platform. The students complained that each time they were required to do tests and quizzes on the site, messages would pop up, something that reduced their trust in using it for examinations. When the University Council made the decision for online examinations last month, it promised to upgrade the system. Now, Professor Nawangwe has allayed the fears of the student about the issues of the network, says that they have installed new servers to support wider coverage. With this, he notes that the Directorate of ICT Support Team anticipates network stability for students. Nawangwe further notes that students have no cause to panic as all issues are being worked upon since colleges have been granted permission to commence with examinations even after Monday as long as it's within the assessment period.
Concerns regarding Makerere University e-commerce environment, not the e-commerce, rather e-learning. You know, e-commerce because we're used to the business language here. E-learning has actually been prevailing for quite some time. In this particular week, students of Makerere University are set to finalize with their examinations for the first semester for the different years. That is the first semester for first years, first semester second years, first semester third years as well. And they will be continuing with the e-learning processes. But one of the key things, the students have been complaining that each time they were required to do tests and quizzes on the site, messages would pop up, something that reduced their trust in using it for examinations. When the University Council made the decision for online examination last month, it promised to upgrade the system, and we look upon to that as most of the schools and most of the institutions of higher learning are tapping into those particular spaces. All right, we head into our foreign news, into the international scene, to see what is making headlines across the countries. But first, let's start from the African continent, where British American Tobacco negotiated bribe for former Zimbabwean leader Robert Mugabe, as new evidence suggests. In an investigation that was found, evidence suggests that one of Britain's biggest companies paid a bribe to the former Zimbabwean leader Robert Mugabe. Documents showed that British American Tobacco was involved in negotiations to pay between $300,000 and $500,000 to Mugabe's ZANU-PF party in 2013. The documents also reveal British American Tobacco was paying bribes in South Africa and using illegal surveillance to damage rivals. British American Tobacco says it's committed to the highest standards of corporate conduct. And moving on as well, the United Nations is seeking to raise more than $600 million, roughly 434 million pounds, in the aid for Afghanistan, warning the country is facing a major humanitarian crisis. The organization will hold a conference in Geneva where it will call for international support following the Taliban takeover last month, which brought an end to the 20-year rule in Afghanistan. According to reports from UN, Afghans urgently need food, medicine, health services, safe water, and sanitation. It added that $600 million target would bring vital relief to millions of Afghanistans in the country. The United Nations is seeking to raise more than $600 million in aid for Afghanistan, warning the country is still facing humanitarian action. Even before the Islamist militants retook control of Afghanistan in August, more than 550 people had been forced to flee their homes this year due to continuous fighting in the area. So as the UN, the United Nations is seeking to collect $600 million, we'll wait and see how much this money would mean to the Afghans and how far are the Afghan refugees in Uganda as well. Bigger questions coming on board. I head into a short break. I return with story analysis. We go deep with the in-depth analysis to clearly see how far these businesses and the business news operate and affect the entities in Uganda. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
This is Smart Means Business. I'm Joram Posonko. Ebibuuzo ebisinga mu nsi bigamba omanyi omuntu waba ayagala okubuuza ekibuuzo ayinza okugamba osobola okubeerawo nga tewali bbanja. Amanyi amabanja waliwo ebintu ebitambuza obulamu nti oyinza okugamba obulamu bwennyini bwetaagisa oxygen. Life itself is most important. Naye ne ssente zitambuza obulamu. Ne mu bbanga ettono nnyo ebiseera ebisinga bwe tuba twagala ssente twekanga nga omuntu waba talina ssente yeewola. Ate oweewola obuzibu bwe bujjira nga omaze okwewola kwe kuba nti you find a problem mu kuzisasula. Kati okusasula ssente kufuuka problematic kutya kanzije. Waliwo owozeeko ssente nobanga omuntu akuwoze ssente, waliwo owozeeko ssente tugambe owoze emitwalo 10 oba emitwalo 2 kale omuntu n'omugamba manyi mpola ssente zino leero lwakutaano ne weewola ssente n'omugamba ku Monday ngenda zikuwa. Walituuka ku Monday nga ssente tozifunye naye nga wazikozesa otandika okwebuzaabuza. Tomulinda kale kusanga otandika okwebuzaabuza toyagala munyega you're creating a bond. Otandika creating a bond nga munyumyamu mweyagala but you don't want to mention about the money. Nga ssente owulira wozoogerako waliwo ekijja okukyankalanamuko. So byebyo ebintu ebimu ebyereetera mu mabanja omanye ebbanja ddungi ng'olirya oba ng'olikozesa naye bwe bituuka mu lisasula abantu abamu beewalana. Omuntu n'omuwola emitwalo 10 bwe mutuuka mu mubanja n'atandika okufuuka mulabewo n'atandika okwewala mu process y'okuwalana. Omanyi omuntu ayinza obba akuwalana just lwa ssente z'omubanja ng'alaba nti buli bwemuteekako pressure ofuuka ekizibu gy'ali kyokka nga ku ssente zo ofuukidde ekizibu. So mu mbeera eyo yennyini mwe njagala otandikira ku story eno where public debt has grew by 4.47 trillion. In details that were contained in the monetary policy report for the period ended August, the Bank of Uganda said that the stock of public debt had grown from 65.83 trillion, roughly 17.96 billion US dollars. That was of June 2020 to 70.3 trillion. Now we're looking at the growth of the public. We're looking at the growth of the public debt, growing by 4.47 trillion. That is from 65.83 trillion Ugandan shillings by June 2020 to 70.3 trillion. That is the stock in regards to public demand. In the details that were actually contained in a monetary policy report for the period that was ended in August, the Bank of Uganda said that the stock of public debt, which grew from 65 to 83 to 70.3 trillion, registered an increase of 4.47 trillion in just 1 year. So that is the period from 2020 to August 2021. Christine Biringiro, the programs manager at the Uganda Debt Network, says borrowing for common good is prudent and expressed concern over poor management of borrowed funds. Now, according to Madam Christine Biringiro, who is the project manager, who is the programs manager at the Uganda Debt Network, says it is wise to borrow because even businesses do borrow. Even people borrow. I mean, by the way, it is wise when you're going to borrow for a common good. She clearly said, oh, you will excuse me, no business owner, and you borrow for a good cause. It is quite helpful to you as a person. It is giving you room to send as an organized consign good use, because in most cases why businesses borrow is because many of them want to sustain some of the things. Recording the losses why kaso kanewole muntu anyambeko mu bino na bino ogenda tunula nti sente zo ebisente bisinga nzo bango osubira sente okuva business nezigana nogamba for me to actually get more, let me borrow some money and invest into the business. Once the money I've borrowed helps me regain my profits in the business, I'll pay off that. Because katosoka nokola, and with time as you're working, you will end up seeing that buli wokolo japo yongera mna amanyo rensonga oine banje ly'okubitinga. But the problem, according to Christine Biringiro, the program manager at the Uganda Debt Network, she comes out and expresses concern over the poor management of borrowed funds. Now, public debt has been growing against a weak position of revenue performance. While during the 2021-2022 financial year is expected to underperform by a 1.836 trillion due to resurgence in COVID-19 cases and related disruptions such as lockdown of the economy, it is still in an alarming state, to the fact that the public debt already grew by a 4.47 trillion Ugandan shillings. The increase, according to the Bank of Uganda, was during the period, and what pushed the nominal debt ratio to gross domestic product to 46.3%, up from 41% by June 2020. I just want us to look at these figures clearly. I want us to focus and see what it does mean to the economy of Uganda and what it means to the public debt rising from that. Uganda's public debt has been growing rapidly from 35.3% as of June 2019. Those are 2 years back, to the current levels, and it's projected to grow further, if you'll excuse me, and is expected to grow further to 51.9% by the end of the 2021-2022 financial year. And experts are saying to curb this debt stress, government should implement proper utilization of borrowed funds, as well as comprehensive monitoring and reducing on expenditures. Let us first break this down a little bit in some of these minutes. The government borrows. The question is, there's always improper, or there's always misallocation of these funds. These funds are not utilized in the way they're supposed to be utilized. When someone borrows this amount of money, what we do expect is there has to be turned something has to be provided on board. Experts are clearly coming out and saying, to cut the debt straight, government should properly utilize by implementing a basis on how the borrowed funds are going to be used, and the government should monitor and reduce on the expenditures, because clearly the only problem there is that borrowing the public funds and wrongly using them. I don't know if you're getting the picture here. And wrongly using them, because it is not giving us, it is not showing us the reason as to why we keep on borrowing at the end of the day. The same reason as to why when the government is borrowing from international organizations, if I am to say, you will find out that we'll borrow a number of millions of money and we set on course where the money is going to be allocated. But if we are to start looking into how the money has been spent or how the expenditures have been ongoing, you will agree with me that absolutely no one has benefited from it. It is those in the government that are taking these funds and pushing them into their own businesses. Sad, but quite true. Very unfortunate, but still prevailing. And one will ask, why is it so? Because as we are still into this situation, the more we borrow, we're finding a problem, because the problem here is when you borrow money and it's misused, there's always going to be a problem when it comes to paying it back. Why? It did not meet the goals that were aligned for it. As in, you've borrowed the money to, let me say, you want to input into a situation, like the government wants to input into a project, and the project is still in its initial stages, and the funds are swindled away by the people in power, maybe the policy makers in that regard. If we are to throw back and see, government recently acquired a $1 billion loan from the International Monetary Fund that is expected to support post-COVID-19 recovery and lend support to implementation of the third National Development Plan, which is also going to lead us into the financial year 2022-2023. But we're still looking at it and we want sente zakozesebwa bulungi, because olaba government buli weyewola kidda erife ne generations ezijja are the ones that are going to be in that debt okusasula sente ezo ezitakozesebwa bulungi. Tuwaliwo omuntu yazikwata naziteeka mu nsawo ye, muziteeka mu nsawo for their own benefit. And we're seeing the things happening. People don't know what is happening on ground, but they literally know that money is coming in. And when money comes in, or the funding comes into the situation, ojja kwekanga nti ebintu ebimu bitutuukako tetumanya. Naye sente bwe zivaayo, like government eyinza okwewola, tumanya nti eyeewoze, naye bwe batandika ozikozesa tomanya wa we ziraze. Wekanga projects ze bayogerako okutandika tezitandise, and leaving bigger questions nti so we borrowed $1 billion. How did we use it? And at the end of the day we shall hear those stories like every Ugandan has a debt of 1.5 million, and people will be like, wait a minute, some people don't even earn 1.5 million on a salary, a basis. Neither do even some business owners have profits of 1.5 million. Omuntu n'ennyumba gy'asulamu ajja kugamba teweza mitwalo 5 ate omugamba alina ebbanja lya $1.1 ng'ate ye tannalaba nawa sente bwe zimugasiza, kuba yeesasulira rent, asasula bills, asasula omusolo. So clearly you could see where the government is still having some of those loopholes that they need to cover up in situations. As the public debt has been growing rapidly from 35.3% by June 2019 to the current levels, and is projected to grow further to 51.9% by the end of the 2021-2022 financial year. Speaking to Smart24, Christine Biringiro, a program manager at the Uganda Debt Network, says this is alarming and urging the government to go for prudent debts and proper utilization of borrowed funds. Let's first have a look at what Madam Christine Biringiro has to say in regards to the public demand and the public debt that has grown by 4.47 million %, as Pedison Mumbere reports.
The stock of public debt has increased to 70.3 trillion, indicating a growth of 22.5% as of June 2021. In details contained in the monetary policy report for the period ended August, Bank of Uganda said the stock of public debt had grown from 65.83 trillion as of June 2020 to 70.3 trillion, which represents an increase of 4.47 trillion in just 1 year. Christine Biringiro, the program's manager at Uganda Debt Network, says borrowing for a common good is prudent. She, however, expressed concern over the poor management of the borrowed funds.
While the debt, as indicated by now Bank of Uganda, has grown to 70.3 trillion, which indicates a 22% increase, of course, from 66 trillion, we are concerned as UDN, as civil society, and there are basically reasons. It has not just happened, yeah. We believe this has been a long way coming. For example, you'll know that as a country, we have moved more towards non-concessional borrowing as opposed to concessional borrowing. Concessional from the multilateral institutions, the World Banks, the IMFs, under the International Development Association window. And so between, for example, between 2016-17 and 2019-20, we see that concessional borrowing has moved from 74% to 60%. And these are loans which are at least a bit cheaper. They have a grant element of about 35% onwards. The payback time is over a long period of time, but we also know that they usually target social sectors, yeah, health, education, and so because government needs to finance its investment, especially in infrastructure, we are looking. Government needed, huge sums of money to address this, and so that's why we had to go for non-concessional borrowing, non-concessional and commercial borrowing from the Chinas, the Exim banks, and so this has increased over the same period, 2016 to 20, in just 4 years, from 11% to 19%, yeah, 19.9% actually. So the problem with these commercial loans or non-concessional borrowing is that, one, it is usually more expensive because they will give you all the money, huge sums that you need to finance your investments, and two, the payback time is usually within a short period of time. Yeah, grant element is almost not there.
Public debt has been growing against a weak position of the revenue performance, which during the financial year 2021-2022 is expected to underperform by 1.836 trillion due to resurgence in COVID-19 cases and related disruptions, such as locking down of the economy.
What should we do? Interestingly, government has come out, yeah. I remember during the budget speech, the minister clearly mentioned that, for example, that domestic borrowing will have to reduce. They pledged that they will do more of borrowing using treasury bills and not using treasury bonds, which are long term, and not treasury bills, which mature in such a short time. Even with that, which is welcome, of course, we applaud that, but our worry is that even if government wanted to borrow using the treasury bonds and not treasury bills or any other domestically. We don't see many other options available to government, domestically, for them to be able to do that. So ultimately, if they are faced with another hardship and they need finances urgently, there is a possibility that they'll still go for borrowing short term as well. So, but that is welcome, the pledge to borrow using long-term instruments. We also saw government.
The increase Bank of Uganda said had during the period pushed the normal debt ratio to gross domestic product to 46.3%, up from 41% by June 2008. Uganda's public debt has been growing from 35.3% by June 2019 to the current levels and is expected to grow further to 51.9% by the end of the financial year 2021-2022. Experts say that to curb this debt stress, government should implement proper utilization of the borrowed funds, as well as implementing a comprehensive monitoring and reducing on its expenditures.
Follow the laws as they are, make sure that you do ample monitoring of some of these projects, we feel that, maybe we can get there, but mainly is managing these projects, the loan projects, if we were to manage them properly, and of course reduce the consumptive expenditures, and focus on productive, because we see, for example, I'll always talk about parliament. The size of our parliament in this economy of ours is not sustainable really, because our debt has now grown to this, but we have given each MP 200 million to purchase a car. And remember, there are about 527 MPs that we have. It is good government is undertaking, or rather in the process of merging agencies and authorities, which is a welcome move to help us save some monies. But we also call upon government to remove these taxes, especially for the investors, because these ones who are exempted from paying tax and then they benefit in all ways, while the Ugandans, maybe the Ugandan traders, the other day Kasita were almost striking because they had slapped a tax on textiles. For each kilogram of textile, we feel some of these taxes are unfair.
According to data from the central bank, debt service to domestic revenue ratio has been steadily rising, growing to 24.6% by June, up from 22.4% and 21.7% in June 2019 and June 2020, respectively. Government recently required a $1 billion US loan from the International Monetary Fund that is expected to support post-COVID-19 recovery and lend support to implementation of the third National Development Plan. Benson Mumbere, Smart 24.
Government recently acquired a $1 billion US loan from the International Monetary Fund, and that is expected to support COVID-19 recovery and lead support to implementation of the third National Development Plan. If you could all know, a $1 billion US loan, how I wish the money goes to the allocated places and it makes, and the government just clearly lays on board procedures to follow up, and this money becomes of great importance before we even apply for another loan, because I'm seeing it happening anytime soon. But let's put the $1 billion US into use, and clearly it's going to give us, it will give us a picture of how the country is surviving and how the country will definitely survive, with the fact that we have an increase in the public debt. Speaking of 4.47 trillion growing in just a period of 1 year, that is the period of June 2020 to August 2021, from 65.83 trillion Ugandan shillings to 70.3 trillion Ugandan shillings. The question will still be, from my own view and from my own perspective, how far does the country benefit from the loans? If at all the time we have these loans, we have cases of people coming out and complaining that the government gets these loans, but the government does not use the loans profitably, or the loans are not allocated to the places we want them to be. The funds are always swindled, the funds are always mishandled. Because what we generally think and generally look at in cases of funds and allocation of funds is we are looking at the pictures. Take for example, what do people gain from managing, what do people actually gain from a government getting $1 billion and they are suffering at the expense? With the government saying we are looking at the idea of surviving in the COVID-19, we have the third wave coming through. With this $1 billion it will be great of help. I'm not throwing shade to any member of the government. I'm simply putting out my opinion in this regard. Where does this leave Ugandans, and how far are we going to borrow huge amounts of money? Because according to reports, the debt has increased by 4.47 trillion Ugandan shillings in a situation that is quite alarming. And most of us will still be questioning the government to help us understand. Tufuniramu wa yegwe mna Uganda aliyalaba ofuniramu wamanyi bino ebintu this is logical. Twagala tusoke tubere mu situation nga buli omu yebuuza nfuniramu wa ofuniramu wa gwe ng'omuntu. But clearly we shall live at this particular situation, and we shall definitely be following up on that situation. But what you need to know is that the stock of public debt did increase to 70.3 trillion, indicating a growth of 22.5% as of June 2021, as we were heading into the financial year 2021-2022. We shall still wait and see the reports for the upcoming 2022-2023 financial year. Let's take a short break. I return with more of the business stories. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
right, we're heading to the news hour. Let's start from President Museveni, where President Yoweri Museveni, who is also the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, has summoned the UPDF to stop commanders over a major assault on revenge cattle raids in Karamoja areas. Museveni says the meeting for the top security commanders will decide the final solution to deal with the reemerging cattle raids in Karamoja that he said was sparked off by Karamoja warrior who was recently released from prison after serving 10 years. Take a look at this report.
During Museveni's 3-day stay in Karamoja, he informed that Achuchu, who is currently roaming the Jai and Turkana of Kenya, was not helped by police and the local leaders to recover his animals after return from prisons.
Now, the security issue doesn't sound too big to me. I think it is easy to solve. I will meet the commanders.
He consequently mobilized criminal gangs and attacked and raided cattle from the Dodoth, resulting in counter raids by the Dodoth that has left over 400 people dead in 2 years.
Raiding cattle. And you are saying the Topotha, the Dodoth, they want to raid. Well, they shouldn't, because they will be destroyed. Especially when they try to raid on a big scale. That one is easy to deal with. I don't know why it should be such a big problem. So the one problem is raiding. Anybody who raids cows, because cows are not gold, which you can put in your pocket. Cows are sin. How can they be a problem? That somebody raids cows and drive to walk behind the cows. Those UAVs you are talking about, what you call drones, we have got UAVs which can be in the air for 36 hours. All these are easy to solve.
The raids have left a number of people and others injured, whereas a number of cattle heads have also been stolen in the area that has enjoyed peace in the last years since the disarmament exercise by the government. Speaking to commanders of top security organs including the UPDF, SFC, police, ISO and the anti-stock theft unit of the police in a meeting at Morulinga State Lodge in Napak district, Museveni said that the revenge attacks have led to the birth of other criminals who have taken advantage of the situation to form gangs using mobile phones across clans to raid and steal animals. President Museveni cited cattle as a major point of conflict and called for cattle management, including using chips inserted in the animals to trace movement and registration, cautioned security agencies to be firm with fairness and use intelligence to expose the bankruptcy. The president said justice in the traditional societies in Karamoja is very sensitive and if not meticulously followed, clans will come for you, pointing out unfairness, committing wrongs and vendetta as some of the wrongs. The meeting discussed various strategies that will be tabled at the high command of the UPDF before implementation. Following the onset of the raids, the government started both voluntary and forced disarmament exercises in the Karamoja region that have gone on for over 3 months.
The president said that justice in the traditional societies in Karamoja is very sensitive and if not meticulously followed, clans will come for you, pointing out unfairness, committing wrongs and vendetta as some of the wrongs. The meeting discussed various strategies that will be tabled at the high command of the UPDF before implementation in that particular regard, following up on the cattle rustling in Karamoja region. Moving on, Uganda has offered free land and tax incentives to Kenyan investors. The Ugandan government officials have promised free land and tax incentives to Kenyan investors who want to set up processing industries in the landlocked country. Take a look at this report.
Uganda Agriculture State Minister Bright Rwamirama said the country has large tracts of land and farm produce, noting that investors only need to set up industries to produce and do value addition on the farm produce. Rwamirama said Uganda requires 20 tea processing plants to cover the surplus tea and packaging it for international market. He reckons that the business climate is good from production to post-harvesting and value addition. Rwamirama said that the country also needs modern storage warehouse to address post-harvest wastage. He said that when Uganda calls on investors to come and invest, we will also help you find a new market. We provide cheap credit to farmers, and Kenyans who invest in Uganda will get credit at the same rate as Ugandans. Fresh Produce Exporters Association of Kenya Chief Executive Officer Hussein Machuki said Kenya is the lead exporter of avocado and is willing to share market information with Uganda to fill the deficit on the global market and match Mexico. He also said Kenya is also struggling to meet the export demand for sweet potatoes. Olivia Kantimbabazi, Smart 24.
So clearly, delaying markets for the Kenyan investors. But I'm still worried of the fact that our investors are not being given these particular incentives, because if you're giving room for other investors, how about the investors in Uganda who are still having issues in regards to operating business in their own country? Meanwhile, moving on, a Danish Food and Agriculture delegation has arrived in Uganda to follow up on business opportunities with like-minded business entities and farmers in the country. The Danish ambassador, Nicolai Hedberg Peterson, said they organize these visits regularly for Ugandans in the agriculture and food sector to get to know some of the leading companies in the world that are based in Denmark that add value to the food chain. Take a look at this story.
The 3-day visit organized by the Danish Trade Council will see the delegation explore development cooperation in the agricultural sector, as well as understanding the dynamics of agriculture as a business in Uganda. The 5 companies visiting include Skov, a world leader in climate and farm management for animal production found in more than 50 countries, with specialty in ventilation and farm management for animal production. Force Analytics AD, a leading global provider of analytics for the food and agricultural industries whose analytics help optimize the use of food and agricultural resources. Robco, that manufactures equipment and accessories for production. Horse Agronomy, which provides advisory in agriculture and farm management. And Excoc, the manufacturers of high-quality milestones and tailor-made mailing systems equipment spanning decades of experience with grain handling and flour milling. The Danish ambassador, Nicolai Hedberg Peterson, say they organize these visits regularly for Ugandans in the agriculture and food sector to get to know some of the leading companies in the world that are based in Denmark that add value to the food chain. The delegation also plans to visit Uganda's head of state to further discuss agriculture and food technologies and further add value addition for economic growth of the country. A similar event was hosted in Uganda in October 2019. Joran Paul Sanko, Smart 24.
Now the Danish thing of how to tap into the markets in Europe, and so the delegation, the head of state to agriculture and is value addition for economic growth of the country. As have been offered 19 same situations, same goals. Agriculture, huge target to it. All right, Tanzania is set to host the East African Expo, as the will be hosted in Tanzania will be the ever East African Tourism Expo from the 9th of October to the 16th of October in the northern tourist city of Arusha. More of this report.
Tanzania will host the first East African Regional Tourism Expo 2021 in October. Tourism Expo will be held in the Northern Tourist Circuit of Arusha from October 9th to October 16th, according to the statement from the East African Community headquarters. The East African Community Regional Tourism Expo 2021, which is the first of its kind to be held in the region, is aimed at promoting tourism attractions available in Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi and South Sudan. Tanzania becomes the first country to host the East African Community Regional Tourism Expo, with the first 3 days devoted to exhibition and 4 days to conduct familiarization trips and tours to major attraction sites in mainland and Zanzibar. The expo will be held on a rotational basis among the East African Community member states, with this year's theme titled Promoting Resilient Tourism for Inclusive Socio-Economic Development. In July, East African Community Ministers for Wildlife and Tourism approved the East African Community Tourism Marketing Strategy for the 2021 to 2025 period. The strategy focuses on the establishment of the tourism exposition as a forum bringing state and non-state tourism actors to showcase the rich and diverse tourism attractions and investment opportunities in the region. Moreover, the event is also a platform for business-to-business, B2B, engagements and dialogue aimed at the recovery of the tourism and wildlife sectors, taking them to the next level for sustainable development. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development report published on June 30th, the crash in international tourism due to the coronavirus pandemic could cause a loss of more than $4 trillion to the global GDP for the years 2020 and 2021. Tourism sector is one of the most important areas of cooperation for East African Community owing to its contribution to the economies of partner states in terms of GDP, which is about 10%, with export earnings 17% and jobs about 7%. The travel and tourism sector globally was affected by the COVID-19 pandemic more than any other economic sector. Tanzania offered to hold the Tourism Expo in Arusha after Burundi stated that it was not ready to host the Regional Tourism Expo for 2021.
Burundi was supposed to be hosting the Regional Tourism Expo, the first ever tourism expo, for 2021. But because of failure to actually pull it off, Tanzania offered to hold the tourism expo in Arusha. I was almost calling it Russia. Tourism sectors in almost all the economies were one of the most important areas affected greatly in the economies. And within according to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development report that was published on 30th of June, the crash in international tourism due to the coronavirus pandemic could cause a loss of more than $4 trillion to the global for the years 2020 and 2021 respectively. And that is what it means. And if you look at the tourism, if you look at the tourism expo, the East African Community Tourism Expo has a strategy that focuses on the establishment of the tourism exposition as a forum bringing state and non-state tourism actors to showcase the rich and diverse tourism attractions and investment opportunities in the region. Moreover, the event is also a platform for business-to-business, B2B engagements and dialogue aimed at the recovery of the tourism and wildlife sectors, taking them to the next level of sustainable development. If we had to look into the situations of roughly trying to understand how the East African Community countries want to rejuvenate their economies and rejuvenating the tourism sectors, if I'm to remember, Kenya had a motocross rally that was held in Kenya in one of the game parks, and it was clearly to tap into the tourism sector, whereas the people had gone to actually see the cars rally around, or for the motocross champions to actually show their talents. People, the Kenyan Tourism Board was also earning something out of it. As a photographer was taking a shot of a car trying to jump up the hill, in the same picture, you would see a sight of a beautiful zebra. So you could see how many East African countries are trying so hard to clearly make sure they boost their tourism, and in all aspects. By boosting your tourism, you could clearly see that the more you boost it, it is helping you as a person, it is helping you grow bigger, and it's helping the economies try to come back, and as the different economies try to pick up from the losses that have been incurred in the last 2 years, because tourism has been put to on hold, and the number of people who have been bringing too much money into the tourism sectors have always been the foreigners who have been bringing in the foreign currencies into the local tourism sectors, and most of them could not travel just because of the travel restrictions in their different countries, and which created commotion and created situations where most of these tourists could not travel. So clearly the tourism expo, the East African Community Tourism Expo, that will be scheduled from 9th of October to 16th of October in Arusha in Tanzania, is definitely to look into those gaps, to clearly see that they tap into them and see that East African community member states can rejuvenate their tourism sectors. All right, moving on. Kenya. We head to Kenya now, as Kenya's Power is seeking to hire 4 debt collectors this year in the latest bid to tame defaulters holding billions of shillings. The utility last week published a tender inviting interested firms to apply for the deals that will last for 2 years. Take a look.
The company commissioned the services of 4 private debt collectors in the second half of the last financial year. The remaining 4 will be on board as soon as tendering is concluded. The monopoly added that the debt ranges from 6 months to 2 years, highlighting tough times for families struggling to pay power bills amid the ravages of the economic fallout of the coronavirus pandemic. Domestic consumers are the biggest defaulters of Kenya power bills, holding over 60% of the dues owed to the utility. The huge chunk of debt amongst households comes at a time power bills have been on the rise due to the increasing petroleum cost in the global market. This is the second time in as many years that Kenya Power is seeking debt collectors to recover dues that were estimated at 5 billion shillings as at August last year. The debt collectors will help recover dues from households and businesses in 4 regions including Nairobi and the coast. As Kenya Power chairperson Vivienne Yeda during the utility's annual general meeting this year said that the sealing loopholes that facilitate financial fate and improving revenue collection is top on the company's list. Kenya Power's total debts as at end of last June stood at 118.73 billion shillings and made up of 65.96 billion commercial debt and 53.26 billion on-lend debt.
The company did commission the services of 4 private debt collectors in the second half of the last financial year. The remaining 4 will be onboarded as soon as tendering is concluded. The monopoly added that the debt ranges from 6 months to 2 years, highlighting tough times for families struggling to pay power bills amid the ravages of the economic fallout due to the COVID-19 pandemic. So clearly, you would see what this means to the Kenyan utility holders into that particular aspect. All right, back to Uganda. Farmers' lives have been changed through Uganda Breweries Limited Local Raw Material Program, which aims at promoting agriculture in the rural areas. According to officials from the Uganda Breweries Limited, a total of 32,000 farmers benefit annually from the program that has seen 4 million households in various parts of the country benefit from the project and the program from the Uganda Breweries. Take a look at this report.
Mr. Chapto Chiprono, who heads FDP operations in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea and Seychelles, said this was part of the wider support to the region. He said during his visit to the East African Business Council headquarters that some $50 million have been earmarked to support women in business. The apex body of private sector associations based here as a full desk coordinating women in business programs within the region. Mr. Chiprono added that the Continental Bank had also granted $900,000 to the East African Community Secretariats for the fight against COVID-19 epidemic. The Abidjan-based AFDB is the main financer of a host of infrastructure development projects in the East African Community bloc within Tanzania. These include the 110-kilometer Arusha-Namanga Road, which extends to Athi River in Kenya, the 41-kilometer Arusha bypass, and the 14-kilometer Arusha-Tengeru Road. Plans are afoot for the proposed 110-kilometer Arusha-Holili Highway, which would be widened to a 4-lane road to serve the increasing traffic. Mr. Chiprono commended Tanzania for ratifying the African Continent Free Trade Area Agreement and the East African Community Protocol on sanitary and phytosanitary measures. On his part, EABC Executive Director John Bosco said upgraded roads and other transport structures in the region have lowered the cost of doing business. Infrastructure development also has a spillover effects on trade and investments by facilitating the movement of people and goods. He pointed out that the infrastructure supports job creation and creates new business opportunities such as cross-border markets. During the meeting, AFDB and EABC agreed to amplify the socio-economic role of the private sector under the East African Community Regional Integration Strategy Program. These are said to be undertaken under the African Investment Forum, elimination of non-tariff barriers, financial integration, AFCFTA, climate change, 50 million women speak project, and trade finance.
The African Development Bank has earmarked $50 million for women business projects in the East African region. This was revealed this week by the regional director of the Continental Bank during his visit to the East African community and affiliated bodies in Arusha, as you've clearly been saying in the particular story. Mr. Chepto Chiprono, who heads the FDB operations in Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya, Rwanda, South Sudan, Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Seychelles, said this was part of a wider support to the region. He said during his visit to the East African Business Council head offices that some $50 million have been earmarked to support women in business. The apex body of private sector associations based here has a full desk coordinating women in business programs within the region. According to Mr. Chiprono, he added that the Continental Bank had also granted $900,000 to the East African Community Secretariat to the fight against COVID-19 epidemic. The AFDP has its headquarters based in Abidjan and is set to host a full infrastructure development projects in the East African bloc. Within Tanzania, these include the 110-kilometer Arusha-Namanga Road, which extends to Athi River in Kenya. Then there is the 41-kilometer Arusha bypass and 14-kilometer Arusha-Tengeru roads. Plans are also on foot for the proposed 110 Arusha-Holili highway, which would be widened to a 4-lane road to serve the increasing traffic. Mr. Kiprono commended Tanzania for ratifying the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and the East African Community Protocol on sanitary measures. On his part, East African Community Business Council Executive Director John Bosco said upgraded roads and other transport structures in that particular aspect will help and lower the cost of doing business as well. And we will definitely see how this would be of an impact to the East African Community member states and other countries in Seychelles, Eritrea, and Ethiopia. That brings us to the end of our news hour this particular moment. We are heading into sport, but first, let's have a short break. When I return, sports in business, business in sports. We're talking money in terms of the sports aspect. I'm Joran Paul Sonko. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Plot 3A Commercial Road, Naguru is where we at. www.smart24tv.com if you are to follow us on our website. At Smart24TV on Facebook, Smart24TV on Instagram, Smart24TV on Twitter as well. I'm Joran Paul Sanko, Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. We're heading to our sports business on Smart24TV. But first, from the local scene, as KCCA did confirm the signing of Benjamin Ochan, but he made his vow when he returned. KCCA fans should expect trophies and beautiful food. The team has a number of youngsters, and which is compared to then when a number of senior players had to be there. Now, Ochan, who is now among the few senior players at the team, is among those who are set to guide the young players. Being one of the senior players in the team, he has to be able to offer the guidance to the young lads. Ochan returns to the Lugogo for the third stint, as the first was in the 2008-9 season, the second in the 2015-18 season, and now the third is the 2021-2023 season. He has previously worked with the manager Molly Biekwasoa Sports Club, Victoria University in 2013-2014, and during his second stint as KCCFC player in 2015-2018 season. Ochan left KCCFC in January 2018 and joined Kabwe Warriors in Zambia. He later joined AFC Leopards on a 2-year deal from 2019 to 2021. His youth career started at Entebbe Young Academy to Kampala Kids League KKL and Danish outfit Ahos in 2007. Benjamin Ochan signed a 2-year deal at KCCFC Football Club during his third stint at club, and that is credit to the KCCFC media. A successful script has been written for Benjamin Ochan, as Ochan is a winner and a victor of all sorts. As a teenager, he won as many trophies on the domestic with Shell and City Tires under 14 tourneys and a global stage with KKL in the Tivoli and Gothia Youth tournaments in Europe. He has 2 Uganda Premier League titles from the 2015 to 2016 and 2016 to 2017 seasons with KCCA FC. He had earlier guided Sports Club Victoria University to the Sakafa Nile Benson Cup in 2014. Ochan also won the Uganda Cup in 2016-2017 season with KCC as the second vice captain. In 2017, Ochan set 2 penalties against Egyptian side Al Masry and scored the winner as KCCA made the group stages of CAF Confederations Cup for the very first time. So if you're a KCCA fan, you could definitely remember those heroic saves of Benjamin Ochan, who is also featured for a couple of times for the Uganda Cranes side. Dennis Okot shields his goalkeeper against Benjamin Ochan. As the other signings who have actually been making way to KCCA include Yasa Mugerwa, left back Brian Majoega, Brian Kayanja, Emmanuel Waswa, Geoffrey Waswa, Usama Arafat, Innocent Wafula, Rogers Mato, and the Ochan entity Derek, as well as Derek Ochan and Benjamin Ochan. Now the club also promoted youngsters Elvis Mwanje and Juma Ibrahim from the junior ranks. Elvis Mwanje and Juma Ibrahim from the junior ranks to fit into the senior club. So you can clearly see and weigh, if you are an Express fan, you are a Vipers soccer club fan, call it URA, look into the clubs that are making new entrants, new signings. Do you think your new signings are fit to outbeat the Kasasuro boys? Or if at all you are a KCCA fan, do you think your new signings can actually beat down those of the Venoms in Vipers, or those from the URA AFC, the tax collectors, or those of Express, or even Ondu Paraka or Arua Hill FC? The season is set to take center stage in October. We still await and see when the fixtures will be laid on board and see when kickoff will start and see who will win this particular trophy of the 2021-2022 Uganda Premier League season. Express FC are actually the defending champions of this particular trophy in the particular Uganda that is the top flight football in Uganda's Premier League over there. Alright, still with the Uganda Premier League, however, we head to West Nile now as Ondu Paraka have signed a 17-year-old midfielder in James Jarieko. Now, James Jarieko penned a 2-year deal at the Ondu Paraka from Bitter Swan rivals Paida Black Angels. As StarTimes Uganda Premier League entity Ondu Paraka Football Club signing a 17-year-old midfielder James Jarieko in order to boost their squad as well after the signing of Muhammad Shaban. Now they've added James Arieko. They've actually James Jarieko. Now Jarieko penned a 2-year deal at the club christened as the Caterpillars from Bitter Swan rivals in Paida Black Angels. The West Nile Best Club officially announced the arrival of the youngster on Monday, 13th September 2021 via their official social media platforms. And the agency, which is managed by former Uganda Cranes International Andrew Eugene Sepuya, which is Fast Sprouting Sepuya Inc. agency, which presented by that is what presented the international, is a product of the FUFA Juniors League, having scored 18 goals in 21 games for Paida Black Angels junior team. He also featured for Bull junior team, scoring as many as 16 goals in 13 games. That's a very good statistic for a player who is 17 years. He is also a member of the Uganda Under-17 national team, the Cubs. It has been revealed that Ondu Paraka already agreed terms with George Lutalo as head coach to take over from Joseph Harold Mutiaba, whose employment contract was terminated. Ondu Paraka also secured the services of former captain Mohamed Shaban from Vipers, whose contract had also been terminated. And for him, he's actually going to be there for 2 years, according to the employment contract that he signed with Ondu Paraka. And if we were to look at the released players before we head to the international scene, the released players from the Caterpillars, that is from the Ondu Paraka side, they have released a number of players, among which include Noel Nasasira, Moses Okot, Living Kabong, Oscar Agaba, Augustine Opoka, Najib Tusara Guadinho, Hakim Magombe, Ali Mutibi, Amis Thiago Mwonge, Augustine Akot, Shaban Waswa, Dennis Kaka Adama, Mahad Ajobe to Medi Cheline. So clearly those are some of the players that have been released, a number of which have quite many That is like a full opening lineup that has been released by Onduparaka FC, and they are looking to recruit other players. So they let go of some and they recruit others. So by recruiting, they are adding to the varsity experience of their teams, which is giving them more potential to compete favorably for the trophy or even for top spots in the 2021-2022 Uganda Premier League season that is takes center stage in October. All right, now on to the international scene to clearly see what is making headlines on the global scene or in the international scene as we look at the top 10 most valuable clubs in world football right now. Now we are going to head into that particular discussion where most of you have been having all these discussions. I've seen around border stages where people always have these discussions of like which club is most valuable, which club is the most expensive club, which club has more money, which club spends most money. So all these come on board. But the bigger question here is which club is the MVP of all clubs? Which club is the most valuable? Not the MVP. MVP is like most valuable player. Which club is the most valuable in world football right now? Manchester City have been ranked as the most valuable squad in world football right now, despite Cristiano Ronaldo's return to Manchester United earlier this summer. Just a simple analysis. Before we even go into the teams as we look at the top 10, Ronaldo returned to Old Trafford 12 years after leaving for Real Madrid. And is set to make his second debut, and actually made his second debut against Newcastle United last week on Saturday, where he actually scored a brace on his return to OT at the Theatre of Dreams in a match that actually saw over 18 million viewers watching his debut. And according to CIES Football Observatory, who have actually put together a list of the most valuable football clubs in the world right now, with Pep Guardiola's side ranked first with a squad value of £924.5 million. So when you look at the valuation, they even look at the valuation of the squad that is inside there. What are the player ratings in terms of the money? And if someone is actually buying a player, how much money do these players earn? United sits second with a value of 878.5 million, while Paris Saint-Germain, who added the likes of Lionel Messi, Sergio Ramos, Jorginho Wijnaldum, Achraf Hakimi and Gianluigi Donnarumma, are third with a squad value of £806.4 million. All of the Premier League's top 6, including Arsenal, despite their woeful start to the season, make the top 10 alongside Juventus and Barcelona, with the Real Madrid coming in at number 4. So let us now take a look at the top 10 clubs, out the top 10 most valuable clubs in world football right now. Let us start from number 10. Tottenham Hotspur is actually number 10 with valued around £473.2 million. At number 9, FC Barcelona, who did lose Lionel Messi and Antoine Griezmann in one transfer window, are actually number 9 with £496.4 million. Arsenal, who are currently seated in the 16th place in the English Premier League, actually in the 8th place with 541 million in terms of valuation, above Barcelona and Tottenham, which is not bad for the Gunners anyway. Juventus, number 7. They did lose Cristiano Ronaldo in this particular transfer window, and they ranked 7 with £564.2 million in regards of the most valuable football clubs right now. At number 6 is Liverpool, the 2019-2020 Premier League title holders, coming in with £577.1 million. Chelsea are in number 5 with £669.8 million. They are the current European champions in regards to the UEFA Champions League. Then Real Madrid, who have just concluded the construction of the Santiago Bernabeu in Madrid, and it saw football return to Bernabeu over the weekend, where Madrid demolished Celta Vigo in a 5-2 rampant, which saw Karim Benzema score a hat-trick. Actually in number 4 with £675.9 million in terms of valuation. At number 3 is none other than Paris Saint-Germain. The Arab money power is taking over with £806.4 million in number 3. So PSG are actually putting in the money right by getting themselves players, and now they rank number 3 in the most valuable clubs. And if you were to look back 10 years before, El Kheliafi took over, or the Arab money took control, PSG would not even be anywhere near the top 10. And number 2 is the Manchester United club of the Red Devils, who come into number 2 with £878.5 million in terms of valuation. Manchester City are topping the list with £924.5 million in terms of valuation. Now, PSG President Nasser El Kheliafi discussed financial fair play at Messi's unveiling last month and insisted his sides were within the limits. He said, regarding the financial aspect, I will make it clear, we know the rules of FFP and we'll always follow the regulations before we do anything. We check with commercial, financial and legal people. We have the capacity. We sign Leo, it's because we can. Otherwise, we could not have done it. What Leo brings to the club is huge, which you can see just outside the stadium where thousands of fans are gathered to actually see him. He's a big asset. I hope Leo will not ask for a raise of salary, but we have what we have. It's fantastic for him. So those are some of the statements President Nasser El Kheliafi did say in regards to Leo Messi coming into FC Barcelona coming from FC Barcelona to Paris Saint-Germain. And again, as the UEFA Champions League is set to take center stage, where PSG are always eyeing so much. Will Lionel Messi, Sergio Ramos deliver? We're here to see. The UEFA Champions League kicks off on Tuesday this particular week. Moving on, 9 players. Let's take a look at 9 players. Now we are now rating, and you see when we're rating players and the money and valuation, we rate them accordingly. Now let us look at the 9 players whose monthly income is less than Jorginho, is less than Georgina. Now Georgina is less than Georgina. Georgina that we're speaking about is none other than Cristiano Ronaldo's wife. Now Cristiano Ronaldo gives stunning girlfriend Georgina Rodriguez an £80,000 allowance a month to fund her lavish lifestyle. Oh my God. I'm still looking into a situation where we, the Ugandan men, normally are worried about investing in women and saying Ugandan women ask a lot of money. Now Cristiano Ronaldo giving his stunning girlfriend over £80,000 for just maintaining her nice looks and making sure she maintains a lavish lifestyle because they're celebrities. Anyway, the 26-year-old shares a child, Alana Martina, with the Manchester United forward, and the couple also co-parent his other children. Ronaldo gives Georgina a reported £80,000 every other month, and to take care of her expenses, and this places her total earnings above the following football players. The loved-up pair have one child together, the 2-year-old daughter Alana Martina, but she also raises Ronaldo's 3 other children as a mostly stay-at-home mom. Italian publication Corriere dello Sport claimed Ronaldo was happy to give 26-year-old Rodriguez a hefty wage every month, as she also looks after surrogate twins in Eve and Matteo and Cristiano Jr. With millions flooding through the family every month, it is no wonder they continue to live a most can only dream of. And according to the holidays that they do carry on, you could see now Cristiano Ronaldo is now in Manchester, and they still continue with that particular one. For her 35th, for Cristiano Ronaldo's 35th birthday, in the 36th birthday celebrations of Cristiano Ronaldo, Rodriguez treated her other half to a wrapped Mercedes G-Wagon with a basic starting price of £93,000. So we all saw those pictures that were making headlines a few months back when Cristiano Ronaldo was making 36 years old, where most of the women was surprised that a fellow woman could actually gift someone a G-Wagon, and other men were actually challenged of the fact that they're dating women who cannot give as much as that in that particular one. Now Rodriguez, who also earns a reported whooping 66, that is a 6,600 per Instagram post to sponsor a company because of her 16.5 million followers, but it hasn't always been the high life for Rodriguez, who came from very humble beginnings. She actually grew up in the tiny village of Jaca, northern Spain, with her Argentine former footballer father, George, and Spanish mother, Ana. And as a child, she longed to be a ballet dancer, but because her parents couldn't afford to send her to dance in schools, Georgina set her sights on a career in fashion retail instead. And it was during this fashion situation in Paris that Cristiano Ronaldo, while he was still with Real Madrid, as they traveled to Paris, is when he got to set his eyes on Georgina, and the rest, as they say, is history. So clearly with £80,000, she's getting some good money as allowance from your husband, and yet you also have your own allowances that you get from your jobs. Clearly, that is a very good one for anyone out there. All right, now lastly, in regards to the sports business, let's look at Kate Maloney, who resigns with Vixens for the 10th season. After months of waiting, Netball Australia and Super Netball finally announced a landmark pay deal and a transfer window ahead of preparations for Super Netball 2022. Australia's top netballers can now earn up to 22% more than they remain the highest paid female domestic club athletes in the country following the new 2-year deal. The average potential maximum salary of contracted players increases from $75,167 to $91,500, while the average minimum player salary of contracted players will also rise by 15%, from $64,167 to $74,000. From the 2022 season, the minimum salary of all athletes will grow by 17%, up to $43,000 from $36,667. So you're clearly looking at Australian netball and its impact in terms of the business and how these people are making money in regards to the business. With the pay deal secure, all 8 clubs are now open to secure their teams ahead of the 2022 season. The signing period opens from Monday, October 13th until October 8th. From October 8th until 13th of October, with clubs requiring to sign 10 players by the end of the period. Players can be signed on 1-year or 2-year contracts, as clubs had exclusive rights to resign their existing 10 players squad from Monday, 6th October. Maloney, a Vixen for 10th straight season. Maloney is now a Vixen in terms of Vixen's side in the netball aspect. In the first signing of the Super Netball transfer window, Vixen's captain Kate Maloney will remain in Melbourne for a 10th straight season after she was awarded the club's most valuable player for a 2nd straight season. Maloney was an integral part of the Vixens' first Super Netball title win in 2020 and was an inspirational leader as they attempted to go back-to-back in a difficult 2021 season. The Vixens announced on Sunday shooter Kyla Stanton should be leaving the club after playing 12 matches in her 1 year with the club. Their coach Simon McInnes has also resigned with the club for another 4 years, and that greatly means a lot in regards to netball as the season is set to take center stage in the netball season in Australia. And of course, Australia has actually been having one of the most successful when it comes to netball in the world and the global scene, as now Kate Maloney has resigned with the Vixens for the 10th year season, keeping her at the club as the season is set to take center stage. To follow up more on regards to the business stories as well as the sports business, do follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram at Smart24TV, and add me up on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram at Joram Paul Sonko as well. www.smart24tv.com is the official website. As at this particular moment, we finish up with the sports business But we shall definitely be giving you more in regards to what we do expect as the UEFA Champions League is set to actually take center stage. And of course, just to wrap it up, Arsenal did sign a 9-year-old from Nigeria in the names of Munir, who is actually Mohamed Saba, who did sign from Nigeria, and he is joining Arsenal. Those are some of the other news that is, so he's actually joining the Hull End side in terms of the academy of Arsenal. So to the Arsenal fans, you could definitely see the recruitment is still taking place as the club is in a situation of building, as Edu Gaspar did actually confess in an interview where he was actually giving his view on Arsenal's poor start to the season. So clearly the recruitment is still going on from the academy down to the senior team. But we shall definitely be giving you all the details in regards to sports business here on Smart 24 TV. I take a short break, I return.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Mobile money accounts.
Smart Means Business continues here now, and we are heading into our topical discussion of the day, clearly to see what is making rounds and what is the future of mobile money accounts. What does the law say about it? Because if you're to focus more and clearly see, most people do have claims about their mobile money deposits that they do have, and the level at which most of them withdraw the amount,
and the limitation on the withdrawals. In more so depending on the people who have actually died or people who lose their loved ones who are still having a number of who are still having huge amounts of money onto these mobile money accounts. And speaking and to talk about this particular issue regarding mobile money depots as well as withdrawals, and what does the law have to say in regards to the monetary aspect of it, I'm not alone in studio. I'm here with a lawyer. Let me give him the opportunity to introduce himself before we do proceed. You're welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Okay. So if you out there would want to know what is your name and what do you do, where and which organization are you standing for? If at all you have one.
I do. My name is Chizito Lewis. I'm a lawyer, but I am head of legal and corporate affairs at a tech startup called Pixan Technologies. Yeah, so that's the simple introduction I can make.
Okay. So what does Pixel? You say Pixel Technologies do? Pixan. What does what do you mainly do? Is it a law firm or
a law firm? No, the name doesn't even sound like a law firm. It's a tech startup majors in it's a what you would call an OBM, an original brand manufacturer. They, you know, these technology businesses, especially world over, are pivoting. So you try supplying software, you try doing maintenance, you try a host of things.
Okay.
But it's majorly tech startup that majors in supply of software, supply of services. Yeah, basically.
Okay. Now let's first dive into this situation. If you could actually show us on the new Payment System Act of 2020 that is regulating the Mobile Money Act. What is your view? What is it about? If you can actually take us through that.
The National Payment Systems Act was passed last year to regulate mobile money, but not only to regulate mobile money, to actually provide a regulatory framework for payment systems. Payment systems are those things that actually transfer money, value, from one person to another. The law was promulgated last year, passed last year, and signed last year. So after, I think around September 2020, that's when they passed the law. Now, fast forward to 2021, they passed, the Bank of Ghana made the regulations that enable the implementation of the law that Parliament passed. So the regulations were gazetted around March, for 4th March this year. But the entire purpose of the law is to, of course, most of us are mobile money users.
Definitely.
Is to regulate mobile money in terms of corporate governance, financial management, generally governance, and maybe consumer protection, trying to find a better way of a complaint mechanism, the kind of licenses you can get.
Okay.
Then it also regulates fintech businesses that are, for instance, like us, you could be in a business of doing, or maybe coming up with an app or developing an app, and you want to transfer value. It's not just a matter of having the skill of how to code and all that stuff. You have to know the legal framework that governs you. You have to know the capital requirements you require. So, like banks, these payment systems also have capital requirements. For instance, if you have, you need a minimum of 5 million to get 5 billion shillings to get the license, the MTNs, and or even the higher you go, there are two licenses: payment service providers and payment service operators, PSOs. So the ones that MTN got and Airtel too are in that category. They got both the two licenses. So it provides for capital requirements. It don't only regulates mobile money, because mobile money is a payment system also. It transfers value. But you also have fintechs like MS Wave they also create something called a sandbox, which is supposed to experiment on those innovative financial products that are not covered for in the law, but they give them a chance to operate without a license until maybe Bank of Ghana understands the modalities of how they work, and then maybe they give them a license.
Okay.
So basically, that's what I have. That's how I can summarize the law.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to understand is, does it also concern the mobile money, the transactions with Western Union and all those money transfer agencies?
Yes and no, but yes, because they are payment systems too.
Okay.
Because even the law provides for when you can, how a foreign entity can get a license. Western Union, yes, can, But I don't think they'll be under any pressure to.
Okay.
Because the practical realities are that even right now, people have got the licenses to operate a payment system. The ones we know. In the mobile money area are two. Now, when you go to the remittance area, the remittances, I think there's a law for the remittances.
Okay.
And you could argue that maybe Western Union could fall in that category.
Of that particular
law. Remittances. But also they can actually, this space is ever evolving. Payments is an area where there's fast-paced changes, innovation. So you never know. Maybe if you widely stretch the interpretation of the law, you can make the case that they should actually get the license. But in the whole, I don't think so.
Okay.
Because actually, if you look at the law, they make exceptions for what they don't regulate.
Okay.
As part of the payment system, you know something called the RTGS system. Bank of Uganda. That is an interbank way of transferring money, but high net worth kind of transactions. But also clients can get that service. But it is primarily for interbank. And so you find that they state it clearly, they don't regulate RTGS. They don't regulate something called, when you're buying securities, the Securities Exchange, there's that payment system used. It's called the summary. You have RTGS, and then you have the SCD account, the SCD, Securities Collateral Depository. That, because when you're going to buy securities or treasury bonds, but BOU or through your bank, or if you're going to buy shares in Uganda Securities Exchange, you need to open up an SCD account. So they don't regulate that. The payment systems they don't regulate are stipulated in the law. So they don't regulate the RTGS, they don't regulate, because those have their law already.
Okay. So I would want to understand, is it true that people's mobile money will be remitted to the consolidated fund if their accounts are redundant?
Yes.
In a period of time. Is it a period of time
it's a period. It is actually true that your money will be remitted. Everyone's money that is watching will be remitted to the consolidated fund. But these are the timelines.
Okay.
Now, if you have anyone who has a bank account knows that there are timelines within which your account can be rendered redundant. Now, for the payment systems, for mobile money, let me actually narrow down the discussion to mobile money. But even payment systems in general, but mobile money, we shall go into the fintechs and others later. If you don't have any transaction in a period of 9 months, then your service provider or MTN, Airtel, is supposed to send you a notification that you have not had any transaction within this period. You are now clocking 8 months. Actually, they're supposed to give that notification 1 month to the 9 month.
When your mobile money is not active.
When you have not done anything, even when you have 7 million there.
Okay.
If there's no sign of you having done a transaction in 9 months.
Even when the money is already on the front.
Yes. Your account will be rendered redundant, and then the mobile money company or payment system, but let me focus on the mobile money companies. And I'll explain why they are companies, because MTN as a company is not operating mobile money, it's called a subsidiary, but we shall go into that.
Okay.
Let me explain the redundancies and how they can remit the money to the consolidated fund. Now, when you are in 9 months, no transaction, the payment service provider or payment service operator will have to send you a notification on the 8th month. If nothing happens, then they will have to send you another one on the 9th month. If nothing happens, then your money, after those 9 months, will be remitted to first Bank of Uganda before it goes to the consolidated fund. Now, between that time and 7 years' time, if you do not claim your money in 7 years, it will be remitted to the consolidated fund. And under the law, once money goes there,
it is no longer money.
You cannot enforce a judgment to get money from the consolidated fund.
So that means it's no longer into
it's literally gone. That's the sad reality. Kenya has a different framework. Kenya, they have something called unclaimed monies something company, which they created. So once your money, because Kenya has had this law since 2011.
Okay.
Now, for them, once your money is not claimed for a long period, like even 7 years, they'll just take it to that, and maybe you can claim it at some point. But now we have a limitation of 7 years, so your money will be taken and remitted to the consolidated fund. And under our law, I don't know really how you're going to get a court judgment to get monies that even belong to you from the consolidated fund. And even then, that's under the law, you have something called limitation period. So that money is literally gone. Maybe you can claim that money between the time it's been, before it goes to consolidated fund, between the time your account is redundant and the payment service operator or the mobile money company is requested to take that money to Bank of Uganda, some account somewhere in Bank of Uganda. Within that time, you can claim. Beyond the 7 years, and the civil society and the noisemakers in this market kind of say this is unfair, I don't think it's going to change.
Now, what I really want to understand is, in most cases, I think if someone has money onto their account, that means if you don't, because one of the reasons is why people are actually not getting into, why most of the public out there are not quite aware of the situation is, most people feel it is safer to keep money onto your account. Because at least the only chance you have to actually receive, to have charges on board is when you're transacting or you're maybe depositing or sending to someone. So if you keep it for some time, it is safer, if I'm to put it in that way, if you're going to keep your SIM card safe. But when it comes to a 9 month of someone saying now your account will be referred to as
redundant.
Dormant. How about if you're not even having any transaction? It is the same thing, right? If literally, maybe you have no deposit, no withdrawal.
Nothing. If you're not paying any utilities, if it's literally, if there's no activity. And that's the problem with this law. One, I feel the public, as they have not created enough awareness, and I blame the central bank, because there's a new directorate and department for payment systems directorate.
Okay.
I thought they would invest enough time in advertising and creating awareness of customer rights and consumer protection in the newspapers, in the media, but largely the discussion is not in the public domain as much. Okay, yes, you can argue there's a semblance. Last 4 days ago, they had a discussion, but it was confined to a very small group of people who can actually attend these conferences. It wasn't even televised widely. You watched it on TV.
Because that is the only bigger problem now, is that people don't really know what is happening.
People don't know. And before you know it, so much money is going to be remitted to the consulate. Okay, it might not get that extreme, but at least people won't even know the complete mechanism within which to just retrieve your money from the central bank. And the telecom companies that got the license, and let me explain why the telecom companies. Under the law, MTN and existing mobile money companies were given 6 months, within 6 months of the passing of the law, to create a subsidiary company which will handle the business of mobile money payments. Right now you have Airtel Commerce handling mobile money. Airtel, the company, that's not its core operation. It's just a holding company. MTN, the company, is just a holding company. But it's spinned off or spun off, if that's the right tense I can use. It's created a subsidiary company where it has shares, and other people also have shares, but it is under the Airtel company. Now the question will arise, and what people don't know is, if you have a mobile money incident, do you go to
MTN,
the telecommunication, which is regulated by UCC, or you go to Airtel Commerce? Of course, now the complaint mechanism, now this again creates awareness. Now you may go to Airtel, and Airtel, of course, as a holding company, they will direct you to their subsidiary Airtel Commerce. But by that time, maybe you have lost a lot of time, maybe you have incurred unnecessary expenses because you do not know. And then maybe the liability of losing your money is not on the company, but on its subsidiary. So all these issues are not in the public domain, and yet how many mobile money subscribers do we have? Around 23 million? I think the number is even
a number. Yeah. Quite many. And what I want to look at is most of the I still want to understand when mainly some of the issues as to why this particular act was put into play is because the government was looking at, there were a number of dormant mobile money accounts that were already operating, and according to that, I think that is why it had to come into play. Is it fair though?
That's a very hard question. The law is new, but I will say yes and no. You say the law doesn't regulate mobile money alone. The law intends to regulate payments, but it makes the mistake of assuming that all payments, wallets, all systems operate like mobile money. It is unfair to take startups that are trying to create apps to transfer value.
Okay,
to that extent.
Okay.
The arguments have been made that it's going to promote innovation. I don't think so. When it comes to mobile money and the users and the rights they have under the law that they don't even know of, you could argue that it has brought some order to chaos.
Order to chaos. There's a lot of chaos and then we have some order.
Yeah, some
Are we organizing something? Is it what you're trying to mean?
Yeah, in that extent, to some extent, yes. To the mobile money customers, to the payment systems customers, especially mobile money, they have brought some semblance of order to chaos. The problem is, in the line of business and innovation, very many bureaucrats in the Central Bank and Uganda Bankers Association have been pivoting that, this is going to promote innovation, and that is a sad reality. It's not. You see, if you look at the history of innovation, because I think I've been in this field for some time, innovation is not nurtured by you having the most stringent laws you have in place. No, you don't overregulate your way into innovation. That's the mistake they make. For instance, now the capital requirements required for you to be, for just a normal startup to get into the business, they have surrendered the payment system generally to outsiders. It's going to be very hard for a tech startup in this market, local entrepreneurs, without any foreign assistance or even raising venture capital from outside world, to actually operate payment system, or for matter operate under the law. They might argue, yes, there is a regulatory sandbox, but the criteria of getting to the regulatory sandbox implies that, and this is the implication, that whatever you're going to do is a very unique innovation and it is not covered for in the law. Now, for you to make that case, it's not that easy. But the bureaucrats, because for them, they have not been in this space, they're arguing, innovation. And the other last problem I see, is that Uganda Bankers Association is hijacking the entire process. One, I think they got threatened by the mobile money revolution and the new payment system. And like I told you, it's an ongoing revolution.
Because it's clearly killing it off.
But now, you can't, I don't think they're independent of each other, because the law actually states that if your mobile money company, Airtel Commerce, you're supposed to operate a trust account or a special account without a bank.
Okay.
So there is a fusion in between. So they're in a kind of partnership now under the law. They're not entirely distinct.
All right. I want to take you back a little bit. You did mention of how this is greatly affecting the people in the fintech sector.
Yes.
And how is it affecting them that way? Because we are looking at them as people already looking into tapping into the digital space and clearly using e-commerce as their own way to run their businesses. I want to understand, how is it affecting them?
This is how it's affecting them, even without the law. If you're going to send money across Africa, transfer value in any other country, you would lose 30% of the money of that value, even without the law.
30%?
Of that value of the money you send in this continent. If you're going to send money to Nigeria, if you're going to send money to Kenya, you lose 30% of the value. I don't know how the law has remedied that. In fact, they made it even worse by creating a bureaucratic, cumbersome procedure, which is not bad, but if it is too bureaucratic, but let me get to this point. How is it affecting them? One, for you to be a fintech now and enter into the payment system, one, you're being outcompeted by the big players. The capital requirements are so high.
More so in this competitive world.
They're so high. Number two, I am not trying to say they don't regulate the fintech space. Yes, they should. The regulation is very important. You should not over-regulate it though, because you kill the essence of it.
Okay.
That's why. If you look at, for you to qualify to be in the payments, to get a payment system license, or even to go in the sandbox, there's certain governance requirements. You need around 2 years of financial accounts audited. 2 years. That could be another hindrance. Why wouldn't they make it? Why don't they make it at least a year to processing of the license or to expressing interest? But it's 2 years. You have to keep books of account. I've talked about the capital requirements, and also liquidity requirements, which are not bad things. But I can tell you, Facebook did not rise out of an over-regulated environment. Look at all the innovations that have come out of this world. They did not rise out. You see, the bureaucrats are supposed to safeguard and make something sustainable. They do not create innovation. That's the problem. So the Bank of Uganda is supposed to make a fine line, or is supposed to reconcile their need to regulate the industry, the space and the ecosystem, and then to also the need to create innovation. So they need to balance the two. But you could not over-regulate and create better governance and what under the expense, because what we are going to see right now in the not so distant future is even the ones that were already here were exiting. We are doing mergers and acquisitions with Kenyan startups, because the Kenyan ecosystem at least is much bigger than ours here. So what you saw in the space between the passing of the law and now is that very many, because of the stringent requirements, are actually who cannot raise venture capital or outside financing, because that's what tech startups normally use to finance the operations. They have done an exit, what you would call a merger or an acquisition with another company in Kenya. Because maybe they thought if we partner with this guy, maybe in the long term we shall get into this system, this space. So that is exactly what I can see the challenge is. So you also need government. It's not just a matter of them sitting back and creating regulations and saying, come and get a license. Okay. We have to create an enabling environment too.
All right. And I'm here with, is it right to say council? Oh, because normally I see every student is referring themselves to council. So I do have Council Louise, Chizito Louise here in studio with me. We're into a discussion of knowing the future of mobile money in Uganda, and of which we're analyzing the National Payment Systems Act of 2020, and mainly looking into the mobile money sector, because it also regulates the mobile money, and that is where our main discussion is. Let's take a short break and we return with more. I want to discuss one about the future of people who have actually lost their loved ones, and their loved ones have mobile money on their accounts, because those are some of the things that we want to discuss about, where people are claiming that their deceased have a lot of money onto their accounts. And we're also talking about mobile money accounts that hold a number of over 17 million Ugandan shillings still there, and being referred to as redundant, have already been rendered redundant accounts. So we want to discuss the future and how do people get the money back, maybe the money from the accounts of their deceased. Yes, these are some of the things that we're going to discuss immediately after the break. I still have Council Chizito Louise, and clearly he's going to give us his view on that regard, and how far can the government or even the policymakers behind this can take action in regards to the Mobile Money Act. Keep it SMB.
Smart 24, driving business. 24, driving business.
All right, we're still with our main discussion in regards to the future of mobile money users in Uganda, or the future of mobile money as a whole block as it is. We're on to the new Payment Systems Act, the new National Systems Payment Act of 2020, that is also regulating mobile money. Among which factors we want to understand what does it mean for an account to be redundant, and why is it rendered redundant? What can you do to actually regain your account, and among others? Those are some of the things that we're still discussing. And with me here, I still have Council Chizito Louise, and we're still going on with the conversation. Now, first, Council, let's first go back to the 9 month. I want to understand, after the 9 month of the account being redundant, what should the person do? What are those things that this person has to do if at all your account is redundant? If I told you, now after 9 months, it is redundant, you want to go back and follow up, what are the first things you have to have in mind before you go?
But first of all, before you even reach that level of going to the central bank, under the law, the mobile money companies are supposed to notify you that your account is going to be rendered redundant. ABC, do ABC and D, or come to our offices or do ABC and D. That is a month, on the 8th month of the 9 month. When that is done, and then before they deactivate or render your account redundant, they are also supposed to give another notification. Now, we're in between. As you get all those messages, you have to now interface with the company. But in the event that maybe you went to the US, you are doing a 9 month course, and in those 9 months maybe you left some money here, and you didn't see any of those notifications, then there you can actually, if the money has been remitted to the central bank, now that's where the technicalities are. Even the people in the practice are still waiting for those regulations to come out, because now there is no clear procedure on how you will get that money, but there's a general procedure you can follow. Okay. You can write to the Payment Systems Department of the Bank of Uganda. You can do it yourself, or if you feel you're going to meet people who are going to be stubborn, then you can maybe seek the intervention of legal counsel to find out how to notify these people, how to claim your money, because it's claimable.
Okay.
And then basically that's what you can do. But when you read the regulations, that is why now there's some gray area.
No.
They don't even elucidate so much on it. So it's just prudent practice. What would you do in the event that they have taken your money to the central bank?
Okay. Now let's imagine I have 3 million. I had my 3 million and I left the country, maybe, and I didn't receive the notifications like you said. And I return when I really need to use this money. In my imagination, I thought if I go to, let me say, customer service centers of these telecommunication companies, it would do me help. Is it the right way to do things?
Yes, you could go there, because at the end of the day, those customer agents will again double as the agents of that so-called subsidiary that was created. So yeah, you can go there, but it again will depend on your circumstances. There are some things that may be out of their control that they may not handle. Because again, there are mobile money agents regulations. There is what they can do, what they cannot do. So if their principal has terminated your account, then the agent who's operating on the direction of the principal may not do much. So again, they redirect you to maybe the headquarters somewhere around Kampala here, and then you reconcile and rectify the issue. So the agent, it will depend on what your circumstances are. But maybe even a phone call directly to the customer care agents could help. But I think at some point you may need to go there. It will depend. And this is on a case-by-case basis. There is no magic bullet. So it depends on your circumstances at the time. At some point, yes, you can go to the agent. At some point, no. But it depends on the seriousness of the issue. Exactly.
Okay, now I didn't get the figures right at the beginning as we were heading into the break in regards to the money that was according to the reports that the dormant mobile money accounts are holding in excess of over 17 billion. Yes, and I said 17 million. Rather, it is 17 billion Ugandan shillings. Is that money still there?
It should be. It should be. At least it should be. I don't know whether it is there, but at least their financial records indicate that that money is there. Should be there.
Because with the cases I know of Uganda, we may think the money is there, but it is already in circulation. And when the telecommunications companies obviously know, maybe people will not be able to win these cases and get back this money.
That's a very complicated comment for me to respond to. But under this country has its challenges. We have governance challenges, we have an uninformed consumer base. So the challenge is your money possibly could be there or could not be there. But at least given the declaration that Bank of Uganda made ever since the law came in 2000, now mobile money is under their ambit. They said the 17 billion is there. It's not supposed to be in circulation, at least beyond the 7 years.
Okay.
Because they're supposed to keep it somewhere waiting for its owner to claim it until the expiry of the 7 years. Then it can go to wherever it has to go to. But of course, given the institutional weaknesses, you will find that people do not heed what the law says, so you could find the contrary. But at least their official records indicate that the money is there. Okay. That's good enough.
Now, what I also want to understand is, did this law also apply with AfriCell?
Yes, it should, but AfriCell did not get the license.
It didn't get, because that is where I was going to ask. Now we are seeing it is exiting the Ugandan market. What is the future of people who have their money with AfriCell in that aspect? Okay, anyhow, how about if...
but even, maybe I make a point. The insolvency, the winding up of the payment systems business is again regulated by the Bank of Uganda. The same way the central bank will appoint a statutory manager or a receiver of a bank is the same way it will do for a payment system. So it's not going to go and resolve all, wind up the operations of Airtel Money in the event that the worst comes to the worst. They will go for Airtel Commerce Limited.
Oh, so now let's first talk about death rate. Let's talk about the dead, now the deceased people's accounts. In a period of 7 years, I would suggest if someone dies this year, this particular person is not going to actually go and appeal for the money. They will not go and seek for their money that is on their account. But if a family member is going back to actually go and access the deceased's money, what are the chances and what are the possibilities that this person is going to receive the money? Because I only believe that if the money does not belong to you, there's some high chances that you're not going to receive that money. But then some people do claim and say the deceased had the money and he's the breadwinner of the house and we clearly need that money. So how do people get back this money? Because it is actually becoming a problem to access money of the deceased. It is more problematic than even when you're still alive as a person.
That's true. Section 54 of the National Payment Systems Act speaks of a legal representative of the deceased. They use legal representative can claim the money. They have not given, and that's again why the regulations are lax and they are not so clear. The regulations don't go into how, but under the general legal practice there is a methodology. If they speak of a legal representative, then two things have to happen. One, that person should know how to handle the deceased estate. For instance, he should be in position to have acquired letters of administration if the deceased is known to leave a will, or he should have if the deceased left a will, then he should have acquired probate. Now, what you do, the procedure for getting letters of administration is just a long one. I won't go into it, but you process them because they're ordered by courts, but the process is initiated at the COW down there, the district, which is coordinated on behalf of the Administrator General. So you go through the process. Once the person who is supposed to represent the deceased and manage the estate gets either probate or letters of administration, then takes them to Bank of Uganda and claims the money. That's understood. But now all those details are not in the law. That is, the law only speaks of the legal representative of the deceased under Section 54.
And in this regard is the lawyer of the deceased. Or
The lawyer, no.
That,
It has to be legal representative. That's why I tell you why the regulations are quite silent, and that's why they have to do more thinking on these issues, because these issues they are very common. But because the law says legal representative, a legal representative for us in law, we assume it is two of the deceased person is two in two circumstances. He has died, he has left a will, and he has left you as an executor, and you have probate, executor of his will, and then you have got probate from the administrator general or from court. Sorry. Then, if you're not left a will, the family has gone through a process of conducted meetings and they have appointed an administrator. So in this event, the legal representative may be two people. The executor has to, according to the will that was left by the deceased, who has probate letters, or a person who has probate that was left as an executor or an administrator, but has been given the mandate and the authority to manage the estate of the deceased. And that person is normally a trustee. Under the law, is a trustee. Doesn't own the property, but is a trustee. So he's supposed to carry it in accordance with the wishes of the beneficiaries and in the interest of the deceased. So the law speaks of a legal representative. The National Payment Systems Act and the regulations by themselves have not gone into the detail of how the deceased person can get. The law only speaks of legal representative. Okay. It was the duty of the central bank and the Payment Systems Directorate in the central bank to go and make regulations to enable that further. But even the regulations will not differ so much from what is normally done in the event that someone has died and he has obligations or he has property. So you go to get a lawyer, process letters of administration. If there is no will, then that person who has been appointed the administrator of the deceased becomes the legal representative to go to the central bank and claim that money. Now, how the legal representative will claim that money, is not clear in the law.
It's not clear in the law.
It's not, even in the regulations. Now, who do you blame? The central bank. They did not think out this way and they rushed to
They just looked at the bigger picture.
The bigger picture, which the problem arises when the nitty-gritties are not resolved. That's where the problems normally come from. Because yes, you may be a legal representative and you go to the central bank and you claim the money, but there's no process, there's no procedure. There is a procedure for getting you to be recognized as a legal representative in another law, which is under the Succession Act, the deceased law somewhere, which governs the properties of the deceased. But it's another problem. It's another problem when you have that authority and you're a legal representative, and you have to come to the central bank. Would you write a letter? Would you have to go to court to order them to give you that money? But since the law speaks of a legal representative, I don't think there'll be need to go to court. But I feel if the central bank doesn't handle this issue well, it's going to create problems and it's going to create a crisis of confidence in the transactions, especially in regard to the people's money, because already, as we speak, that money has not been easily attainable, even without this law. But now the law, at least, like I said, it brings some semblance of order into chaos. Semblance of order to chaos. Semblance of order to chaos.
Well, allow me to bring you into the mobile banking situations, about the banks and mobile money transactions that take part with the banks. Most people are claiming these transactions actually that they carry out with mobile banking, with the banks that we have, the private banks we have. The charges that are actually being paid are more than what they expect from the banks, because most people choose mobile banking and mobile money transactions to ease life. But surprisingly, life is not being eased and they're losing at their expense now. It is them losing out at the end of the day because of the charges that come to it. What is your take on that?
My take to the customers out there is, before you open an account with the bank, now we also have mobile money payment systems, please read something called the key facts document of that account. It normally has the terms and conditions, the charges, the fees, it has all that. Don't just open up an account because I've given you one document, or you'll see some small terms on the sheet below. Those hidden the problem is our central bank is not very proactive with helping customers. So at some point these companies only respect court orders, but it's also not so easy for you to go take a company to court because you failed to understand that in their terms there was A, B, C, and D. Now the advice I will give someone is there's always documentation that you can read. Or if you cannot read, then get someone to interpret it for you. Then he will actually tell you what to do. But it's important that for you to understand the hidden charges in that. And by the way, they're always disclosed. Only the banks are very confident that you have a consumer base that is not really actively reading. So they take advantage of that. And then when you wake up to complain that, oh, these hidden charges, you tell me, it's like, did you read this? So take your time when you're opening up an account. Because in this country, you're on your own. No one is looking out for your interests, not even the regulator so much. The regulator will only come in if it's the issue has taken widespread media attention, which is not so easy.
Because you even have to pay for the media attention.
Yes, so
anyone who will have to help you out.
Exactly. So in this country, you're on your own. Look out for yourself, get friends who understand some of these things, and they help you read the key facts document of that account. There are very many hidden charges in our accounts which are there on paper, but the banks do not want to aggressively come out. Now, the same issue with mobile money. You wonder, their rights under Section 17 of the law, of the do's and don'ts. For instance, the bank is supposed to keep something called a trust account or a special account in different banks. It's supposed to correspond to the amount of digital float or the amount of money, that electronic money they have issued to their customers. That same money that is in digital representation is supposed to be represented in physical cash in a bank somewhere. But the law says that once that money in the bank generates some interest, it's supposed to be used for the benefit of the customers. Do we even know that?
A few.
No. Even the few you talk of are very few. They don't even make 1%.
Or maybe the ones that are in the policies.
Yeah, those are the ones, people like me whose job it is to look out for these things. And even not very many lawyers know, because it's a new, the law is an evolving space. So not even very many lawyers in practice know these details. There are even few, even the lawyers that know will call a friend and say, oh, can you guide me on ABC, and they have a client with this issue. So it's a new law. Like I have said, the payment system space is ever evolving. Some brief history. Gold was money. For 5,000 years, gold was money. And all paper in circulation was representing the gold somewhere in a bank. So just know that the papers that were in circulation were representing gold somewhere, but the real money was gold. So these were just IOUs. Along the way that changes, and now from the paper, you have now numbers appearing in ones and zeros, representing an equivalent of paper money somewhere.
To represent the current.
In the near future, you have now decentralized finance, blockchain. Now, it doesn't depend on financial intermediaries like banks. It doesn't. XRP is a payment system, but it also relies so much on the decentralized platform of blockchain. Now, money has evolved. In a period of 70 years, you have seen evolution that is unparalleled in the history of the humanity. And we're not so sure if these financial intermediaries like banks will retain their monopoly, or even these mobile money companies the way they are. Because now the trend is the money that is people of late that are transacting in the decentralized finance, Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, that's a decentralized system. It doesn't depend on if a bank somewhere do a payment. And under the law, if you put your money in a bank as a deposit, it becomes property of the bank, and it is a liability of the bank has to pay you. In other words, it's like a loan you have given the bank. That is how the law interprets your deposit. Under decentralized finance, that is not the concept. The money is there. It does not belong to anyone. It's just there. It's not a liability. It's not an asset. It's there. So but the law doesn't regulate those details of decentralized finance. It doesn't. But I'm trying to show you how money is evolving, and money wasn't always issued. And the problem we have in Africa is that since we have very many currencies that are not centralized in nature. For instance, the EU has the euro.
And it's helping out in the European market.
Exactly. In Africa, we have very many currencies that don't even have so much value in the world market. This is the danger. Companies like Facebook are also becoming increasing players in the payment space. You have something called Calibra or Libra. Amazon already has a payment system in Mexico.
Sure.
Now, the danger with us not coming together, even as the East African community, and we bring back what we had as the shilling before 1971, before the community collapsed, is that with all these currencies, it's going to become very easy, because now issuing money is not a reserve of nation states. It's going to be very easy for Facebook to come into this market, and like I have told you, 30% of you lose 30% of your value transacting over this continent. Companies like MTN will tell you that, because they operate in jurisdictions that very many, so they never transacting money, they see the problem, the value they lose. Now, if Facebook comes up with a good proposition that, you know what, we have this platform, no charges, nothing. They will actually take your currencies out of the market. They will take your Uganda shilling, they will take your rands. So they will become the de facto currency. Now that is if we do not think widely and we do not think beyond our noses, and we think that because the Uganda shilling, we want our sovereignty, you could end up using your sovereignty to a private entity.
So do you want to say that is the same reason as to why most companies prefer using dollars than Ugandan shilling?
Of course, but remember they prefer dollars, but they have to change the dollar. They have to change the shillings to the dollars. Remember, you buy mobile money in Uganda shillings. You buy airtime in Uganda shillings. You buy airtime in Kenya shillings, Tanzania shillings, in the French, the franc thing of the West Africa, the rand. So all those resources have to be transacted to the dollar and then remitted somewhere. Now there is a problem with that. Of course, they prefer using the dollar, but what Africans should do is, how can we create a payment system space? Now, these discussions are supposed to be at the level of COMESA, at ECOWAS. Yeah? Now, ECOWAS is coming up with something called the ECO, but still, the argument I'm trying to raise up is we are seeing an increasing number of private players that are taking advantage of the over-regulated space that is not becoming so efficient, and they will promise you that there will be heaven on earth if you actually use our system. What do you do as the country, as the government in that area? You have to do something called forward-thinking approach of regulating the space, because it's going to change.
No, but I think, I thought the Bank of Uganda is really regulating.
They are regulating it as bureaucrats that have a colonial education, I'm sorry to say.
Don't know that now you have to regulate because it is the way.
Of course, regulation is not a bad idea. We should have regulation, and I told you this regulation has brought some order to chaos. Because there was chaos, now there is order. A semblance of it.
So things are moving.
The problem arises with your local players. Are they in position to make a breakthrough under the regulatory frameworks that you have created? If not, then the job is not satisfactory. That is the argument. But on the whole, I gather and I think that it was a good move. Payments had to be regulated, especially mobile money, because now like we had gaps of how do you claim the deceased's money, even consumer protection, because there was, actually if I had time to go into the details of the law, I would show you how the law creates consumer protection on the part of the companies to be more responsible. For instance, you cannot just swap airtime for and sell it as mobile electronic money issuer.
Definitely, that is the other issue I wanted to discuss about how people can swap the money sometimes in airtime form.
No, you can buy using your electronic money, but that airtime should not be accounted for as an equivalent of electronic money you have issued. You shouldn't. But of course, we have a duopoly. We only have two companies that are in the that have got the license from Bank of Uganda. There are two licenses: Payment Systems Operator, Payment Systems Processor, PSP, PSO. There are two: Airtel Commerce and MTN Limited Money, something like that. Those two have the license. We have a company, MS Wave, in the regulatory sandbox. They're in the sandbox. It's supposed to be there for around 6 months. But you have very many fintechs that would have gone into the sandbox, but they couldn't. Yes, they argue that you don't need so much money to get into the sandbox, but the criteria for you to demonstrate that this is a unique innovation that is not covered before in the law is not easy. So you have to go back and compete with MTN that has 10 billion in capital requirements, 5 billion, then 1 billion. There are tiers. Then also payment as aggregators, Pegasus. They're also supposed to be regulated by this because Pegasus is an aggregator of mobile money. So they also are supposed to be regulated as such. The insolvency of how a company, payment systems company like Mobile Money Commerce, Airtel Commerce can leave the economy are also in the law. The Bank of Uganda can appoint. And then one thing I also find unfair for us in the fintech world, and I'm not going to mention the company, there's one company that came into this market by pledging its license it acquired from UCC 20 years ago. Under the new law, you're not going to get money by pledging your license as a fintech. No. A license under the law is something that you can pledge to a money lender to give you money because it's valuable. Well, there's a company that came here 20 years ago and they don't have money to commence operations. What did it do? It went to the secondary loan market
and got the license.
Got a syndicated loan, pledged the license to the money lenders in London, not money lenders but the financial institutions. Then got the money. Within 2 years,
push with the business.
Exactly. Under this new law, you cannot pledge that license even to raise financing. It's not transferable.
All right. Kakati gwenno abadde atugoberera tubadde twogera ku nsonga ya mobile money nga tusinzira ku national Payment Systems Act ya 2020 eno nga regulating ne mobile money tubadde tuyogera ku nsonga ezimu obadde okimanyi nti woba operating a mobile money account nemala emyezi 9 nga toyinaamu transaction zonna zokoze egenda bagenda gitwalanga bagenda oba nkyogere nti bagenda gicancelling bajaleseka mu Luganda
bajja bagisazaamu
bajja gisazaamu okumala akabanga then bakuwa ne time frame ya myaka 7 okulaba ng'ogoberera ku nsonga eyo oba olinako ssente zo ng'oyagala zijjako ebbanga eryo lyonna bwe liggwako nga tolina ziclaiminga nga tolina ndowooza bikwogerako bimala nti zizo ziba zigenze mu period ey'emyaka 7 kyendowooza myaka 7 era kiba kikuyambyeko okuba nga ozijjeeyo oba nga olemeddeko nnyo oba nga ozeetaaga ate we ziba nga ssente zizo. And at this particular moment, I did have Mr. Louis Chizito. I will have more conversations with him off air, but Smart Means Business ends here, and we shall continue the other day coming up. And of course, coming up on Smart 24 TV, we have Yugi Tukole with Fred Makubia. So keep it, Smart 24 TV. I'm Joram Paul Sonko.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Nze ndi business woman. Yes, ndi producer nkola ebintu ebyenjawulo. Nyina products ez'enjawulo eziweranga 16. Tugenda kola liquid soap. Kati woba ogenda kola liquid soap, first of all olina okubeera ne requirements ezeetaagisa n'ebipimo eby'ebintu ebyenjawulo by'ogenda okukozesa. Soka n'obigula n'okola measurements bulungi nga wozeetaaga, then n'olyoka otandika process ey'okugikola. Kati ekisooka weetaaga bucket 2. Bucket 2 eno bucket ng'eno egendamu ebidomola 2 ebya sabbuuni eby'amazzi. Amazzi ge gakola sabbuuni. Amazzi gy'okoma oteekamu amazzi amangi ne sabbuuni omungi n'ebirungo n'obibalansinga. Kati tugenda kukola ebidomola 2 ebya liquid soap ebya sabbuuni. Kati tutandise n'amazzi, muno mulimu amazzi ga bidomola 2. Kati omala oteeka amazzi go bulungi n'ofuna ne bucket endala ng'eri empty. Kati na bucket endala yagenda okuteekebwamu ebirungo ebyenjawulo. Ngera sooka mbalaga ebirungo bye tukozesa, then tutandike. Kati woba okola liquid soap, weetaaga ekirungo kino bakiyita ungal. Njabalagirira gye babitunda enebeera chemicals, zibeera chemicals ez'enjawulo ze tutabula, bagiyita wongala. Wabaawo eno bagiyita sulfonic acid, abeera acid. Acid zirimu ebika bingi naye tukozesa eno. Kati ne tubeera n'eno, ono abeera urea, bamuyita urea abalansinga sabbuuni natakwokya natayokya ngalo. omala okufuna omunnyo ogwo ng'oteekamu ngalo wano gwe nabagambye mu kusooka. Bale gloves wonga luyenga yetayokya naye process gye yeeyongera oteekamu zi acids ziba zookya kati kiba kirungi no protecting engalo zo. Nenyambala gloves kati tuteekemu ngalo wano. Ewunga kilo 2 kati oteekamu kilo 2 ez'omunnyo olina okubalansinga na bino n'oteekamu era kilo 2. Kati ngenda kukozesa gino emirawo nga mixer. Kale okola sabbuuni methods nnyingi ziweranga ne 10 naye kale ofunayo esinga okwanguyira ne efulumya product nga nnungi. Kati bino mbitabula paka omunnyo guno ogw'emixinga n'ewunga ne bifuuka ekintu kimu. Kanfune yannyambako then ntabule na bino. Kati agenda kugira atabula bino nga we mixinga amazzi gano. Kati mu mazzi muno tugenda okubalansingira acids. Tugenda soka gye twagambye sulfonic acid ebeera ya brown bweti. Si kirungi n'ogikwasaamu ngalo kuba eri sensitive ku ngalo eyokya, so oyambala gloves oba ogenda dealinga nayo. Kati mugundi mu kilo ziri 2 ez'omunnyo n'ezawunga tugenda teekamu half ya sulfonic etugenda okukozesa. Kati engeri omulawo guno buli watabula gukola friction wansi. Kiba kirungi oba otabula noteekayo akaveera wansi kireke ku damaginga gundi bucket gy'okozesa ne product yennyini ereke kuvaayo ng'erimu obutundutundu bwa bucket obumenyesemenyese. Kati ngera teekayo kaveera nkendeeze friction y'okutabula. Kati otabula paka eno brown liquid ene ya sulfonic. Wemixingira ddala n'amazzi. Womixinga nga wakateekamu bw'oti ekola ebitundutundu particles. So olina okumixinga paka particles ezo we ziggwamu. Kino kisobola otwala eddakiika nga 3 oba 4. Nga ngenda obbalaga. Kati oyiwamu katini nga wootabula. Engeri gyayokya olaba omuyiwamu akola white. Kati kamixingiremu mbalage litmus paper engeri gye ngenda obbalansinga mbireka kwokya ngalo. Bw'otamubalansinga sabbuuni aba asiiwula engalo ng'ate ayokya. Kati kiri very important n'omubalansinga n'abanga mulungi nga ta affectinga muntu amukozesa. litmus paper eba etunula bweti. Litmus paper za bika bingi naye nze ngenda kozesa etunula bweti kabeera katono. Ate ekirala eri sensitive to water kasita ogiteeka mu mazzi bweti eba efudde batakyakola, so kiri very important nga tonagikozesa nosooka n'ogigira nga ogikwatako nga engalo ziri very dry. Kankozesa buno busampo butono. Ate ekirala kasi ogidipinga mu mazzi engeri gyebanga efiirawo, so osobola ogisalaasalamu mu particles weziti osobola okufuna results ennungi kuba oba olina okutestinga emirundi mingi paka webalansinga nga woojagala. Kati ngenda kuteekamu caustic muno nga wentestinga wano. Kati litmus paper weegira bweti nefuuka blue, omanya waliwo ekingi kyotaddemu. Olina making sure either ku ngalo tewali kiriko ate nga muli byoyiwamu bibalansinga. Kati ngenda kunaaba engalo making sure nti engalo zitukula kuba oliwo okwata ku acid ate n'obikwatako tosobola kufuna results ennungi. Kati olaba litmus paper weba etambula etandikira mu red nga mukwafu nnyo, kisinzira kyotaddemu. Wotandika noono caustic n'oyiwamu mungi nnyo, steps zonna ozimisinga. Kitegeeza oba oteekamu olina osooka ng'oteekamu katini, ogenda oyongeramu katini gy'okoma okuteekamu akatini ne kkala okukyuka. Kati litmus paper woyiwamu nedda ku kkala eno gy'eriko biba bibalansinze. Webibalansinga taba sabbuuni mulungi, kala abatayokya naye nga yeetaagamu ka red akatono. Ka red akatono ke katukuza, oba oyoza katukuza. Kati weegira weefuuka papo kuba kati wenaayiwamu ebingi ennyo kijja ba kizibu okugira. Weefuuka papo kitegeeza sulfonic bye biri bya brown bye twayiyeemu aba mungi. Kati sulfonic waba omungi oba olina okwongeramu caustic, ate caustic waba omungi oyongeramu sulfonic, kwegamba birina okubalansinga ebintu ebibiri, birina okubalansinga. Kitegedde obwekika ekyenjawulo strawberry, rosemary, vanilla kisinziira ku kyoyagala sabbuuni waawunyenga. So ogenda okugula akawoowo osampolinga notestinga ku bwowo bw'enjawulo n'owulira we buwunya akakuunyidde obulungi kogenda nako. Kati nze akawoowo kange kano bakayita stronella. Kati mu kipimo nga kino oteekamu obusaanikira nga 3. Kano akawoowo kabeera strong bulungi nti n'oteekamu akatono kaba kanoga. kaba kawunya bulungi ate nga tossaamu kangi nnyo oteekamu katono ne kanoga. Ate mpozi n'ekirala akawoowo oteekamu akawoowo akangi kasobola okutta sabbuuni wo n'afuuka w'amazzi. Kitegeeza olina oteekamu akawoowo nga kali moderate sabbuuni n'ata. Buli kimu kyakupima kyonna kyo exceedinga kitta final product yo. Olina okukozesa ebipimo nga byebyo n'okola sabbuuni nga mulungi ng'ate mukwafu. Wano sabbuuni aba awedde. Osobola omulekamu eddakiika nga 10 n'omupaakinga mu budomola wa mu bidomola. Kuba kati wano ekyovu kiba kikyakutte naye after some time kitta n'abeera bulungi ng'ali clear sabbuuni.
Lita 5 eya sabbuuni eno ebeera ya ssente mmeka?
Lita 5 ya sabbuuni ebeera ya nusu kasanvu. Kidomola kibeera kya mitwalo 2. Then lita 10 ya gumu 2. Suubuzi oba ogera lita 5 nga we nagambye nti gy'okoma okukola obungi bwa sabbuuni n'amagoba. Bw'okola omutono amagoba gaba matono naye w'okola nga mungi bina engeri gye byebalansinga amagoba ne gavaayo. Kati ng'oba okoze mungi lita 5 osobola okugiryako 1000. Ate oba otundira mu bidomola oba okolera ddala amagoba kiba kirungi n'otagetinga bakasitoma abagulira mu bidomola. Sabbuuni bifo bingi sabbuuni product ya bulijjo ekozesebwa abantu ba bulijjo. Buli nnyumba esobola okukozesa sabbuuni. Ekirala amafamasi gakozesa sabbuuni. Zi shells zikozesa sabbuuni kuba akola mu toilets, public toilets zikozesa. Buli muntu akozesa sabbuuni. Product yange products ezinga zonna ekizijjayo marketing. The more you market the more you sell. Kati nfuba kulaba nti nkola exposure ya product yange esobola okutambula ebifo ebyenjawulo ngitonde. Okukola sabbuuni kintu kyangu nnyo si kizibu kuba ne capital yeetaagisa tewetaaga ssente nnyingi. Oba otandika n'emitwalo nga 10 n'ogula requirements bino ebikozesebwa bucket biki ebyo n'ogulako ne chemicals osobola okutandika n'emitwalo 10 n'okola sabbuuni n'ojjayo ku magoba n'oinvestinga n'ogenda ng'okula chemicals. Muno mu Uganda tulina abatunda chemicals bayitirivu nnyo. Zi companies ezitunda chemicals nnyingi mu industrial area gye ziri n'oba tutuuse mu industrial area mu kibuga mweziri Boost House ejjudde Trade Link wansi yeena mu basement eriyo abatunda chemicals. Kati otambula butambuza ate ekirala kiba kirungi nosooka n'otestingako ab'enjawulo n'olaba ayina gundi chemicals ennungi kuba nazo ziri mu quality. W'ogula chemical nga quality embi products zo final output naye tebeera nnungi. Kati kiba kirungi n'osooka n'okola survey ku different chemicals abazitunda kuba eriyo abazijja China eriyo abazijja mu bifo ebyenjawulo like gye bazi importingira. Yes, kati countries ezenjawulo zikyukamuko kati mu nkola. So kiba kirungi n'okola survey n'olyoka n'otandika n'oproducingira ddala ekintu nga
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Weewaawo ku programu yaffe ey'olwaleero eya UG Tukole ate tukuleetedde ebika bya kofi eby'enjawulo. Yabaaye wali onywedde ku kofi ono era omanyi engeri gy'akolebwamu. Tosubwa nno programu yaffe UG Tukole mu kanyomero kaffe aka Skill Up. Tosubwa.
grind eyo tugisetinga era yo eba efulumya exact grams of coffee because tugisetinga buli lunaku oliwo olina okugisetinga okulaba nti efulumya coffee oyo. Kati Cortado abeera medium coffee. Cortado abeera medium coffee, but that is strong. Because I mean latte, we are going to make latte. So latte, era naye amata gaba mangi. Era coffee, era naye abachi abalight taba strong ate nga Cortado. So if we look at Cortado, coffee aba strong ate amata matono. So nga ate mu latte Australia wano latte coffee abeera single shot, abeera coffee nga mutono n'ate nga mutamaki mangi. So enjawulo eri wakati wa drinks zino, enjawulo ey'amaanyi eri wakati wa drinks zino, latte cappuccino ne Cortado, latte cappuccino ne flat white, enjawulo eri nnyo mu kyovu. Nti customer ajja kusaba ekyovu kya cappuccino aba alina okunywa emirundi ng'ebiri esatu atanatuuka ku mata. So with latte customer anywa emirundi gumu ebiri n'alyoka atuuka ku mata. So with flat white kabeerako ako nga katono nnyo, customer anywa omulundi gumu n'atuuka ku ki n'atuuka ku mata. So we are going to make latte. If we are making coffee, hygiene is the key. Olina okubeera extra clean. Era obanga toli muyonjo ebimu ku bintu ebisobola okukubya mu mulimu guno mweno field, because bakonsideringa nnyo ekintu buyonjo nga kikulu nnyo ngeri gyoba odiringa mu byokulya ebyabakasitoma. Kino kyetukola kiba kya steaming. Steaming kubanga kwe kufumba. Tetwala ddakiika, abula steaming etwala wakati wa seconds 5 ku seconds 10. So kitegeeza omuntu mu ddakiika emu osobola okufumba ebikopo bya caayi ebibiri oba ebisatu bw'oba olina obwangu. Because wano okusteaminga obusteaminza amata kijja kutwalira seconds entono nnyo okuba nti okoze eki. Ekikopo kino nkiwunzika because wano mba nkola ekiyitibwa mixing. Oba osobola okumixinga naye obuzibu obuliwo nti bw'omala okubeera ng'omixinga tosobola kubeera ng'okuba latte art mulungi. Oba kikiyita okuba latte art. Latte art oba olina okubeera nga owunzikawo oti then bw'otandika okuba akamuli kano kasobole okubeera nga kakola ki nga kavaayo. Otherwise obanga tokiwunzise tosobola kubeera ng'okuba latte art akola ki avaayo. Latte art ayambako okubifayinga, ayambako okubitifayinga ekyokunywa kya kasitoma kino baliolyawo n'okusikiriza kozi eriyo bakasitoma abamu abajja okujja nga tayagala kofi naye si muntu wakunywa kofi naye olwokuba nti alabye akamuli kali ne kamusikiriza okujja anywe oba okuba ekifaananyi ateke ku social media then n'ebintu ebirala ngeri eno portafilter yaffe eno bw'oba omaze okubeera nga ojjamu oli kofi bw'oba omaze okukola olina okubeera nga ogirongoosa olina okubeera nga nyonjo ifo nga tonatookamu any other coffee so kakati ekipimo ekirina okugenda mu firuta eno ziba grams 18 grams yeri standard ebeera 18 grams to 20 grams wegenda kitulaga kya mugaso nnyo okuba nti epimibwa kubanga wotapima kofi ono noba nga topimye grams zolina kubeera ngaopima kofi ajja kukyusa enkooma ajja kubeera so bitter and sour so buli wotapima kofi ono either noteekamu oba nti munjofu ku kisibo nasukka ekipimo oba naaba nti mutono nnyo wali kyebayita over extraction ne under extraction so kasita aba nga omususizza nnyo naaba nga nasukka ekikomo nosobola nogenda nomu extractinga ku mashini ajja kuvaayo ngaali bita ajja kubeera nga akaawa so wano tuba nga tukola ekiyitibwa kofi aba yetaaga okubalansinga 18 standard between 18 grams to 20 grams. You don't have to go below 18, you don't have to go beyond 20 grams. So the range should be between 18 and 20. Always heat olive, then mid-tumbling. So kotado tuba tugenda kukola nga kofi mungiko okusinga ngaali extra nga si mutono nga naye twakoze kweri drink yasoose ya cappuccino lwansonga nti abantu abasinga abaagala kotado baagala coffees nga mukannyo atali light okusinga kofi owaki twalabye mu kusooka owa cappuccino so abantu abajja nga baagala specifically kotado baagala kofi testinga kofi nga muzito kotazo kisinzira ekika kya kofi kyabayagala oba yagala latte ajja kugamba njagala latte so you have to olina okuba nga omanyi how to make latte oba yagala cappuccino ajja kugamba njagala cappuccino oba yagala kotado ajja kugamba njagala kotado so nga gwe barista ali mu inside the coffee bar olina okuba nga omanyi nti customer nsabye kino kyenyina okubeera nga nkola kino kyenyina okubeera nga muwa wano kotado tuba tubala 36 seconds one timer then no timinga 36 seconds okuba nti okubeera nga okoze extraction yiga yaddala short So, being that we are going to use the small glass, we don't need to use the bigger pitcher. China no pitcher is big, while we want to use small. So, if you are going to make coffee in a small cup, it's better to use the small pitcher. Because if you use the big pitcher, no take a matanga manji, no maluga steaming, amatago mazo kwerango steaming, no take a sharp. So it's better no kozesa amatagano gonaamalawo aganaagenda muki aganafiitinga mu kikopo olema okuwesitinga amalobo bino byonna tubisomesa abaana because bwogenda n'owesitinga amata at the end of the day bajja genda obalansinga ebitabo bya coffee shop nga inventory tebalansinga mwakozesa amata mangi ate sente sales ntono naye ng'obuzibu buva ku mistakes entono zino nga zitukola olina okubeera king n'okubeera nga so we are going to make potato so if you are making coffee tusininga matagano but it shouldn't go beyond 60 degrees. So this is cortado, coffee with milk, strong coffee with little milk. Abera coffee nga muzito nga muka ebera double shot. So nenga n'amata simanyi neyandezo if we look and compare the milk in this cup for cappuccino and the milk for cortado. Ojala nti gana amata mangi okusinga kino. And remember, much as gana amata coffee coffee mutono ate amata mangi kitegeeza coffee ali a little bit light. So customer you have to test and preference of each and every customer ekikyabaakola ki customer ebiseera ebisinga customer ojja babuuza omuntu akola mu coffee bar omubuuza difference because oyinza okuba nga tolina idea about coffee. So you ask him or her the difference between these drinks. Era ye kenyini nyini abagamba nti cappuccino ali what, cortado ali what, latte ali what, piccolo ali what. So when you go customer, you decide, let me take this depending on this explanation. Nasalawo okubeera nga neejigira mu mulimu guno kubanga kino ekintu actually twatandika dde okusomesa abantu skills ez'enjawulo. Twasomesako abantu reusable sanitary pads, ne tusomesa sabbuuni, ne tusomesa paper products, lotion, shampoo, ebizigo bingi byonna mu hands-on skills training. Naye ekiseera kyatuuka ne ntambulamuko ne ngenda ebweru w'eggwanga. So gye nagenda eyo nali nkolera Braimi gye nayigira omulimu guno era nga nafuna omukisa nti skill eno gye nsomesa abaganda bange bano Bannayuganda bannange nagenda nengisomera mu kibuga Dubai mu coffee shop eyitibwa Cafe Riders. So namala okubeera nga ntendekebwa mu Cafe Riders nengenda Braimi nenkolera coffee shop bagiyita Caffeine Cup. So wenava mu Caffeine Cup contract yange yaggwako baali banyongeza omusaala kuba guno omulimu mulungi nnyo skills gwa mutwe. So after 2 years contract baali banyongeza omusaala naye nze nensalawo okubeera nga nkomawo okubeera nti nyamba bavuuka bannange because nina opportunities nyingi ze nalaba mu Buwarabu. Ekisooka nenyigira mu mirimu gino wammanga nalinga ntandikawo coffee shops empya. Nina coffee shops empya nayambangako Abawarabu because twabeeranga mu coffee shop Abawarabu bajjanga nagamba nange njagala tandikawo coffee shop. So nabayambangako mu mbeera eyo ne batandikawo coffee shops ez'enjawulo n'omugaidinga nti gula machine eno gula kino kola woti n'omugaidinga from A up to Z but Z gyesembera nga coffee shop mumaze gisetinga up. Omugaga kyakubuuza ti njagalayo omwana asobola okukola njagalayo barista asobola okukola mu mweno coffee shop. So babaristas abo nalawo opportunities nyingi nenconnectinga ne bannanga abaali basigadde Uganda nembaleeta nga gye nali nkolera so nagenda olaba kigenda kikula nensalawo ngufuulira eddala omulimu era saawa zino nkola emirimu ebiri. Much as we are training here, tutraininga wano, tutraininga ne Dubai. Dubai tusangibwa ku Mutina street, bagiyita Mutina. So eri abaana bali e Dubai nga bakola obwa kirina, bakola emirimu egitali defined. So abaana abo nga baagala okubeera nga bakyusa emirimu ne baswitchinga okuva mu giri emirimu, bajja ne bafuna training gino mu budde bwabwe buli free. Bamala okubeera nga bafuna training ne bagenda ne bakansolinga ne bagenda ne bajoininga coffee kubanga alimu sente nyingi. So bagiyita local hire, baba hiringa kuva eri ku ground. Naye waliwo kiyitibwa international hire. Ne Uganda tutraininga abaana naye bamala okubeera nga basoma beetaaga emirimu. So when stepping in, abaana bwe bamala okubeera nga mbatraininga ne mbabeera nga mbafunira emirimu ebweru w'eggwanga era ne babeera nga batravelinga ne bagenda ne bakola. Era bangi betututte mu mbeera eyo. Abaana bano garanti eriwo bayita mu makubo amatuufu. Ife nga ffe abatraininga saawa zino tetulina license etwala abantu bweru, nate tulina companies etukolagana nazo mu mbeera eyo nti job offer webezze ng'omuwala bwaweereza job offer erina okubeera backed up by company. So tugenda mu company ezo ne tuzituukirira, tugala tulinawo abaana baffe bafunye emirimu Saudi oba bafunye emirimu oba Qatar oba Kuwait. So company eyo of course waliwo procedure mwolina okuyita baba company babitegeera bulungi. So kubanga bojja emirimu gyabwe nenga era abaana abo at the end of the day bamaliza bakoze eki bagenze abaana kubanga olaba ebintu bino nga tutraininga saa zino ojja kusanga nti tukozesa coffee ono wa bbeeyi, coffee ali roasted kilo ya mitwalo 4 wano e Uganda $3.5 nga ali roasted oyo coffee. Then ojja kwesanga nga tukozesa amata mu kubeera nga tupracticinga. Tujja kwesanga tukozesa amasanyalaze, machine eno eri commercial enywa amasanyalaze mangi. Then n'okubeera facilitation omulala n'okusasula premise n'ebirala. So costs of training ezigenda ku mwana zo ziba nyingi. So abaana tubacharginga wakati w'emitwalo 6 ku 8. Naye sente ezo tetuzisaba mwana ntwagala okubeera nga tusaba sente nyingi, wabula sente ezo zigenda ku material agula ebintu by'abaana oba training costs. Kubanga abaana wantu tetubasomesa bino byokka bye tulabye wano, tubasomeseza drinks eziwerera ddala 25 babuliddeko 3 kubanga ebiseera ebisinga abaana bano gye tubasindika tufuna nnyo coffee shops empya gye tusinga okujja akatale. Era saawa zino waliwo coffee shops 2 zennaakaweereza abaana. So coffee shops zino empya baba beetaaga omuntu ng'ali fully equipped ng'amanyi okukola buli kimu. So era tumakinga sure omwana nga tannava wano amanyi okukola ebintu ebyo byonna. Naye biyiga n'obikola kyetaaga materials, kyetaaga materials okubeera nga abipracticinga n'obipracticinga n'abiddingana paka wabiperfectingamu nti ne waba tuuse mu coffee shop nga yalimu yekka ate nga teyeetaaga muyambi, alina okubeera fully equipped with all the knowledge regarding about coffee. So abaana bano kiba kitwala wakati w'omwezi ogumu ku myezi 2. Naye ngaffe wano tulina enkola ngaffe. Enkola eyaffe because abaana betutraininga wano tutraininga abaana nga bagenda ku travelinga. Tetutraininga mwana agenda nti oba okujjako ng'oli yakyagadde eri abajja wano nga yayagala kukolera Uganda. N'abasinga no betutraininga batravelinga ne bagenda ebweru w'eggwanga. So emphasis kwe tusinga okubeera nga tugiteeka ffe ngaffe abaana bano tubawa time eyo fine kuba mwezi mulamba, but tulekayo allowance ku mwana ono nti omaliriza kale omwezi gwo guwedde naye olina kino kyokyabulamu, tetwagala ogende ate otukole ki otuswaze. So abaana bano tubawayo ka allowance ako, kisinzira buti omwana wakwata ebintu, but omwana naye alina okuba serious. Wabanga mugayaavu oyo ye tumugoba ne tumuta ne tumwesonyiwa, naye wabanga naye alaga okwagala okufaayo nenga ebintu just bikyabula mu bubuzi, tumuyambako okuba nti tumuwa space n'asigala nga practicinga n'agenda, because kyetusinga okwetaaga mu mbeera yonna twagala omuntu ono atuuke eri abagagga bamusiime ate bantuwe ne demand order endala kozi baana bangi betututte mwezi embeera n'osindikayo omwana omu ne bakusabayo abalala babiri omusajja n'akuwa rifaalo n'akuwa ne munne so market tugijja nnyo naye ekikolo ku byonna kuba nti abantu boweereza babasuubiddemu ekyo ekikola kyebali okutandika coffee shop teetaaga nnyo bingi abula yeetaaga ebintu waliwo kiyitibwa capital kubadde abasinga wano ekigambo capital twakikwata bubi naye capital kitegeeza capitance kigambo kya Latin kitegeeza omutwe kitegeeza omutwe guno capital what you know about coffee is your capital omuntu waava ebweru nze we nava ebweru najja ne capital gwe najja naye si wa ssente abula gaali magezi so alina okubeera fully equipped nga amanyi business jazzeemu ya coffee ayinza obutamanya kukola bino but alina okuba nga ali knowledgeable about coffee because tosayingira mu kintu kyotakola kyotamanyi bw'onaakiyingiramu nga tomanyi kiyinza okukusala nga tomanyi where the problem is coming so olina okusooka n'okyenyigiramu n'omanya coffee akola atya alina kukolebwa atya such that newonaaba oleesa omukozi osobola okubaako by'omugayidinga oba okubeera kubaako by'omutereeza gwe nga gwe mukama we kwagwa abavuga business so alina okuba capital oyo okufuna knowledge eyo kyekisooka ekyokubiri n'afuna ne working capital ze ssente ez'okuinvestinga ng'okugula machines zino okupangisa ekifo n'okuteekateeka ekifo kyonna ngaera omuntu wanaaba agenda okubeera ng'akola ekifo machine zino zirimu ebika so kisinziira machine ensi gyeva n'amaanyi gaayo kati machine eno so machine yaffe eno saawa zino tukozesa lasimbali eri mu millions 13 naye ng'eriyo machines eziri mu million 15 million 2 eriyo n'eze million 8 eziri used so omuntu obanga talina bulungi kasente asobola okubeera ng'afuna machine eri used waliwo ze baimportinga okuvanga Italy mu nsi ez'abazungu UK nga ziri oba London used n'endala nga ziri used naye ate nga zikola bulungi so nazo simbi 8 millions to 10 millions omuntu asobola okubeera nga era afuna machine asobola okubeera nga emukolera bulungi bw'oba ne machine eno at least oba okavalizeeko nga 40% oba 50% ku coffee business because machine eno yeringa base ekola coffee zonna wano waliwo picha zino zetulaba kisinzira brand kwa picha zino eriyo abatunda brand naye nga picha osobola ogifuna wakati w'emitwalo 3 ku mitwalo 5 picha emu eno then waliwo ne buno pictures obutono kosobola okufuna wakati w'emitwalo 2 n'emitwalo 2 n'ekitundu eno tampa ya mitwalo 5 then eno machine ejirako zino porta filters grinder eri wakati wa million 3 ku million 3 kitundu grinder eyekuba coffee buno bu machine buno bu weighing scale bwa layisi mutwalo gumu okafuna gumu kitundu 2 okwetegeka but ebiseera ebisinga kasita oba nga ofunye machine eno yesinga okubeera nga nkulu mu kutandika coffee business then ne grinder ebintu bibiri
weewaawo weebala ate nate kubanga otambudde naffe nsuubira olina kyoyize kimu oba bibiri gweno munnange ayagala okuba nga otandika business eno eya coffee osobola ate okuba nga olina kyoyizeemu era ndowooza nsuubira olina wosobola okuba ng'otandikira yeno nno programu yo enganzi UG Tukole amanya nze Naomi Mutumba mubeere bulungi mweraba.
Smart 24, driving business. Smart 24, driving business.
Abalabi baffe aba Smart TV nsanyuse nnyo okubalaba yonna gye musinziira n'okumpuliriza. Amanya nze Mubiru Livingstone, omukugu gwe yakuguka mu birime gwe twandise plant doctor. Tusangibwa mu kitundu ky'e Luweero, district Luweero, ekitundu kiyitibwa W'obulenzi. Olwaleero tuzze wano nga tugenda kutunuulira ekimera kye tuyita kedo, naye kedo ayitibwa hash over kedo. Tuyina kedo ebika bingi era ebika ebyenjawulo, naye leero kino kye tutunuulira kyekika ekya kedo ekyettunzi ekiri ku katale. Akatale kangi mu mawanga ag'ebweru ne mawanga ga wano, kati yensonga lwaki nti tuvuddeyo okusomesa abalimi baffe okwettanira mu kedo ono. Kedo ono nno gwe tugenda okutunuulira wano e Uganda batandise dde okuba nga bakola enteekateeka ez'okuzimba ekyuma ekigenda okuba nga kimukamulamu butto n'okulaba nti ate products esigala bazikolamu ebizigo. Kyemmanyi buli omu ali eyo ng'olya kedo kyesaawa obeere ng'omanyi nti kedo ono gwe twogerako ye kedo ali katale era buli omu gwe yandyetanidde okulima. Kedo yayitibwa hash. Katugenda kuba tubalaga embeera mwe tuyita, emitendera mwonna mwe tuyita okuviira ddala gy'atandikira okutuuka mu nnimiro n'okuva mu nnimiro okutuuka katale yonna gy'abaagi. Kakati omulabi waffe wa Smart TV, kedo ono bwe tumala ofuna ensigo zaffe ezo yonna gye tuzijje ku miti egy'enjawulo, tusooka ne tuzireeta ne tuzinnyika mu ddagala oba ne tuzitreatinga okwewala nti senga ziba zize n'obulwadde obumu. Tulina ebika by'eddagala betusobola okukozesa, tuyinza okugamba kankozese Nodox Super 75 ne tuzinnyika okumala essaawa nga 3. Kati we tuzinnyika tulina obuveera bwaffe nga bwe mugenda okulaba bwe tuba tutaddemu ettaka ne tutuuzaamu ensigo yaffe eyo ne tugibikka era nga bwe tugenda okulaba. Kati we tugibikka tusigala kukifukira bufukirizi kati paka bwesituka neekula, ate bwekula ne tugijja wano eno ne tugitwala mu kitundu ekirala. Ekifo ekirala ekyo we tugikumira nga tugifukirira amazzi, tuyinza oyissaako akadagala akatonotono okugoba obuwuka. Kuba ebintu byaffe tugeza nnyo okulaba nga twewala nga bwe bagamba nti okugema kusinga okuwonya. So ebiseera ebisinga tufuba okulaba nga tugema bugemi tetumulinda amalefu na bulwadde. Kati we tumaliriza okuba nti atuuse ku mutendero gw'okuyunga ne tulyoka tumuteekateeka ne tutumya obwo obuti bwaffe bwe tuyise sayonzi ne tulyoka tumuyunga. Kedo ono we tumala okumuyunga, kati enkola ziri bbiri. Waliwo enkola ey'okuba ng'omuyunze n'omuleka mu kiyumba oba mu greenhouse, ne wabeerawo okumuyunga n'omuleka direct kye twandise sun grafting. Kakati woba omuyunze n'omulekawo kitegeeza osigala kumulabirira, naye ng'okumulabira kwe tutunuulira kumuwa mazzi n'okuba nti waba amezeeko obuwakatirwa obujjako okusobola okulaba nti tebutwala ate nutrients eza sayoni eri gye tuba tutaddeko. Kaakati nebeera nti omuti ogwo tugulabirira paka we gutuuka era tugenda kuba tubalaga emiti gyaffe egituuse okuba nga giri ready okusimbibwa. Kati emitendera gyaffe gye tuyitamu we tuba tusimba hash over kedo ono. Ekirala hash ono alimu ebika. Hash ono alimu ebika bingi ebyenjawulo. Waliwo gwe tuyita fuet hash, waliwo gwe tuyita giant hash, waliwo gwe tuyita golden hash, waliwo gwe tuyita pinkerton hash, waliwo gwe tuyita silver pure hash. Kati ffe wano tuyina silver pure hash era yasinga. Silver yasinga yakyasinze kubika biri byonna ebirala. Naye nga n'ebika ebirala gye biri. Naye ng'era we tuba tugamba abalimi baffe mulina kulima silver pure hash kuba yasinga ku biri ebika ebirala. So kati emitendera gye tuyitamu nga tulima kedo tuteekateeka ennimiro yaffe, naye mu kumutendera ogusooka tusooka kufuna kye twandiise soil samples. Tugenda ne tujjayo ettaka ne tulikebera ne tulaba nti kedo waffe we tugenda okumuteeka ly'ettaka lye yeetaaga. Kedo ono ali sensitive nnyo kwegamba ayina entondo ku ttaka eriri acidic. Twetaaga ettaka eriri 5.7 nga bwe ye soil pH ye twetaaga okuteekako kedo waffe. Era senga omulimi waffe aba ayagala okusimba kedo naye ne tuzula nti ettaka eryo terituukiridde na lyetaagisa, tukola enteekateeka okulifuula okukka wansi oba okulinnyisa pH yalyo okulaba nti lituukira okusuba nti tusobola odisimbako kedo. So kati nga bwe tugenda okuba era tujja batwala mu nnimiro mulabe enteekateeka yonna ennimiro weebeera. Kakati bwe tuba twakatuuka no mu nnimiro nga tumaze okukebera ettaka ne tumanya nti ettaka lyeryo eryetaagisa okusimbako kedo waffe, tutegeera ne tumanya nti kati bwe tumala osima ebinnya byaffe ekinnya tusima fuuti 2 ku 3. Bwe tumala okisima ettaka eriddugavu oba ery'okungulu kye tuyita top soil tuliteeka side yaalyo ne subsoil ettaka erimyufu ne tuliteeka side yaalyo ne tuteekamu ebigimusa byaffe. Oyinza okukozesa kalimbwe w'embuzi oba ebigimusa ebizungu nga DAP ne tuteekako mu kinnya ne tuzaako ettaka ne tuzaako endokwa yaffe ne tugiziika. Kati awe kiba kisigadde tuba tusigadde kulaba nti omuti gwaffe tugufukirira bw'ebeera sizoni nga ya musana. Bw'ebeera nga nkuba tusigala kulabirira tukoola tufuuyirako kubanga atera kutawaanyizibwa nnyo ze twandiyise fungal diseases. Mu Luganda basobola okugamba nti omuti guyina ekikaata oba kedo ayina ekikaata. So bye birwadde ebisinga okumutawaanya ebya fango. Kati ne tusigala tufuuyirako bufuuyizi na kulabira kedo waffe bwakola ki bwakula. Amabanga wane eno tusimba mita 5 ku 5. Guno omuti tuba twagala gugaziwe. Era wali wakati tusalamu gye twandise nga main branch. Tugisalamu guleme kuwanvwa gugaziwe bugazi. Kubanga ebiseera ebisinga kye tusinga okwagala nti kedo we tujja okumukungula tuba tulina kubanga tuyimiridde buyimirizi. Kubanga kedo ono kye nabadde sibagambye nti kedo ono agenda nnyo ebweru wa export era bamupakinga bulungi ne babeera nga bamushipinga omutwala wa bweru. So kyanjawulo nnyo okuba nti ne tuba tumunoga tetumuteekako kuraka yonna oba damage yonna twagala abeere nga mulamu bulungi tusobole okuba nga tumutwala. Ate kedo ekirala yo n'ekirungi kyalina nti kedo ye wanjawulo mugumu like lifespan ye mpanvu mukko omunoga leero tavunda ate tayengera mangu. Kitegeeza nti bw'oba omunoze basobola okumupakinga bulungi ne bamushipinga n'atuuka. Gwe nakyandaba ku Smart TV eka yaffe egendamu emiti 16. Bwe tukozesa amabanga gaffe aga mita 5 ku 5 eka yaffe etulamu emiti 16. Emiti 16 egyo tukubalira nti eka emu omuti season esooka okubanga gukuwadde oluvannyuma lw'emyaka 2 n'ekitundu olubala olusooka tujja manya nti buli kedo oba buli muti guliko bikedo 10. Buli kedo 10 buli kedo abikedo 10 buli kedo tugenda gituna nusu 2 kati bikedo ojja kudira emiti 16 okubiseemu ofuneko bikedo 10 okubiseemu ku 2 ojja kusanga tulina milioni 3.2 mu ekemu. Ate olubala oluddako olwa season ey'okubiri kedo ajja kweyongera kabere mu 2.5. Omuti guno twagubalirira nga guwangala wakati w'emyaka 2 n'emyaka 3.5. Kitegeeza nti gunatuuka myaka 3.5 gujja kunafuwa mu kate tegufa ne gusigala gunafuyemukko nga ate tegukyakuwa hype eri kubanga twagubalanga capacity yaayo maximum gusobola okubala okutuuka ku bikedo 14,000. Nakatona osobola kubanga mulimu abatutuukira nga ayagalayo emiti 5 gya kusimbako mu compound sigama nti wataka dene naye nga twandigambye nti omulimi yenna ayagala commercial kubanga we tutunuulira nti kedo ono era buli n'enteekateeka yonna eriwo kedo ono kyekibala ekiriwo oba yegenda okubeera nga commercial crop egenda okuddako myaka 3-5 ejijja agenda kubanga cash crop gye tulina wano e Uganda kuba ensi ezisinga zo zaatandika dda Uganda ffe tubadde tuluddewo. So kaakati gwe bwe nayina ettaka eryo lyakudibirira oba amataka gamu bagabba lwakuba nti tebagakozesa ettaka liteekeko ekibira ffe olitukwasa tukukolera ekyo kyonna ky'oyagadde ne tukusimbira kedo ne tumulabirira ne tumukwasa ku bbanga w'omwagalidde. Omulimi yenna yali yandaba ku Smart TV nkusaba nti ettaka lyonna lyoyina eriri eyo eritudde kakibeere kisenyi kasatulaba nti amazzi tegatuula tusimba mu kedo n'obeera nti ojja kuba okoze enteekateeka ey'abaana n'abazzukulu nga balya ssente nga tetunakatuusa kugenda ku kitimba waggulu tusooka ne tumanya tukalekera amatabi ameka oba endokwa mmeka kati kabeerako endokwa ez'enjawulo kati kwe kusalawo ne ngamba nti kandekeko endokwa 2 oba 3 oba kale kangambe stocks 3 oba 2 kakati nomanya nti kansaleko ezisigadde kakati we mmanya nti nsalako esigadde ng'olumundu kwata nga ndukwasa direction yalwo n'olulala nga lwambukira ku nkondo era ensonga lwaki olabako emiguwa gino lwaki tusibako emiguwa gino eno nti kasobola okuva wansi kalinye kagende ku katimba kakati we kana amalo tuuka katimba luno omuluguwa tugenda dusalako kubanga twewala nti eno stem egenda kugejja kati senga egejjanga wano wakyali wasibe nutrients zijja bba tezikyayingira ekiriisa kiba tekyasobola kuva wansi kujja waggulu eno yensonga lwaki tuba tulina okukajjako nga kamaze otuuka katimba. Kati omulimi yaffe yenna ndaba ku Smart TV olina okukakasa nti akatunda okasalira akatunda kano wotakasalira ne kasakaatira kyensuubira nti ekigambo ekituufu wekasakaatira ne kabirako ebikoola ebingi tekajja kukola ki tekajja kuwa bibala birungi oba tekajja kubala nnyo kubanga kaba kasakaatidde yensonga lwaki tuba tusazeewo akatunda okubanga tukakongolako ebikoola n'okasalako amatabi. Kati ebiseera ebisinga olina osooka n'omanya ekika ky'akatunda ky'ogenda okulima. Akatunda kano kayitibwa UPF 12 kabala okusinga ku bika ebirala tulina ebika bingi naye kino kyekika kye twanditunuulidde kyetumanyi nti kibala ate kigumira embeera ate tekina nnyo misoso nga obutunda obulala twandibulabye nti kabodde ettaka oba kalwala kana akatunda ko twakalaba nga kasinga ku bunne waabwo okuba nti ketwasalawo okuba nti tusimba. Kakati akatunda kano tusobola okusalawo ne tugamba nti katubeere nga tufunye ensigo entuufu ne twemereza oba sekyo olwo nga tugamba omulimi yenna eyandiyagadde okulima tusobola okufunira endokwa ne tukukoliza endokwa entuufu eyo yennyini ey'akatunda kaneeno oba sekyo ne tugamba nti kati akatunda kaneeno ketugenda okuba nti tusimba ne tugamba nti kati kugambe ofune ensigo ey'akatunda kano n'ogikamula okugiyisa mu mitendera yonna gye tuba tugambye n'ojjamu endokwa eyo. Akatunda kano okutuuka okaleeta mu main garden okuva lwe tukasimbye tujja kukabalira omwezi gumu ne wiiki ng'emu kaba katuuse mu level mwe tukeetaagira nga kalina leaf canopy ennungi osobola nti okutrapinga ekiriisa mu bbanga ne tuba tufuuyidde okuba nti kasobola okuba nti katambula bulungi mu nnimiro. Kakati akatunda kaneeno okwolaba bwe tukasimba tutandikirawo kaliisa tusima ekinnya kyaffe bulungi fuuti 2 ku 2 bwe tumanya kuba kati akatunda kalira mu kinnya kati bwe tumala okusima ekinnya ekyo fuuti 2 ku 2 ne tuteekamu ekijimusa kyaffe tumala oteekamu ekijimusa kyaffe ne tuzaako akataka ne tulyoka tusimbako endokwa yaffe ey'akatunda. Kakati ne tumanya nti tusigadde kafuuyira naye era oluusi tujja nga tuteekako ebijimusa era nga bwe ngenda okubalaga. Kakati akatunda kaneeno ne tumanya nti we tuba tukafuuyira nga tukalabya tekalina kubeera mu muddo kati buli we kabeera mu muddo kafuna ebizibu kaba kajja lwala mangu kaba kajja kukonziba n'ebintu ebirala ng'ebyo kugamba ebyefaananyiriza ku kintu kyonna ekimeredde mu muddo. Kakati ekyenjawulo ekirala ekiddako akatunda kano we kamera we tumala okukasimba tumakinga